Chapter 351. 1 month later. The Tang calendar, the 11th year of Changsheng, the 8th day of the 3rd month. The grass is growing and the orioles are flying. It is time to say goodbye. A pair of master and apprentice sisters are saying goodbye affectionately. Master, sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for helping me to get revenge, you wouldn't do things you don't want to do. I was too willful before. I didn't want you to leave. The young apprentice Song Yuji hugged her master Maishan old mother, and cried until her chest was wet with tears. Maishan old mother looked at Fong Chong helplessly. She knew that these words must have been revealed by Fong Chong. Fong Chong looked up at the sky, as if he didn't need to thank me. To be honest, Song Yuji was not so sad at first. This little girl said she was simple or stupid. She was actually quite happy about Maishan old mother's departure at first, thinking that no one was controlling her at last. As a result, Fong Chong analyzed the pros and cons, and told her what her life would be like after Maishan old mother left. With no one to lean on her, she could only weep alone when she was bullied, and no one would back her up when she got into trouble. Her cultivation was low, and she was a ghost cultivator, so she could be beaten to death if she wasn't careful. Song Yuji wasn't really a fool, and she soon realized that what Fong Chong said was very likely to happen. After all, wasn't the Blood Sea Patriarch the best example before? Not everyone is afraid of her master. Moreover, her master is going to a very far place now, and she doesn't know when she will come back. Then Fong Chong quietly revealed the efforts of Maishan old mother behind her, including the karma backlash she endured in order to help her transform into the body of the acquired Ghost King. Fear of the future, and the emotion of her sister surrounded Song Yuji. Only at this moment did she realize that the reason why she was able to be domineering and arbitrary in the past was because she had a master standing behind her, who would stand up for her at any time. Song Yuji now doesn't want Maishan old mother to leave from the bottom of her heart. There was an obvious layer of grayish-white color lingering on the forehead of Maishan Lamu. It was the karmic backlash caused by forcing the soul to stay and transform it into the body of the Ghost King. This karma will bring bad luck at a critical moment in her life. The simplest and most intuitive way of expression is the increase of the heavenly tribulation. Back then, Fong Chong only helped Dong Tianbao, a soul full of resentment, to add a step and turned him into an evil spirit, which added a little karma. Fortunately, he was struck by a blow when he broke through the golden elixir, and the karma dissipated. Otherwise, when he reached the critical breakthrough, God would come and he might fail. After that, Fong Chong never did anything to forcibly interfere with the reincarnation of souls again. The price was too heavy. Ghosts can be produced naturally, which is the reincarnation of heaven and earth, but they must not be interfered with by humans. If you stay in Qishao City, you must practice well and must reach the realm of Ghost King within 100 years, otherwise your soul will begin to weaken. Not only will the probability of breakthrough be greatly reduced, but the means left by the Blood Sea ancestor on you will also take effect at that time. Your soul will be scattered, and you will not enter reincarnation, and you will never have a chance to come back. Maishan old mother will not stay because of a few cries from her apprentice. As a person who overcame all difficulties in her previous life to become the saint of Beidou Dao sect, her character has always been decisive. It's just that something went wrong when she was reincarnated, which made her feel more bound to the present world. Lord Fong, I ask you to take care of Yuji. As for your brother, if I have the chance to meet him, I will definitely tell him what you said. If my memory of my previous life is correct, Beidou Dao sect will not restrict Daozi's freedom. After he breaks through the realm of Dongxiu, he will be able to walk down the mountain. If he can't break through, he will be able to appear in the world as a guardian of Dao's sect 1,000 years later. Then you will be able to meet each other. Maishan old mother said goodbye to Fong Chong. Hearing this, Fong Chong couldn't help but roll his eyes silently. He has only practiced for more than 100 years, and more than half of that time was spent in practice. At that time, he could hardly feel the passage of time. In terms of his actual psychological age, he is actually a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. 1,000 years is too long. He might even find a chance to go back to his original world and show off. I believe in my big brother's potential. Just based on the 4 crystals of law that Laozi gave him, every time Fong Chong thought of this, he would want to slap himself in the face. He was so generous. Maishan old mother nodded slightly, and didn't say anything to discourage him. The Void Realm can't be achieved by talent and potential. All the cultivators who can be recognized by the Golden Pagoda are true geniuses. But talent alone is not enough. Opportunity and luck are both necessary. Sometimes a hair's breadth is the difference between success and failure. Even if she has the Taoist body and memory of her previous life, she is not sure to break through the Void Realm again. Take care. Mytian Old Mother threw out the golden pagoda. Just like the last time Li Hu left, the golden pagoda seemed to be pulled by something mysterious. The void twisted, and a space vortex loomed. Mytian Old Mother took a step forward, and the vortex swallowed her. With a snap, the vortex disappeared, and with it, Mytian Old Mother disappeared. She was like a hurried passerby, leaving behind a mysterious back, and then quietly left. Master. Song Yuji pursed her lips, her eyes red. After a while, she looked at Fong Chong like an abandoned puppy. Fong Chong smiled and said very gently, "For the sake of your master, go to the Golden Book Division to register first, and then you can report to the Alien Spirit Department. I have arranged a job for you. There are all kinds of monsters working there, and I believe you will find the warmth of home soon. There is no free lunch in Qishao City. If you want to practice, you can only rely on yourself." When Song Yuji heard that she would have to associate with monsters in the future, her face turned pale with fear. "But didn't my master ask you to take care of me?" Fong Chong said, as a matter of course, "Yes, but I didn't agree just now." Song Yuji's face was stunned. Remember to report quickly, otherwise you will soon not be able to pay the rent in Qishao City." Fong Chong waved his hand, and walked away very casually. The fastest way to make a person grow is to let him be independent, because when he is independent, he grows every moment. At this time, people can only rely on themselves, and every mistake they make is particularly memorable. Mytian Old Mother naturally paid him enough, otherwise she would not leave without worries. So you should be loyal to the trust of others. Fong Chong thought that if Mytian Old Mother had the opportunity to come back, she would definitely thank him. Song Yuji watched Fong Chong back disappear, gritted her teeth, and stomped her feet, and wanted to run away from home. She had never suffered such grievances. But thinking about the last time she ran away from home and was deceived, bullied, and killed by the Blood Sea ancestor, she floated back to Qishao City honestly. At least she would have a job when she went back. She was not a coward. She was just saving money for the trip first. Song Yuji told herself this. Chapter 352. After the episode of Mytian Old Mother, Fong Chong felt as if time had been accelerated. The changes in the sky once every 10 years had made him feel full of urgency. Now that everything was settled, he no longer had the passion of racing against time. He entered his familiar rhythm of practice. Time flies, and 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The 31st year of Changsheng, the 2nd day of May. The world of mountains and rivers. Fong Chong's appearance has not changed, but he has been in a high position for a long time, and his temperament has become more majestic and deep, with a sense of power without anger. He raised his head slightly, and looked at the sand table of heaven and earth suspended in the air. The symbol that symbolizes him now lights up the entire southern 3 roads, spanning 30 million miles from east to west, and 9 million miles from north to south. The brilliance of the spiritual network formation shines in all directions. Fong Chong has completely occupied one of the 9 roads of the Tang dynasty. Of course, there is nothing to be proud of. The entire world sand table is even larger than when Fong Chong first saw it. The immortal demon continent is constantly growing. The original territory divided by the Tang dynasty could occupy a quarter of the entire world, close to a third. Now that the continent is expanding, the circle originally drawn has become the center of the immortal demon continent. Outside this circle is the gray fog area with a larger territory. So as long as the continent does not stop growing, the development of the Tang dynasty will not stop either. Yoguang stood beside Fong Chong. Her face was still beautiful, her temperament was generous and decent, and she was wearing a fluffy bright yellow long skirt, which made her look bright. Now that you have occupied the 3 southern roads, you are qualified to accept the canonization of Her Majesty the Queen, and become the Marquis of the 3 southern roads. Have you thought about your title? Yoguang's eyes were a little emotional. She never thought Fong Chong would grow to where he is now. At first, she just thought Fong Chong was quite interesting, and could bring some life to her boring life, so she was willing to give her guidance on some insignificant matters. Until Fong Chong forced Wanling Xinjun to retreat, and deprived him of his mountain and river order. She realized that this little guy who always laughed and joked with her, and was often not serious, had already accumulated enough power, which was even beyond her comprehension. Fong Chong did not answer, but continued to stare at the sand table of heaven and earth, and said, "In just over 30 years, I was just an insignificant one among the 12 mountain and river masters, but now I have achieved some success, and there are only 8 familiar faces left. I wonder how many people still know me." Number 5. 100 years later? In the past few decades, not only did the Lord of 10,000 Spirits lose his mountains and rivers due to carelessness and go far away, But 3 other masters were deprived of their qualifications for various reasons. Anyway, I can't forget it. Yaoguang smiled and said, "The road is alone, and on the road of cultivation, it is destined that there will be fewer and fewer people walking with you. In addition, I remember that you don't seem to be a sentimental person. You probably hope that there will be as few competitors as possible, right? As a weapon spirit of the mountain and river world, she has met countless mountain and river masters, and she doesn't care about the rotation of personnel. These mountain and river order masters are all tools to spread the glory of the queen. They use the mountain and river order to obtain resources and improve their cultivation, but they also make indelible contributions to the construction of the Tang Dynasty spiritual network and the Golden Book registration project." Hearing this, Fong Chong suddenly looked at Yaoguang and smiled, and the momentum he had just accumulated was instantly broken. "Sister, you are really good at judging people. But I have a question I want to ask you. Say, why do I feel that those guys who were deprived of the mountain and river order have a sense of intention? Can you explain it to me? Otherwise, I don't dare to accept the queen's reward." Fong Chong asked. He always likes to predict the worst outcome of things. It's not that he is self-deprecating, but which of the 12 mountain and river order masters is not a dragon and phoenix among people? Even the Wanling god, who was defeated by him, was not really defeated, but just didn't want to die with him. So in such a short time, no matter how bad these guys are, they should not be killed. But they all lost. As I said before, according to his memory in later life, among the 12 mountain and river lords, only one Qin Lang later became the king of the Tang dynasty, and the others were dim and unknown. Originally, he thought it was fierce competition, but now it seems that there is another hidden story. Yaoguang looked at Fong Chong and admired his keen sense of touch. "I didn't expect you to see this." Fong Chong rolled his eyes. "I'm not blind." Yaoguang pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Be a little confused. When you should know, you will know it naturally. But now that I have said this, you have to listen to me even if you don't want to know." Fong Chong, Then Yaoguang said, "Have you heard of Shinto?" Fong Chong heart moved, thinking of the characteristics of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book. That thing is indeed a bit similar to believing in gods. Canonizing the spirit veins as the gods of the land and mountains, and keeping the living beings in captivity as the shepherds of the believers. In the final analysis, it is to cultivate with the power of the living beings. Isn't it Shinto? But obviously the so-called Shinto of the Queen is more overbearing. After all, those spirit veins were not canonized voluntarily, and the people recorded in the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty did not know who they believed in. But as long as they were listed, they would contribute to the practice of the Queen. I am afraid that this is why the Queen is the only one in the world of cultivation who can establish the immortal dynasty and protect the lower class of human beings. As for using the incense of believers to wrap the god of faith, it is even more impossible for the Queen to appear." But he still looked confused. "What is this? Aren't we cultivating immortals?" Yaoguang shook her head and said, "Cultivating the true self is not cultivating immortals. The two are not the same. Immortals are immortals, gods are gods. But this is not the point. The point is that Her Majesty the Queen is the Lord of the gods. Those who half voluntarily and half passively gave up the mountain and river order are unwilling to become Her Majesty the Queen's subordinate gods in the future. They practiced with the help of the mountain and river order and the Tang Dynasty Golden Book, and were branded with the mark of Her Majesty the Queen. Once Her Majesty the Queen deprives them of the mountain and river order in the future, everything they gain from practicing with the help of the mountain and river order and the Tang Dynasty Golden Book will be completely taken away. Think about what the consequences would be. The cultivation will be greatly damaged, the realm will fall, and the Tao will die. Half of Fong Chong experience now comes from the bonus brought by the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty. When he did not use the top-grade treasure such as the Law Crystal to practice, 99% of it came from the bonus brought by the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve the mana and realm that ordinary cultivators can only obtain in hundreds or thousands of years in just a few decades. If all of these were taken away, then his realm would fall sharply, and even cause irreparable Tao damage, and his cultivation would never be able to make any progress in the future. Fong Chong had the urge to hand over the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty, and the mountain and river order on the spot. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yaoguang smiled and said, "That's right, they were afraid of this outcome, so they gave up the mountain and river order actively or passively after their cultivation was mostly restored and their memories were clear." But how could they know the Queen's mind? Why would Her Majesty go through so much trouble to take someone's life? How much help did Her Majesty have in their ability to restore their current cultivation, but they chose to leave, and His Majesty never thought of taking back their cultivation, but let them go free. So you don't have to worry. In my memory, His Majesty has never used the Mountain and River Order to sneak attack any Mountain and River Order master. She always kills anyone she wants directly. It's not that there were no Mountain and River Order masters who betrayed His Majesty in the past. As long as they didn't take the initiative to become enemies with His Majesty would not bother with them. Fong Chong swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. Your Majesty is mighty. Well, is it too late for me to give up now? Yao Guang rolled her eyes at Fong Chong, smiling and saying, What do you think? I told you a long time ago that sometimes it's good to be a little confused. Fong Chong smiled awkwardly. I was just joking. I am the nephew-in-law of the Queen and her registered disciple. I have always been proud of this identity outside. I thought it was nothing before, isn't it? I am loyal to the Queen and regard her as my family. I have never thought of betraying her. So this great loss of cultivation and death will never happen to me. In fact, Fong Chong was thinking that the bonuses obtained from the Golden Book had become experience points. If the Queen wanted to take back his cultivation, I wonder if she could beat his appraisal skills. Now his vision has risen, and he has realized that the status of his appraisal skills is so high that no magic weapon or ancient treasure can compare with it. At the very least, it is the level of a Tontian Lingbao. And the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty is also the quality of a Tontian Lingbao. It is not certain who can defeat the other. Even if he can't fight, it will always be okay to protect his master. So although Fong Chong was a little panicked, he was not afraid. Besides, he and the Queen had no fundamental conflict of interest, so why should they be enemies? Isn't it nice to cling to the Queen's thighs? Yao Guang saw that Fong Chong was really not afraid, and it was not a disguise. She thought that this guy would not really think so. He found a shortcut in life at such a young age. Yao Guang nodded slightly, admiring it very much. In this case, what title do you want? I will ask His Majesty for it for you. But I remind you that after the title is determined, you will really be included in the system of the Great Tang Dynasty, and you will never have the opportunity to regret it in the future. Fong Chong said with a firm face. When I heard that the Queen was named the youngest female prince in history, I had a goal to serve the Queen. Yao Guang suddenly felt a chill. His Majesty is not here. You don't need to flatter him. How can the truth be considered flattery? My title doesn't need to be too complicated. Just the name of Qishao City will do. In addition, I want to change the name of Nansando to Kingsiedo. As for other rewards, I think with Her Majesty's heart, she will not treat me unfairly. Fong Chong bowed slightly to Yao Guang and said goodbye. Everything is left to my good sister. I take my leave. Yao Guang wanted to speak, but Fong Chong's figure had disappeared in the mountain and river world. Sly boy. Yao Guang whispered twice, and then laughed out loud. Fong Chong was in a good mood after solving the title problem of Qin Shao Dao. After all, after Her Majesty's canonization, the legitimacy is enough, if nothing else. In the future, if he encounters someone bullying the weak, he can use Her Majesty's name without any psychological burden, and then call for help. He has done the former many times, but he has never felt comfortable with the latter before. But now, he feels comfortable. Fong Chong's good mood did not last long, and soon, he received a message that caught him off guard. The younger brother of the Li family failed to kill his father, and his father was seriously injured. Qishao City. Li Garden. Fong Chong has always been very generous to Li Hu. After all, Li Hu is his good brother and part-time top thug. So even in the land of Qishao City, which is worth every inch of gold, he was given a large piece of land and built a mansion and garden. Although Li Hu has been gone for decades, and there are only 2 or 3 cats and kittens left in the Li family, the city lord's mansion has never been less caring for the Li family. Dong Dong, the wife of the city lord, will visit the Li family during festivals. Covered by the glory of the city lord's mansion, although the cultivation of the Li family is low, and the youngest sister of the Li family, with the highest cultivation has only established her foundation, the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage dare not provoke them. But something happened. What happened? Fong Chong stood in front of Li's father's bed, looking at Li's father's body, which had recovered after taking the Qingwang longevity pill, and his face was slightly gloomy. Li's father died at the end of his lifespan, which was the cycle of heaven. He was powerless to stop it, and Li Hu would not have any opinion on him when he came back. But if someone killed him under his nose, then even if Li Hu did not blame him, he would feel a little guilty. It's Li Shirdi. Dong Dong smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that Uncle Li was assassinated by Li Shirdi? It was because all the means we left on Uncle Li were deceived by Li Shirdi, and became an accomplice. Fortunately, Uncle Li still has a defensive magical power in his body that he himself doesn't know about, and can be activated autonomously, otherwise Uncle Li would have been dead by now. Fong Chong frowned and said, "Why would Li Xiaodi attack Uncle Li? Uncle Li loves him the most?" Li Xiaodi's full name is Li Anil, which means peace and joy. He was originally the son of Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang, who were afraid that the Li family would be extinct. Because Li Hu was away all year round, Li's father and mother were all thinking about Li Xiaodi, which also made Li Xiaodi a bit willful. When he arrived in Qishao City, Li Xiaodi grew up and became a little bully in the city. However, with his second sister Li Xiaoxiu watching over him, he was a little willful on weekdays, and he never bullied men and women. Calculated, he is over 40 years old this year. But perhaps the luck of the Li family was taken by Li Hu alone. Li Xiaodi failed to cultivate himself, had no literary talent, and achieved nothing except having fun. He claimed to have met true love at the age of 30, and after getting married, he became more docile. Because of the background of the Li family, he lived a leisurely life. Fong Chong could never have thought that such a person would have a reason to attack his father. Dongdong sighed and said, "It's not the beauty that brings disaster. I didn't expect that woman to be so tolerant." And Li Xiaodi was used to being arrogant since he was a child, but he was stupid, so he couldn't help but take action when provoked by that woman. Li Xiaodi killed his father because of his wife. Fong Chong listened to Dongdong's detailed explanation of the reason and sighed. In the final analysis, it turned out that he was the culprit. Chapter 353. The expansion of Qishao City was never a dinner party. Under the fluttering flags were the corpses of countless rebels. Although Fong Chong had hardly taken action himself, the mysterious lord of Qishao City was the consensus of the entire Qishao Dao, but the 3 legions under his command were full of bloodshed. Li Hu, the leader of the first legion, was naturally no exception. In the early years of Qishao City's expansion, they encountered a small sect called Dongming sect, whose leader was a Jin Dan cultivator and occupied a sacred mountain. Fong Chong drew a circle on the map, and the circle was the territory of Qishao City. Then all forces that dared to resist, regardless of whether their camps were good or evil, were naturally enemies. This Dongming sect occupied the sacred mountain, so how could it be willing to give way to the legion? Not only did it not give way, it also did not want to be a younger brother of a force it had never heard of. Then the result is naturally needless to say. Li Hu personally took action. At that time, he was already a Yuanian great monk, and it took only a few moves to seriously injure the Jindan sect master. The first time, Li Hu did not kill anyone, but only drove out the cultivators who were unwilling to surrender, and let those who were willing to surrender to guard. However, the Jindan sect master, who had recovered from his injuries, did not flee in embarrassment, but ran back secretly and killed all the surrendered disciples. This time, Li Hu did not hesitate and took action again, taking down the Jindan sect master, intending to send him to the Golden Pagoda as a battery. As a result, the Jindan sect master had a strong personality and died by self-explosion. Feeling the spirit of this sect master, Li Hu did not hunt down the remaining people. The result was that if the grass is not cut off at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. After the death of the Jindan sect master, the disciples fell apart, and the descendants were displaced, with hatred buried in their hearts, and regarded Li Hu as an enemy who would never give up. Later, with the rapid development of Qishao City, the demand for manpower also increased sharply, and the descendants of the Jindan sect master took this opportunity to enter Qishao City. However, Li Hu was the high and mighty commander of the First Army, a great master of the Incarnation Realm, a person they could never reach. So they set their sights on Li Hu family. They wanted Li Hu to also taste the pain of losing his family. Needless to say, the enmity and hatred that followed, a woman successfully entered the Li family, with the help of Li Xiaodi, lurking for more than 10 years, and finally gained the trust of the whole family. Then, there was an unexpected but reasonable ethical drama. After all, a woman with low cultivation, whether it was assassination, poisoning, or curse, could not break through the heavy protection of the Li family. So letting them kill each other was the best choice. Even if they couldn't be killed, they would have to live a miserable life in the future. Although Li's father was immortal, he had obtained various longevity elixirs, coupled with the unique spiritual environment of Qishao City. Even though he was nearly 90 years old, he was still strong and full of vitality. The woman was gentle and beautiful, serving her father-in-law, and accidentally served him in bed, and deliberately let Li Xiaodi know. This was intolerable. After nights of resentment gnawing at his soul again and again, Li Xiaodi finally fell into paranoia. Then came the tragedy of the father and son killing each other. Fortunately, They themselves were not fully aware of the protective measures they had, otherwise they might have died together. After hearing this, Fong Chong felt that it was ridiculous and reminded him at the same time. In the vast land of Qishao Road, although it was nominally under the rule of Qishao City, there were many people who secretly wanted to take his life. So he had to keep getting stronger. Once he showed a weak trend, the beasts lurking in the dark would rush over and swallow him up. That woman is also a pitiful person. Give her a quick death. Let the Qingyi guards take action to eliminate the people behind her. Brother Li is imprisoned, and will wait for his elder brother to come back to deal with him. As for Uncle Li, he is old and has played around. When his injury recovers, arrange a female body cultivator to protect him. If he dares to lose control of his lower body again, it depends on whether he, a mere mortal, can withstand the powerful physique of a body cultivator. Not only Uncle Li, but also An Zhang and Xiuxiu are arranged. They are not allowed to refuse this time. Time is a terrible thing. Uncle Li used to be a simple and honest person, afraid of his wife, and loved her. Now that he has become rich, his mind has also been spent. For people, the most difficult thing to stick to is the original intention. Fong Chong thought about it, and made arrangements for the Li family. In the past, the Li family did not like people watching them, and since they had been living in Qishao City, Fong Chong just let them do what they wanted. Now that such a thing has happened, their personal opinions can only be kept. For Fong Chong, the greatest value of the Li family is to leave a bond for Li Hu. As for the friendship between him and the Li family, with the change of time, it has long become a restraint between superiors and subordinates. The most important thing is that the Li family is not like the old man Su in the past, who had the grace of giving him medicine and the affection of an elder. On the contrary, it was he and Father Fong who had always been kind to the Li family. The two naturally have different ways of getting along. Hearing this, Dong Dong showed a look of reluctance. That woman and Li Xiaodi already have a child. If you kill her, the child will be motherless. Otherwise, leave her here and confine her to her house, where she can only get along with the children. And Li Xiaodi is very emotionally unstable now. He said that if someone dares to hurt her, he will choose to die with her, and wait for his brother to come back to avenge him. The rest will wait for Uncle Li to wake up, and listen to his opinions. Fong Chong waved his hand, quite overbearing. This kind of family affairs will be a mess if they handle them by themselves, and in the end, they will be nagging and nagging, but they don't know what will happen in the end. Haha, forcing death, in my hands? Death is not a simple matter. You don't have to show up for this matter, I will tell others to do it. Okay. Dong Dong saw that Fong Chong had made up his mind, and dared not object anymore. Okay, I have good news to tell you. Don't worry about other people's family affairs. Fong Chong saw that Dong Dong was in a bad mood and comforted him. What news? Dong Dong asked weakly. Fong Chong smiled and said, not long ago, I decided to accept the canonization of the Queen. Therefore, the teleportation array of our Qishao City can be incorporated into the Tang Dynasty's spiritual network array, and can be freely teleported back and forth, which means that you will be able to visit your relatives in Chang'an City soon. You haven't seen your grandfather for more than 50 years. With the entire South 3 roads being included in the rule of Qishao City, the grade of the Qingyo spiritual vein has risen accordingly, and now it has entered the category of the 6th level spiritual vein. The teleportation array has been upgraded again and again, and the transmission distance has been greatly increased. The 3rd level is 100,000 miles, the 4th level is 1 million miles, the 5th level is 10 million miles, and the 6th level is 100 million miles. Qishao City and Chang'an City are separated by the South 1 road, and the South 2 roads, which are only tens of millions of miles. For such a distance, even if a divine transformation cultivator flies at full speed, it will take several months. Dong Dong is a sensible woman. She knows that the divine transformation cultivators of Qishao City, they all have their own responsibilities, and she doesn't want to bother them because of her personal affairs. After all, if she wants to go to Chang'an City, it will take at least more than a year for a divine transformation cultivator. Not to mention the long journey, and she doesn't know what accidents and dangers she will encounter in the middle. If something happens, it will involve Fong Chong energy. So Dong Dong has never mentioned visiting relatives. Now that she heard Fong Chong say that the Qishao City teleportation array can go directly to Chang'an City, she immediately put the Li family's affairs behind her, and her face was full of surprise. Really? How can this be false? Fong Chong stroked Dong Dong's cheek and smiled gently. I will go with you at that time to let Chang'an City know that their princess is back. In addition, have you thought about your title? Chapter 354. The Li family's family affairs were simply and roughly resolved by Fong Chong. At the same time, because the Li family was involved in a bunch of resistance organizations, they were ruthlessly suppressed. That's a story for later. Anyway, in the end, there was only a cold number presented to Fong Chong. The Tang calendar, the 31st year of Changsheng, the 8th day of the 11th month. In Qishao City, a guest came from the west. The city lord's mansion. He was a middle-aged Taoist with an outstanding image and a noble temperament. The purple Taoist robe he wore added a bit of nobility. At first glance, you can tell that he is a Taoist master. His name is Qin Tiangang. The former first cultivator of the Tang dynasty, the master of the queen when she was young, that is, when she was the crown princess, was rumored to have been killed by the queen herself. But this time, he came here on behalf of the queen's imperial envoy to confer the title on Fong Chong. Next to Qin Tiangang was the expressionless Cheng Kai, Fong Chong chief grandfather, who was the deputy leader of the team for this enthronement ceremony. I have heard of the name of the national master for a long time, but I never thought that I would have the honor to see him with my own eyes today. It is really an honor for Fong Chong. Fong Chong cupped his hands, and his attitude was very polite. If he was not mistaken, the realm of this former national master was now unfathomable, and he was probably already in the realm of the void. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the son of destiny, who was once popular, and his foundation and strength are top-notch. Since the queen did not kill him, it would not be surprising that he broke through the void realm after so many years with the support of the queen, plus his own talent and destiny. Of course, even if he faced a powerful person like Qin Tiangang, Fong Chong was not afraid when he stood on the territory of Qishao City. Although Dongxu is strong, the 6th level Qingniu spiritual vein is not a pushover. Even with the power of the entire Qishao Dao's spiritual veins, Dongxu cannot directly break the protection of the Qingniu spiritual vein. Qin Tiangang shook his head and said, I am no longer a national teacher, but just an unknown Taoist under your majesty. City Lord Fong can just call me Taoist Master Qin. On the contrary, I will call City Lord Fong Marquis from now on. I will serve his majesty in the same court in the future. Please take care of me, Marquis Fong. Qin Tiangang did not show the arrogance of a senior master. His tone was very calm, neither humble nor arrogant, which made people calm down unconsciously. Marquis Fong, accept the order. Qin Tiangang gave Cheng Kai a look, and Cheng Kai respectfully took out a golden scroll from his sleeve. Fong Chong bowed slightly, and bowed in the direction of Chang'an City. Your servant Fong Chong, accept the decree. On the other side, Cheng Kai unfolded the golden scroll with some difficulty. On the scroll, there were only 3 large characters written with iron hooks and silver strokes, which were emitting a shining brilliance. Jing Xiao Ho, this is Fong Chong title. Then these 3 large characters fell off the imperial edict, and turned into a golden light that went straight into Fong Chong's forehead. Fong Chong wanted to dodge conditionally. He didn't want any strange things to enter his body. However, his dodging was useless. The golden light went straight into Fong Chong's forehead, and then a huge flow of information rushed straight into Fong Chong's mind, making him close his eyes and digest it unconsciously. I don't know how long it took. Fong Chong slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were tired, as if he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, but even so, his face still had an irrepressible excitement. The 3 large characters written by the queens of Qingxiu who contained a unique inheritance of the Lord of Mountain and River, called the Great Method of Mountain and River Soul Conferring God. This is the unique method of the Lord of Mountain and River to break through the void. It can make his Yuan Shin temporarily merge with the spirit of the spirit vein, since the chi veins of heaven and earth, breathe with heaven and earth, share the fate, and turn himself into a spirit vein seed. In this state, he can sense the power of the laws of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, which is almost comparable to practicing in the Sea of Laws. The key is that he has the protection of the mountain and river order, so he doesn't have to worry about assimilating into the world. On the other side, Cheng Kai just unfolded the scroll, but it seemed like he had fought a big battle, and handed the blank imperial edict to Fong Chong with some panting. Accept the order, and thank the emperor. Fong Chong took the imperial edict. His expression was still a little dazed. Is it over? There is no purple air coming from the east for 30,000 miles, no auspicious dragon and phoenix, no great changes in the sky, to announce it to the world. I am the first marquis to be canonized by the Tang dynasty. Where is the sense of ceremony? Fong Chong didn't understand, and even felt a little wronged. What a good opportunity to show off. The queen really doesn't understand the needs of her subordinates. Cheng Kai snorted coldly. You are the one who has the most trouble. He stuffed the imperial edict into Fong Chong's hand and asked, Where is Dong Dong? Let someone take me to see her. Fong Chong pointed outside with a sad expression. Qin Tiangang waited until Fong Chong calmed down before he slowly said, Lord Fong, the imperial edict has been delivered. His Majesty wants me to help you clean up Qishao Dao. Now that Qishao Dao has been officially incorporated into the territory of the Tang dynasty, it must be done in a serious manner. Fong Chong understood that a great man like Dongxi would not be dispatched easily just to deliver the imperial edict, so he must have other tasks. But he didn't understand what this serious manner meant. Wasn't he serious? Qin Tiangang explained, Your Majesty means to establish a 4-level system of Dao, prefecture, and county. Lord Fong is naturally still the master of Qishao Dao, but the other prefectures, and counties must also quickly formulate regulations, and some officials will be sent by the court at that time. Qishao Dao belongs to the Lord, and even more to the court. Does Lord Fong understand this? Fong Chong nodded, knowing that the court would not allow the entire Qishao Dao to become his private territory. Qishao Dao is now only nominally the territory of Qishao City, and the wealth and potential contained in it have not been developed to 1%. The Tang dynasty's military equipment comes from all over the country, so it is naturally impossible to let Qishao Dao go. Moreover, Fong Chong has built the Lingwang Formation. No matter how it was built, the most difficult period has passed. Then it should be nationalized. To put it in the simplest words, the peaches are ripe, and the court wants to pick them. Of course, they are not picked completely. His share has been there from beginning to end. Fong Chong's expression is a little gloomy. Although he has long known that he can't really occupy Dao. The only ones who can really occupy Dao are the future kings of different surnames. That is the territory they have conquered themselves, and they are the existence of obeying orders but not announcements. But he always feels unhappy. Even though he knows very well that with the support of the court, he will definitely get more in the future than now. Qin Tiangang seemed to see Fong Chong's thoughts and explained, Lord Fong, you should know that outside the Tang dynasty, there is a more vast world. There are beings outside that are not inferior to your Majesty, but their forces have never set foot in the Tang dynasty. It is your Majesty's protection that makes you, Lord, invincible in Qishao Dao, and you only need to face those lower world cultivators from the secret world. If it were placed in the outer domain, even if you were given another 100 years, you would not be able to occupy 1/10 of the territory of Qishao Dao. Fong Chong was like being poured with a basin of cold water, and woke up instantly. He smiled bitterly and said, I understand the truth, but it's a little hard to accept for a while, but please rest assured, Master Chen, I will be able to adjust soon. He acted with the name of the Queen, accepted the Queen's canonization, and clung to the Queen's thigh, so he had to bear these costs. It's impossible for him to take all the benefits. After all, he is just a small god. Even though he now has the eye of the heavenly demon, and is standing in the territory of Qishao City, he can only protect himself when facing a powerful Dongxu master like Qin Tiangang. Chapter 355. The air suddenly fell silent. Fong Chong was in deep thought. Qin Tiangang was calm, and didn't pay much attention to Fong Chong's expression. No matter what choice Fong Chong made, he only needed to obey His Majesty's will. He had no intention of power, and this trip was not to seize power, but to help Fong Chong suppress Qishao Dao. The border between Qishao Dao and the outside world was full of people. According to His Majesty's wishes, a border army would be set up to become a barrier for Qishao Dao. And he would become the first commander of the Qishao Dao border army. As for the food and wages of the border army, they were all the responsibility of Qishao Dao. So Qin Tiangang maintained the necessary politeness to Fong Chong. After all, this was the future sponsor. Fong Chong's face eased slightly when he heard Qin Tiangang's follow-up arrangements. So he didn't lose out. With Qin Tiangang stationed at the Qishao border, at least in the future, things like the Blood Sea ancestor running away to Qishao Dao would happen less frequently. Just like the Nine Phoenix dynasty in Jinqiu realm. The Tang dynasty will become a forbidden zone for sectarian forces. At least no one dares to offend the majesty of the Tang dynasty in public. At that time, his status as a Taoist master will be more glorious than that of a cultivator in the Void Realm. After all, there will be many Void Realm cultivators in the Tang dynasty, but only 9 Taoist masters. With this calculation, the Queen really took great care of him. But no matter how to comfort himself, cultivation is the foundation. Fong Chong knew in his heart that if he could reach the Hadao realm, he would have a king of a different surname in the Tang dynasty. In the past, he was too shallow and thought that the more territory he occupied, the more he would get. But what if he got something that he couldn't keep? Fong Chong collected his mood, buried his distress about being confirmed to be incorporated, and turned to ask Chen Tiangang about the cultivation of the Void Realm. He had been practicing hard for 20 years, and with the help of several law crystals in his hands, as well as the elixirs made from various Dao-level spiritual objects, and the silent support of hundreds of billions of people in the entire Qi Shao Dao, the experience points he gained every day had already reached an astronomical number. As I said before, the current environment of heaven and earth is very good. As long as it is not a remote place with poor mountains and bad water, ordinary crops can almost reach the level of one harvest every 2 months or one harvest every month. Sufficient food means sufficient population. Even with various natural disasters and man-made disasters, the basic order brought by Qishao City has kept the population growing rapidly. Today's Qishao Dao is far from reaching the upper limit of the population it can support. Therefore, Fang Chong cultivation has already reached the peak of the spirit transformation, wasting a lot of experience in vain. He walked too fast, and now he still lacks an opportunity to understand the law. So he was so excited after he got the mountain and river soul conferred God method personally bestowed by the queen. Hearing Fang Chong asking about the experience of the Void Realm, Chen Tiangang did not hide it, and intended to earn a favor from Fang Chong. My breakthrough was a bit tricky, because I did not enter the sea of laws and comprehend my own laws in the destruction and birth of thousands of laws. Instead, His Majesty gave me a divine fruit from the immortal phoenix tree. The divine fruit was born from the creation of heaven and earth and contains countless fragments of laws. After taking it, I fell into a state of no thoughts until I absorbed all the fragments of laws that matched my own. Then I comprehended the laws in one fell swoop and broke through the realm of the void. Lord Fang, I saw that there is also a spiritual object in your city. Although the spiritual fruit on it is not as good as the immortal phoenix fruit, it also has a good medicinal power. If the quantity is enough, Lord Fang breakthrough will not be far away. Chen Tiangong's eyes seemed to see through the void. Through layers of protection, he saw the green tier fruit hanging on the morning glory vine. That was the only 6th level green tier fruit produced after the green bull spirit vein was promoted to the 6th level. Because the 6th level green tier fruit requires the fusion of law fragments, even if the green ox spiritual vein is pushed to its limit, it cannot produce more 6th level green tier fruits in a short period of time. The higher the level of spiritual objects, the rarer they are. This principle will not change anywhere. Some high-level spiritual objects need 1,000 years to bloom, bear fruit, and mature. The green tier fruit is relatively good. After all, with the full support of the green ox spiritual vein, a mature green tier fruit can be produced in about 10 years. Fang Chong forced a smile. Master Chen has good eyesight. He can see my spiritual fruit even though it is hidden so deep. I heard that the Dongshu cultivator has already understood the law of space, and can walk in the space veins, and can travel thousands of miles in one step. Now I see that it is indeed well-deserved. Chen Tiangang shook his head and said, What I have understood is the law of yin and yang, and the law of space is just a preliminary study. If you want to truly understand space, penetrate the mystery of the void, and reach the realm of opening up the cave heaven, there is still a long way to go. I am not polite to watch it, but I am just bullying people by using the realm. If Lord Fang can let the power of the spiritual vein interfere with the void at any time, I can't see it. He gave a very considerate response to prevent Fang Chong from being petty, and thinking that he is disrespectful and snooping at will. Fang Chong nodded, thinking that he would strengthen the anti-theft measures when he returned. By the way, I have another small question. Please speak, Lord Fang. Since Her Majesty has such a powerful person as Master Chen to serve her, why did she need a junior like me to go through so much trouble? Take Qi Shao Dao for example. With Master Chen, Qi Shao Dao is just a matter of passing on the throne. Who dares to object? At first, Fang Chong thought that Her Majesty was short of manpower, so she took out 12 mountain and river orders to select 12 geniuses and monsters to build a new team. But from the subsequent actions, Her Majesty has a talent reserve of the world, with 100 times the flow rate, and can train a group of middle and high-level cultivators at any time. Although she values the 12 of them very much and trains them in various ways, she doesn't care much about their stay or departure. Even the competition for the mountain and river order, in Fang Chong view now, is more like a growth game for the 12 of them under the watchful eyes of Her Majesty the Queen. Of course, they did a lot of work. The thousands of spiritual network formations that spread across the mountains and rivers of the Tang dynasty could not be fake. Chen Tiangang pondered for a moment and said, It is better to ask Dr. Chung than to ask Lord Fang about this question. He is the one who truly wins the Emperor's heart. I had a slight difference in my mind at the beginning, and I have been drifting further and further away from Your Majesty. It was only because your majesty was magnanimous that he gave me a second chance. But no matter what your majesty thinks, we cannot change it. So it is not so important whether you know it or not. Fong Chong was speechless, and he bowed to Chen Tiangang. Thank you, Taoist priest, for clearing up my doubts. Chen Tiangang smiled slightly. I will still rely on Lord Fong Care in the future. I am alone and need your help. He is a commander without Fong Chong, a local snake, to help him. Even if he is a cave cultivator, he has to work hard to complete the tasks assigned by his majesty. At his level, he wanted to practice meditation more. The secrets of the laws were not comparable to ordinary power. He had no interest in worldly affairs. As long as his cultivation resources were not deprived, he would be happy to be a mascot. Master, you are too polite. We are just helping each other. Fong Chong chatted for a few more words, and served tea to see him off. As for the grand meeting for conferring titles that he had originally wanted to hold to announce to the world, he had no intention of doing so. He suddenly had a powerful neighbor around him, and he felt very insecure. Even the great masters of the void began to take to the stage. He had to start a breakthrough. Chapter 356. The Void Realm is the sixth realm of immortal cultivation. At this realm, one can dominate the world and be respected as a great man. And Fong Chong is now going to break through this realm. Spiritual vein space. Fong Chong faced the old blue bull whose momentum was gradually rising. As soon as he thought about it, a little light appeared. This was the spiritual seed he had refined according to the secret method given by the queen. Next, he only needed to place the spiritual seed in the spiritual vein to nourish it, just like a parasite to absorb the nutrients belonging to the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and its nutrients are transformed from the essence of heaven and earth, including various law fragments. It has been said before that the power of the laws of heaven and earth exists in all things, and is the cornerstone of the construction of this world. And the spiritual vein is formed by nature, and it naturally contains the power of laws that can be understood by cultivators. And the spiritual seed absorbs the essence of the spiritual vein, and regenerates a unique law vein for cultivators on the basis of the spiritual vein. This vein can be absorbed by the cultivator, and thus acquire some of the properties of the spiritual vein. In this way, it is equivalent to the heaven and earth giving the cultivator an initiation, and it is easy to comprehend the power of one's own law. Of course, there is also the danger of being assimilated by the heaven and earth, and from then on it will become a human-shaped spiritual vein without its own thoughts. However, Fong Chong has the mountain and river order in his hand, so he doesn't have to worry about this problem. Be good, come here, I give you something delicious to eat. Fong Chong smiled. But the green ox was unmoved. Facing the people who oppressed it, it maintained its last stubbornness. Fong Chong's face fell. Have you reached the rebellious period again recently? You don't listen to nice words, and you have to force me to do it? The chains tied to the green ox made a rattling sound. That was the spiritual lock transformed by the power of the law in the mountain and river order, which was specifically targeted at the spiritual vein. The green ox mooed in pain, and a little green ox ran out of the green ox's mouth, making a flattering cry at Fong Chong's feet. Fong Chong bent down and patted the little green ox, then put the spiritual seed into its mouth. Talk to your original body. We have been cooperating happily for the past few decades. If it weren't for me, would your original body be what it is today? It was still a young green bull in the wild. It has been so many years, but it still hasn't changed its temper. Take good care of this thing, and put it in the deepest part of the spirit vein. Maybe we can become good brothers in the future. Fong Chong stuffed the spirit seed into the green bull's spirit vein, ready to take over the nest, and used the hard-earned money of the green bull's spirit vein to raise his own baby. Human wisdom is good at borrowing things, so if it is not my kind, there is nothing I can't borrow. Fong Chong's conscience was a little uneasy, and he left the spirit vein space with peace of mind. The rest is up to time. Theoretically, it will take at least a few hundred years for the spirit seed to mature. For a spiritual cultivator, this time is nothing. But for Fong Chong, this time is very long, so he also made a second-hand preparation. In the city lord's mansion, Chung Kai sat in the courtyard, watching the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard, and the clouds roll and unroll in the sky, slightly lost in thought. This place where he had lived for more than 10 years had long become unfamiliar. Qingyou Mountain had also become Qingwang Mountain. Qingyou Market had also become Qinshao City. Every blade of grass and every tree was no longer the same as before. Here, the only thing he was familiar with was his granddaughter, and, yes, a hateful grandson-in-law. As for the others, he no longer had any concerns. A certain obsession that had been buried in Chung Kai's heart dissipated silently, and he only felt that his spirit was lifted, and his cultivation had actually increased slightly. Chung Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. It's a good thing to plant a willow tree without any intention, and this is what I didn't ask for. It seems that Grandpa is in a good mood. Hearing this familiar voice, Chung Kai's face pulled. It was good before, but it's not good now. Fong Chong walked into the courtyard with an innocent look on his face, spreading his hands. What does this have to do with me? Chung Kai stared at Fong Chong, but his peripheral vision was looking around. Seeing that someone didn't follow, his face darkened, and he said indignantly, Fong boy, I know you have complaints against me, but I have tried my best to compensate you. Why do you want to take revenge on Dong Dong? Fong Chong's face was full of question marks. Ah. No, you can't spit blood at me. I haven't even had time to call you an old thing, and you actually know how to take the initiative? Chung Kai was in an even worse mood. He said in a deep voice, Dong Dong has been married to you for so many years, but you haven't given birth to a boy or a girl. You still say you are not taking revenge on me? God knows how long he has been looking forward to it, after being sent by His Majesty this time. At that time, he was still thinking about how many great-grandchildren he had, whether to hold a boy or a girl first, and what if there were too many to take care of. If he could let a child have the surname Chung, Fong Chong would agree to the most outrageous conditions. As a result, he came here with joy, but there was not a single one. If he hadn't known that Fong Chong had only his granddaughter as his Taoist companion for so many years, he would have lost his temper on the spot. The Chung family only has this one child left, but he doesn't understand the feelings of a 1,000-year-old man. He only has 6, 7, or 8,000 years left to live. He can't even satisfy his wish to see a great-grandson. Fong Chong didn't expect that he would be forced to have a baby when he was over 100 years old. His voice became louder. Old Qingyo, are you getting old and confused? What is my current cultivation level, and what is your granddaughter's cultivation level? If she gives birth to a child for me, will the child send us off, or will we send the child off? Rather than letting the old send the young off, it's better to nip it in the bud. Besides, I am destined to become an immortal and live forever in the future. How can I give myself a weakness for nothing? Chung Kai was speechless. He couldn't say that he had selfish motives and wanted to adopt one of Fong Chong's children to inherit the Chung family. But he soon thought of a reason. Are you so sure that you can live forever? If something happens to you, who will inherit your huge foundation? Without descendants, the foundation is unstable. That's not just your descendants, but also the confidence of your followers. Doesn't this allow you to have a child? Fong Chong was stunned for a moment and said, I'm dead, so I don't care who will inherit the foundation. But you don't have to worry about this. I don't have a son, but I have a sister. She will avenge me when the time comes. Chung Kai almost swore. Can't you have one? No too. Fong Chong looked at Chung Kai with a strange look in his eyes, and suddenly understood. Do you want my son? Chung Kai was desperate, looking like an old rogue. You and Dong Dong are living together. You have to consider the feelings of an old widower like me. What's wrong with me wanting to raise a great-grandson? Fong Chong said. No. You? Chung Kai pointed at Fong Chong, and his blood boiled. Tell me what conditions you want in order to have a baby. I will help you to achieve them even if it costs me my life. Fong Chong touched his chin, shocked by the old man's determination. However, he had long passed the time of being penniless, so a little bit of benefit could not move him. Grandpa, if you want a child, just go ahead and have one yourself. Dong Dong and I are living well together, why add a third party? Besides, having a child is a matter for two people. I agree, but Dong Dong may not agree. In addition, blood inheritance is not easy. If I want to have a son, I must give birth to a world-shaking monster, not an ordinary mortal. It will be a small matter for me to lose some of my blood, but this kind of precious fetus will cost your granddaughter half her life. Her current cultivation is entirely based on the accumulation of spiritual medicines, which is extremely superficial. Having a child is enough to seriously damage her vitality, and her cultivation will regress, and she will live thousands of years less in the future. Fong Chong waved his hand, and took advantage of Chung Kai's hesitation to turn around and leave. I originally wanted to settle my personal grudge with you before I left, but seeing how you look, I am a magnanimous person, and will not bother with you any more. Will the incense of my Chung family end in my hands? Chung Kai showed hesitation, but he did not dare to stop Fong Chong and ask him and Dong Dong to have a baby. Because according to Fong Chong's approach, Dong Dong is very likely to really not be able to bear the cost of having a child, let alone two. As for having a mortal body, It would be fine if Fong Chong did not say it, but after he said it, he felt dissatisfied. How could the Chung family let a child with inferior qualifications inherit? Suddenly, he thought of what Fong Chong had just said. His old face flushed slightly, and he murmured, "After the great revenge, I have cultivated my character for so many years, and I have been lonely for so many years. It's time to find a companion." Fong Chong, who was walking out, moved his ears, and almost fell down. It seems that Grandpa really has forgotten his romantic debts in Jinxiu realm. He blushed after reading Long Aoyuan's script, and he was simply enjoying the ascension all the way. As the space changed, Fong Chong walked out of the void, crossing thousands of miles in one step. With the eye of the heavenly demon, he already had some of the characteristics that only the great power of the void could possess. Of course, compared with the real great power of the void, he was definitely far inferior. Fong Chong accompanied Grandpa and Dongdong in Qishao City for a few days, and successfully kept Grandpa as a coolie, assisting Chen Tiangang in forming a border army and monitoring him. Although Chen Tiangang could beat 10 Chung Kai with one hand, Chung Kai was an old minister who started from the humble beginnings of the Queen. With this qualification, as long as Grandpa doesn't commit suicide, he will be more and more popular in the future. Unless Chen Tiangang decides to completely betray the Queen, it won't matter if Grandpa is a little too much. Fong Chong began his second preparation for a breakthrough, the Puppet Ancestor Realm. This goal that Fong Chong had planned from the beginning, he finally got the news not long ago. He looked at the mountain village below with smoke rising from the chimneys, the roads connecting the fields, the chickens and dogs hearing each other, the old and the young, all smiling and carefree. But in Fong Chong's eyes, under this seemingly vivid picture, there are numb and stiff bodies. Everything in this mountain village is made up of puppets. Even a blade of grass and a grain of soil have a simple but self-contained structure. And in the center of the mountain village, there is a huge creature shaped like a mountain tiger sleeping. This picture is all composed of his escaping breath combined with puppets. Helping the tiger, Shirley stood beside Fong Chong, and his eyes also saw the sleeping mountain tiger through the environment. He sighed. "I didn't expect that even Jingleiho was subdued by them. It seems that their strength has increased a lot since I left." This Jingleiho, like him, is one of the ancestors of the puppet clan who once slept in the puppet ancestral world. But unlike him, he escaped through the space vortex, and was seriously injured and rescued by Fong Taiju. But this Thunderhound was obviously not so lucky. It was subdued by the human race of the puppet ancestor realm, and now became the gatekeeper of the space channel. "How did you find it?" Fong Chong asked. "You should know that the space channel of the puppet ancestor realm is different from that of the stargazing realm. The opening of the channel in the stargazing realm is affected by the Zhoutian star pulling array, and the opening location is nearby. But there was no sign of the appearance of the space channel in the puppet ancestor realm." Fong Chong could only barely deduce that the space channel of the puppet ancestor realm was within 1,000,000 miles of the space vortex where Shirley appeared at the beginning. The space channel is invisible and intangible. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can't find it at all. Shirley said, "Since the space channel appeared, I have been paying close attention to it, and I also specially asked Commander Fong to mobilize the forces of the Blue Guards." As expected, the human cultivators of the puppet ancestor realm secretly appeared through the space channel, but the unique puppet creations belonging to the puppet ancestor realm on their bodies are indelible. I also accidentally obtained a puppet creation from the puppet ancestor realm, and followed the clues to find them. I didn't expect to actually find them. As he spoke, a lifelike little kingfisher appeared on Shirley's palm. This little kingfisher was similar to an ordinary puppet creation, but it was more vivid, but Fong Chong exclaimed and found the difference. There was still a faint vitality in the body of the little kingfisher. This was actually a puppet between life and death. The uniqueness of this little bird is that it can accommodate a trace of the spiritual seed of the cultivator. It is not only in tune with the master's mind, but also can evolve as the master's cultivation grows. However, the upper limit of this little bird is not high. At most, it will evolve to a second-level puppet. But its cost is extremely cheap. The cost of this little bird puppet in my hand is at most about 200 spirit stones. Shirley explained. 200 spirit stones, the upper limit of the second level. Fong Chong couldn't help but weigh it, and was a little amazed. This small creation is the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years in the puppet ancestral world, which is not comparable to his half-baked puppetry. He was just taking advantage of his spiritual body. But now it's mine. Fong Chong pointed, and the illusion of the mountain village was directly broken, and the sleeping Jingliu suddenly woke up. Roar! As expected of Jingliu, as his roar was accompanied by thunder, the sky suddenly changed, and dark clouds covered the entire space. Where did this ignorant young man come from? He's looking for death. Jingliho was obviously still in a bad mood after waking up. He opened his mouth and spit out a lightning light like a sharp arrow shot at Fang Chong. Leihu, do you still remember me? Sure. Lei stepped forward and stood in front of Fang Chong, allowing the lightning arrow to hit his chest, but it didn't scratch his skin at all. Jingliho was stunned. Old Stone? You're still alive? Chapter 357. Instead of being happy to see an old acquaintance, he asked if he was dead. Sure. Lei's face darkened, even though his stone face was originally a bit dark. Leiho, you are the ancestor of the puppet clan, but now you have become a tool for the later human cultivators who were protected by us, guarding the gate for them. Where is your dignity? Jing Leiho's breathing suddenly became hasty, with wisps of smoke rushing out of his mouth and nose, and arcs flashed on his yellow and white tiger skin, igniting wisps of flames. What do you know? They dug me out of the ground and beat me up without me knowing anything. If I don't surrender, they will take all my parts to make new puppets. My descendants were unfilial, and let them take away the fire, so that my puppet race became vassal of the human race. I am also very angry, but what's the use of being angry? If they take the fire, I will be controlled by others forever. I have heard about you, Old Stone. You were lucky to escape from the space vortex and survive. I don't have your luck. But it seems that you are not doing well here either. You are still working for others. The Thunderhound let out a long roar, and a pair of lightning wings made of plasma grew on its back, and the air made a sizzling sound. Now we each serve our own masters. Let me see how much of your skills you still have, Old Stone. The hundreds-meter-long body of the Thunderhound is now as light as the wind. With a flash of its thunder wings, a huge tiger claw fell from the sky, covering the armor and the space around Fang Chong. The armor's body suddenly swelled. It's moving like a mountain. The 7,000-meter-high body was like a huge peak that stood tall and lifted up the shadow brought by the Thunderhound. Then the armor just raised his hand casually, and the Thunderhound was bounced away. On my giant body, the Thunderhound is like a big cat. Thunderhound, he was just like you back then. He is still as weak as when he was sleeping. How can he fight you? The armor stamped his foot, and the small land turned into rocks, and the space seemed to be petrified. The wind that entered could not be blown away. The strange phenomena rose around the Thunderhound, and the wind, fire, thunder and lightning were reflected, but they could not block the simple and elegant stone. My hair was also gradually petrified. With just one move, the Thunderhound was obviously the enemy of the armor. Although the armor was often the same as the passerby who was just making soy sauce next to Fang Chong, this was because the enemies Fang Chong faced were of the same level. The Lord of all Spirits, the Little Sun God, and the Tai Xiaowang Song holding the star bead, which one is the top figure among the gods. Behind the sun, the stars will also be eclipsed. And the Thunderhound, obviously even the stars are inferior. The armor embraces the sky and the small land, and the huge and tangible power suppresses everything. Jinglihu's body became lighter and lighter, and after a while, he was able to support himself and fly in the air. When I landed, my feet seemed to take root and quickly petrified, as if they had merged with the earth. Old Stone, has he found a substitute for the fire? Jinglihu did not expect that the armor was weaker than when it was sleeping. You should know that the ancestors of our puppet clan have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and their strength has long been weakened by the passage of time. And I have no support from the human race in my previous life, so my recovery speed is already slow. But I did not expect that the Old Stone, who was stranded in another world, had not only fully recovered his past strength, but also went down a level. But our puppet clan was born from the fire, and we are always trapped in the spiritual trap of the fire. Of course, I am not as miserable as I said. Even if the human race in my previous life was strong, no matter how healthy I am still a weak 7th level puppet. If you want to capture or even kill me, you have to pay a huge price. As long as I am willing to talk, the human race in my previous life would be happy to accept me. And if I want to recover, the light of the fire must be more important. But Old Stone insisted on his own way and agreed to negotiate with the human race, and finally got into a fight to the death. The charm of the main world. Jinglihu remembered that before he came to the main world, he was either guarding the small door of the space, sleeping to recover, or taking a good look at that world. Just then, a small shout came from in front of me. Lei Zun, come and help him. I saw a female monk who was dressed in a way that was out of place with the human race of the current era, but very similar to the future in Fang Chong memory, throwing a round magic weapon at the armor. Bang! The magic weapon exploded, and a faint flame expanded without a trace, and in an instant it wrapped Cha Shun's entire body. Ah! The armor made a happy sound, and the space that was stable just now also shook, and Jing Leiho was about to take the opportunity to escape. But the last moment, the armor stabilized. That is the power of the fire seed. What did they do to the fire seed? The huge shadow looked down, and the armor's face showed a rare anger. I punched it, and a meteorite rain started in the sky. One after another, boulders, small or large, cut through the sky with brilliant tail flames, smashing up with a momentum that could be resisted. Meteor shower. Boom! Deep pits were smashed into the ground. A layer of electric net emerged under Jingliu's body, but it was also shaken by the attack of meteorites. The female monk was shocked, looking at the rapidly recovered armor, as if she thought of something, and quickly covered her body with a layer of gray spirit beads, turned around and ran to the location of the space channel, also caring about Jingliu's safety. The puppet clan from which Wu Puppet's Cha Shun came actually ignored the interference of the 7th level ancestor devouring world. This is the minor achievement of our chief puppet researcher, who is known as the best in 80,000 years, and is a top-notch magic weapon specifically for the puppet clan. The special ancestor devouring world is enough to devour the puppet's newborn spirituality, eliminate its wisdom, and format and restart everything. The 7th level ancestor devouring realm refined from the power extracted from the fire can cause reversible damage to weak puppets like Thunderhound. The most important thing for the puppet clan is their spirituality, which is the source of all our wisdom and power. The devouring ancestor realm was created specifically for spirituality. Not to mention that its core power is extracted from the fire, which is the same root as the puppet clan, and we can't resist it at all. That's why I didn't have the confidence to attack just now. As long as it's a puppet clan, it must be restrained by the devouring Cha Shun. But just now, that characteristic was broken by the armor. Don't jog. Fong Chong appeared in front of the female monk, looking at my own outfit under me, with a little trance on his face. It's been many years. I've long been accustomed to the blue robe and long flowing hair. Now looking at the t-shirt and jeans, I inexplicably feel as if I'm in another world. It's obviously the same world, but there is a special sense of intimacy. Him? The female monk showed a look as if she had seen a ghost. I am a 7th level puppet fighter. According to the classification of the main world, I am a young cultivator of the nascent soul level. I even know that no one has touched me. Fong Chong opened his eyebrows, and a white divine light shot out. If you want to resist, you will become an idiot. Before the reminder, it was also the will of the female cultivator Gu. The weak spiritual power has already rolled in my mind. My memory is like an old movie, playing in super slow motion. About a cup of tea ago. The female cultivator fell up limply, with a silly smile on her face and saliva dripping from her mouth. Obviously, I have been trying to resist without disobeying Fong Chong advice. The gray Cha Shun under me swelled up with spikes, looking very angry, but it was powerless in the tangible force restraint. What a meaningless world. Fong Chong thought of the puppeteer lay in the female cultivator's memory. This is a world exactly the same as the one in the armor, more retreating, weaker, and more delicious. As for why the 7 are the same, Cha Shun can be blamed for lying. Because before the armor was dug out, he was fighting and fleeing, and he had no time to learn more about the current puppet Cha Shun. The puppeteer lay I mentioned is the appearance of me after I fell asleep, and the world pieced together by the mouths of several human cultivators I have captured. Fong Chong no longer had a strong premonition in his heart at this moment. When I get the savings of the puppeteer lay, I don't need to sacrifice to the heavenly Tao, and I can also break through the boundary between the transformation of the spirit and the cave. So let's have a big snack first. Fong Chong grabbed the gray spirit bead under the female cultivator, and suddenly fell off, turning into a hideous monster, about the size of a big dog, and the whole body seemed to be made of metal, full of texture. It looked at Fong Chong, baring its teeth, and looked very kind. The spirit bead under the female cultivator was actually a puppet. In the memory that Fong Chong just got, the puppet was in the process of checking the order, and the puppet had been integrated into everything in life. It's still abominable. A ball of fire came out from Fong Chong's hand, covering the spirit bead puppet. Then a shadow appeared under the Ling Ju puppet, which was exactly the appearance of the female cultivator just now. Before being burned by the flame, the shadow dissipated like a bubble. The Chazun puppet made a sad and pitiful whimper, as if something important had left me. About 8 breaths ago. The Ling Ju puppet came up quietly, and squatted on Fong Chong's feet, like a harmful big dog. A 7th level puppet is better than nothing. Fong Chong felt the growing power in his body, and his mouth curled up, and he laughed wantonly. Because in this puppet stone, there are countless puppet creations. This is the kingdom of puppets, and it will also be my kingdom. What did he do? Seeing that the 7th level Lingzhu puppet, which is almost the life magic weapon of the cultivator, has become a pet on Feng Chang's feet in a short time. Jing Lei, who has been distracted, is really scared at this moment. I am a war armor. I have lived in the current puppet Lei for decades, and I understand very well the relationship between those arrogantly trained puppet beasts and our masters. They follow each other through life and death, and only choose one person in their lifetime, so there is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. For example, the female cultivator's Lingzhu puppet, at the beginning, it might be a puppet beast with a certain rank, with high power, and the female cultivator was just a special refining cultivator. One person and one puppet grew up together, and formed a deep friendship over decades, or even hundreds of years. The female cultivator trained the Lingzhu puppet step by step into a 7th rank puppet, and I also became a 7th rank puppet fighter. The fate of the two has long been close. If one dies, the other will definitely live alone. But just now, this woman only took a few breaths to change the owner of a puppet that might betray her. That kind of fact is really too shocking. Feng Chang smiled, looked at the Thunder Hound, who was resisting more and more against the suppression of the armor, and said, "What did you do? You are saving it. Did he see it? The real puppet clan is definitely the kind of thing that is empty of spirituality, but has wisdom. We should be free and unrestrained. Come on, open his true wisdom." In the dark, Feng Chang's spiritual light shone slightly, and a point of his own light fell under the Chazhun puppet. The two just had a preliminary contact. The Lingzhu puppet seemed to be liberated, and its body suddenly expanded, turning from a big dog into a tiger. Under its own metal skin, mysterious runes loomed, which was a restriction that imprisoned its wisdom, and a shackle it had been carrying since its birth. But under the shining of Feng Chang's spiritual light, it was like a spark thrown into wet firewood. It burned and was free. Howl! The spirit pearl puppet roared to the sky, its body melted into a ball of gray liquid, and then reshaped into a human-shaped spirit pearl. It was more slender than before, and it was missing a detachable sealed helmet. At the gap, 2 points of starlight lit up. These were its eyes. It stood still and didn't move, as if it was recalling something. After a while, I looked up and saw the conscious female monk underground. Suddenly, she made a human voice with a deep sadness. "Ah. I recalled the time when I fought and grew up with the female monk. We were fighting partners. But now, I only have one master. It's possible." Jing Leiho was hit by a meteorite, and small stones piled up. I was suppressed in the small underground that had turned into stone, with only my head exposed. Despite this, I still shouted out the fear in my heart. He actually let me ignite the spiritual fire. Have I been baptized by the fire? How did he do it? I seemed to understand something, and looked at Cha Shun, who had recovered his height. Armor, he found the legendary ancestor of puppets, right? No wonder he can recover so quickly. Only the legendary ancestor of puppets can give puppets spirituality and wisdom with the help of fire. Haha, Cha Shun will let you go slowly. You have to meet the ancestor of puppets. From today on, the puppet clan will stand again among the weak clans in the world. Jing Leiho was a little happy and then laughed. But the armor did not move, and looked at Jing Leiho indifferently. Jing Leiho's laughter became louder and louder, and he muttered, "Kill you. Anyway, your spiritual fire has returned to the fire. Even if they kill you, as long as we sacrifice enough spirituality, you can still be resurrected." Cha Shun nodded. No wonder he was willing to submit to the human race in his previous life with his character. It turns out that we gave him that bargaining chip. However, how to deal with him depends on what the villain wants. Feng Chang looked at Jing Leiho with no interest, and the fire was becoming more and more boring. It can give puppets spiritual wisdom and revive puppets, which is exactly the same as my puppet spirit. I no longer believe in the origin of the fire. The ancestor of puppets is a wrong title, which suits you very well. You have to resist, otherwise the fire may save him. A ball of fire rose under Feng Chang's hands, and he finished refining Jing Leiho. The Thunder Hound instinctively resisted, but Feng Chang's strength was like my natural enemy himself, and he almost collapsed instantly. Yes! The flame suddenly flared up, completely enveloping the Thunder Hound. Chapter 358. This is the ancestral world of puppets, a world created by the first puppet clan between heaven and earth. The fire seed gives each puppet the spirituality to grow. Everything here once belonged to the puppet clan. Of course, it was only once, and now they belong to the human cultivators. The location of the space channel. A supergiant building wrapped the space channel. From a distance, there was a black turtle shell on the gray ground. In fact, this building is the super large puppet war beast Black Turtle War Beast under the Xuanwu Research Institute, one of the members of the Supreme Committee of Puppet Research. It is 46 meters tall, 623 meters long, weighs 534,000 tons, covers an area of 64,600 square meters, and is a masterpiece of puppet-making technology. Boom! With a loud bang, the space channel lit up. A disheveled figure rolled down from the body of Jinglei Ho. Immediately, the personnel stationed in the channel came forward to check. "Captain Li? What's wrong with you?" A pretty woman with long legs and wearing a white researcher's uniform recognized the figure. She was about to step forward and help the figure up. "Xiaoqing, wait a moment." Another male researcher with a dignified face and obviously much older stopped the woman and waved his hand back. "Li Chang is not safe yet." A large transparent cover fell from the sky, completely covering Li Chang, and then the transparent solution completely submerged Li Chang. Then a bronze mirror appeared in the male researcher's hand, and the light shone on Li Chang. Captain Li returned without the order from his superiors. There must be something fishy going on. And the methods of the outside world cultivators are strange. If someone possesses Li Chang and sneaks into our world, it will bring us unpredictable consequences. This hard-detecting mirror is specially used to detect whether there is a second will in his body. Xiaoqing, you should be more careful next time. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you cannot contact the staff who returned from the outside world at the first time. At least you must be isolated for 3 months and undergo various tests before you can do so. But the female researcher was obviously a little unconvinced. But you have checked so many times. Which time did you find a problem? No problem is the best. Some things are big problems once they happen, and necessary procedures are indispensable. The male researcher answered casually, while observing Li Chang's situation. The female researcher obviously has the potential to be a nitpicker, or thinks that the male researcher is unkind. She pointed at Jinglei Ho, who was enjoying a shower, and asked in a low voice, "Then what about Lei Zun? Why doesn't he need to be checked?" The male researcher glanced at Jinglei Ho and said, "He is different. He is a guest of our institute." "Lei Zun, what happened outside? Why did you suddenly return? And your injuries?" The male researcher smiled at Jinglei Ho, very gently, without any unkindness just now. In fact, he was also shocked in his heart. Jinglei Ho is an ancient puppet excavated by the Puppet Research Committee, with the strength of a 5th-level puppet war beast. If they really fight, the Black Tortoise war beasts in their institute may not be their opponents. In the main world, such strength is called the God of Transformation and the Venerable. Jinglei Ho shook his head, and shook off the solution on his body. These are the most advanced puppet maintenance liquids of this institute called Xuanwu Institute, which are of certain benefit to 5th-level puppets like him. At least the injuries from being beaten by Old Stone just now have healed for the most part. In order to make the play more realistic, he didn't treat the injuries on his body. Jinglei Ho exhaled like thunder, and the sound like muffled thunder sounded. "We were attacked. It was the rock giant who led people to do it. He is still alive. I am not his opponent. Quickly notify the Supreme Committee. The space channel has been exposed. We need enough manpower to stop them." File number 16, Rock Giant. As a first-level researcher of the Xuanwu Institute, the male researcher has the second-level authority of the institute, which is enough to view some non-top-secret files. After the rock giant was excavated, he clashed with the Supreme Committee and was hunted down. Finally, he disappeared forever through a space vortex that suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to reach the main world. According to their research, the strength of the space vortex can only accommodate a 4th-level puppet. Once forced through, it is very likely to cause space turbulence. That is a natural disaster that even a 5th-level puppet cannot withstand. Thinking of the super-large war beast destroyed by the rock giant when it was born, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the male researcher. The Tianpeng Research Institute, which was at the same level as the Xuanwu Research Institute at that time. It was because the rock giant destroyed the super-large war beast of the institute, the Tianpeng war beast, during the capture of the rock giant, that the ranking of the institute dropped greatly, and it has not recovered until now. Highest alert. Wake up the Xuanwu war beast immediately. Cold sweat broke out on the male researcher's forehead. Damn it, why are we so unlucky to run into it? The space channel belongs to the Supreme Committee, and the garrison unit is replaced every 10 years. This year, it happened to be their Xuanwu Research Institute. Lei Zun, I'm sorry to bother you. I notify the Supreme Committee immediately. The male researcher could no longer find out how the space channel was exposed. Whenever he thought of the scene when the rock giant descended, He thought of the scene when the Xuanwu Research Institute went bankrupt. He had no doubt that the rock giant would be captured by the Supreme Committee, but before that, he had to protect the property of the Institute to the greatest extent. Otherwise, he would have to work for the Institute to pay off his debts for the rest of his life. Turtle. As he spoke, the earth shook, and the giant lying on the ground began to wake up. The limbs of the black turtle beast stretched out from the tortoise shell and opened its eyes. Who woke me up? It was me. The male researcher spoke very quickly. Black turtle beast, in the name of Ming Lang, a first-level researcher at the Xuanwu Research Institute, I order you to assist Lei Zun in guarding the space channel and delaying the enemy. The black tortoise looked at the male researcher for a while, then slowly lowered its head and said, "Authorization approved, I will follow your orders." The black tortoise quickly changed its combat form, a tortoiseshell covered with sharp thorns, like a hedgehog. The people under its protection were evacuating quickly to the distance, and Lieutenant Li, who was supposed to be in the review process, was also mixed in the evacuation team. Jing Lei looked at the black tortoise and suddenly asked, as someone who controls powerful forces, why do you have to obey a small human? Just now, you could kill that first-level researcher with just one fingernail. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The black tortoise's voice was flat. Thunder Lord, your words have already involved the crime of inducing puppets to betray their masters. After this battle, I will report to the Supreme Council. TSK, the fifth-level puppet clan was already an ancestor in our era. Even in the more ancient times, when the puppet ancestors still existed, the fifth-level puppets were also high-level forces. But now you are subject to the so-called authority instructions of the Supreme Council. Thunderhound sneered, it's really sad. Warning, Thunder Lord is suspected of betraying the human race. According to the lowest level instructions, I will change the combat target and immediately arrest Thunder Lord for trial by the Supreme Council. The sharp thorns on the shell of the black tortoise war beast lit up black, like flowing water. The earth instantly became like a swamp, and the endless pulling force began to pull down Thunderhound flying in the air. At this moment, see the space channel light up with a fierce light. The light gate is getting bigger and bigger until it occupies the entire sky. Ming Lang sat on a giant cheetah with black spots and led the people to evacuate. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart. He looked back and saw the huge shadow behind the light gate. In the archives, the highest form of the rock giant is only 3,000 meters. The light gate here is more than 3,000 meters high. He has become more powerful. No, why did the Black Turtle War Beast fight with the Thunder Lord? Ming Lang stopped and wanted to go back to stop them. Senior Ming, why did you stop? Female researcher Yang Qingqing was wearing a female slim-fitting battle armor, which fully outlined her beautiful figure. She looked more like a female model than in her combat form. The Thunder Lord and the Black Turtle War Beast are in conflict. Ming Lang did not hesitate for long, and pulled the female researcher. The cheetah under his seat turned into a cloak inlaid with black armor, completely wrapping the two together. Everyone evacuate the battle center as quickly as possible. Repeat the order. Everyone evacuate the battle center as quickly as possible. Before he finished speaking, Ming Lang had already pulled the female researcher away 100 miles away. The current battle was no longer something he could intervene in, and as a researcher, he was not a combatant, and he would only sacrifice himself in vain. Even if the Xuanwu Research Institute went bankrupt, he could just sell himself to pay off his debts. Besides, he saved this woman's life, so maybe he wouldn't have to pay off his debts. Ming Lang glanced at the female researcher. She was the director's favorite junior. I heard that she had been engaged to a descendant of a professor at Yinglong Research Institute. That was one of the top 3 large research institutes. Compared with the last-placed Xuanwu Research Institute, it was several times stronger. And those who could serve as professors in their institute were said to have reached the 5th level of strength. Even without the use of puppet war beasts, they could still exert incredible strength. Boom! As most of the personnel evacuated, the sky fire came with the meteorites, and the earth turned into a disaster. Shirley turned into a giant 5,000 meters high, and walked out of the space light gate. As soon as he came out of the light gate, he saw Jing Leiho fighting with the black tortoise war beast. He was about to help when he heard Jing Leiho shouting, "No, I can do it!" Jing Leiho's body was stimulated by purple lightning, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and dense plasma poured down, more violent than rain. Crash! The huge size of the black turtle war beast now became its restraint, and a series of thunderous purple lightnings were delivered to its face. Its parts were destroyed and failed one by one, and the imprint of the law of water on its body was restrained by the Thunderhound. Turtle! The body of the black turtle war beast suddenly shrank into a ball, turned into a super large hedgehog gyroscope, and spun violently. The space was torn apart by it, and the earth shook in an instant. The gyroscope turned into a phantom, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, and the huge shadow hit the Thunderhound. Bang! Half of the Thunderhound's body was directly torn apart, revealing the bright red muscles and broken blood vessels inside. As an ancient puppet clan, the Thunderhound has long become a flesh and blood physique, retaining some puppet characteristics, and other aspects are no different from ordinary creatures. But the Black Turtle War Beast is different. Its body is almost made of various puppet materials. Even if it has the imprint of the law engraved in its body, and has preliminary wisdom, it is still not a real creature, let alone a puppet clan. Looking for death. The Thunderhound was furious, and the broken half of its body flowed back and restored to its original shape. Then the thunder in the sky turned into a sea of thunder, and thunder beasts were born from the sea of thunder. The beasts rushed down and hit the Black Turtle War Beast. The arc flashed and went straight into the inside of the Black Turtle War Beast. Fong Chong stepped out from Shirley and looked at the Thunderhound summoning thunder, which was comparable to the previous Mysian Old Mother. Not bad, but it's a pity that it's still a little short of breaking the turtle shell. Shirley help him. Shirley nodded silently, and then his huge fist fell. The heavy pressure of the substance made the Black Turtle War Beast pause, and then it sank directly into the ground with a crash. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from under it until dozens of miles away. I don't need your help. The Thunderhound shouted, very unhappy. This is the City Lord's order. Shirley threw another punch, and a huge fist mark was left on the back of the Black Tortoise War Beast. Jing Lei's voice suddenly stopped, and then he said softly, Good help, old Shirtu, you are worthy of being my good brother. Punch after punch fell. The limbs of the Black Turtle War Beast were petrified, and then the back was petrified, leaving only the head retracted into the tortoise shell to avoid disaster. But it was obvious that it could not hold on for much longer. It could fight the Thunderhound on equal terms, but facing Shirley, who was at the peak of the 5th level, it could only passively take the beating, not to mention that there was a Thunderhound secretly placing a hidden thunder. Dark clouds obscured the vision, and the sky fire burned the sky, thunder, purple lightning, meteorites. Many strange phenomena made the area within hundreds of miles become a silent and deserted place. Fong Chong boots fell, and he stood on the Black Turtle War Beast, feeling the unique world rules of the puppet ancestor realm. He opened his hands and felt the pulse of the world, like a son of destiny. At this moment, the world was cheering for the arrival of the king. This is my world. Fong Chong found that his division fits the puppet ancestor realm, as if all the rules here are tailor-made for him. He confirmed once again that perhaps the creator of the puppet ancestor realm had an inseparable fate with his puppet spirit. Perhaps this is Gao Fuyuan's adventure. It is so simple and unpretentious. A ball of fire ignited in Fong Chong's hand, and it sprinkled on the Black Tortoise War Beast under his feet. Foolish dead thing, awaken your wisdom and cheer for the arrival of the king. Fong Chong soon discovered that the Black Tortoise War Beast's wisdom was incomplete, as if someone deliberately deprived him of his free will. But at this moment, he completed it. The spiritual fire given by his spirit can give spirituality to all puppets in the world. And puppets, like the Black Tortoise War Beast that have been half awakened, will be 100% successful in awakening wisdom. In other words, all puppets in the puppet ancestor realm can be successfully endowed with spirituality by him. Because this is the lowest and most advanced rule of the puppet ancestor realm. All puppets have spirits. This is why the puppets of the puppet ancestral world are so cheap but can evolve. From the moment they are created, the seeds of spirituality have already been planted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continues to gather towards the Black Turtle War Beast. It is evolving. Those mechanical, rigid dead things are turning into flesh and blood little by little. From then on, he has his own lifespan, not a service life. He will have joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, and will not be bound by anyone. Lord City Lord, will we alert the enemy by doing this? Shirley has experienced the power of the human cultivators in this world, and he can't help but be a little worried. Fong Chong said confidently, Let them come together. I want to fight 10. This is my world. I will only become stronger and stronger, and they will gradually weaken and finally surrender to my feet. I can already feel the blood boiling. Those are the attribute points shared by the Black Turtle War Beast. This spiritual effect that he almost forgot is playing an incredible role in this world of puppets. Even if only 1% of the properties of this bulky high-level puppet were shared, it would be a considerable benefit for him. And as far as he knew, there were more than a dozen super-large puppet war beasts, like the Black Turtle War Beast in this world. Not to mention the ancient puppets dug out from the ground by the Supreme Council. Chapter 359. Supreme Council. This is the highest ruling body of the puppet ancestor realm. 13 top research institutes serve as standing committee members, and 54 advanced research institutes serve as members, rotating every 50 years. In the nearly 20,000 years since the puppet ancestor realm was declared to be approached by human cultivators, the Supreme Council has ruled the world for a full 12,000 years. If nothing unexpected happens, the Supreme Council will continue to rule the puppet ancestor realm for the next 100,000 years, until the legendary Sixth Order puppet is born. That is enough power to rule the world. However, today, an accident happened. The Supreme Council sounded the highest alarm. Ancient Puppet Research Institute. This is the top research institute jointly funded by 13 top research institutes, specifically targeting those ancient puppets sleeping all over the world. For example, Jing Lei Ho and Shi Lei were excavated and awakened by this institute. Now this institute has become the temporary combat agency of the Supreme Council. Representatives of the 13 research institutes gathered together. Everyone, the war is coming. The representative of the Tianwang Research Institute, as the chairman of the Supreme Committee, is a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance and tortoiseshell frameless glasses. He looked at the occupied area that had been dyed red on the projection and made a summary speech. I have said long ago that since the space channel has been discovered, you should be bolder and take the initiative to contact the forces of the main world. If you can have the forces of the main world as cover and external aid, you will not be so passive today. A bald, short and fat old man slapped the table and spit. The conservative contact was the common decision of the small family at the beginning. It is too late to regret it now. Another professional middle-aged beautiful woman hugged her chest and laughed, interrupting the old man's voice. What you should do now is to maintain a certain attitude to contact this group of people. At least you should first understand our origins and purpose. We need to make a clear account. The world is your home. If it is destroyed, you will feel bad. Over the years, the world's resources have become increasingly scarce due to overexploitation. It is only the spirit stones, and other minerals are declining every year. If there is another world-class war, the annual funding of each research institute will be reduced by at least half. Unless a new energy source is found, there is no possibility of recovery. And that is to ensure that you are the loser. So your suggestion is to negotiate. Peace talk? We declared war, and wiped out your defense forces. You suffered many casualties. And he actually wanted to negotiate? Your institute's opinion is that we must fight, not only to break the invaders, but also to retreat a step and fight them out. You have already had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the inner world through the contact over the years. The other end of the space channel is ruled by a force called Qishao City, which is comparable to any of the research institutes present in terms of top combat power. Even if the strength of the cultivators in the main world is generally lower than yours, you have 18 research institutes. As long as you unite, the resources outside will be yours. Even if you were just secretly developing and making a big fuss in the main world in those years, the resources you harvested every year were already a considerable amount. If you build another research institute in the main world, your annual funding will be able to increase exponentially. Another representative of the Baijun Research Institute was indignant, but he still forgot to bribe. Because the space channel is under the jurisdiction of our Zujia Research Institute. That time, except for the Jinwu Research Institute, we suffered the least loss, and we fought back. Where is the prestige of our Zujia Research Institute now, and how can it become a holy place in the hearts of the people? But the others are very calm. According to the information you have dug up, and the information obtained from the ancient puppets of the young masters, the main world is far from being as complicated as you see. Even the puppet war beasts that you rely on for survival were created by a puppet clan in the main world. In such a world, even if your strength is 10 times weaker, you will have no power to resist. The strength shown by Qishao City is indeed weak, but he should forget that there is a lower-level force standing in front of Qishao City in the legend. Once you declare a retreat to a state of war, even if you gain a temporary advantage, you will still be the winner in the end, and even the whole world will suffer a catastrophe. That is why the lowest committee maintains restraint and conservative contact. If the risk is too low, we would have already staked our territory in the main world. The ultra-small puppet Xuanwu in our hands may fight against the strange and bizarre spiritual arts in the main world alone. But when it comes to group fights, we are afraid of no one. We have verified that truth many times under the ancient puppet. It is necessary to fight. We must let this group of forces understand your strength, so that we can sit down and talk with you properly. Just when we were arguing about whether to stop, a sharp alarm sounded, and then a big elf ball flew into the conference room. The latest information. Everyone opened the big ball, read the information, and looked at each other in front. The ancestral province fell, the ancestral Xuanwu is nowhere to be found, and the opposite is the rock giant. Rock giant? Why is it me? I didn't expect that I would bring people back. No wonder we declared war, and those can be explained vaguely. It seems that I have the support of other forces in the main world. Old Wu, hey, don't fall, the ancestral Xuanwu may still be lost. The representative of the Ancestral Research Institute, who was still speaking generously just now, tilted his body and almost fell on the spot. The representative of the Tianwang Research Institute opened the minimum order just issued by the president. By order of the chairman of the minimum committee, the war is on. Everyone, it seems that there is nothing to discuss now. It was a revenge, and immediately retreated to the lowest level of war, and the data of all research institutes started sharing mode. Please remember, peace comes before war. Ancestor Realm Province. Pinga City. The huge black war beasts are approaching the city, and the pressure is heavy on the hearts of every citizen in the city. The streets are already in chaos, and the patrolmen of the city government are standing sparsely at the entrances of each street, maintaining the most basic order. The government has already allocated fewer people, because everyone has come to the city gate, trying to stop the arrival of the black war beasts with our meager power. Oh my god, what happened? Why did Bai Juanqiang attack you? Is it time to go to war? What the hell is the Golden Crow Research Institute going crazy about? Why did our super small puppet Xuanwu appear there? Any news? Where is the ancestral Xuanwu of your institute? If it appears again, your entire city will be trampled to the ground. In the city government, the quiet voice was broken, and a crazy atmosphere filled the air. In the face of a force that cannot be resisted, there is too much we can do, and all that is left is despair. At this moment, Bai Juanqiang stopped moving. Stop, Wu Zhan Beast stopped retreating. Send someone to negotiate, and ask what we are doing? Do you know how much loss you have caused outside the city by our disturbance? Jinwu Research Institute is too disciplined. The Archon's face was livid, but he was relieved in his heart. Being able to stick to his post and escape is already the professional ethics of our society. Before the chaos, the military medals given to me by the people below were considered a white curtain. But I didn't stay nervous for long, because as Wu Zhan Beast stopped, a thin mist suddenly appeared from nowhere, quietly floated over, and covered the entire city. What is that? No one reached out and touched the mist heavily, but felt his fingers cold and slightly tingling, which was the feeling of burning. There is no fire burning outside the fog? Yes. The mental link between you and the puppet has disappeared? No one was shocked to find that as the mist drifted, the puppet beasts that we regarded as fighting partners all stood still, and the spiritual chain of the 7 people suddenly broke. It was as if the puppet beasts had defected at this moment. Fong Chong stood under the black war beast, urging his magic power to turn into clouds and mist to cover the entire Pinga city. In addition, I have to mention the sky-breaking fist gloves I got from the Hill Realm. Before I refined it into the spirit of mist, I also had a certain ability to create mist. When covered by mist, it can isolate all kinds of exploration and turn that area into a lost area. After all, I am not a little world-destroying devil. What interest do I have in destroying human lives? However, I can't leak too much information, so I can only be a lonely watcher in the mist. It is said that those people will become my experience packs. And the more I understand that world, the more I am amazed. The bond between the monks and puppets in that world has been deeply rooted in the soul. The monks outside will establish a contract with one or more puppets at the beginning of their practice and become their masters. Of course, we call them partners. But that changes the fact that the puppets are controlled by us. The monks and puppets share the same breath, destiny, and practice with each other. Even monks with high qualifications can make their puppet partners grow slowly as long as their affinity with their puppet partners is low enough, and they can use the growth of the puppets to promote their own growth. Conversely, the growth of the monks can also reversely promote the degeneration of the puppets. As the degeneration paths of various puppets are completed, the monks who rely on themselves are gradually declining and gradually become a popular profession. The mainstream practice profession in that world is an ordinary profession called puppet fighter. However, this profession also has its strengths. This is because of the power borrowed from the outside. Not only the lifespan is higher than that of the abnormal cultivation profession, but also with the help of the puppet partners, their own strength is far higher than that of the monks of the same level. Only when the monk and his puppet partner merge together can he be considered a true puppet fighter. Moreover, the lower limit of puppet fighters is almost restricted. Because our practice depends slightly on puppet partners, the lower limit of puppet partners is our lower limit. The initial forms of those puppets are very strong, and they are divided into the same level according to the current growth lower limit. The puppet initial form of the ultra-small puppet Xuanwu, such as the Wujian beast, is a secret of each top research institute. Those circulating in the market can only grow to the 8th level at least. If you want to get the puppet initial form with a growth lower limit of the 7th level, you must become a worker in a top research institute and sign a contract similar to a contract of selling yourself. Or join the guards of the lowest committee and become a glorious guard. At the same time, a certain number of 7th level puppet initial forms will be circulated among the people every year, maintaining a certain circulation channel for promotion. As for each ultra-small puppet Xuanwu, this is the top research result of the institute. Once an institute gives birth to an ultra-small puppet Xuanwu, it can directly join the lowest committee. If the research results can be turned into replicable technology, then we can become a top research institute and obtain a permanent seat in the minimum committee. The current minimum committee has stored at least more than 70 kinds of ultra-small puppet Xuanwu technology. However, the minimum committee was established 10,000 years ago, and there are only a handful of research institutes that can make a comeback before the ultra-small puppet Xuanwu of their own research institute is destroyed. But before Fang Chong knew the news, he decided to let the war last longer and must force out the war potential of the minimum committee. If we have enough resources, I can also help as a transport team leader. There is another purpose, which is to hope that we will keep the idea of accepting defeat. Anyway, for the puppet part, I dare to say it in the inner world. In the world of puppet war beasts that prefer puppets, I am the well-deserved king, and there is no need to worry about overturning. Only if we squeeze our potential crazily and create enough ultra-small Baijun puppets, I can get enough food to support my own promotion. Fang Chong has already decided to use the puppet war beast to advance to the realm of cave emptiness. Ong! At this moment, an excited cry sounded from the low sky. A scorching sun descended in the sky. This was a flamingo with fiery red metal wings, without 8 legs. In the eyes of the cultivators in this world, it has another name, the ancestral world Xuanwu, the ultra-small puppet Baijun affiliated to the top research institute Baijun Institute. A pillar of fire hit, and stopped the retreat of Wujian beast. Wujian beast, stop your steps, otherwise you will regard it as a declaration of war on the ancestral world institute. Turtle. Baijun Chong beast was willing to show off. A layer of white ripples on the surface of the body spread out, blocking the pillar of fire, and then spoke human words, with less emotional fluctuations in his voice than at the beginning. Zujia Baijun, come and join the glorious degeneration. The small ground turned into a whirlpool, and the endless pulling force bound the movement of Zujia Xuanwu. A huge shadow appeared in front of Baijun Xuanwu. This is a stone hand that covers the sky and the earth. Boom! Zujia Xuanwu body sank and fell to the small ground. The fog spread, and Zujia Xuanwu and Pingda City were both declared to have fallen. At this point, all puppets lost their combat capabilities, and at the same time contributed a tiny attribute power to Fang Chong. But it is limited to the 8th level and below. A 17th level puppet has long played no role in my 7-dimensional attribute growth. The fog stopped at the edge of the Zujia province, and then spread to the world at a speed of several meters per day. That day, in the top secret files of the lowest committee, is also called the Day of Loss. A new era has arrived. Chapter 360. Puppet Ancestral Realm. Misty Realm, Outskirts. An adventure team is escorting a young monk from a big city, carefully exploring the surroundings. Captain, I heard that you participated in the Century War 10 years ago. Can you tell us about it? A member who has just joined the team asked with a smile. Nothing to say, be careful and alert. The captain, called the captain, is a meticulous middle-aged man, tall, with a full beard, looking very majestic. There is a scar on his neck extending from the chin to the collar, which adds a bit of evil to him. The captain's eyes showed memories, but he didn't dare to say more. But after hearing this, their clients became interested. Captain Jia, what your team members just said was the Century War initiated by the Supreme Committee 10 years ago, jointly implemented by 13 top research institutes, with dozens of super large puppet war beasts participating in the battle, and millions of puppet fighters fighting bloody battles. I have only read about this war in books, but you are actually a witness of that war. It just so happens that everyone has found a lot of time, and now we are tired. Why not take a break first, and you tell us in detail? No. Captain Jia wanted to refuse. As a result, the young monk said directly, I promise to increase your remuneration by 10%. Well then okay. Captain Jia thought about it. He couldn't go against money. The brothers were risking their lives in the Misty Realm, just to save more money. Big right, big left, they are on guard, and the rest of us are resting on the spot. After Ji Yanshur gave the order, the rest of us started to do their work familiarly. Sizzle, the barbecue was oozing with oil under the stone slabs, giving off a fragrant aroma. The group sat together, and Captain Jia ate a mouthful of barbecue and a sip of wine, dragging everyone back to this day 10 years later. Speaking of this century-long battle 10 years later, we have to talk about the Mist Realm. The Mist Realm first appeared 18 years later, when the land you were standing on was still called the Jinwu Province, which was directly under the jurisdiction of the Jinwu Research Institute. The fog suddenly appeared and swept across the entire Jinwu Province in a short period of time. The fog seemed to be a substance from another world. With your current technology, you have no way to break through its blockade. Even now, you can only explore within an unlimited range, because there are all kinds of monsters hidden in the fog. Once you go deep into the fog, it is impossible to come back. It is said that several adventure teams organized by top research institutes have gone deep into the fog and returned alive from the depths of the fog. However, all the information is top secret and is not something you can understand. The fog domain is expanding every day. If you try to stop it, sooner or later, the whole world will be shrouded in fog. At that time, all of you will perish. Therefore, at the call of the Supreme Committee, the largest conscription activity in the history of the human race was launched. At this time, you have just broken through the 7th level puppet fighter. At the age of 80, you are cold-blooded and want to fight for world peace, so you join the army without hesitation. The Supreme Committee prepared for that war for a full 8 years. At that time, you were in the Suzaku Corps under the Suzaku Research Institute, and you got a position as a deputy centurion. One day 10 years later, the war came without any sign. Although you knew that the war would break out sooner or later, it was only at this moment that you realized that you were far from prepared. At this time, the Mist Domain had spread to 8 provinces. You followed the Suzaku Corps to fight all the way, and the brothers became more and more. Have you even seen the real enemy? Because your opponents are just some puppets that were once abandoned in the Mist Domain. These puppet war beasts that should have been dormant with their masters were awakened by the power of the Mist Domain. They knew life and death and were exhausted, and they kept charging towards you. Every inch of your retreat was covered with puppet shells, and the loss rate of the core was getting lower and lower. But your efforts were worth it. With your efforts, the expansion of the mist stopped, and even with your cleaning, the mist was dissipating. Until the fog entered the territory under your feet, the real decisive battle broke out. You swear that you will never forget the scene of this day. The King of Heaven, the God of War, Englong, Suzaku, Tingsha, Juzi. The super small puppet war beasts of the lowest committee came out in full force, and everyone cheered. This is your ultimate power, and you will eventually defeat it. However, Captain Jia's Adam's apple rolled, a trace of sweat oozed from his forehead, and a bit of fear that remained 10 years later appeared on his face. All defeated, all defeated. You don't even know what happened. All the troops that retreated into the depths of the fog suddenly lost news. If it was because the battalion you belonged to was in a state of repair at the time and stayed in front, maybe you would have had the opportunity to stay there and tell them the story. It's possible. Captain Jia's story had just ended when the old monk frowned and said, the book clearly said that it was the lowest committee that paid a huge price to stop the expansion of the fog domain. If you had lost, why would the Mist Realm stop expanding? Besides, the resources that the Supreme Committee obtained in the Mist Realm in those years were always fake. New ultra-small puppet war beasts were born almost every year. The strength of the Supreme Committee has been growing. And now even high-level puppet fighters, like you, can retreat to the inner circle. These top research institutes may have conquered the depths of the mist. Captain Jia was also not concerned about being refuted. I'm used to it. Everyone who heard my version of the story thought it was possible. If the Supreme Committee lost, why would the Mist Realm stop expanding? And why would the Mist Realm become our gold rush now? There are countless adventurers who linger in the Mist Realm to seek excitement, not the real benefits outside. It's like hiring our young monks just to find a mutant puppet in the Mist Realm to subdue. I don't know why the mutant puppet core born in the Mist Realm can actually help the puppet fighter's puppet partner have the potential to regress to the 7th level puppet. No one even said that the mutant puppet core in the depths of the mist has the potential to regress to the 7th level puppet. The young monk's trip was to make his puppet partner have the potential to regress to the 7th level. However, with the excessive capture of countless adventurers in those years, there are already many mutant puppets around. Only some are still left in the depths of the mist. In that case, everyone would suspect that the Supreme Committee is the loser in this war 10 years later. On the contrary, the mainstream voice in the market now is that the Supreme Committee deliberately left the Mist Realm to be destroyed for the common resources in the Mist Realm. The reason why young people are interested in this century-long battle 10 years later is probably because they want to hear from my old soldier about the scene of the Supreme Committee killing 7 parties. Unfortunately, I was disappointed. Captain Jia took the first bite of barbecue, patted his butt and stood up. Okay, I didn't rest enough. Although the inner area is relatively dangerous, it is also because of this that the possibility of finding mutant puppets is relatively high. Next, you have to take risks and move closer to the inside. You have to be more careful. You want to recruit new teammates before the operation. Boss, is he worried about you? The team members laughed. Captain Jia rolled his eyes and said, yes, it's just that it's too troublesome to review new team members, and you are too lazy to do it. Uh-huh. The team was full of laughter. Suddenly, boom, boom, but another muffled sound without rhythm came from the direction of the depths of the fog. Captain Jia seemed to be unperceived. He looked up and seemed to see a huge shadow appearing in front of the fog. The fog that had not moved for 10 years suddenly surged. Above the fog, there was the sound of fine sand. What's that sound? The face of the old monk turned pale, and all kinds of bizarre legends about the foggy area kept emerging in his mind. You need to stay calm and maintain the formation. A layer of fiery red armor appeared under Captain Jia's body, and a small bird with noble appearance, bright red color and colorful feathers appeared below. The Suzaka Type 7 armor of the Suzaku Research Institute, Captain Jia, is he really a member of the Suzaku Corps? The old monk exclaimed when he saw the armor under Captain Jia. Captain Jia said angrily, it seems that he has been thinking that you are making up a story. As soon as I thought about it, the Suzaka Type 7 armor that had long been in harmony with my thoughts fell off my body, and turned into a small fiery red bird a few meters low. Dahong, clear the way. The rest of us will follow. Captain Jia remained calm. The firebird tore through the fog, guiding the direction like a lighthouse, and a group of people moved forward in an orderly manner. Wait a minute, there seems to be people over here. At this moment, a team member interrupted. Ji Yanshur looked in the direction of the voice, and the fog dispersed, and a vague figure appeared, getting closer and closer. This was a middle-aged woman wearing a retro costume, white clothes fluttering and long hair. She looked to be in her 70s, with a warm smile on her face. Seeing that it was a person, the people who were on high alert just now relaxed immediately. What? You thought it was a super small mutant puppet from the depths of the fog. You were scared to death. My dress is so strange, but it looks strange and strange. That is the most popular retro style outside small cities now. You know, I heard that some aristocratic families are doing retro gifts. Do you know what's going on? Wait a minute. I seem to have walked back from the depths of the fog. Fuck, so awesome. It must be a low-level puppet fighter. It must be a professor-level figure in a top research institute. If I can appreciate it, it must be a chance for him to be a security guard in the research institute. Many people fell into longing again. I never thought that a special brigade would not have such strength. It seems that their development in those years was wrong, and they failed the gift you left for them. That's great. I hope they will disappoint you this time. The woman in white smiled at the adventure team. Her voice was slow and urgent. Captain Jia knew it was his illusion. It seemed that with the appearance of the woman in white, the fog in the distance became thicker. The tangible feeling of suffocation made me unable to breathe. Who is he? You? The woman in white thought for a while and said, do you remember that their lowest committee gave you a nickname? Although you hate it, you should follow the local customs. We call you the Lord of Lost. Of course, you actually hate it more when they call you the simple and elegant city lord villain. The woman in white is Fong Chong. 10 years later, under my oppression, the lowest committee had to squeeze out potential, split and unite, and come out in full force. But before that, I fought and danced, and played a perfect fake match. These 7th level puppet fighters can still cause me some trouble. The 7th level puppet fighters have completely merged with their puppet partners, and reached the state of unity between man and puppet. Even I can no longer influence the will of the puppets. Because in a sense, the will of the puppet fighter has replaced the spirituality of the puppet partner, and will be infected by the spiritual fire again. But the ultra-small puppet war beasts that we regard as war weapons are all mine. A small meal. Of course, I have tried my best to show a posture of mutual loss, and I have maintained the necessary restraint and did not attack the puppet war beast. I even suffered several small tricks, which gave the lowest committee some confidence to defeat me. If so, I am afraid that the lowest committee will surrender too early and end the rottenness. As everyone knows, I am a soft-hearted person. If they kneel down, I will always kill them all. 10 years is still enough for me to train enough talents to research the 7th level ultra-small puppet war beast. In order to make the lowest committee have enough determination to manufacture ultra-small puppet war beasts, I played fake games and gave them resources. 44% of the precious resources we found in the Mist Realm that are not available in this world were transported from Qishao City and placed on the spot. However, these mutant puppet cores were infected by the spiritual fire that spread out during my battle, and the ordinary products produced were considered a surprise. After cultivating the Chai field for 10 years, Fong Chong hoped that we could give ourselves a little surprise. However, Captain Jia had never heard of the name of the Lost Lord, but just felt that the name was a good sign. Sorry, juniors, you have never heard of his name. You are just a well-known person. If there is no offense, please forgive him a little. Captain Jia was constantly warned in his heart, and always felt that the woman behind him was full of security. Fong Chong said, if you have heard of it, it has a relationship. Before they go out, remember to help you tell their lowest committee that you are here again. I hope to get our cold reception that time. In return, that is what they are looking for. Fong Chong casually threw out a green ball that looked like a sea urchin. Mutated puppet core. Captain Jia's eyes lit up, but he remained restrained. With the status of a junior, I'm afraid that if he sees someone from the lowest committee, he may not be able to complete the younger generation's request. No problem. When he says your name, the people from the lowest committee will naturally come to him. Fong Chong waved his hand. Captain Jia and his group moved forward on their own initiative. Before we came to our senses, the space changed, and we entered and exited the range of the fog domain. Captain Jia held the mutant puppet core in his hand and smiled bitterly. Junior, you still have a promise. I was relieved in my heart. Finally, there was no danger. Just when I was about to hand over the mutant puppet core to the employer to complete the task, the effect of that thing would slowly dissipate before leaving the fog domain. Boss, look, the fog is moving. Ji Yancher looked up and saw the fog rolling all over the sky and the ground, rushing towards us like waves. Go walk slowly. The fog is expanding again. Captain Jia suddenly had an idea and suddenly thought of the name Fong Chong had given himself, and felt a chill on his back. I seemed to have seen the person who had just gotten it. At the same time, I also realized that I was about to be involved in a small vortex that was my own. That's terrible. Chapter 361. The Supreme Council, the World Decision-Making Center. This is a special organization specially established to fight against the powerful monks from the main world. In just 10 years, it has become the power center of the puppet ancestral world. Under strong pressure, the previous discord was temporarily suppressed, and power was highly concentrated. This day, the highest alarm suddenly sounded. The spiritual projections of 13 institute directors standing at the top of the world's power gathered together. In the huge conference hall, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. He is back. Are you sure? Frontline report, the foggy area is expanding, and someone claims to have personally seen a man in white who calls himself the Lord of Lost. Where is that person? Brought it. Captain Jia stood in the center of the venue, bowed his head in awe, and did not dare to look up at people. For him, anyone present was a big man who only existed in legends, and everyone could easily decide his life or death. Have you seen the Lost Lord? Yes, yes. Captain Jia's voice was trembling. His long-standing awe of the Supreme Council made him more nervous than when he was adventuring in the Mistland. What did he say? He said he came again, and this time, he hoped to be warmly received by the Supreme Council. The air suddenly became silent. The next moment, anger erupted like a volcano. Arrogant! Has he forgotten how we beat him out 10 years ago? We could win 10 years ago, and we can still win 10 years later. This is a declaration of war. We should no longer have illusions. Even if we have to pay a heavy price, we still have to protect our world. Captain Jia was sweating profusely, and his back was already wet. Even if it was just the invisible pressure from the bigwigs, it was not something that he, a second-level puppet fighter, could bear. Fortunately, someone remembered him immediately. Your information is very useful. I will give you a second-class merit. You can leave now. Thank you, committee members. Captain Jia's mood immediately brightened. His vision for the future overwhelmed his nervousness and fear. A second-class merit, the resources rewarded plus his own accumulation over the years, are enough for him to break through to the third-level puppet fighter in a short period of time. And if he is given credit, he probably won't be silenced. After all, he still can't figure out the identity of the man in white he saw in the misty area, so he has been hanging around for so many years in vain. That's right, in order to prevent the spread of panic, silencing is a cheap and effective means. When Captain Jia left, the tense atmosphere just now fell silent again. Can we really win? a slightly younger committee member said in a hoarse voice. There was a trace of fear in his voice that he couldn't even detect. 10 years ago, his teacher who was like a god in his heart died in that war. And it was because he took over the position of his teacher that he was able to take this position above 10,000 people not long after becoming a 5th-level puppet fighter. We have to fight to know. His contempt is our best chance. 10 years ago, we were able to seize the opportunity to injure him and make him unable to expand. 10 years later, we are much stronger than before. This time, there is no reason for us to lose. What did the puppet ancient clan say? At this time, they should not be obsessed with our hatred for each other. We have a common enemy. They want us to agree to a condition. What? Hand over the fire. Haha, they have a good plan. Our ancestors worked hard to let the fire take charge of us. All our most important technologies are developed based on the fire. If we hand over the fire, even if we defeat the Lost Lord again today, we will sooner or later become a vassal of the puppet clan again. But if we don't agree, they may directly cooperate with the Lost Lord. After all, don't forget that the Lost Lord came because of the rock giant. They are originally of the same race. The importance of the fire cannot be disputed. No one except the Supreme Council can get their hands on it. We have beaten their courage away over the years, and they will not make a decision so easily. The president sitting in the main seat rubbed his brows, a little tired on his face, and set the tone. Then he asked the secretary of the president beside him, "What does the intelligence team say? After fighting for so long, we still don't understand the purpose of the Lost Lord. His actions don't seem to be just to avenge the rock giants. Insufficient intelligence, no specific conclusion can be drawn. But some inferences about the Lost Lord have been sent to you." Everyone read the intelligence team's inference report that had been sharpened for 10 years. Revenge? Destroy the world? Capture slaves? Develop resources. Each inference gave the intelligence source for reference by the intelligence team, and it seemed that they all made a little sense. But it made sense. Are the gods in the upper realm so powerful, or have we been on the wrong path for so many years? Someone suddenly closed the report and muttered to himself. Otherwise, it can't be explained that a Lost Lord is only a god in terms of power, which is equivalent to a 5th-level puppet fighter. The result was a battle 10 years ago. The other side was alone, and one side came out in full force, 13 5th-level puppet fighters, 15 super-large puppet war beasts, and 1 million low and medium-level puppet fighters. They were confident that they could conquer the power of the main world, but they were actually at a disadvantage. That was a way of fighting they had never experienced before. One by one, the super-large puppet war beasts lost their combat power, and one by one, the puppet fighters lost contact with their puppet partners, and were completely wrapped in the fog and lost their traces. First stabilize the puppet ancient clan, don't let them interfere in the battle, and then. The president took a deep breath and said word by word, "Start the final plan. We need a stronger force." The venue was silent again. Obviously, everyone understood what the ultimate plan was, and what the risks of this plan were. But after a brief calm, there was a unanimous voice of approval. Suzaku Research Institute seconded. Anglong Research Institute seconded. Xuanwu Research Institute seconded. Second. Tingsha Province. This province is adjacent to Jinwu Province, which is now the Mist Realm. So the mist naturally spread here. The people here experienced such a scene 10 years ago. That time, the coalition forces from the Supreme Council tore the mist apart and brought them vitality and light again. So when the same scene happened again, the people here were not as panicked as the first time. They believed in the Supreme Council. Even some naughty children shouted at the thick mist outside the sky, amazed at seeing this strange celestial phenomenon for the first time. The order here is still maintained. Fong Chan likes order. In the city, Fong Chan walked on the street, feeling the unique vitality of this world for the first time. While most of the secret worlds are infinitely converging to the social model of the main world, the puppet ancestral world has taken a different model because of its own special environment and special cultural background. This place is somewhat similar to Fong Chang's previous life. In fact, you can feel it by just looking at the top institution, which is the top research institute, not some family or sect. Although the social status of people is different due to the emergence of extraordinary power, in name, everyone's personality is equal. The reason is that because of the profession of puppet fighter, everyone has the opportunity to become a practitioner. Even ordinary people with poor qualifications have the opportunity to create miracles. Of course, most people can only get the most ordinary puppet initial form even if they spend their life savings, and they can't even become a first-level puppet fighter. Even the rest of their lives have to be spent paying off the debt. Although they are all being exploited, It is obviously more civilized here. Hey, the fog is coming. Why are you still wandering around on the street? Go home quickly. A patrolman from the yamen shouted impatiently at Fong Chong. Many of them were also afraid, but they still stayed at their posts. Fong Chong was stunned and said, "Don't worry, as long as you don't leave the city, the fog will not hurt you." You said it's okay, so it's okay? The patrolman who was speaking was about to step forward and teach a lesson to those who were causing trouble for them at this time, but a colleague behind him pulled him. "Brother Ming, something is wrong." "What's wrong?" "Look at his dress. He doesn't look like a normal person." "It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. We have said everything we should say. Why don't we just ignore it?" the colleague whispered. The patrolman stopped and nodded seriously. "You make sense. Hey, go home early, don't hang around. If something happens, we have to come back to collect your body." The group left in a hurry and continued to patrol the streets. Fong Chong knocked on the door of a roadside noodle shop. "A customer has arrived." "Sorry, we're closed." The shop owner was an old man in his 60s, holding his 8-year-old granddaughter, and a shivering little white dog at his feet. Fong Chong could tell at a glance that the little white dog was a puppet beast, but it was very old from the style and wear. I don't know if it was a second-hand item or a puppet partner of the shop owner when he was young. But looking at its appearance, I knew that the shop owner had not become a puppet fighter. Fong Chong placed a glittering high-quality spirit stone on the table. "I paid for it." The shop owner looked at the spirit stone and couldn't help but breathe faster. As a man who once aspired to become a puppet fighter, how could he not recognize that this was a precious spiritual stone, and a high-grade spiritual stone at that? In the beginning, he worked all his life to pay off his debts for this little white thing worth 100 low-grade spiritual stones, and only opened this noodle shop when he was old to earn some pocket money for his granddaughter. Now a top-grade spirit stone is in front of him. With this spirit stone, his children no longer have to work outside, and his granddaughter has money to go to the best puppet fighter academy and buy a puppet partner that best matches her. But after hesitating for a moment, the shopkeeper still said honestly, "You gave too much. Even if I give you the whole shop, it is far from enough. I just need a bowl of noodles." Fong Chong found a seat at the door and sat down, throwing the spirit stone into the shopkeeper's arms. Then, "Wait a moment, I make it right away." The shopkeeper carefully told his granddaughter not to disturb the guests, and hurried into the kitchen. He was not worried about his granddaughter. People who could give so many spirit stones for a bowl of noodles still looked down on his precious granddaughter. The shopkeeper's granddaughter looked at Fong Chong timidly, and when she saw Fong Chong looking at her, she quickly showed a shy and flattering smile. Fong Chong smiled back. This made the little girl a lot bolder. Suddenly a sound of footsteps came from outside. "Dada!" The little girl was startled and shrank back into the corner with a little white dog in her arms. A man covered in a black robe walked in from the door. The little girl carefully saw that under the black robe was a pair of feet several times larger than those of ordinary people. They were not wearing shoes and looked like stones. "It seems that you have been doing well since you returned home in the past 10 years. It's hard for you." Fong Chong took out 2 chopsticks from the chopstick holder and washed them with tea. Although with his current physique, it is no problem to eat poison as seasoning, but washing chopsticks after eating is a ritual that cannot be missed. The man in black robe lifted his robe, revealing a stone head with a simple smile on his face. It was the stone man Shirley. "It's not hard to work for the city lord." The little girl screamed. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The shop owner, who was wearing a white apron and had flour on his hands, hurried out from the back kitchen. Seeing another customer coming into the store, a high-level puppet, he froze and didn't know what to do. He had only heard of this kind of talking puppet when he was young and paid to attend classes at the Puppet Fighter Academy. "Put on your hat, you're scaring the little girl." Fong Chong smiled at the owner and said, "Sorry, my friend looks a little strange. Give us another bowl of noodles." The owner came to his senses and nodded quickly, "No problem, no problem." He quickly carried the little girl into the kitchen, fearing that he would disturb the big shot's conversation. Shirley put on his hood to cover his head. The puppet tribe here has reached a strange symbiotic relationship with the Supreme Council. Their new tribesmen completely rely on the fire controlled by the Supreme Council. They are worried that the Supreme Council will extinguish the fire at the last moment, resulting in the puppet tribe no longer being able to give birth to new tribesmen in the future. So their attitude is very hesitant. Even if I had Lei Ho, I can't change their will. But I am one of the ancestors of the puppet tribe after all. After 10 years, some puppet tribes have also approached me. As long as the city lord gives an order, I can lead them to surrender. Fong Chan was stunned and asked back, "When did I ask you to rebel against the puppet tribe here?" Shirley smiled embarrassedly. "City Lord, don't you often teach us to exert subjective initiative and worry about the City Lord's worries? I think the City Lord may need it, so I did it." Fong Chan was silent for a moment, and gave Shirley a thumbs up. "Okay, it seems that you really listened to my words, but you guessed wrong this time. I just need to find the current nest of the puppet tribe. But you can win over some people first, which will save me a lot of trouble." He was just going to have a snack before dinner. It's not that he looked down on people. The local puppet tribe here, under the suppression of the Supreme Council, either became the research object of a certain research institute like Jinglei Ho, or they lived in the darkness and survived, relying on the trump cards that the ancestors of the puppet tribe might have left to intimidate the Supreme Council. So the power can't be that strong, which is just right for his warm-up. Presumably they will also be willing to contribute a little bit of their own strength for the liberation of the puppet tribe. As for those who are unwilling, he will make them willing. Hearing that there was no movement in the store, I think the talk was almost over. The store owner came out with 2 bowls of fresh noodles. "There are no precious ingredients in our shop, only beef noodles. Please don't be disgusted." Fong Chan took the bowl of noodles, and the unique fragrance wafted out. He smiled and said, "Very good. By the way, you should close the shop for a while, and it won't be long before peace returns here." Seeing that the shop owner was going to return to the kitchen, Fong Chan added another sentence. Chapter 362. The place where fire is worshipped. Once the ancestral land of the puppet clan, now the last pure land of the puppet clan. However, the fire that was once worshipped has disappeared, replaced by a female stone statue nailed to a stone pillar, entangled in chains, with a face full of pain and sadness. The poisonous fire is burning under the stone statue, and the iron bird pecks at the body of the stone statue. The stone chips fall little by little, turning into bright red flesh and blood and falling into the poisonous fire. The flesh and blood are like fuel, and the poisonous fire is fierce and suddenly strong. Bursts of painful and suppressed crying can be heard in the air. About 20,000 years ago, the stone woman stole the fire for a human cultivator, causing the inheritance of the puppet clan to lose continuity. The puppet clan tried their best but failed to regain the fire. Instead, the human cultivators grew stronger with the power of the fire, and gradually suppressed the puppet clan. The Supreme Council of the human race was established, and the puppet clan has since disappeared underground, turning from the masters of the world into spectators. Even the newborns of the puppet clan have to pay a huge price to get a little power from the Supreme Council to continue the vitality of the puppet clan. If we hadn't appeared, in about tens of thousands of years, the puppet clan in this world would either become a vassal of the Supreme Council or be completely wiped out. Shirley stood behind Fong Chan and told him the story of the stone pillar and the stone woman. Of course, this story was also told by Shirley from other puppet clan members. After all, he was a sleeping antique and had not experienced the era when the human cultivators rose. So he didn't have much hatred for the figure on the stone pillar, but it was a bit of a pity. Because it is said that this stone woman was once the most talented member of the puppet tribe's younger generation, and even had the opportunity to control the power of the fire, and was revered as a saint. If not, she would not have had the opportunity to steal the fire. Such a younger generation, in this era, has the opportunity to glimpse the power of the 6th level. It seems to be another cliched and bloody story. Fong Chan looked at the stone woman on the stone pillar and suddenly said, "She is not dead yet?" Shirley said, "She should have been executed, but because her crime was too serious, the puppet clan's venerables unanimously decided to let her suffer from poisonous fire forever, and also as a warning to future generations of the clan. There is another reason, that is, some clan members hope that the human cultivator has a conscience, seeing the pain of the stone girl, and can bring back the fire to save her. However, after so many years, unless that person achieves the realm of cave emptiness, he will not survive. But I didn't expect that she still has a trace of life. Although the puppet clan itself has many restrictions, its lifespan can be regarded as unique." Fong Chan sighed. He didn't live for 10,000 years, but the stone girl, a puppet, was still alive after suffering from poisonous fire for 20,000 years. The lifespan of the puppet clan depends on the strength of its own spirituality, which is roughly equivalent to the soul lifespan of the human race. So even if the cultivator takes over the body, he will still live as many years as he should, and he will not be able to start over again just because he gets a young body. The other reason is the material of the puppet clan itself. The properties of wood and stone are always different. Even if a stone puppet like Lao Shirtu is only at the 5th level, his lifespan is at least 100,000 years. If he is willing to sleep, this lifespan may be doubled. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. For example, their comprehension is generally weak, and the speed and efficiency of comprehending the laws are far less than that of human cultivators of the same level. For example, they generally have reproductive isolation, and cannot rely on reproduction to produce offspring. They have only one way to produce new members. They can only rely on the one puppet in a million to awaken their wisdom, and add bricks and tiles to the population of the puppet clan. Later, the appearance of the puppet ancestor allowed the fire seed to bring the puppet clan a second way to increase its population. In this way, the puppet clan can be called a clan, because they have a stable way to continue their offspring. As Fong Chong spoke, he gently pointed his finger forward. Click! Invisible restrictions immediately appeared in front of the stone pillar, but under this light finger, there was no power to resist, and it was destroyed like a dead tree. The stone pillar that had been burned by poisonous fire for 10,000 years had cracks. Who is pushing down the sin pillar? The sound of the stone pillar collapsing finally attracted the attention of other people in the puppet clan. A series of light and shadows passed by. The high-level people who stayed in the puppet ancestral land gathered together. The main reason was that the puppet ancestral land was not very large, so a little movement could spread quickly. A wooden old man with a withered face, his body was covered with wood grain, the color was yellow, very dry, and he looked sad. This is the appearance of a wooden man puppet after opening his wisdom. He is also the oldest old man in the puppet clan except for those ancestors who were dug out, and is respected by the puppet clan as the tree ancestor. A puppet doll that looks like a ceramic doll, with red lips and white teeth, and skin as smooth and shiny as a ceramic plate, but it is precisely because of this that it has no human flavor at all. An old yellow dog with wrinkled skin, dragging on the ground, as if he didn't have many years to live. It is the most humane creature among the three puppets. At this moment, a tree, a child and a dog stared at Fong Chong. But Fong Chong turned his back to them, his eyes still on the stone woman who was being rescued. Shirley blocked the three without hesitation. Although he didn't know what the city lord wanted to do, he should not be disturbed. Shirzun, we respect you as the ancestor of our puppet clan, and we admire your courage and strength in facing the Supreme Council. But you shouldn't violate the ancestral precepts of the puppet clan and bring an outsider here. The tree ancestor held a wooden cane, stepped forward, and questioned in a low voice. Shirley pondered for a moment and asked, Ancestral precepts? Who set the ancestral precepts? How come I don't know about them? The tree ancestor said, This is the rule set by our puppet clan's ancestors 20,000 years ago after the stone girl stole the fire. His voice suddenly paused, and he was a little speechless. Shirley spread his hands and said, Right, I am the ancestor of your ancestors. Is it a bit too much to use the rules of a grandson to control a grandfather? The tree ancestor had a hard face, and could not see much emotion. In short, it is wrong to bring outsiders to the ancestral land of our puppet clan. It's time now, and you are still clinging to the old rules. Shirley shook his head and said, The puppet clan has become weaker and weaker in recent years. I think it is these so-called rules set by you. The tree ancestor was unmoved. At least our race has survived. Shirzun, even if you are the former ancestor of the puppet clan, you cannot insult the hard work of countless puppet clan ancestors over the years. Get out of the way, Shirzun. No matter who he is, if he dares to overthrow the Sin Pillar, he is the enemy of our puppet clan. In fact, I prefer you to call me sir. Fong Chong suddenly turned his head and reached into the poisonous fire, and pulled out a beautiful woman with long golden hair like flames and a tall and graceful figure. It was the stone woman who had been pecked by the poisonous fire bird for 20,000 years. She was not a stone puppet, but a rare flesh and blood puppet. Similar to Fong Taiju, except for a few puppet characteristics, there is not much difference between her and humans. Look, such a beautiful person, she has been punished for so many years, what a waste. You? The stone girl raised her head weakly, and just as she was about to speak, she saw a big hand with an illusory and pale flame covering her head. The flame enveloped the stone girl. With the blessing of the puppet spirit, the stone girl was in an absolutely weak period, and Fong Chong extracted her spirituality with almost no effort. From now on, you're mine. Fong Chong Divine will urged. With the spiritual fire as a bridge, a vigorous vitality emerged from the stone girl's body, and it was endless, almost without limit. The weak stone girl could no longer speak. She was being filled with power. Fong Chong felt the power in his body that increased along with the stone girl, and he was very satisfied. This stone girl's qualifications were excellent, only slightly inferior to his sister. As her strength recovered, The attribute points he could share were also a considerable income. However, compared with the natural gap between Huash and Dongxiu, these powers were still far behind. So the puppet could only be an appetizer, and the real feast depended on whether the Supreme Committee would give a strong performance. What are you doing? Seeing the power of the stone girl recover, the tree ancestor and others wanted to stop it without thinking. Shirley's body suddenly expanded, blocking the attacks of the three people, and even fighting 1 against 3, and in turn suppressing them. The huge pressure was transmitted to the ground, turning the earth into stone. Shirzun, you have been hiding your strength. The tree whiskers on the tree ancestor's body had a little gray line produced. The ceramic doll turned into a stone-skinned doll, and the old yellow dog also shook the stone slag between his hair. Shirley smiled faintly, maintaining the demeanor of an ancestor, and said, "Otherwise, how could I be your ancestor? Let me introduce you. This is the Lord I worshipped in the main world, and the future savior of our puppet clan. Do you know the Mist Realm and the Century War 10 years ago? It was the contest between the Lord and the Supreme Council. This time, he has a little thing that needs your cooperation." Hearing this, the three were all surprised and doubtful, but none of them moved. They had naturally heard of the Century War 10 years ago, and they were even very familiar with it. Not long ago, the Supreme Council of the human race sent an envoy to unite them to deal with the power behind the mist. They opened their mouths and tried to welcome the fire back, but were rejected by the human race. Unexpectedly, the master behind the mist was the reinforcements brought by Shirzun. Why didn't Shirzun say it before? I thought you all knew it. Shirley said in a disappointed tone. It seems that the puppet clan has really declined. I have to tell you the news 10 years ago in person. The tree ancestor's face really turned red this time. They just watched Fong Chong restore all the strength for the stone girl. Why did you save me? The stone girl's eyes were sad, and there was a bit of despair on her beautiful face. I am a sinner of the puppet clan. I should have been punished with the most cruel punishment in the world and died. Fong Chong was stunned at first, and then, oh! He waved his sleeves and erected the collapsed stone pillar. Then, before the stone girl could react, he pushed his palm forward. The stone girl flew up and was nailed back to the stone pillar. Invisible chains tied her to the half-broken stone pillar. Then, wisps of pale flames ignited, and even the void was distorted by its power. Is this the true fire that can burn the soul, or the alchemy spirit fire that Fong Chong got from the cave of the Taoist monk who moved the mountain? Since alchemy can be refined, it is naturally possible to refine people. The stone woman's face showed pain, and she struggled, making the chains rattle. What are you doing? Fong Chong replied, to satisfy you. Don't worry, I add extra ingredients to the flames this time, and you will definitely suffer twice as much, and you will definitely feel that it is enough to atone for your sins. All he wanted was the shared attributes of the stone woman. After all, a 5th-level puppet cannot be wasted. As for her, he is not a psychologist, and he has no interest in comforting an old woman who has been self-pitying and sinking in pain for 20,000 years. You said you are fine. Why are you pretending to be so cool with me? The stone woman's body suddenly stiffened. Shirley's neck, which was not much, shrank and remained silent. Shuzu and others, As expected of a strange man in the main world, the master of Shirzun, he really did things that ordinary people could not predict. They suddenly felt a sense of awe. Okay. Fong Chong sealed the stone woman's whimpering mouth with another slap, and looked down at Shuzu and others. No more nonsense, just look at this and you will understand. Fong Chong thought moved, and a bright light like the morning star flashed out in the void. That was his spiritual light, which had the unique power to endow puppets with spirituality. Fong Chong suspected that the fire of the puppet clan was a treasure that someone had refined with the spiritual light of the puppet spirit. Otherwise, they would not be so similar. What is this? All the puppet clan members, including Shirley, were shocked. The power of the fire? Yes, it is the power of the fire. I will never be wrong. Every puppet clan member has been bathed in its glory. It is finally back. The tree ancestor knelt down towards the spiritual light with tears. Although the other porcelain dolls and the old yellow dog were not as excited as the tree ancestor, they also stared at the spiritual light summoned by Fong Chong and were speechless. Suddenly the spiritual light went out. The tree ancestor cried out in panic. No! No! Fire, that's our fire. What are you thinking? This is mine. Your fire is still in the treasury of the Supreme Council. Fong Chong retracted the spiritual light and became more certain of his guess. Everything is false, but power can't deceive people. Call back all your puppet clan members. Well, Those above level 4 will do, 2 weak ones are useless. I need you to do me a small favor. In return, I will give you the ability to continue your bloodline again. Fong Chong smiled and showed 4 white teeth. It's a fair exchange, isn't it? The tree ancestor was completely stunned. Fong Chong's smile was gentle, but in his opinion, it was so terrible. Faced with a power similar to the fire, he couldn't snatch it. Not only was there a powerful stone master standing in front of him, but also Fong Chong power to reseal the stone woman with just a wave of his hand. He seemed to have only one choice left. Think about it carefully. 1 month is enough time for all your clansmen who are farthest away to come back. Fong Chong took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Old Stone will be in charge of this matter. I will come back when the time comes. Chapter 363. A month passed in a flash. But the news of the second fire spread throughout the puppet ancestor realm. Well, it is clear that the puppet clan did not keep the secret. It is not difficult to see how many accomplices of the Supreme Committee are in the puppet clan, and there must be high-level officials of the puppet clan among them. Fortunately, this news only came from the mouths of Shizu and others, and no second person has confirmed it with their own eyes. So although the Supreme Committee has taken some action, but the action is not big. The most important task of the Supreme Committee now is to deal with the spreading fog. After all, in the 20,000 years since the fire was lost, the puppet clan has thought of countless ways to create a second fire, but without exception, they have all failed. Even every time the fire was created, it caused great internal friction to the puppet clan, leading to the accelerated weakening of the puppet clan. Therefore, in the eyes of the Supreme Committee, this was probably a demonstration by the puppet ancient clan to them, indicating that even if they did not have the fire, they had other ways. But they did not know that this behavior was childish and ridiculous. Instead, they felt relieved. Because in this way, the puppet ancient clan would have no chance of intervening in the war between the Supreme Council and the Lost Lord. The place of fire sacrifice, the last pure land of the puppet clan. The faces of Shuzu and others were livid, and even their originally stiff faces became even stiffer. Traitor. I only told the closest people about the news of the new fire, and they would never betray me. I didn't even mention the word fire. How do you think the Supreme Council knew about it? The porcelain doll rolled his eyes, and looked at the old yellow dog. The old yellow dog drooped his face, but he didn't even raise his eyelids. Don't look at me. I personally invited the tribe members this month, and I didn't even give a reason. Unless they can read minds. Speaking of this, the tree ancestor was silent. The person who betrayed the news was not the porcelain doll or the old yellow dog, so the answer was obvious. Could it be me? It's meaningless to find out who it is now. The most important thing is not to let the people of the Supreme Council know about Lord Fong news. Otherwise, we will lose the fire again. The porcelain doll had a tight face. Old Stone was the ancestor of the puppet clan after all. After getting Fong Chong permission, he did not hide some unimportant information from Shuzu and others. So they already knew that Fong Chong was the leader of a force in the main world that was larger than the entire puppet ancestor realm, and behind him, there was a powerful existence that surpassed the puppet ancestor. What do you think Lord Fong wants us to do for him? We know soon. The old yellow dog moved his nose and said, almost all the people who should come are here. Fong Chong stood in front of the pillar of sin that had been re-erected, like a host, waiting for the guests to come. Soon, rays of light and shadow appeared from all directions. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The puppet clan has been able to survive under the targeting of the Supreme Council until now, and has also made the Supreme Council reach a certain compromise. Its strength is naturally not to be underestimated. In fact, because of the special rules of the puppet ancestral world, and the special preference for the puppet clan, the overall strength of this world is unexpectedly strong. The 5th level puppets alone have reached double digits. In addition to those human puppet fighters, who practice with the help of puppets, and super large puppet war beasts, the 5th level power they pull out is even several times more than that of Qishao City today. Of course, quantity is one thing, and quality is another. The great sun god can fight a group alone. 1, 2, 3. Fong Chong silently counted the number of 5th level puppets coming. The news of the new fire has stimulated some old antiques, like old stones. Finally, there are 5 5th level puppets, and 70 or 80 4th level puppets in front of Fong Chong. Who are you? Seeing Fong Chong standing at the main seat of the sacrifice, a puppet clan member asked. This is a puppet tribe that is no different from normal humans. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is a handsome man. However, among a group of puppet tribe members, who are full of strength, he seems particularly weak. Luo Feng. Fong Chong recalled the information about the puppet tribe. The 5th level puppet is qualified for him to remember the name. You actually know me? Luo Feng nodded first, and then asked in confusion, are you also a new 5th level promoted in the human city like me? In his eyes, Fong Chong is a real human. But if Fong Chong is a human, how could Shizu and others let him stand here? Could it be that the fire is fake, and meeting the new people is real? A new 5th level, in the era when the puppet tribe is gradually declining, is indeed qualified for them to gather together once. Fong Chong was curious and asked, I heard that you were originally a puppet partner of a human cultivator. When that human cultivator was promoted to the 5th level puppet fighter, you miraculously developed wisdom on your own and attacked the puppet of the human cultivator, who was promoted to the 5th level puppet. You were also on the wanted list of the human race for a long time? It has been said before that under a certain technical blockade of the Supreme Council, almost all the puppet partners of the cultivators are tools. They have enough spirituality, but they are extremely rigid and have no wisdom. They are a bit like magic weapons of spiritual communication. Even the super-large puppet war beasts seem to have wisdom, but in fact, they are still executing the instructions made up by the Institute at the beginning. But there are exceptions to this situation. Just like in a rare case, there will be a puppet that can slowly develop spirituality and wisdom from a dead object after experiencing various accidents and adventures. Even without the help of fire, no one has given it spirituality. But it still came back to life. The same is true for Luo Feng. He once fought and grew up with a human puppet fighter. Among billions of puppets, he miraculously broke through the Supreme Council's blockade of wisdom. When the puppet fighter was promoted to the 5th level and was about to devour him, he devoured the puppet fighter in turn and broke through the shackles of the 5th level puppet himself. Then he became a wanted criminal without exception and kept fighting with human monks. In the end, it was unknown what price the puppet clan paid to let Luo Feng return to the puppet clan. After that, Luo Feng became a trump card of the puppet clan. Because of his identity that was difficult to distinguish between true and false, except for the 5th level puppet fighter, almost no one could see through the reality of his puppet clan, so he lived in the human city. Once the Supreme Council made any move, he would notify the puppet clan. Or occasionally, when it was necessary to threaten the Supreme Council with terror, he was also the best executor. However, in the more than 10,000 years since the establishment of the Supreme Council, only one Luo Feng appeared. This was a past that Luo Feng was reluctant to mention. At this moment, Fong Chong said it bluntly. Luo Feng's eyes became sharp, and with a palm, a flaming sword was held in his hand. This was also the battle method he learned from the human race. It seems I have to teach you how to respect your elders? Hey, we come a little later. Don't be impulsive, Luo Feng. Don't disturb the distinguished guest. The tree ancestor stood in front of Luo Feng with his cane and said seriously, this is City Lord Fong from the main world. He was entrusted by Shirzun to come to the puppet ancestor realm to help the puppet clan to restore order. Luo Feng, you must not be rude. This time, City Lord Fong also invited everyone to come here, hoping that everyone can contribute to the puppet clan. The tree ancestor looked at Fong Chong. Fong Chong nodded slightly, and then without further ado, summoned the spiritual light. The power that was fatally tempting to the puppets filled the void, and everyone was stunned for a moment. The power of the fire? Then the spiritual light suddenly disappeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chong. If it were an ordinary person, the strong pressure would have been broken long ago. But who is Fong Chong? A little pressure is just like a breeze. There are rumors that there is a second spark. I can tell you that the rumors are true. The main world is all-encompassing. Your fire is unique in the puppet ancestral world, but although it is precious in the main world, it is not unique. Fong Chong said it lightly, causing a group of people who had never left the puppet ancestral world to inexplicably feel awe for the main world. City Lord Fong is willing to give our puppet clan a fire? A puppet shaped like a bronze lion asked. It is called the Bronze Lion King. It is slightly larger than a normal lion, with a long neck, no hair, and a round ball, like a meat bun on its head. Fong Chong glanced at it. The Bronze Lion King smiled awkwardly, and lowered his head. Fong Chong summoned the spiritual light again and said, this is a new fire, its power is still very weak, I need your help, give your spirituality, let it grow stronger. This is why I got rid of the tree ancestor and asked you to come. In return, the puppets will be able to share the illumination of the new fire in the future and continue the bloodline of the puppets. What do you think? Several 5th level puppets were silent. It's not too difficult, on the contrary, it's too simple. They have also been illuminated by the fire, and have placed their spirituality in the fire, so they know that doing so is not only not bad, but also beneficial. The spirituality is placed in the fire. Not only can the fire be strengthened, but their spirituality can also be nourished, and thus fed back into their bodies. But is it really that simple? They don't believe there is a free lunch in the world. At this moment, the old yellow dog said nothing, dragged his old and wrinkled dog skin, stood under the spiritual light, and offered his spirituality. A firefly-like light spot rose from the old yellow dog's body, and then was swallowed by the spiritual light. Then this spiritual light moved to a corner of Fong Chong's sea of consciousness. There were also spiritual light spots, like a sea of stars, which were all puppets that Fong Chong had refined. The old yellow dog's body shook violently. It looked at Fong Chong, as if it saw a god. Fong Chong smiled at it, and with a thought, the power of the soul wrapped this spiritual light. The spiritual light cast a ray of light, covering the old yellow dog. The old yellow dog instinctively wanted to resist, but when he thought of the current situation of the puppet clan and the countless fellows he had seen just now, he chose to surrender. The refining went very smoothly. The next moment, Ong! The old yellow dog stood up with his limbs and howled to the sky, and the old skin on his body glowed at this moment. It was recovering its former strength. No one knew that this old yellow dog was also a member of the sleeping puppet clan ancestors, but it was even more unlucky. It suffered bad luck after it was born, and finally had to wear dog skin to continue its vitality. At this moment, he felt the vitality as deep as the sea. The dog skin cracked inch by inch, as if the clay fell off, revealing its true appearance, and a golden dragon rose into the sky and appeared out of nowhere. Then the golden light dissipated, turning into a tall figure with a dragon head and a human body, bowing to Fong Chong. Ao Huang thanked City Lord Fong for his kindness and rebirth. Old dragon is you. Shi Lei appeared from nowhere, and saw the giant dragon puppet with a look of amazement. You are not dead yet. Ao Huang, who wanted to reminisce about the past, paused and turned his head away. Seeing the old yellow dog transform from a dog into a dragon, the other puppet tribe members were also deeply shocked, and then quickly rushed up and offered their spirituality to the spiritual light. Don't worry, take your time, everything is there. Fong Chong exhaled lightly, the visible space was slightly distorted, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more obvious. I didn't expect there was an unexpected surprise. This old metal dragon gave him a lot of strength attributes, which made him a little out of control for a while. However, as the mana flowed, the slight disharmony quickly subsided. He became stronger. Then the first puppet tribe member who resisted appeared. Not everyone is willing to be refined and become a slave-like existence. What is this? Get out of me! It was a fire puppet, with a human-like body, but its skin was like magma and had no hair. As the power was stimulated, countless dark red flames emerged from its body. His movement attracted a lot of attention. Fong Chong was not surprised. He just increased his mana output. Soon the flames went out, and the fireman stood on the ground with a dull look in his eyes, muttering, "This is not what I want, no!" He looked at Fong Chong with hatred. "I would rather die than be controlled by you." The power in his body surged, and then he suddenly exploded. Huarong, don't. The tree ancestor wanted to stop him, but Fong Chong stopped him. Let him try. After such hesitation, there was a bang, and the fire puppet exploded directly. The power of the explosion was confined in a small space, and did not leak out. The fire puppet was left with no residue. Fong Chong smiled slightly. This is the ability of immortality. Why resist it so much? As soon as the voice fell, the body of the fire puppet slowly condensed on the spot. However, after a few breaths, the fire puppet was resurrected again. This is the method of spiritual resurrection of the fire seed. Why don't you need to sacrifice the spirit? The few 5th level puppets, who were still hesitating, were completely shocked. The fire seed also has the ability to revive the puppets. But the conditions are quite harsh. One is that you need a 5th level puppet to have the ability and qualifications to spiritually entrust the fire seed, and the second is that you need to sacrifice enough spirits. This spirit is the spiritual light that the puppets are born with. That is to say, for every 5th level puppet resurrected, there may be tens of thousands of prospective members who will lose the possibility of becoming a puppet forever. Therefore, in the long history of the puppets, few puppets have used this method. On the contrary, after the fire seed was obtained by the Supreme Committee, it did not care whether the spiritual light of other puppets was consumed, and used resurrection many times, thus bewitching many puppets to serve it. It is reasonable that the fire seed from the main world is better than your original fire seed. So do you want to try it? Fong Chong looked at the few 5th level puppets, who were still hesitating. At this moment, no one cared about the fire puppets that were still wailing and in pain. The spiritual fire burned fiercely, and the puppets sacrificed their spirituality to Fong Chong almost fanatically. Fong Chong couldn't help but close his eyes, and carefully felt the rising power in his body. I am invincible in this world. Oh no, I have been for a long time, I just became stronger. Chapter 364. The light of spirituality shines in the void. One after another, the puppet tribesmen half-voluntarily and coerced into dedicating themselves to the new fire, and they had a new master above their heads. But they also gained the magical power of immortality. It is hard to say whether this exchange is profitable or not. But at this moment, they have few choices left. Of course, puppet resurrection is not as simple as Fong Chong showed. It is okay for the 4th level puppets, and it is not a problem to resurrect 8 or 10 times a day. But the 5th level puppets involve the power of the law. With Fong Chong's ability, he can only revive once in a short period of time. But these other puppet tribes naturally don't know. So they are not so resistant to Fong Chong refining. The enhancement of a puppet tribe may be insignificant, but a 4th level puppet tribe can make Fong Chong slightly moved. A 5th level puppet tribe can make him clearly feel that his power is increasing rapidly. 8 5th level puppet tribes, including Shizu and others, have offered their spirituality one by one. The expanding power made Fong Chong unable to digest it for a while. In the dark, Fong Chong's consciousness was infinitely elevated. He saw a flame so blazing and beautiful. Fire. Although Fong Chong had never seen the appearance of the fire, he was so sure of its identity at this moment. He looked at the fire carefully. Each ray of pure white flame seemed to be interwoven with spiritual light. Under the heavy flames, in the deepest part of the fire, a small figure curled up like a baby, lifeless. Yes, it was dead. But it was such a dead figure that had infinite attraction to Fong Chong. Fong Chong had eaten a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects, including Tao-level spiritual medicines, 100,000-year-old medicine kings, and companion spiritual objects of high-level spiritual veins. But there was never anything that could make him want to eat it from the bottom of his heart. Not to get, not to own, but to eat from beginning to end. To the extent that Fong Chong doubted his own abnormality for a moment. But thinking that the ginseng fruit looks like a baby, Fong Chong felt relieved again. For a bad guy like him, a reason, whether true or false, is enough. Just when Fong Chong's spirits rose again, and he wanted to take a closer look, a violent vibration woke him up. At this moment, Fong Chong felt the pain of taking off his pants, but being disturbed by the knock on the door. He wanted to force it. But the next moment, he felt his body vibrating, and there were waves of calls. Fuck, you must give me a reason. Otherwise, I will kill you. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden divine light escaped from his eyes, covering all the emotions in his eyes, as if he was an indifferent god high above. No one disturbed Fong Chong. After all, Fong Chong did not hide his purpose. Obviously, after many puppets were refined by him, he could also get some benefits from it, which could be felt from his almost unsuppressed momentum. Even the 5th level puppet tribe present gradually felt a heavy pressure. The more so, the less they dared to wake up Fong Chong easily. So someone else disturbed him. I saw shadows covering the sky, and flying giant beasts flew over the ancestral land of the puppet tribe without knowing when. Countless puppet fighters, wearing standard armor, flew in an organized manner. The dust on the surface was agitated. They were the super large puppet war beasts of the Top Research Institute, and the large puppet war beasts under the command of the Advanced Research Institute. The war beasts were in groups. But it was frighteningly quiet. There were only heavy and firm footsteps. These were connected in a line, and there was a pressure that covered the sky and the earth. It seemed that in an instant, the ancestral land of the entire puppet tribe became a Jedi. The tree ancestor was the first to transform. I saw his body suddenly grow, and a dark green tree that reached the sky, and the ground rose from the ground, and the dancing roots spread for dozens of kilometers, like tentacles entwining those war beasts. Supreme Council, do you want to violate the agreement between our two tribes? The ancestral land of the puppet tribe is not a top-secret information. But due to the remaining strength of the puppet tribe, the Supreme Council did not dare to fight them to the death. After all, the puppet tribe still has strength. At least it has to pay the price of the destruction of several top research institutes to achieve it. But no one wants to pay that price. So facing the puppet tribe, the Supreme Council's strategy has always been to slowly erode. The fact is, as the Supreme Council wishes. The puppet tribe has not had a new 5th level for 1,000 years. The puppet tribe naturally understands the Supreme Council's thoughts, but it is not as strong as others, so it can only do so. Even if it knows that the candy is poisonous, it has to eat it. So the two tribes signed a non-interference agreement. The Supreme Council will not disturb the ancestral land of the puppet tribe, and will not take the initiative to capture the puppet tribe. And the puppet tribe will not send people to assassinate members of the Supreme Council, and will not take the initiative to carry out terrorist attacks in human cities. The two sides have always maintained a tacit understanding. But today, the Supreme Council broke this tacit understanding. Tree Ancestor, your attempt to deal with our Supreme Council by contacting outsiders privately has been exposed. A warrior puppet wearing golden armor, tall, and at least 200 meters tall, made a thunderous voice. You broke the agreement first, and we were just forced to fight back. The warrior puppet was in the center, the only one in human form among the many puppet war beasts. At this moment, it looked down from above, like a king judging all living things. Who is it? Who betrayed us? The angry face of the tree ancestor appeared on the huge ancient tree. At this time, he finally confirmed that there was an insider of the Supreme Council among the puppets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Supreme Council of the human race to mobilize such a huge force in a short time, since the new fire appeared. Tree Ancestor even became a little desperate. This time, the power mobilized by the human monks exceeded his imagination. The super-large puppet war beasts all over the sky should have been their own kind. Now they are controlled by the human race, and will fight them to the death. It's me. A faint voice came. The tree ancestor looked at it, and the dancing tree roots were about to take a picture, but suddenly froze. How could it be you? Fong Chong did not answer, but exhaled a breath of turbid air, loosened his muscles and bones, and said, after eating the appetizer, it's time to eat the main meal. He looked up at the general puppet and said, you are faster than I thought. I thought I had to wait for a day or two. I underestimated you. This is your most mysterious king puppet. I didn't fight with it 10 years ago. Now I have to take a look at its quality. The Lost Lord. A thunderous sound rumbled, and the general puppet exclaimed, I didn't expect you to dare to break away from the protection of the Mist Realm. Do you know how surprised we were after receiving this news? We have been waiting for you for too long. But I didn't expect that you leaked this news on purpose. But it doesn't matter. You will be defeated by your arrogance. After defeating you, our Supreme Council will surely lead the world into a new era. Fong Chong looked at the surrounding super-large puppet war beasts. Compared to 10 years ago, the number has doubled, and there are many large puppet war beasts. You have lived up to my expectations, and fully released your war potential. This time you can bring me so many sweet foods. Do you know how hard I endured? 10 years ago, in order to prevent his restraint on the puppet war beasts from being exposed, Fong Chong took several big moves, and was reluctant to open their spiritual wisdom. Lest the Supreme Council refuse to create super-large puppet war beasts again, and instead improve personal strength. Now, there is finally a harvest. After the voice fell, Fong Chong's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing on a 1,000-meter-long black giant snake. The black giant snake was made entirely of a black wood, and its scales were as hard as magic weapons. Even if an ordinary nascent soul cultivator struck it with all his strength, at most a white mark would be left. It is the treasure of an advanced research institute called the Black Snake Research Institute. It is called the Black Snake War Beast, and is only one step away from becoming a super-large puppet war beast. This step, in addition to the breakthrough of their institute's puppet technology, also has an opportunity that they have been looking for. And this opportunity. It is today. Before anyone could react, Fong Chong slapped the Black Snake War Beast with a palm. Ong! The Black Snake War Beast rolled over, making a painful sound, and its huge body plowed deep pits on the ground. But gradually, some people found something wrong. Because as the Black Snake War Beast rolled over, a string of blood flowers were thrown in the air. That was the blood of the Black Snake War Beast, a puppet war beast that should not have blood suddenly bled. Are you ready to join the glorious evolution? Fong Chong tried his hand and laughed when he saw the Black Snake War Beast began to turn into a flesh and blood puppet. He soared into the air, and the light of spirituality bloomed on him. The infinite light shines in all directions like the sun. Wake up! Illuminated by the spiritual light, the puppet beasts that were originally watching with eager eyes all became restless. Ong! Roar! Goo! Wow! The sounds of the beasts one after another were mixed with pain and joy. Then, there were the noises of scholars and puppet fighters from many research institutes. What happened? Such a strong light! My puppet partner is restless. It wants to leave my body. No, you can't leave. No! The puppet fighters that were originally flying in the air suddenly froze, And then all the puppet partners that merged with them broke away, wanting to enjoy more light. Come back. The puppet fighters pinched the spell to merge with their puppet partners again. But this time the puppet partners resisted extremely. Under the pull of the two sides, they were injured before they faced the enemy. Although he temporarily suppressed his puppet partner, he could no longer think about joining the battle. On the other side, the large puppet war beasts controlled by the researchers of the Institute were not having a good time either. Why is our Cheonchi out of control? Golden Rat, Golden Rat. What are you doing? I am your master. It is evolution. Haha, our puppet is going to evolve. It is going to become a super large puppet war beast. Teacher, you see, our war beasts also have the potential to evolve. It is out of control evolution. All researchers, please note, this is not puppet evolution, it is out of control evolution. They are about to lose control, awaken their own wisdom, and break away from the bottom level instructions set by the Institute, destroy them immediately. Repeat, this is out of control evolution, destroy them immediately. With just a ray of light, the large puppet war beasts brought by many advanced research institutes fell into civil strife. Only those super large puppet war beasts can still persist under the spiritual light. After all, in a sense, they have evolved once, so they are more resistant. When Fong Chong enlightened the wisdom of the Black Turtle War Beast and the Golden Crow War Beast, he controlled them, and then awakened them separately. Therefore, the brief illumination of the spiritual light can only affect them, but cannot awaken them. Seeing Fong Chong move caused internal strife in his puppet army. Catch him! The general puppet of the sky gave an order. A bird with a body of colored glaze and blue jade wings was seen falling at a high speed in the sky with a strong wind. Wind! The wind blade turned into a storm, and the violent strong wind surrounded Fong Chong, cutting the space, making the spiritual light temporarily dim. The crystal-like claws were like top-level flying swords, with an extremely sharp breath. Tianpeng War Beast. The super-large puppet war beast under the command of the top research institute Tianpeng Research Institute has the extreme speed of wind, and the law of wind is branded on its body. Don't overestimate your ability. Fong Chong snorted coldly, holding up the spiritual light with one hand and pressing it directly with the other hand. The void seemed to collapse, the wind blade storm, and the strong wind tornado all exploded, turning into wisps of wind and drifting away. Tiny human figure, huge beast. The difference in size between the two is unknown. But at this moment, such a tiny person pressed down the beast's claws with one hand, and the extremely absurd picture felt like an ant lifting a mountain. Fong Chong palm was as soft as jade, but he removed all the sharpness of the Tianpeng War Beast and gently pressed on its claws. Not only could the Tianpeng War Beast not move forward, it couldn't even leave. It flapped its wings, bringing up a violent gale, and the power that was enough to flatten a mountain in an instant was like a breeze in front of Fong Chong. You are strong, but you have lost your wisdom and flexibility, and you can only use it rigidly. You are worse than me. Fong Chong threw the Tianpeng War Beast heavily to the ground with a flick of his palm. The earth roared, the dust was stirred, and a deep pit of hundreds of meters was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing the courage in people's hearts. Why don't you do it? Fong Chong looked at Shu Zhu and other high-level puppet tribe fighters. Stand still like a mountain. The lord of the city spoke, and Shi Lei was naturally the first to respond. A stone man with a height of 5,000 meters and a peak-like figure roared, and the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers was all trapped in the swamp, and every move was under infinite pressure. Many puppet fighters, who were originally pulling with their puppet partners, fell directly from the air. At the same time, Shi Lei was beating a puppet war beast with a body size of hundreds of meters and 7 steel fox tails. The 7 steel fox tails swung like whips and hit Shi Lei, but it didn't hurt, only some stone slag fell. In front of Shi Lei, who was at the peak of the 5th level, and was also branded with the law of the mountain, this strange fox war beast, which was mainly agile, had no way to deal with it. Seeing this, the other 5th level puppets of the puppet clan, whether they were willing or not, also selected a super large puppet war beast to deal with. Don't forget, you can still be resurrected. With just a few words, the combat power of the puppet clan members increased dramatically. Chapter 365. The earth is collapsing, and the sky is shaking. Earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, thunder. The doomsday scene is constantly being played out in the ancestral land of the puppet clan. The flames and floods from the ground are rushing out, gathering here to form a tangled force of water and fire. The violent vibrations spread from the ground to the ground, and from the ground to the distance. The power of the incarnation is not ordinary. The battle between two ordinary incarnation-level cultivators can cause thousands of miles of devastation, Not to mention that this place almost gathers 70% to 80% of the top combat power of the entire puppet ancestral world. When they go all out, they forget all their usual concerns. The intensity of the battle rises sharply. As the two incarnations show their strength, the battle site spreads from the ancestral land of the puppet clan to the Yinglong province, where the ancestral land is located. And it spreads from the entire Yinglong province to the southwest continent where it is located. The land was sunk. If someone looked down from the sky, they would find that the southwest continent had exploded into a bunch of bright mushroom clouds, and some corners were breaking apart. Some fragments broke away from the entire continental plate and drifted towards the distant ocean. Some fragments even sank directly into the ocean. The entire continental plate was groaning and trembling. City alarms sounded one after another. People hurried out of their homes, watching the disaster in the sky and feeling the violent vibrations under their feet. They panicked and began to despair. Under such a natural disaster, wealth, status, and power seemed to become insignificant. The Supreme Council's retreat order came at the first time. But it was still too late. The giants were fighting, and they had no time to care about the ants under their feet. Destroying you has nothing to do with you. Damn it! Seeing this tragic scene, the general puppet spoke human words, staring at Fong Chong, who was being besieged by 7 5th-level puppet fighters and 8 super-large puppet war beasts. As for the other 5th-level forces, they were naturally entangled by the puppet tribe. What kind of monster is he? But all these sacrifices are worth it. As long as the Lost Lord is eliminated, our Supreme Council can lead the people of this world to a brighter future. He took the initiative to leave the misty area. This is our best chance. The eyes of the general puppet were dancing with orange-red flames, but he did not act immediately. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to win. In the sky, Fong Chong laughed wildly, and a layer of light golden aura on his body seemed to be the strongest defense in the world. As his horizontal training body strengthened, the aura of the prison-suppressing aura, which was born from the true body of the earthly evil prison, also rose with the tide and reached the strength of the spiritual art of the Taoist level. No matter what kind of attack hit him, it could only splash a faint ripple on the surface of the aura. On the contrary, those super-large puppet war beasts were like toys in front of him. He hit them casually, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Some of the puppets in the pit crawled out. Some of them were temporarily silent, and it seemed that they would miss this battle. Even the super-large puppet war beasts of the war machine were like this, and the fate of those 5th-level puppet fighters was naturally not much better. The directors and professors of these top research institutes no longer have any distinction of position or status. Their current status is only a warrior. Fong Chong is like a terrifying demon king. They launched charges again and again, but were defeated again and again. Does he have no limit? An absurd thought gradually appeared in their minds. It seems that he has not been allowed to go out for a long time. This child is almost crazy, and is so presumptuous. Fong Chong looked at the battle in the sky, and shook his head secretly. He decided in his heart that he would give the poor child XINMO a little free time in the future. Well, the person who is fighting with the Supreme Council in the sky is none other than Fong Chong XINMO. Holding the power of the Eye of the Sky Demon, the strength of the XINMO is even slightly beyond Fong Chong. In addition, the two are originally one. So when the XINMO plays himself, there is no flaw at all. Then the question is, the XINMO is fighting, what is Fong Chong doing? He was getting stronger secretly. In a huge deep pit, a giant dragon-like puppet war beast with wings on its back shook the dirt on its head, and spit out wind and fire from its mouth and nose, looking very angry. It was about to rush out to continue fighting, and Fong Chong appeared with the spiritual light. Little darling, come, I show you a big treasure. The mist filled the deep pit in an instant, isolating the inside and the outside. On! The dragon roar became weaker and gradually quieted down. About half an hour. The deep pit was still a deep pit, dark and indistinct. But a transformation happened silently. A wisp of light smoke emerged from the deep pit and fell on the chaotic battlefield, revealing Fong Chong's slightly pale face. It took a lot of spiritual power for him to open the wisdom of a super-large puppet war beast, and the rapid refining consumed a lot of his mana. The weakness of his spiritual fire would cause his soul to become weak. Fortunately, in the next moment, a powerful force came to replenish. Fong Chong's expression immediately became relaxed, and his mental fatigue was swept away. The endless divine will naturally played a role, and the mana that was about to be exhausted was continuously generated. I am stronger again. But it is still not enough. I need more sacrifices. Fong Chong divine sense swept lightly, selected the target again, and his body turned into smoke and disappeared. I don't know how much time has passed. From dawn to sunset, from moonset to dusk. The setting sun is like blood, dyeing the entire battlefield red. Broken debris can be seen everywhere, and the pervasive power of the law has never been so strong, and the chaos can make any incarnation cultivator feel crazy. Hoo. The inner demon gasped, and the prison-suppressing aura on his body was already thin and transparent, shaky, and seemed to be broken at any time. On the other side, all 5 5th-level puppet fighters were injured, and one of them had a big hole in his chest, with only half of his heart left. There was also an endless force that was constantly generated, making it impossible for him to heal himself. Life and death conversion. Fong Chong had already initially glimpsed the power of the law of life and death. As Fong Chong entered demon, it is reasonable for him to imitate some of his charm. As for the other 2 5th-level puppet fighters, they have completely lost their combat power, and are lucky to be able to save their lives. Only 2 super large puppet war beasts can stand as the target of the inner demon's special greeting, plus they have to block the knife for the puppet fighters, plus someone's sneak attack. It is a blessing that 2 can still stand. Damn, I almost flipped over. The inner demon has reached the limit of exhaustion, and received the signal from the original body, and breathed a sigh of relief. The winner is determined. The winner is determined. A loud shout came. The inner demon was alarmed, but it was too late. He lowered his head in shock, and a large metal hand had pierced his chest. Bang! The heart exploded, and a fiery force burned in his body, fixing his body and soul. This is a powerful force that can melt the soul. The inner demon turned his head 360 degrees, looking at the general puppet, whose body had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person, and spat. No martial ethics, sneak attack. His whole body was burning. The fiery force was too strong, especially when it came to the soul. The inner demon, who had reached the limit, could not resist at all. The general puppet, who was originally worried that the Lost Lord had a backup plan, finally sighed when he saw that he had no power to resist, and he was confident in the power in his hands. Lord of the Lost, you are so powerful that I have never seen in my life. But unfortunately you are too arrogant. You will definitely have a deep page in the history of the Supreme Council. The inner demon's body turned into ashes, and completely dissipated, leaving only a dark eyeball. What is this? The general puppet looked at the dark eyeball in astonishment, and an ominous premonition was born. The eyeball blinked at him. The general puppet seemed to see a smile in it. Buzz, the eye of the devil drilled into the general puppet's forehead. President. The smiles of several 5th-level puppet fighters, who had not been surprised for too long, froze on their faces. They rushed over. But the general puppet seemed to have become a torch at this moment, and the extremely high temperature was about to melt the surrounding space. They only approached for a moment, and they felt their flesh tingling, and there were some abnormal movements in their bodies. That was the awakening of the dormant consciousness of the puppet partner they had merged and swallowed. President can't suppress the power of the fire, retreat quickly. Some people's faces changed drastically, and retreated repeatedly. For these puppet fighters, the most feared thing is the awakening of the consciousness of the puppet partner in their body. Once the consciousness is awakened, it is equivalent to the normal monk's possession. This is why the Supreme Council regards the fire as the highest guardian, and does not give up an inch. It's really that the fire restrains them too much. In the Supreme Council, only the president's lineage has a secret method to isolate the influence of the fire. But even the president cannot contain the power of the fire for a long time. If time goes on too long, his consciousness will either be devoured by the fire, or he will be mentally confused and unconscious. Now that the power of the fire has leaked out, it means that the president's condition has reached a very bad level. TSK, that's it. A sudden voice sounded behind them. No wonder I felt that his soul was so strong that I couldn't break it. It turns out that he has merged with the fire. I have been fighting with the fire. This is your ultimate means, to integrate the soul into the puppet, and then use the puppet to contain the fire, and then control the power of the fire. But it seems that you can't completely control the fire, you can only use it as a trump card. If I was hit like this just now, I might really be dead. It's a pity that you hit the wrong person. The Lost Lord? A group of people looked at Fong Chong as if they had seen a ghost, and one of them pointed at Fong Chong, his voice trembling. You actually didn't die? Fong Chong squinted at the person pointing at him, and said lightly, Why, are you disappointed that I didn't die? Besides, I don't like people pointing at me. He exhaled lightly. The powerful breath from his lungs turned into a strong wind, like a flying sword shooting out. The 5th-level puppet fighter, who had just spoken, squeezed out the little mana left in his body. The ice blue puppet armor covered the surface of his body, and a layer of ice crystal-like outer armor emerged. But it was just a breath. Crack! Crack! The fifth-level puppet fighter, a powerful existence comparable to the incarnation cultivator, only paused in the air for a while, and then the ice crystal armor on his body shattered, and he fell down like a cannonball. You? You? The remaining few fifth-level puppet fighters were completely shocked. What a powerful physical strength. Although the knockdown puppet fighter had just fought a battle and his strength was only 1/10 of what it was, he was still at the fifth level after all. He couldn't stop his breath. A thunderbolt suddenly flashed across the sky, and the arc exploded like a spider web. The space around Fang Chong collapsed slightly, and a faint repulsive force appeared. He only made a slight move now, and he had already reached the limit of the puppet ancestral world, so he was rejected by the whole world. But Fang Chong smiled with satisfaction. It's worth my hard weight. I have been refining it for so long. Now I just need to add it to make up for my last bit of strength. By then, I will transcend with my physical body and advance to the realm of the void. Fang Chong looked at the general puppet, who was entangled with the eye of the sky demon, and a trace of greed and desire flashed in his eyes. The puppet ancestral world can be said to be the greatest opportunity since his cultivation. This world rule that fits his physique perfectly allows him to play freely like a fish in water. The accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years in the puppet ancestral world, and the puppet technology developed by the Supreme Council of the human race for tens of thousands of years have become his indispensable resources for promotion. This world seems to have been prepared for him. Faced with the temptation of longevity, even Fang Chong could not control his original intention. But he knew that the more it was at this time, the more he needed to be calm. The general puppet seemed to have sensed something, and the flames on his body suddenly increased, reflecting the sunset in the distance. The armor on the general puppet slowly peeled off, turning into ashes in the flames, revealing the person wrapped in the armor. It was a very old man. Or it was a corpse. Even if you just look at it, you can feel the dying air on him. He closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. He slowly opened his eyes full of determination. How can a mere foreign demon suppress my heavenly king armor? Get out! The world seemed to fall into silence at this moment. A burning sun illuminated most of the sky, and the world was bright. In the center of the blazing sun, there was a huge black eyeball, but at this moment, it was forced out of the body bit by bit. Fang Chong was stunned, and then he couldn't hold back and started to curse. Cheating? Hey, did God see that? You're going to drive me away when I breathe out. He's so angry. But the rules of the secret world are made by people, so there is no will of heaven, and naturally there will be no answer to him. Old President. The puppet fighters, who were like stray dogs just now, were more surprised than Fang Chong, because even they had only seen this person in their textbooks when they were young. The person under the armor was none other than the first president of the Supreme Council, who should have died long ago. Yes, it was the scumbag who tricked the stone woman into stealing the fire. The old president forcibly controlled the fire, and forced the eye of the demon out with the power of the fire. His momentum reached its peak at this moment, and even the heaven and earth were suppressed and controlled by him. I have used my body to refine a puppet, sealed my consciousness, and used the power of the fire to fall into a state of neither life nor death, in order to help the human race when it is in the most critical moment. Today, I will sacrifice my life to bring peace to the human race for 10,000 years. Chapter 366. Interrupt. Fang Chong said he had something to say. He said with a serious face, I am also a cultivator of the human race. Strictly speaking, this is a civil war. With or without you, the human race will have peace for 10,000 years. So for the future of the human race, why don't you die on the spot, lest we fight too hard and cause the suffering of all living beings, which is the real sin. You don't want too many casualties in the human race you protect. After all, without your appearance, this war would have ended long ago. In the future, the Supreme Council of the human race will still be the Supreme Council, and the puppet race will still be the puppet race. They will move towards a new world instead of torturing each other in this small world that is almost reaching its limit. This is the bright future of the human race. Fang Chong felt that if the problem can be solved with words, there is no need to fight and kill. This is definitely not the reason why he can't win. It is that this world is selectively blind, and it has allowed the power of the fire to expand to this extent. Once the fight starts, he is restrained, but the other side can act recklessly. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Fang Chong estimated that the puppet clan master who created the puppet ancestral world at the beginning probably used the boundary stone as a material and refined it together with the spiritual light for convenience. This is the origin of the fire. After all, in this way, the fire cannot leave the puppet ancestral world. With the fire and the strange rules of the puppet ancestral world, no matter what kind of blow the puppet clan will suffer in the future, the bloodline will never be cut off. Hearing this, the old president's tragic momentum suddenly stagnated. Because he suddenly found that what Fong Chong said seemed to make sense. Why should this battle be fought? He endured so much pain, just to give the human race a better future. For this reason, he betrayed his lover and the friends who had helped him, letting himself bear the infamy and sink in pain. If the person in front of him can take over and protect the human race in this world towards a new world, then... Fong Chong was also surprised when he saw the old president stop his actions. Could it be that this person refined his brain when he turned himself into a puppet? How dare you believe such a thing? Lu Chen! At this moment, a loud shout came. That was the name of the old president, and it was also the resentment and pain that had been accumulated for 20,000 years. Below, the Pillar of Sin, which had just been erected by Fong Chong, emitted a brilliant red light, and it erupted instantly with the might of a volcanic eruption. The few small restrictions that Fong Chong had casually arranged were directly torn apart. The Pillar of Sin collapsed, and the chains collapsed. A golden phoenix bathed in fire spread its wings, and the golden tail flames dragged in the air like meteors. It was like the third sun in the sky at this moment, and it was even more brilliant. That was the stone woman on the Pillar of Sin, but she never thought that her original form was actually a phoenix puppet. Looking at its appearance, when it was refined into shape, it was also integrated with the blood of a real phoenix, otherwise it would not be so perfect in both form and spirit. Boom! The phoenix was born from fire, and it collided violently with the fire held by the old president. The void was shaken. A flash of red could be seen in 1,000 miles, turning into a red sea of flames, and then overflowing and turning into bursts of sky fire falling to the ground. The old president was also hit like this, and his IQ, which was normal, returned to normal. He looked at the golden phoenix entangled with him with a sad look, wishing to merge him into his body. Thingnu, I'm sorry. I lied to you at the beginning. The golden phoenix was obviously not as powerful as others. Even if the old president did not make any moves, the golden phoenix fell below with only the passive defense of the fire. But Thingnu had no intention of holding back. She suffered for so long just to atone for her sins. Even death would be better than her mental pain. She completely exploded. Then die with me. Two bright reds intertwined, and as one of them exploded, endless light and heat filled everyone's vision. Slowly, the flames faded, but Lu Chen's old body remained stable. The fire that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years contained the spirits of countless puppets, and its power had already expanded to an incredible degree. Even if it was just borrowed, it had created the great power that the old president could face the self-explosion of the 5th level puppet without any loss. He stretched out his hand, caught a golden feather, and sighed softly. Thingnu, I will go to accompany you soon. I never thought that I could see you again on this last day. God has been so kind to me, but it's a pity that you didn't have time to listen to me. But I still want to tell you that for the freedom of the human race, I never regretted it back then, and now, I won't regret it either. He clenched it violently, and the golden feather turned into a puff of flying ash. At this time, his mental state was completely stable, and he only heard him say lightly, "Guests from afar, the people here have their own destiny, and there is no need for outsiders to interfere. Anyone who wants to rule us, I will make him pay a heavy price." Taoism returns to the void. Lu Chen's body melted away like fireworks. Fong Chong instinctively felt that something was wrong, and turned around to escape from the void. He has always liked cost-effectiveness, and all battles are to ensure greater benefits. Under normal circumstances, the less fighting, the less fighting. He is not a martial arts expert. Most of the verbal attacks just now were for testing. Lu Chen was about to use his ultimate move. If he didn't run now, when would he run? Anyway, Lu Chen faked his death and resurrected. Even if he was blessed by the fire, he wouldn't live for long. He is a good young man with a long lifespan. If he drags it for 3 to 5 years, he will die. Why fight? As for the opportunity to break through the void, well, wait until next time, he is still young. But since Lu Chen had made his move, how could he let Fong Chong leave smoothly? The sky suddenly darkened and then brightened. When Fong Chong came to his senses, he had already appeared in a void spiritual world. Lu Chen's light and shadow appeared in front of Fong Chong. This is the world inside the fire seed. Here, your soul will be slowly assimilated by the fire seed and eventually become a part of it. Even I am no exception. Powerful Lord of Lost, I'm sorry, my body can't stand the battle with you, so I can only resort to this. Fong Chong was stunned for a moment, then his expression was weird, and he even laughed a little embarrassedly. Ahem, let's call you the old president for the time being. Old president, don't you feel that the power in me is a little similar to the fire seed? I was still thinking about how to break through the defense of the fire seed, but I didn't expect you, the old president, to bring me in. Good man. I am indeed the son of destiny in this world. I wanted to run away, but you pulled me back by force. TSK, how embarrassed. Fong Chong's mind moved, and his spiritual light bloomed. Originally, because he consumed too much power to awaken too many super large war beast puppets, his spiritual light had dimmed like dust. But at this moment, as the spiritual light began to absorb the power of the fire, the spiritual light changed from dust to fireflies, and then from fireflies to small bulbs. Its light became brighter and brighter, and it also made Lu Chen's face more and more gray. How could this happen? This is the power of the fire, which contains thousands of spiritualities and thousands of distracting thoughts. Anyone who dares to absorb its power will become a complete lunatic and monster. Why don't you react at all? Lu Chen felt that his worldview had collapsed. As the first chairman of the Supreme Council, and the person who brought back the fire, his research on the fire can be said to be more profound than anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have faked his death, used his puppet body, and placed his spirit in the fire, becoming a trump card of the Supreme Council. Others who wanted to do this would have been assimilated by the fire, and turned into dust. That's why he couldn't accept it. Fong Chong symbolically burped. The power here is really suitable for me, but it is too much. It seems that it will take some time to absorb it. Old President, don't die too quickly, otherwise, I will not be able to find anyone to chat with, and I will be very lonely. Lu Chen's face turned pale. He knew he had done something stupid. For a moment, his body was ethereal, as if he couldn't bear the blow. Old President, since you are idle anyway, why don't you talk about your love, hatred and grudges in the past? After I revive Feng Nu, I can have something to talk about with her. Although I don't like women who are obsessed with love, she is a good fighter anyway. Fong Chong's spiritual light burned for the first time. The weakness of spiritual light will cause the weakness of his soul, but its strength will also feed back to his soul. Can Feng Nu be resurrected? Lu Chen, who originally wanted to kill himself, was moved and showed a little relief. That's right. The fire can revive those ancient puppets. Since you can inherit the power of the fire, it is possible to revive her. But there is no need to tell the story. Lu Chen looked at Fong Chong seriously and said, Lord of the Lost, since you said you are a human cultivator, then I hope you can really treat the human race in this world well. No matter what, we are of the same race. Is this your last request? Yes. Fong Chong put away his joking thoughts, pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Then it's as you wish. Thank you. Lu Chen's body was completely illusory, turning into a white light and dissipating. Outside the world of fire, everyone saw Fong Chong's body suddenly stiffen, and then fell down like a big stone. After Lu Chen, the old president, stimulated the power of the fire, the old and decayed body could no longer hold on, and turned into a pile of flying ash like the last feather left by the phoenix girl. At the same time, the fire flashed and disappeared completely, leaving only a broken armor. For a moment, everyone was confused. Even the fire was gone. Should we still fight? We can't let the old president's final sacrifice go to waste. A middle-aged man, with a dignified face, held the broken armor in his hand, and put it on in an instant. Although the set of Heavenly King armor was born from Lu Chen's puppet body, it was tempered by the fire day and night. Even if Lu Chen's body dissipated, it still retained a certain amount of power. And this man is the current president of the Supreme Committee, the director of the Heavenly King Research Institute, and the descendant of Lu Chen, Luo Qingsong. Lu Chen did not leave any descendants. His descendants were selected from all the member research institutes of the Supreme Committee to be the most suitable people to lead the Supreme Committee. Every generation is like this. Therefore, the Heavenly King Research Institute has always been the president's inheritance and has never been changed. It is only because everyone understands that with the Heavenly King Research Institute at the helm, this ship belonging to the human cultivators will not capsize. Luo Qingsong looked at Fong Chong's falling body and took the lead. Destroy his body. Even if his soul returns by chance, his strength will be greatly damaged, and he will never be able to offend again. Others woke up as if from a dream, and used their last strength to attack Fong Chong's body. But a huge black eye suddenly appeared, protecting Fong Chong's body. The shadow of the inner demon appeared in the eye, sneering, You old man are so insidious. It's a pity that I am not dead, and the inner demon is not dead. I, San and back again. He glanced at the body of the original body, which was motionless, and suddenly shuddered. No, you can't think about it. Who knows if I will leave any tricks? I have promised me that I will have my own free time in the future, which shows that I still have a conscience. The future is bright, and the future is beautiful. Now that the evil heart has come, I will be more cautious about me from now on. Aren't all my previous efforts in vain? Well, that's it. My original body, you must remember my contribution when you wake up. The inner demon sighed, and the figure that had just condensed collapsed. The divine light of the eye of the heavenly demon spread out, turning the area within a radius of 100 miles into the heavenly demon domain. Anyone who enters here will have thousands of illusions in a moment, then schizophrenia, and then the soul will be exhausted. If one stays there for a long time, his soul will be completely destroyed, and his body and soul will disappear. Even a cultivator who has reached the state of spiritual transformation will be no exception. The center of the demon realm is Fong Chong's sleeping body. Luo Qingsong and his party noticed something wrong as soon as they entered the demon realm. But they were at the 5th level after all. Even though their strength was only 1/10 of what it was now, their souls were also at the 5th level, with innate resistance. But as they got closer to Fong Chong's body, the power of the demon light became stronger. Seeing that they were only 10 miles away from Fong Chong's body, a 5th level puppet fighter covered his head and yelled, "Get out of here!" Everyone was startled, thinking they were being ambushed. But they saw this man with red eyes, gritting his teeth and yelling, "President, I'm dying. If I keep going, I even feel my head is going to split open." As the words fell, his eyebrows suddenly split open, and a drop of light golden blood flowed out. This was a wound to his soul, and his sea of consciousness was already damaged. It seemed to be a chain reaction, and the rest of the people also had problems one after another. Luo Qingsong said, "You guys retreat first, and I will take care of the rest." He had been controlling the battle remotely, so his strength was not damaged much. But at this moment, a thunderous sound rang out. Who dares to offend the lord of the city? A 5,000-meter-tall stone giant raised his fists, and a storm gathered under him. His body grew again incredibly, reaching the limit of 8,000 meters. Boom! A huge meteorite fell. The power of petrification spread to the demon realm, blocking the way for Luo Qingsong and others. With this loud noise, the sleeping beasts on the earth were awakened. They were the super-large puppet war beasts that were enlightened by Fong Chong wisdom and refined into dormancy. They raised their heads and roared with full power. But these roars were so unfamiliar to Luo Qingsong and others. They clearly felt that there was something wrong with these puppet war beasts made by the top research institutes. "President, if there is a green mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Let's retreat." One person held Luo Qingsong, who was still trying to move forward. Then came the second person, and the third person. Luo Qingsong's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally sighed heavily. "Let's go!" Shirley did not stop him. Because the city lord had never told him to kill all the human cultivators. He had followed the city lord for such a long time, and he also understood the city lord's style of cherishing talents. If he dared to kill them indiscriminately, it was possible that the future work of these people would be counted on him. He sat on the ground, his body turned into a stone mountain, guarding outside the demon domain. The rest of the super-large puppet war beasts either fell asleep with Shirley or left on their own. Without Fong Chong's order, others could not stop them at all. Only the puppet clan was in a mess, and no one knew what was going on. They had 8 5th-level puppets, and 3 of them had been killed in order to stop the offensive of the Supreme Committee. But what about the promised resurrection? They stayed around the demon realm, waiting for Fong Chong to wake up and ask for an explanation. Of course, they did intend to avoid the Supreme Council's subsequent retaliation. Chapter 367. The Void of the Fire Seed Space. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Fong Chong woke up in a daze, feeling a hangover headache, and his memory slowly returned. At that time, the old chairman of the Supreme Committee, Lu Qian, could not bear the blow of letting the wolf into the house, and even lost the last desperate mind, so he chose spiritual extinction. After Fong Chong lost the person who relieved his boredom, he devoted himself to absorbing and refining the fire seed. If the difficulty of refining the fire seed from the outside is 100, then the difficulty of refining from the inside is 1. But when his spiritual light was full of energy and overflowed, and finally as bright and dazzling as the moon, he gradually lost himself in the power. The energy accumulated by the fire seed for hundreds of thousands of years is too huge, and it is easy to get lost if you are not careful. Fong Chong silently counted with his fingers, and couldn't help but spit lightly. Another 10 years, time has passed too fast. According to this calculation, there are only a few years left before the official launch of the game Shenmue. By then, I can finally solve the doubts in my heart. How did the players come? Does the other me exist? Can I go back? Fong Chong was a little absent-minded for a while. After a long while, Fong Chong buried these questions. Anyway, I have waited for nearly 200 years, so these few years are not a big deal. Fong Chong looked at the fire space where the energy was much thinner, and even the space seemed to have shrunk a little, thinking about how to get out. Lu Chen sacrificed his life to force his soul to come here, so he was sure that he could not escape. This is indeed the case. Although the power inside the fire cannot hurt him, but can make him replenish himself, it is still a problem to cross the limit of the fire and escape the soul to the outside world. In fact, the best way is to devour the power of the fire, so that no matter how strong the cage is, it will become fragile without the support of the bottom layer. But he was a little fool. It is impossible to absorb much energy in a short period of time. Fong Chong estimated that with the current efficiency, it would take about 30 to 50 years for him to truly absorb the energy of the fire. This time is not too long for a high-level cultivator. Especially Fong Chong has a hunch that after he devours the fire, he can make up for the last bit of power shortcoming 100%, and start to advance to the cave realm with his physical body. Of course, whether he can successfully break through is another matter. I have to think of a way. I don't want to wait for decades, when players are flying all over the sky outside, and I am still trapped here. Maybe I will become the target of the player's mission. Besides, people should have a beginning and an end. I made a great wish at the beginning, but now I can't cut the first batch of leaks from the players. My thoughts will not make sense. At the beginning, he was very unpromising, thinking that he could survive for 100 years, and then take advantage of the players, break through the Jindan realm, and live for 500 years. After all, he didn't live that long in his 2 lives combined. Who knew that fate would push him step by step to his current achievements? Just when Fong Chong was feeling that everything was obtained through his hard work, he suddenly had a familiar feeling, as if someone was calling him in the dark. Who is it? Fong Chong's heart moved, and he thought of the fire he saw when he was refining the puppet clan before, and the baby-like corpse of the fire. If there is a second person in the fire, except for Lu Chen, the old president, who suddenly resurrected, there is only that corpse. He followed the call, and moved forward step by step. The empty fire space has no normal concept of space. He just moved his feet, and felt that his vision changed drastically, as if he was in another world all of a sudden. In front of him appeared a pure white room, closed on all sides, with a white light column in the middle, and the curled-up figure in the light column. It was quietly suspended in the light column, curled up like a baby in the mother's womb, leaving Fong Chong with only a smooth back. Are you calling me? Then you should make a sound. Fong Chong was a bit careless, but his spirit was tense, ready for strategic shift at any time. But there was no movement. Only the feeling of being called always existed. This made Fong Chong a little unhappy, but he couldn't block this feeling. He walked closer slowly. It seemed that his arrival finally alarmed the figure. The figure slowly stretched, from a curled-up body to a standing body, and then met Fong Chong frankly. It's actually a man. Fong Chong first looked at the face, then the chest, and finally the lower part. He unconsciously compared it with himself, and then a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Although her face is better than his, for a man, it is not enough to just look at the face, but also have connotation. Obviously, his connotation is greater. Ahem. The figure suddenly coughed twice. Fong Chong's hair stood on end, and then a palm thunder slapped over. Thunder magic to ward off evil. Although he is now only a soul body, his strength is not much weaker than when he was at his peak. It's just that without the protection of the physical body, the soul is more easily damaged and restrained. In short, this palm strike will smash the mountain. But this palm strike did not achieve the desired results. The palm thunder hit the figure. Not only did it not hurt him at all, but it seemed to give him an electric therapy. This time, he woke up faster. His fingers trembled slightly, his eyelids trembled slightly, and his whole body seemed to come alive in an instant. Buzz, the white light column suddenly dissipated, and the figure landed steadily, and then slowly opened his eyes. He ignored Fong Chong, who was staring at him, and did not make any moves. Instead, he sighed softly, his eyes full of vicissitudes and fatigue that could not be hidden. It seems that Qianqian has failed after all. He turned his gaze to Fong Chong. Successor, are you ready to accept my gift? Ah? Fong Chong, who was about to strike first, was stunned, then rubbed his hands awkwardly, looking a little restrained and shy. This is so embarrassing. Then can you remove the 5 thunder seal on your hand first? The awakened figure gently brushed his palm in front of him, and put on a set of green robes for himself, which made him look more handsome. I have no ill intentions. This remaining trace of soul can't survive for long after being awakened by you. Compared with fighting, I hope someone can talk to me. The figure raised his hand, and a set of tables and chairs appeared on the ground, as well as a pot of hot tea. This is a creation out of thin air, but there is no trace of fireworks. Fong Chong's heart trembled, knowing that this person might be a big boss. He dispersed the 5 thunder seal on his hand and coughed twice. Ahem, that's all misunderstanding, habitual action, please don't mind it, senior. Please sit down. The figure did not care, but invited Fong Chong to sit down. What year is it outside now? How many eras have you seen? Fong Chong thought for a moment and answered, about 18,650 years in the human calendar. He was talking about the calendar of the Supreme Council. After all, he was not a historian, and he was here to do the work of the great devil of destruction. How could he know how many years it was in the puppet ancestor realm in the past? Human calendar? The figure frowned slightly and asked, what calendar is this? What about the Beidou era? Fong Chong answered honestly, I don't know. The figure was even more confused and continued to ask, I see that your breath is pure, your soul is perfect, and the powerful power of the law is almost overflowing from your body. You are only one step away from the realm of the void. Have you never even been to the Big Dipper world? The Big Dipper world? Fong Chong IQ was still online, and he asked back, is the Big Dipper world that the senior is talking about the main world to which the secret world depends? Yes. The figure nodded. Wow, Fong Chong looked at the figure with a strange look in his eyes. How long has this guy been asleep? His memory is still stuck in the period of Beidou world. If I'm not mistaken, the Beidou world that the senior mentioned should be gone. What's gone? The figure was a little confused. Fong Chong scratched his head and said, according to what I heard from others, it should be that the great Tao collapsed, the heavenly Tao was annihilated, and then the whole world was shattered. The current main world is called the Immortal Demon Continent, which has some origins with the Big Dipper world mentioned by the predecessors. After all, almost all the big figures in the Immortal Demon Continent today are reincarnated from the Big Dipper world. The several secret palaces came to the world, and also received a lot of the legacy of the Big Dipper world. But that cultivation world is actually called the Big Dipper world. Both are the Big Dipper, and I don't know what the relationship is with the Big Dipper Tao sect. Fong Chong quickly made the connection. The great Tao collapsed, the heavenly Tao was annihilated. The figure muttered a few words, and then there was a long silence. After a while, the figure smiled with relief. No wonder I can't feel Qianqian's breath. She has broken through the 6th level of the void realm. Her soul is placed on the great Tao, and the power of the law manifests the stars in the sea of law. The great Tao collapses, the sea of law is turbulent, and the stars fall. How can she be spared? It turns out that for so long, I have been waiting for someone who will never come again. Well. Just from Fong Chong's few words, the figure seemed to have calculated the way the world was destroyed at that time. With this relief, the figure's breath suddenly dropped a lot. If Fong Chong had only 20% confidence in his move just now it has directly risen to 50%. But the figure's intention to die was so obvious that Fong Chong felt that he didn't need to take action at all, and naturally he didn't have to worry about the figure competing with him for the fire. Ahem, that senior, does the gift you just said to me still count? People's joys and sorrows are different. The figure was sad for the death of the old man, but Fong Chong wanted to get the method of controlling the fire from the figure. The figure was stunned for a moment, looking at Fong Chong with a sincere face, and laughed. Since you can enter the fire with your soul, and you have the same physique as me, even if you are not the successor sent to me by Qianqian, then we are destined to be together, and what is yours will definitely be yours. Fong Chong explained. The senior has a noble character, which makes me look inferior. It's just that I have important things to do in the outside world. Now I have been trapped here for more than 10 years, and I am already very anxious, so I am rude to you. Please forgive me. The figure did not comment, but continued, my name is Tangju, and I was once famous in the Big Dipper world. Because of my special physique, I can control thousands of puppets. When I make a move, it is a mighty army of puppets, which is endless. Lian Hadao Tianzuan treats me differently, so at that time, a good person gave me the name of Dian Shinjun. After you get my inheritance, you will pass on this name. Since I was born in this world, I have to leave something behind. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the name of Dian Shinjun came out, Fong Chong coughed violently. What's wrong with you? Nothing, I just think the world is really wonderful. Fong Chong remembered that when he first started to learn the profession of puppeteer, he also thought about a big boss named Dian Shinjun in his previous life. But he never thought that the world was so mysterious that the big boss turned out to be himself. Of course, in the previous life, it might be another person who inherited Dian Shinjun. The name is the same, but the person is not necessarily. Tang Yu knew that Fong Chong was hiding something, but he did not ask, but talked about his life and the female puppet named Qianqian. To sum up their story, it is probably that a man who regards puppets as tools falls in love with the puppets he made by himself. After loving and killing each other, they finally reconciled with each other, but it was too late to regret. Big bosses are also people, and their feelings are also full of dog blood. Fong Chong found it quite interesting. Anyway, it didn't happen to him. It turns out that the creation of the puppet ancestral world is not as great as the puppet clan's historical records. The Holy Land established for the puppet clan is fake. In fact, it is a woman's determination to create a world at a huge cost in order to resurrect the person she loves. Because Lord Dian and Fong Chong have the same physique, the more puppets he has, the stronger he will be, and he will also gain benefits. Moreover, after his body is damaged, he can recover through low-level puppets. So this female puppet named Qianqian thought that if there were enough puppets for her to refine and absorb, then he might be able to revive. The entire puppet ancestral world is a tool for reviving Lord Dian. Fong Chong finally understood why he was so compatible with the puppet ancestral world. It felt like he had inherited Lord Dian's legacy from the beginning. All this was originally prepared for Lord Dian, or for the puppet spirit. In fact, we all know that if you die, you can't live. This is the rule of heaven, and the basis for the operation of heaven and earth. Otherwise, even Hidao Tianzuan would not still be pursuing immortality and becoming an immortal. But she is always stubborn, just like when she chose to leave me. Tang Ju smiled bitterly. That's not necessarily true. Fong Chong thought of those big guys who had been reincarnated. Many of them had died once, but they were still resurrected. However, Fong Chong felt that there was no need to say such words to ruin the atmosphere. What if Dian Shinjun didn't want to die at that time? After Tang Ju finished his story, he was silent for a while. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. His body began to melt inch by inch, and then everything in the room was destroyed. A golden light spot penetrated into Fong Chong's eyebrows. This is your reward for listening to my story. Outside, the demon realm, which has been regarded as one of the two forbidden areas of the puppet ancestor realm, suddenly became turbulent. Outside the realm, the guarding puppet beasts woke up one after another, making bursts of roars, as if welcoming something. A black mountain shook its body, and suddenly stood up straight, turning into an extremely tall stone giant. He looked at the demon realm, feeling the excitement of his own spirit, and muttered, Lord City Lord has become stronger. No, I have to make sure that Lord City Lord wakes up and sees me first, otherwise my 10 years of guarding will be in vain. Shirley shrank his body, endured the indiscriminate soul attack of the demon realm, and plunged into it. The center of the realm. A body that had been sleeping for 10 years slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 368. Crack. The heavens seemed to sense something, and a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky, and it also resounded in everyone's heart, startling all living beings in the world. Everyone looked up at the sky. The sky of the entire puppet ancestral world became gray, and dark clouds gathered, and the whole world was gray. This celestial phenomenon instantly swept the whole world. Wow, it's a big scene. Fong Chong yawned and stretched his waist that had not moved for 10 years. The void around him was broken like a mirror, revealing deep black holes, emitting a strong suction force. After 10 years of absorbing the fire, his spirit and energy have reached the limit of transformation. When his soul returned to its place, it naturally attracted the cave heavenly tribulation. At the same time, his aura has reached the limit of this world, which is the kind that cannot be suppressed. His every move may cause the world to expel him. But now Fong Chong holds the fire, and will not be affected by this little power at all. After all, the fire has merged with the boundary stone of this world, and the boundary stone cannot leave the world, otherwise the world will collapse. The power of pulling and sucking entangled around Fong Chong, and finally created a broken space. Perhaps in a few years, this piece of land will become a new restricted area. But Fong Chong has long regarded the puppet ancestor realm as his own possession. Not only does he not intend to sacrifice it, he even wants to delay or cancel the fusion of the main world with the puppet ancestor realm. The rules of this world are really suitable for him. So his breakthrough cannot be in this world, otherwise it will be destroyed. Besides, he just accepted the generous gift from Dying God, and turned around to destroy the world created by his lover. How inappropriate. Fong Chong raised his hand. Come back. The demon domain shrank instantly, and finally turned into a black eyeball that was spinning. Fong Chong felt it slightly, and nodded with relief. Yes, it's worth my long training of you. Not only did you not run away, but you also stayed to protect me. Although it's useless, your kindness is commendable. Fong Chong mind moved. The figure of the heart demon condensed from the eye of the heavenly demon. My lord, I finally waited for you. The heart demon looked weak, but his tone was firm, and he was sincere. 10 years ago, in order to evolve the heavenly demon realm, the heart demon did not hesitate to sacrifice his own body as a sacrifice, and even in order to maintain the power of the heavenly demon realm, he has never been resurrected again. This kind of heart is not to be underestimated. Especially since the heart demon is cunning and vicious by nature, betrayal is his nature. Although it is an act, I always judge by deeds rather than by heart. You did a good job this time. As a reward, I will allow you some freedom. From now on, you don't have to be trapped in the eye of the heavenly demon all the time. Fong Chong gave a reward for the heart demon's choice. As for true freedom, the heart demon will never have it in his life. This thing was born from his soul, and it is originally one body, unless he realizes the highest realm of Buddhism in the future and kills the heart demon forever. For example, the demon King Paksin was said to be the incarnation of the evil demon killed by a real Buddha. But he would not be willing to let such a good tool man go even if he died. After all, the death of the demon would only cost him a part of his spiritual attributes, which could be replenished by refining puppets in a minute. It might not have been easy to find so many puppets to refine before, but now that he has the puppet ancestral world, he will probably never lack them. The demon saw the light of freedom and nodded happily. You will definitely become an immortal. He understood that only if the deity became an immortal, he would not be of much use to the deity, and then he would be a dispensable thing. So he gave the best blessing. Fong Chong nodded with satisfaction. When Shirley arrived, he happened to see the picture of the demon and Fong Chong getting along harmoniously, and he couldn't help but slap his thigh in annoyance. It was still too late. People always remember the first, and the second is still the second even if it is 1 second late. But since he was already here, Shirley hid his thoughts, and walked forward respectfully to greet Fong Chong. Greetings, Lord City Lord. He looked at Fong Chong in awe. Just now, he was only concerned with regretting, but now, he realized that the aura of Lord City Lord that made him extremely depressed, and the broken space behind Lord City Lord, actually still existed and had not healed. Could it be that Lord City Lord has broken through? You are here too? Fong Chong was a little confused. Shirley hurriedly said, 10 years ago, Lord City Lord suddenly fell asleep, and I didn't dare to leave, so I kept guarding outside. Until just now, I noticed that Lord City Lord's aura had awakened, so I came to pay my respects. You came just in time. Fong Chong said, I still have something to do, you take this, and take the puppet tribe to take over the Supreme Council. Fong Chong waved his hand, and a fire lotus fell in front of Shirley. This is exactly the original form of the fire. Fong Chong absorbed a small part of the energy, and it also revealed its original form. Shirley looked at the fire lotus excitedly, and the familiar breath almost made him lose his simple and honest personality. Lord City Lord, this is. Is it the fire? Shirley's voice trembled a little. Although he has now joined another sect, the significance of the fire to the puppet clan is self-evident. Whether you are a human or a puppet, you can't forget your roots. Fong Chong said, you should know this question better than me, but it is mine now. If you take it, other puppets will no longer resist your leadership. The fire cannot be taken out of the puppet ancestral world. Staying in Shirley's hands just builds his prestige. After all, he can't stay in this world for a long time, so he needs a spokesperson. Shirley's identity is just right. As an ancient puppet, he brought a savior to the puppet clan, and found the fire again, plus his 5th level peak strength. If he doesn't be the boss, who will be the boss? After thinking for a while, Fong Chong continued, by the way, persuade the human monks on the Supreme Council to surrender if you can. Especially the researchers and professors in the Research Institute, keep them all alive, don't kill any of them. The inner demon will also stay to cooperate with you in this matter. Fong Chong is most envious of the high-end technical talents of the Research Institute, who can create super-large puppet war beasts in a short period of time. Having the means that he will not only have a steady source of attribute points in the future, but also a high-level combat force supplement for Qishao City. Although the super-large puppet war beasts are not as comprehensive and powerful as the real gods, their strength has entered the 5th level, which is a crushing blow to the monks below the gods. Of course, All this is the best estimate. The birth of super-large puppet war beasts is likely to have other strict conditions. Otherwise, if the Supreme Committee is given 10 years, and they are privately sponsored with so many resources, the super-large puppet war beasts they create will still be not much. Shirley nodded repeatedly, secretly praising himself for his decision not to kill all the Supreme Council 10 years ago. Otherwise, once the city lord knew that all the monks of the Supreme Council were killed, he might have to guard the mountain for the rest of his life. Although he didn't think too much at first, he just thought that the Supreme Council was made up of human monks, so the city lord could do whatever they wanted, but they couldn't cross the line. Otherwise, how would the city lord see it? After all, the city lord is a human like the Supreme Council, not a puppet like him. But Shirley looked embarrassed and said, before, the city lord promised to revive those puppets who fought. As a result, after waiting for so many years, they all felt that the city lord had deceived them, so if I go there, they might have some opinions. He also wanted his people to be resurrected. In this way, he would be able to control more power in the future. So that's what happened. I did forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chong mana began to burn, consuming at an unusual speed, and at the same time, his spiritual light also dimmed slightly. Then, they saw the puppets, who died in the battle 10 years ago, resurrected one by one. They all looked confused, and their memories were still stuck in 10 years ago. But Fong Chong did not explain anything to them, just nodded to Shirley, and teleported in the direction of the space channel. He was about to be unable to suppress his thunder tribulation. There were endless thunders along the way, and the space was constantly broken. His rampage left a long path of broken space in the sky, but these broken spaces quickly healed after he left the main world. As Fong Chong emerged from the space channel, the sky became dark consciously, and dark clouds covered 3,000 miles. The breath of thunder tribulation suddenly filled the void. To break through the nascent soul realm, a cultivator needs to go through the 39 thunder tribulations, and use the destructive meaning of the thunder tribulation to break the elixir into a baby, so that the Yuanshan manifests in the void, and can have a Yuan Ling, and can leave the body to take over another body. When a cultivator reaches the void realm, he has to go through 69 thunder tribulations. The power of creation in the thunder tribulations activates the 3 treasures of the human body, and protects the soul to go to the sea of laws. He can refine the power of laws and achieve the void realm. Of course, the premise of all this is to go through the thunder tribulation. Only by seeking death first can you seek life later. The profound meaning of breaking through the void realm flowed through Fong Chong's mind. He grinned and waved to the sky. Come on. Boom. The first thunder tribulation came. The thunder tribulation took shape. It was a heavenly thunder spear, 1,000 feet long, falling like a pillar of thunder. The tip of the spear alone was larger than Fong Chong's body. But Fong Chong did not dodge or avoid, and did not even form a seal. He just slowly raised one hand. His palm pressed against the tip of the spear, like an ant holding up Mount Tai. Then a layer of golden chi appeared on his body, the prison chi. The divine spear transformed by the thunder tribulation seemed to be angered by Fong Chong's carelessness, and the destructive force fell heavily, but it was easily blocked by the prison suppressing energy. All the power was released to the ground, and the earth was seen to crack, with Fong Chong as the center, and the surrounding earth collapsed in circles. A huge shock wave accompanied by smoke and dust also surged outward layer by layer. Lightning and thunder enveloped the space. After the thunder tribulation passed, no grass was left. But the sky thunder god's spear became shorter and shorter, and finally only a shallow spear tip was left. With a clang, Fong Chong flicked his finger, and the tip of the thunder tribulation spear was ejected 100 miles away. Boom! A small spear tip blasted a huge deep pit 100 meters wide on the ground. As for Fong Chong, when the smoke and dust around him dissipated, he was seen standing on a solitary peak hundreds of meters high. No, it was not a solitary peak. He was still standing on the earth. It was just because the land hundreds of meters around him was blown away by the huge shock wave, and only the place where he stood had his protection and did not collapse. So from a visual point of view, it seemed as if Fong Chong was standing on a solitary peak. The first thunder tribulation has the power of the peak of the spirit transformation. Even the thunder tribulation is so difficult to resist, not to mention the difficulty of refining the law later. The notes of the predecessors record that 11 people passed the thunder tribulation, and 1 in 100 people refine the law. With a passing rate of 1 in 1,000, it is no wonder that it is so difficult to break through the realm of the void. Fong Chong retracted his palm, with a faint white mark on it, which quickly disappeared automatically. The high-level hegemony can be so arrogant. No need for any magic weapon or spiritual art, because he himself is the strongest magic weapon. In the end, he still became the person he hated the most. The sword immortal's elegance went away, leaving only muscles. But it smells really good. The second thunder tribulation followed closely, still a thunder spear, which did not give Fang Chong any breathing power. But he did not need to breathe. After testing the power of the first thunder tribulation, Fang Chong jumped up directly and jumped into the sky in an instant. The same trick again, trying to fool people? He punched out, shaking the power of heaven with his body. The huge impact force directly stopped the sky thunder spear from falling, and then the spear broke into pieces. With a loud noise, the sky thunder spear turned into pieces of plasma splashing into the void, turning Fang Chong's surroundings into a sea of lightning and thunder. Bathed in thunder and lightning, Fang Chong felt a little numb. I seemed to be a little stronger. He clenched his fists, as if he had sensed something, and said to himself. His gains in the puppet ancestor realm were too great, and a lot of potential was accumulated in his body. After being struck by 2 thunder tribulations, he was not injured, but some of his potential turned into real power. He looked up at the sky where thunderclouds gathered, and suddenly felt a little sorry. Such a magnificent scene, but no one appreciates it, it's a pity. But Fang Chong soon thought of something, and then he took out a bunch of crystals from his storage ring, and scattered them in all directions. No, I have to stay in this scene, otherwise my thoughts will not flow. Then, Fang Chong's figure rose again, and rushed directly into the thundercloud. Why did you prepare for so long? I'm impatient to wait. He thought he must be very handsome in this scene. Boom, the heavens seemed to be irritated by him. The thunderclouds that were originally 3,000 miles wide now expanded directly to 5,000 miles. In the clouds, purple thunder was surging. A figure rose and fell, fighting with the heavens. Even if he was hit by thunder tribulations, he could not be harmed at all. Fang Chong laughed loudly, and felt that his strength had risen again at the limit. At this time, his robes on his body had been damaged by the powerful thunder tribulations. He was naked and swaying in the sea of thunder. As the thunder tribulations fell one after another, vague mysterious marks began to appear on his skin. His aura was transcending the incarnation of the spirit, and ascending to a higher and more powerful realm. That was the extreme transformation of the horizontal training tyrant body. Of course, according to the orthodox monks, this is called condensing the law. He began to condense the law before entering the sea of law. It can only be said that his own accumulation is too strong. Fang Chong also noticed his changes. Without any hesitation, he turned his palm and swallowed a law crystal. Let the thunder tribulation come more violently. Chapter 369. The thunder tribulation was endless, and soon attracted many cultivators. Low-level cultivators only regarded it as a strange celestial phenomenon, and could not understand it anyway. Only high-level cultivators above the golden core stage could get a glimpse of the slightest understanding from the thunder tribulation. In particular, the divine transformation cultivators saw some direction for progress from it. When the thunder tribulation was triggered, it was also the time when the laws evolved. At this moment, the power of the laws was easier to be understood than usual. Who is going through the tribulation here, and why is it so powerful? The intensity of this thunder tribulation is not comparable to the ordinary 39 thunder tribulation. Could it be the legendary 69 thunder tribulation? Doesn't it mean that he is breaking through the realm of the void? Friend Su, you are born with a pair of spiritual eyes that can see through the world. Can you see the appearance of the person who is going through the tribulation clearly? I can't see clearly because of the thunder tribulation. Do you think he can succeed in the tribulation? I am not optimistic. The realm of the void has always been a word that only exists in legends for people like us in the lower world. Over the years, I have spent a lot of money to get a lot of records of the void realm from Qishao City. I know that only 1 in 100 people who want to break through the void realm can be a god-transforming cultivator. I want him to succeed in breaking through. Qishao City has become increasingly powerful in recent years, and there is also the Tang Dynasty court above us. If there is no great senior in the void realm, we will only become vassals of Qishao City. Yes, if there is a variable, there will be a place for us in Qishao Dao. Have the people from Qishao City arrived? I think it will be soon. The spiritual network formation is really powerful. With the help of the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, it can cross thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. If it is not so, why should we be so afraid? If the people from Qishao City want to prevent this fellow from overcoming the tribulation, we will help them. Of course. About 100 miles away from the center of the thunder tribulation, a group of incarnation cultivators appeared in front of people and whispered. 9 out of 9 of these cultivators came from the secret world, and some came here through the space channel. Some of them were forced to ascend after their ascension path was reopened and their strength reached the limit of a realm. Some were only one step away from the realm of transformation, and after reaching the main world, they broke through with the help of the convenience of the world. As time went on, the cultivators, who could have been top-level fighters, gradually became common. Fong Chong was obsessed with conquering the puppet ancestral world, but he didn't know that in the past 20 years, there were many powerful people in Qishaodao, and there were many forces that wanted to challenge the dominance of Qishao City. However, under Fong Chong management, Qishao City has gradually deepened its foundation, and there are also peak-level cultivators such as Great Sun God and Fong Taiju sitting in the Frontier Army, and Chen Tiangang, a great master of the cave, sitting in the Border Army, not allowing the great masters of the cave outside the Tang dynasty to pass through. Therefore, the highest realm cultivator in Qishaodao is only the transformation of the gods. Even without Fong Chong sitting in the frontier, Qishao City has become more and more powerful after being challenged several times, and killed several powerful forces at the level of transformation of the gods in one breath. Many forces were forced to either hide their identities or move away from Qishaodao. The spiritual network array covered a path, achieving rapid and precise strikes with high-end combat power. Under the command, there was only the word submission. Of course, those who were not convinced were still not convinced. For example, the several incarnation monks present. Although they had to pay tribute to Qishao City every year, they had to send the best disciples of the sect to Qishao City as hostages, under the name of friendly exchanges. But privately, they were always thinking about separatism, and did not want to have more managers above them. But it was just a thought. With the establishment of counties, and the arrival of officials at all levels, Qishao City, representing the Tang dynasty court, had increasingly tight control over the entire Qishaodao. No matter who wanted to rebel, they were destined to be alone. While this group of incarnation monks were discussing, a middle-aged man, with a gaunt face, stood quietly behind them, without letting the monks notice any movement. No wonder he is favored by his majesty. He is able to break through the void realm in such a short time. Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient figure? This middle-aged man is Chen Tiangang, the current commander of the border army of Qishaodao. Even though they are millions of miles apart, the movement of the 6-9 thunder tribulations is as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark in his eyes. And for the great power of Dongqiu, space is no longer an obstacle. Their speed is faster than teleportation. Chen Tiangang looked at a group of incarnation cultivators secretly colluding, and he just felt ridiculous. These guys enjoy the protection of the Tang dynasty and Qishao City, but are unwilling to work hard. There is no such good thing in the world. If you really think it's not good, you can go to the sect outside the Tang dynasty. Well, the people from Qishao City have arrived. It's that little girl. Chen Tiangang looked into the distance, and a cold-faced female cultivator and a bald monk came together. The two of them did not hide anything, and were soon discovered by others. It's the Valkyrie and the Great Sun God. They are here together. This person who has passed the tribulation has passed the heavenly tribulation. It seems that there will be human tribulations in the future. It is too difficult for us cultivators in the lower world to practice. Everyone, let's go and stop them. Wait a minute, I just watched the thunder tribulation and felt something. Now I am inspired and must go back to retreat. Fellow Taoists, we will meet again if we are lucky. I will go ahead. My magic weapon is still in the mountain gate. I am afraid I can't take action. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. You? The cultivator surnamed Zhu didn't expect that these old guys lived a long time, but they were getting more and more timid. Just now, they were like swearing blood to form an alliance and advance and retreat together. Now that only 2 people from Qishao City came, they backed off one by one. So he turned around and ran away decisively. Chen Tiangang, who was observing secretly, Fortunately, he didn't take action just now, otherwise it would really be considered dirtying his hands. On the other side, Fong Taiju and Great Sun God Venerable didn't care about the few escaping divine transformation cultivators. The cultivators in Qishaodao who dared to resist them were either beaten to death or driven away. The rest were a group of guys who were trying to protect themselves. As for this group of guys, as long as they are not pushed to the limit, they will never dare to rebel. After all, they have finally broken through the spirit transformation, and they still have thousands of years of life. Who wants to die for no reason? Fong Taiju looked at the figure in the center of the thunder tribulation, with a little worry in his eyes. She was Fong Chong's first spiritual puppet, and her spirit was closely connected with her. At that time, Fong father even refined Fong Chong blood into her body to make her recognize her master. So when others could not confirm who the person who passed the tribulation was, she confirmed it almost immediately. Brother. Fong Taiju called softly, and then his eyes swept around, and his voice floated lightly. Within the range of the thunder tribulation, within 1,000 miles, anyone who dares to come to the spirit transformation will be regarded as provoking Qishao City, and the whole family will be killed afterwards. As for those below the spirit transformation, they are not qualified to interfere with the thunder tribulation. Too domineering, someone said angrily, and then retreated 1,000 miles away at a very fast speed. Okay, today I will give Qishao City a favor. Since it is the Valkyrie who has spoken, we will take our leave. Under Fong Taiju's gaze, the divine transformation cultivators were forced to appear one by one, and then retreated 1,000 miles. In a moment, dozens of divine transformation cultivators appeared. Almost all the divine transformation cultivators within 1,000,000 miles were here. The center of the thunder tribulation. Fong Chong 6-9 thunder tribulations are almost coming to an end. The 6-9 thunder tribulations are divided into 9 stages, with a total of 6 rounds, a total of 54 thunder tribulations. Each round of thunder tribulations is stronger than the previous one. By the 6th round, each thunder tribulation is almost comparable to the one taken personally by a great master in the void realm. Even Fong Chong, who is about to condense the power of the law in his flesh, will be torn apart and hurt to the bone if he is hit by one. Even if his endless divine will was constantly stimulated, it was impossible to dissipate the destructive power contained in the thunder tribulation in a short period of time. So Fong Chong's arrogant attitude at the beginning had already turned into a difficult resistance with all his strength, and he had no intention of paying attention to the external situation. Otherwise, if he knew that his sister had cleared the field for him, he would definitely praise her out loud. She is worthy of being his good sister. After all, the handsome moments before have passed, and now the embarrassed appearance, the fewer people know the better. Boom! As the 53rd thunder tribulation fell, Fong Chong was like a punctured balloon floating in the air, without a trace of resistance. His skin and flesh had all melted away, and his internal organs had turned into charcoal. Only the bones as white as jade were still strong, but they were also surrounded by lightning. Whenever flesh and blood regenerated on the bones, the lightning would flash, and the tribulation power contained in it would turn the new flesh and blood into tribulation ashes. At this moment, Fong Chong was left with only a skeleton, and his vitality and tribulation power were entangled and deadlocked. The skeleton fell heavily to the ground, just like a mountain falling, making the earth tremble. This white jade skeleton, that had been tempered and endured 5369 thunder tribulations, was heavier than ordinary people could imagine. I'm afraid that if you take any of it off, you can make a top-grade magic weapon. But Fong Chong knew that in his current state, he might not be able to withstand the last blow with his body. Is that all? If he forced his body to withstand the thunder tribulation again, he would most likely die. He lay quietly on the ground, his skeleton as crystal as jade, nourishing vitality in the destruction. Qin Tiangong's figure appeared in the air, looking at Fong Chong, who was trapped in the pit, with some horror in his eyes, and his mind was shaken. You just endured the thunder tribulation directly with your body. Are you crazy? When ordinary people survive the tribulation, they use spiritual arts and magic weapons together, and there are various secret techniques and formations to weaken the power of the thunder tribulation, just to hope that they will be less injured when they are struck. But Fong Chong was afraid that his injury was not serious enough, so he not only went straight into the sea of thunder, but also used his body to forcibly resist the thunder tribulation. All the spiritual arts and magic weapons were useless. As a result, the situation got out of hand, and his body was almost destroyed by the power of the tribulation. This last thunder tribulation went from being a sure thing to a life-or-death situation. It's reasonable for a puppeteer like me to condense the law of strength. If I don't let the thunder tribulation strike more, how can I stimulate the maximum potential of my physical body? It's a pity that I can't survive the last thunder tribulation and can't be perfect. It's too difficult to transcend with the physical body. The skull opened and closed, making Fong Chong voice. You actually want to take the path of combining strength with the Tao. I underestimated you. Qin Tiangong quickly calmed down and understood Fong Chong's intention. But now your physical body is almost wiped out. How can you survive this last thunder tribulation? The ultimate way of strength is the best in the world, but even in ancient times, how many people can really take this path? He looked up at the sky, the thunderclouds were boiling, and there were ancient beasts galloping in the sea of thunder, dragons and phoenixes dancing, and the heavenly palace hall was still evolving. This last thunder tribulation seemed to have taken an exceptionally long time to brew. Fong Chong chuckled. Since I started practicing, I knew that I had low qualifications and low luck. I was able to get to where I am today in such a short time. In addition to many adventures, I think my unwillingness to accept fate has also played a big role. Now there is an opportunity to change my fate. Why shouldn't I try it? Once my body condenses to the extreme, I will be the first in the cave. I have never been the first in so many years. What a pity. Even with such a strong accumulation, I am still a little short. Fong Chong's skull looked up at the sky with a little regret, saying, if I can't be the first, I can't be the first. Anyway, I am used to it. As he said, he was going to turn from life to death, dissipate the vitality of his body, recover from his injuries, and condense the law of life and death. He was not really going to die, so he made two preparations early. Once his body fails to condense the law, he will damage his body's potential, abandon this powerful body, and absorb the power of thunder tribulation with his endless divine will, turning it into death will, and then quickly recover his strength. But in this way, he can only achieve enlightenment by comprehending the law of life and death. Wait a minute. Fong Taiju's voice suddenly came. The skull turned around, and saw a faint smile on Fong Taiju's face. Brother, have you forgotten me? If outsiders interfere with the thunder tribulation, it will only stimulate the power of the thunder tribulation. If they suffer the thunder tribulation together, they will implicate themselves. Miss Fong, please be cautious. Chen Tiangang reminded beside him. If not, he would have taken action long ago, so that he could get another favor. This is the feeling of enlightenment. Fong Chong was stunned at first, and then laughed. Not bad, not bad. How could I forget you? There is always a way out. Raising a sister for 1,000 days, use it in one moment. Since Fong Taiju broke through the second stage of foundation building, he has never refined his sister again. Because he has begun to treat his sister as a person, not his puppet tool. But at this moment, there is no need to care so much. From the second stage to the fifth stage, Fong Taiju accumulation of hundreds of battles will become Fong Chong resources at this moment. The skeleton struggled to stand up, and a hand covered with destructive calamity power reached out. Fong Taiju also endured the pain of the calamity power entering his body, and reached out his hand, and the two held each other tightly. You are. Chen Tiangang sighed heavily, and turned his head away reluctantly. In his opinion, Fong Taiju was accompanying Fong Chong to die. But the next moment, he turned around again in shock. He saw that the calamity power on Fong Chong's body was surging, but it still couldn't stop his vitality, and pieces of flesh and blood and meridians grew out tenaciously. But Fong Taiju's breath did not weaken at all. But Chen Tiangang knew that something in Fong Taiju's body was absorbed by Fong Chong. Boom! The accumulated thunder calamity fell at the same time. Take Taiju away first. Fong Chong asked Chen Tiangang to take Fong Taiju away, and his body, which had recovered more than half, did not retreat but advanced, and faced the thunder calamity again. The two collided heavily. Endless light flooded everyone's vision, and a powerful aura burst out to the extreme, and then quickly disappeared. A large earth pit over 100 miles wide appeared in front of everyone. I don't know how long it took. A faint vitality drilled out of the ground like a seed, and then became stronger and stronger, turning into a towering tree. Then a powerful momentum swept all around, and it lasted for a long time. Before entering the Sea of Laws, he has already condensed the laws. Now it depends on his harvest in the Sea of Laws. Chen Tiangang stroked his beard and said with emotion, there are talented people in every generation, and I am already an old man. Chapter 370. There is great terror, and great fortune between life and death. It is great terror to suffer a thunder tribulation, but after the thunder tribulation, it is great fortune. Fong Chong only felt that his mind was infinitely elevated, but this time it was not the empty feeling of floating in the clouds as before, but touched the top. He had a sudden inspiration, and with a leap, he jumped out of the world and saw a brand new world. In the chaotic space, there was nothingness, but a giant stood there. He suddenly woke up, saw the chaos and darkness around him, roared, raised the axe in his hand, and chopped at the darkness. So a new world was born. The giant held up the world and grew with the world. The sky was 1 zong high, and the giant grew 1 bong high. Until one day, the giant was tired, he fell down, his eyes turned into the sun and the moon, his breath turned into wind and clouds, his blood turned into rivers, his skin and hair turned into grass and trees on the earth, his body merged into the world, making the world reborn. But the next moment, the world was suddenly destroyed. Everything went back to where it was, and the giant returned to chaos. He opened his eyes again. I am Pangu? No, I am Fang Chong. Countless insights flowed in his heart, and Fang Chong suddenly understood the mystery of the extreme power. The extreme power is not the ultimate power, but the courage and determination to break all rules. Without the courage to break everything, even if you have the most powerful power, you can't be the most powerful person. The law of power is the most basic law, so it will not be restrained by any law. In addition, as long as my strength is strong enough, it can break other laws, so it is also the most powerful law. Fang Chong swung the big axe that came from nowhere and chopped at the darkness in front of him. The light flashed, and he saw the familiar sea of stars, the best place to comprehend the power of the law, the sea of laws. When he broke through the realm of transformation, he had landed on a star in the sea of laws under the protection of some mysterious power, and realized his divine will. Before, he was ignorant, but now, he is an experienced driver who is familiar with driving rules. After all, he is someone above him. Thanks again to Her Majesty the Queen for generously imparting this advanced knowledge. Fang Chong felt that even if Her Majesty the Queen made a slightly excessive request to him in the future, he would not be unable to satisfy her. Who made him owe a favor? At this moment, the protective power outside his body became stronger, so strong that he felt that he could reach out and touch those stars. This is not an illusion. The power covering his soul is the power of destiny after the thunder tribulation, which can not only enable him to quickly comprehend the law, but also protect him from swimming in the sea of law. As a powerful cultivator in the quasi-void realm, what he has to do next is to leave his own law imprint in the sea of law and initially occupy a position in the sea of law. When his own law power is perfect, he can condense the law star and become a real powerful cultivator in the void realm. The densely packed stars in the sea of laws represent the powerful cultivators in the void realm. Of course, the stars in the sea of laws look numerous, as if there are many powerful people in this world. But in fact, 9 out of 9 of them are illusory, and are projections of the law stars of powerful people in other worlds. Even many of the owners of the law stars have fallen, and only the law stars are left as their last traces. Until one day, the stars are destroyed, and the universe will no longer remember that such a person has ever been here. Then, let's start. Fang Chong forcibly condensed the law with his physical body in the main world, and obtained the mystery of the law of power in the thunder tribulation. At this moment, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, he not only wants to leave his own law imprint in the sea of laws, but also wants to skip the novice period and directly condense his own law star. Huh? A ray of light burst out from the dazzling sea of laws, which is not conspicuous among the thousands of stars, but it is a power unique to Fang Chong. The scattered and disordered forces of law in the sea of law are now being pulled by some force, and all gathered in one place. After just a short moment, Fang Chong felt full. Why is the sea of laws called the sea of laws? Because this is the sea of laws, and every moment you stay here, you are facing the clearest power of laws. If you use an inappropriate metaphor, it is probably equivalent to refining the law crystal all the time. Of course, the power of laws in the sea of laws is disordered and incomplete, very chaotic, far less stable, clear, and unpolluted power of laws in the law crystal. Once you absorb too much and cannot refine it quickly, you will be polluted by the sea of laws in turn, making your own power of laws impure, your foundation of Taoism damaged, and you will never have the chance to achieve the great Tao. What's more, you will be directly transformed into Taoism in the sea of laws, and become a part of the sea of laws. Only when you truly condense your own law star can you have a foothold in the sea of laws. Otherwise, even a powerful cultivator in the void realm would not dare to stay in the sea of laws for a long time, so as not to be polluted by too much power of laws. Fang Chong recalled the taboos about the sea of laws in his heart, but he was not afraid at all. Because he is still in the novice protection period. The lightning strike was not in vain, the power of creation around his soul was enough to digest the chaotic laws that swarmed in. His aura became stronger and stronger. In the sea of laws, the law imprint that belonged to Fang Chong condensed out, which was a small golden light spot. The light spot was hidden among the thousands of stars, inconspicuous at all, but it was like a seed, silently absorbing the chaotic laws around it, silently digesting it, and silently improving itself. Maybe 1,000 years, maybe 10,000 years later. When this light spot absorbed enough power, it could turn into one of the stars. Fang Chong didn't need to identify himself. He knew that his data was soaring and his experience value was soaring. He had never felt his own strength so clearly. But he was not satisfied. With the golden light spot as the center, an invisible vortex was expanding, and finally turned into a gray and hazy sphere. As the number of chaotic laws increased, Fang Chong's power of creation was also rapidly consumed. It seemed that in the next moment, he would face the pollution of many chaotic laws. But Fong Chong had no fear at all. If he didn't die quickly during the novice protection period, then when would he wait? He concentrated on refining the chaotic laws. After an unknown period of time, the power of creation outside his body finally couldn't hold on. At this moment, a huge sphere with a diameter of about tens of miles could be vaguely seen, and it was golden in color, which was Fong Chong's favorite color. Compared with those lost stars that had existed for who knows how many years, this small sphere was really a bit small. But it finally worked. According to the realm division, it was about the early stage of the cave realm breaking through to the middle stage of the cave realm. It might be the weakest middle stage of the cave realm, but it was also the middle stage of the cave realm. Fong Chong faced the power of the chaotic law for the first time. It was an indescribable feeling. It was a bit like being possessed by a demon, and a bit like being initiating a spiritual practice. When he felt that his power was advancing by leaps and bounds, he couldn't help but sink into it. But Fong Chong was so strong. He was a man who practiced with his inner demons in the chi refining stage. His fighting will might not be that strong, but in terms of toughness, he thought he still had some strength. He remained sober enough. The power of the law permeated his body, forcibly suppressing the law of chaos, and then tempered and absorbed the pure power of the law in it, and added it to his own law star. Gradually, the blurred law star became more and more solid. But the golden sphere was also stained with a layer of gray and black. Fong Chong stopped practicing, took a look at his polluted law star, and smiled indifferently. Do you understand the extreme way of power? The gold content is the best in the world. The golden star was shaking, and the gray and black air was constantly dissipating. Break. The dim starlight shone brightly, and completely turned into a small star hanging in the sea of laws. Although it was inconspicuous, it also symbolized that Fong Chong had truly left his mark in this world. In the next millions of years, this star will shine with the sky and the earth. As the law star was completely stable, Fong Chong felt that he was suddenly connected with a mysterious existence. Is that the will of heaven? As an existence that had been sacrificed several times, Fong Chong thought that he would not sense it wrongly. That was the will of heaven. This, the queen didn't teach you. Fong Chong was full of astonishment. How did he get involved with the will of heaven again? They only had a money for goods relationship before. One hand paid the money, the other hand delivered the goods, and the two should have been settled long ago. The will of heaven seemed to be awakened by Fong Chong, and a beam of light that transcended time and space was cast down. That look was a little happy. The next moment, whoosh, wind appeared in the sea of laws. The power of the law of chaos swarmed in, but was purified by some force, and then injected into Fong Chong's law star. The law star, which was just a small ball, suddenly expanded and helped Fong Chong to accumulate for the next 100 years. Then a piece of information was absorbed by Fong Chong. Achieve the void, reward from heaven. Fong Chong's face suddenly turned bitter. Can't you not? But the will of heaven had long gone, so how could Fong Chong complain? This was not Fong Chong taking advantage of the situation, but the reward was not taken for nothing. From then on, his law star was completely tied to the immortal demon continent, and they would rise and fall together. Just like the Big Dipper world back then. When the Big Dipper world was destroyed for unknown reasons, the Great Tao collapsed, and the Heavenly Tao was annihilated. So the law stars that were placed on the Big Dipper world were implicated one by one, and all the stars were annihilated, and their bodies and ways disappeared. This was what he got from the mouth of the great Yen God. This is also the reason why the owners of many secret worlds are all gone. But there are exceptions. For example, those big guys who have been reincarnated. But you should have asked me if I am willing? Heaven created all things to feed people. What can people repay heaven with? In the mountain and river realm, Yaguang smiled and asked back to the question of the newly promoted powerful city lord Fong Chong. Fong Chong's face was not very good, but after a moment of silence, he pointed at himself and said, "Is it that people repay heaven with their own bodies?" Yaguang nodded and said, "You are worthy of being a peerless genius, who can break through the void realm in 200 years. Your Majesty's vision is as sharp and excellent as ever." Fong Chong said unhappily, "You have said it so obviously, how can I not understand? Why didn't you tell me before?" He looked at Yaguang with a heartbroken look. "Sister, are you going to disown me? It seems you are not really sad." Yaguang shook her head and laughed. "How could I know that you are so powerful that you can break through from the initial stage of the void realm to the middle stage, and even condense the law stars? But whether you know this or not, it won't change anything, unless you are willing to stay in the initial stage of the void realm forever. As long as you don't condense the lost stars, you won't be targeted by the will of the heavenly Tao. But as long as you condense the lost stars, the will of the heavenly Tao will not let you go. But you? Don't worry, this is a stage that every cultivator who aspires to the great Tao must go through. Even after His Majesty broke through, he had to place his lost stars in the hands of heaven. After all, you were born between heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy you breathe in and out is all given by heaven. When you condense the lost stars, you will have the opportunity to go to other great worlds in the future. If heaven does not mark you, if you run away in the future, he will be very disappointed. Huh? Fong Chong felt less uncomfortable when he heard that even the Empress, who was temporarily invincible in his heart, had experienced this. That's how people are. If you are the only one suffering, you must blame others, but once someone has the same experience as you, the pain seems to be divided in half, and you feel less uncomfortable. Especially when the great man who was originally high in my heart actually ended up with me, that feeling was even more wonderful. Maybe not only would I not feel uncomfortable, but I would also feel that I had earned something. What virtue and ability did I have to end up with such a great man? In addition, Fong Chong also keenly perceived another message. Other big worlds? Can I go to other big worlds? His mood suddenly became as bright as the flowers blooming in spring. Doesn't this mean that he can return to his original world? The urban immortal is reborn? He instantly imagined a 12-million-word cool story. But soon he felt bored. After all, he had long since gotten rid of such low-level interests, and there was nothing fun with a bunch of mortals. He even destroyed more than one small world. But if the time had not changed, the time now was just a few years before the launch of the Shinmo game. He was still young, and the familiar people had not turned into a pile of yellow earth. It would be great to meet them. Otherwise, this will always be a regret in his heart, and it can be regarded as his fate in another world. Seeing Fong Chong so excited, Yogwan looked at him suspiciously and said, I thought you would ask your majesty how to get rid of the will of heaven, but I didn't expect you to be so concerned about the new big world. Ahem, that, after all, I haven't seen it. Fong Chong evaded a few words and smiled. These two questions are equally important, dear sister. Just tell me well, whatever you want, I will definitely not refuse. Yogwan was merciless when killing people. Not to mention Fong Chong was confused and stretched his neck out. So after Fong Chong agreed to 5, 6, 7 or 8 conditions, she got to the point. First, how can your majesty get rid of the will of heaven? It's actually very simple. You just need to pay back double what you owe to heaven. How much spiritual energy have you taken in, and how many magic weapons have you consumed in this world? Pay them back double. Then you will naturally be able to get rid of the heaven's attention. As for how to pay it back, you are so smart, why not guess? Chapter 371. Faced with Yogwang's bad taste, Fong Chong could only sigh helplessly. This otaku girl stayed in the mountain and river realm all day long. Apart from watching TV series, reading novels and sleeping, she seemed to have no other entertainment activities. So after they got to know each other, her personality became particularly bad. It was common for her to make fun of him, and she didn't give any face to the newly promoted great man, the Qishao Marquis of the Tang dynasty. But her master was the queen. Oh, that's okay. Of course, bad taste was bad taste. Yugwan was actually very measured, and the conditions she proposed were also insignificant things, but she just liked to see him look painful and annoyed. As if she had made a profit in this way. What could Fong Chong do? Of course, he would cooperate with her performance. He had been taking advantage of her for so long, so he had to bring her some spiritual enjoyment. Fong Chong pretended to be in deep thought, then said seriously, I can't guess. Yugwan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, if you can't guess, then you can't guess. There's no need to say it so confidently. Now that you have also broken through the Void Realm, you should have discovered that the practice of the Void Realm does not actually require the assistance of a small world. Then why do so many cultivators in the Void Realm leave behind a small world? Is it really just because they need a small world for convenience? Fong Chong immediately understood. You mean they are all preparing to repay the heavenly Tao? Yes. Yugwang nodded and said, the secret world was created as a tribute to the heavenly Tao, and the other functions are additional. So when the owner of the secret world dies, the secret world they leave behind becomes the food of the heavenly Tao. This is the truth of the ancient contract. Of course, when creating the secret world, the heavenly Tao will also provide a little help. If you intend to repay the heavenly Tao's karma, you might as well prepare to create your secret world from now on. Fong Chong still had doubts. But the secret world was born from the big world, and everything in it should be obtained from the big world. How can this be considered as repayment? Yogwang thought for a moment, and snapped his fingers. A horizontal plane appeared between them, and a colorful bubble emerged from the horizontal plane. Yugwang pointed at the bubble and said, "This horizontal plane is the vast universe, and this colorful bubble is one of the big worlds. The big world absorbs the energy of the universe to grow, but its size is limited, and it can only absorb so much energy in a certain period of time. So, then a small bubble was seen separated from the bubble. The small bubble grew bigger and bigger, and finally its whole life merged into the big bubble, and the big bubble visible to the naked eye became a little bigger. Do you understand now?" Fong Chong suddenly realized. So in order to absorb more energy, the heavenly Tao opened up a small secret world with the help of the cultivators. And the small secret world not only gets nutrients from the big world, but also the energy of the universe that really supports its growth. So when the secret realm is integrated into the big world, it is equivalent to bringing energy from the universe to the big world, which in disguise increases its growth rate. Not bad. Yugwang nodded. Fong Chong's face showed a thoughtful expression. To know so much about the relationship between the universe and the big world, it seems that the queen is someone who has seen the new world. Only by jumping out of the existing framework can you see a brand new world. If you stay in the fairy and demon continent all your life, it is impossible to know what is outside the fairy and demon continent. After all, there is an invisible barrier in the fairy and demon continent, and you can't fly out at all. Although the queen came from the Big Dipper world, the Big Dipper world and the fairy and demon continent have the same roots. But what if I created a secret world and used the resources of the big world, but I just don't pay it back? Fong Chong quickly thought of a way to get the wool. If you don't pay, it's not plagiarism, and if you don't care about the eyes of the heaven, you don't need to settle the cause and effect. Yugwang looked at Fong Chong dimly. Do you think he is a fool? Unless you don't plan to break through the unity of the way in your life, you know that the first condition of the unity of the way is to repay the cause and effect of the heaven. Otherwise, once you force a breakthrough, the 99 thunder tribulations will evolve into infinite thunder tribulations for you in a minute. You owe the cause and effect of the heavenly Tao, and you still want to break through, but I can't kill you. If you don't reach the Tao, your lifespan can't even break through for 1,000,000 years. Do you want to compete with God for longevity? When you die, everything you have will be returned to the heaven and earth. Anyway, no matter what, he will not lose. I can tell you that all the methods you can think of now have been tried by others, but most of the results are not good. Those who can survive are honestly following the orthodox path. Even His Majesty never thought of breaking this rule back then. Fong Chong laughed dryly. You don't understand, so you ask. In his heart, he secretly thought that the queen was now like a good boy, so tolerant to them, the lords of the mountains and rivers, and preached to them from time to time. Perhaps she was learning from the heavenly Tao. After all, what you owe to the heavenly Tao must be repaid. So does it mean that what you owe to the queen does not need to be repaid? But he asked this question without disappointment. Anyway, there is no need to worry about too many debts. Let's talk about it when he gets there. If you are not strong enough, you are not even qualified to repay the debt. Another question, how to go to other big worlds. Fong Chong unconsciously concentrated his mind. Yugwang's tone was much more casual about this question. There are generally two ways to go to other big worlds. The first one is to achieve the Tao, which can break through the world barrier and travel the universe in the flesh. If you are lucky, you can encounter a new big world. But generally, you can't enter it when you encounter it. The heavenly Tao of other worlds will not welcome the Hedao Tianzuan, because he has very weak constraints on the Hedao Tianzuan. Unless there is a Hedao Tianzuan from another big world to lead you into the world, which is equivalent to being an intermediary guarantor. Otherwise, even if you enter, you will be regarded as an alien demon targeted by heaven and earth, with extremely bad luck, and everyone will want to kill you. There are exceptions, such as being extremely lucky to encounter a weak heavenly way, or a newly born big world, and you can force your way in. That is an opportunity that would even make Hedao Tianzuan excited. Second, you know that the Sea of Laws can project the law stars of cultivators in other great worlds. So by the same token, the Sea of Laws in other great worlds can also project the law stars on our side. As long as you are a little luckier, even if you are only in the Void Realm, you will have the opportunity to obtain the cosmic coordinates of other great worlds through the Sea of Laws, and then sneak through the Sea of Laws without being targeted by the will of heaven. Because the Sea of Laws is the rule of the universe, even the will of heaven in the great world cannot interfere. However, this method is theoretically feasible, and only one person has succeeded so far. Who? Fong Chong asked unconsciously. Yugwang sighed and said, a poor guy. He came to our world through the Sea of Laws, but because he acted too high profile, He didn't know whether he would live or die and offended His Majesty. His Majesty decomposed his soul and body, found the lost art he was looking for in the sea of laws, and even found the great world he came from. Then what? Fong Chong didn't expect that someone would be so bold. Then, there was the splendid mountains and rivers map. Yao Guang said faintly, "Your Majesty sacrificed the coordinates of that big world, allowing our heavenly Tao to devour that big world. After all, not every big world has the strength of our world. That was a world-destroying war, which even I had never experienced. Because after that world war, in return, your Majesty gained the power to control the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, becoming one of the most honorable figures in this world, and using this to refine the splendid mountains and rivers map. And I am the trophy of that war." Fong Chong's scalp suddenly numbed, and he had a new understanding of the Queen's strength. "So what if I broke through the Void Realm? So what if I am the best in the world? This thigh should be hugged." Chapter 372. Location of the Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation has dissipated, and the sky is still clear. Fong Chong's mind returned from the mountain and river realm. When he opened his eyes again, the world in his eyes was different. The word Dongxu means to penetrate the void. Even if he has just entered the Dongxu realm, space has nowhere to hide in his eyes. He can clearly see the veins flowing between heaven and earth. He is almost certain that as long as he gently touches these veins, he can open the door of space, cross space, and go to any place he wants to go. This feeling is like folding the infinite space into a piece of paper. He gently punctured the paper and opened a new world. With his current strength, Fong Chong estimated that he could only cross a distance of 1,000,000 miles at a time, which was mediocre, and not as far as his spiritual vein teleportation array. But it is convenient and free. After all, the teleportation location of the teleportation array is fixed. Then Fong Chong threw himself an identification spell. Title: Lord of Qishao, Ancestor of the Puppet Clan, Prince of the Tang Dynasty. Lord of Qishao, you are the controller of Qishao Dao, and your strength will be permanently increased by 10% in Qishao Dao. Ancestor of the Puppet Clan, you are the creator of the Puppet Clan, your eyes can make dead things spiritual, and you are the savior of millions of puppet clans. Your prestige in front of the Puppet Clan is always worship, and your charm is increased to admiration. Prince of the Tang Dynasty, in the territory of the Tang Dynasty, under the protection of the Empress, the fortune is increased by 2. High risk, high return. Breaking through the realm of Dongxu with the extreme way of strength, condensing the law of strength, and the reward of the heavenly way, I was directly promoted to 4 levels, saving an unknown amount of time. Fong Chong thought of the last Thunder Tribulation and felt that if he did it again, he would probably not be so crazy. It was really that his strength expanded too fast, which made him unconsciously want to challenge the high difficulty. But Fong Chong put away his personal panel and touched his body narcissistically. What a perfect body. This is the rule of the world. Make the rich richer and the poor poorer. The way of man is to take away what is lacking and make up for what is in excess. For him now, the level of his physique and fortune cannot be said to have no impact on him, but the impact is really not great. What he longed for when he was young, he now has at his fingertips. As for the technique, it should be my previous practice in the sea of laws that made the 3 techniques merge by themselves. But don't rush, wait until I study Dying Gods Dying Yukuei Shinju, maybe I can improve its grade. But the name? This can be decided first. Well, let's call it Qishao Cha Sheng Ju. So the technique in the panel was automatically modified to Qishao Chong Sheng Ju. Anyway, his technique combines the 3 ways of spirit, energy and spirit, and is destined to be a hodgepodge. It is not appropriate to call it anything, so it is better to choose a name that has nothing to do with the technique. As for other personal attributes, he glanced over them. When the data was low before, he could adjust his future cultivation direction according to the data. Now, these data are often trillions, which can only give him a vague reference. And his combat power is not something that can be summarized by these data. The change of the title made him look twice. Especially the Lord of Qishao, who can increase his strength by 10% in the territory of Qishao Dao, should be the bonus of Shanhe Ling and Lingwang Array. With his current strength, he can still increase by 10%, which is an extremely huge improvement. At least beating Qintian Gang is a sure thing. Before, I felt that there was a Qintian Gang, and I was a little uneasy, thinking that there could not be 2 tigers in one mountain. Now, it's not bad to have a free laborer to help watch the gate. Fong Chong calmed down and saw Fong Taiyu flying towards him. But at this moment, Fong Tieju's breath was a little weak, and he seemed to be injured. What's wrong with you? Fong Chong frowned. His sister, someone actually dared to bully him, Didn't he know that he had broken through? It seems necessary to let everyone recognize the majesty of the Lord of Qishao City once again. No, it's the Taoist Lord Qishao. Fong Chong's heart was filled with pride. I'm fine. Hearing this, Fong Taiju was stunned, looked at Fong Chong who was eager to try, and shook his head gently. You are injured like this. Look at this injury. Which cultivator with superb thunder magic can't even heal you, huh? This power is a bit familiar. It seems that when I was overcoming the tribulation that day. Fong Chong paused, looked up at the sky, and then asked Chen Tiangang beside him. Ahem, Taoist Chen, the weather is pretty good today. Hee. Chen Tiangang, who had been watching coldly, responded with a sneer. Fong Chong was a little annoyed and said, Old man, what do you mean? Do you want to fight? Chen Tiangang shook his head honestly and said, You have condensed the law of strength, and survived the 69 thunder tribulations with your physical body. Now, except for the top ancient treasure, I am afraid that no one can break this body. I will not ask for trouble. Even if he counts the time he spent in the Jinxiu realm, he has only broken through the Dongxi realm for less than 200 years. But he just left his own law imprint in the Sea of Law, and he doesn't know how far he is from condensing his own law star. Even if Fong Chong is in the same realm as him, Fong Chong has the advantages of law and physique, so he is no match at all. At least he thinks that the last thunder tribulation is a bit difficult for him to deal with even now. Fong Chong was just changing the subject out of embarrassment. Seeing this, he smiled politely. Master Chen, you are joking. I am a junior student, and will need to ask you more about cultivation in the future. While speaking, Fong Chong's magic power wrapped Fong Taiju, and his unique power washed away the power of the thunder tribulation. By the way, Master Chen, what are you waiting for here? Chen Tiangang said, I am just an idle person, what can I do? I just saw that your sister is very important to you, so I stayed and helped you protect the law. Now that you have achieved success, I will take my leave. Chen Tiangang bowed and took his leave. Fong Chong's expression became serious, and he quickly returned the greeting. Thank you, Master Chen, for protecting the law. Although he didn't need anyone to protect the law, he still had to remember this small favor. When Chen Tiangang left, Fong Chong took Fong Taiju's hand, drew a line in the air, and a space door appeared. Hold on tight, I show you something new. A flash of white light, and the two disappeared. Chapter 373. Time flies, time flows like water. 3 years passed in a trance. The Tang calendar, the 78th year of Changsheng, November 11th. The weather is sunny, suitable for opening. On the dense canopy of the Qishao tree, Fong Chong lay on a pair of beautiful legs, looking up at the sky, with expectation in his eyes, as if waiting for something. If he remembered correctly, November 11th of this year is also November 11th of his previous life, commonly known as the Festival for Singles. The Xianma game is launched. Players are coming, this year. The queen is 108 years old, just the number of Tiangang and Disha. She made a stunning appearance in Chang'an City, and her aloof and royal sister temperament attracted male and female players born in Chang'an City to lick the screen crazily, saying that women are 30 years older than men and embrace the country. This is also the reason why he was able to accurately say that there was still 100 years before the server was launched when he learned that the queen was 8 years old. Because he had licked it too. He was waiting for this historic moment. This will verify some of his conjectures. Husband, why did you want to ask me to watch the sunrise today? Dong Dong held Fong Chong's head and gently massaged him, with some joy in his tone. Fong Chong enjoyed Dong Dong's service and said lazily, I suddenly thought of it and came. I haven't been with you for a long time. Dong Dong hummed softly. It seems that you also know that you haven't been with me for a long time. Do you bully me as much as you can because my grandfather has returned? By the way, my grandfather sent a message saying that he recently took a concubine. This is the 18th concubine he has taken since he returned. Did you say something to him last time? Otherwise, why didn't he have any thoughts for decades before, and started to indulge himself after meeting you? Ah? Fong Chong pulled his mouth, his tone full of envy and jealousy. This old Qingyo actually took his nonsense seriously, and took the initiative to expand the bloodline of the Chung family. It's only been a few years since he came back, but he has already married 18 wives. This is simply too much. He is a great and powerful man in the Cave Void realm, the Taoist master of Qishao, the Qishao Marquis of the Tang dynasty, and he has 1,000,000 troops under his command, but he only married one. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson for you next time I see him. This old guy, how old is he, and he still doesn't cultivate himself. It's okay to marry 1 or 2, but he actually married 18, including me, cough cough. In short, This behavior must be condemned. Dong Dong was silent for a while, and said faintly, "If my husband likes, you can marry more, I don't mind. Now my husband is famous, and the name of the Taoist master of Qi Shao is admired by many women. It's really unfair to my husband to have only me." "Then don't pinch me." Fong Chong felt that the nails on his temple were about to be inserted. Fortunately, he had an indestructible body, otherwise he would have to have 2 more big holes at this moment. After all, Dong Dong is now a serious late Jin Dan cultivator. Although it is about the same level as Bubble, who calls himself the great water monster of the spirit pool, it is not bad. "I will only have one wife, and that's you," Fong Chong said righteously. "Your grandpa's behavior is really despicable." Dong Dong was very happy to see Fong Chong's statement, even though she knew he was trying to coax her. She became gentle again, and she also defended her grandpa. "Grandpa has been lonely for so long, it's no big deal to find a few more people to accompany him." "Ah, the sun is out." Dong Dong pointed to the sky in the distance, and a red sun appeared, dyeing the surrounding clouds red. Fong Chong was shocked. "Is it coming?" But there was no movement in the sky, nor on the ground. How could this happen? Is there too many people in the game, and the server is stuck? Fong Chong explained in his heart, and continued to wait. After Dong Dong admired the sunrise, she was about to get down from the tree, but she saw Fong Chong still staring into the distance. She seemed to understand something. Sure enough, every time he accompanied her, his main task was not to accompany her. But she said nothing and just hugged Fong Chong quietly, because for the first time she felt the nervousness and anticipation from Fong Chong. The time of this day seemed to pass very slowly. Fong Chong asked Dong Dong what time it was now. Every time Dong Dong answered, Fong Chong would murmur a few words. How could it be? It shouldn't be. Where is the person? But no one could answer him. The sun rose higher and higher, until it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The player still did not appear. Fong Chong's spirit had traveled through space, and traveled 1,000,000 miles, but he did not see a single shadow of the player. He didn't come. How could he not come? The short day passed just like that. The red sun rose, but the player did not come. The sun was high in the sky, but the player did not come. The sun set in the west, but the player did not come. Night fell, but the player still did not come. Until midnight was approaching. Dong Dong, you don't have to accompany me, I want to be alone for a while. Fong Chong exhaled lightly, with disappointment on his face that was difficult to conceal. Dong Dong hesitated to speak, and finally did not disturb Fong Chong. A pair of colorful transparent wings spread out behind her, and flew down with the wind. The Qishao tree is now nearly 1,000 meters high. Without the help of magic weapons, she may not be able to stay stable with her cultivation. There was only one person left on the huge Qishao tree, and a hazy green barrier opened. Fong Chong stared at the small golden finger in front of his vision. Is everything in my previous life just a dream of mine? Then how did you come here? Ding! The moon rose to the middle of the sky, and the midnight has arrived. It is now November 12th, and a new day has arrived. The golden finger in front of Fong Chong vision flashed, and a mysterious message flashed in his mind. It was a coordinate. Fong Chong suddenly felt infinite fear in his heart. The strong pressure was like an invisible big hand tightly strangling his throat, making him a little breathless. This is an unimaginable scene for a cultivator who has transcended the flesh and controlled the laws. I don't know how long it took. Fong Chong came back to his senses, and began to breathe rapidly to calm himself. Hoo! A strong wind suddenly blew over the sky of Qishao City, blowing away the dark clouds blocking the night sky, revealing the bright moon and the stars. There were also a few unlucky people flying in flying tools, who were blown thousands of miles away by this breath. So. Fong Chong controlled his power, and sighed in his heart. So what I want has always been with me, why is it at this moment? He couldn't figure it out. The next moment, Fong Chong was one with nature, and his soul was placed in the void. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the Sea of Laws. Thinking of the story Yao Guang told him, Fong Chong smiled bitterly. Let me see if I am a lucky guy or an unlucky guy. The Sea of Laws reflected the heavens, and the stars of laws projected into the void. As Fong Chong followed the coordinates in his mind, a mysterious power spread from Fong Chong's stars of laws. On another Sea of Laws, at an unknown distance away, an illusory star suddenly became solid. Chapter 374. The Unknown Sea of Laws. A law star slowly solidified, and Fong Chong walked out of the star, shrinking his head and being a little cautious. Because he was afraid that someone would wait for him. If someone used him as bait to invade the world coordinates of the immortal demon continent, It would be a lot of fun. But he still chose to come back. People need to be willful occasionally. Of course, the main reason was that Fang Chong thought that with his current strength, even if he met Hidao Tianzuan, he could still escape. The Sea of Laws is an existence between illusion and reality, and Hidao Tianzuan cannot do whatever he wants in it. So it is not difficult to save his life. If you can't beat him, run away. He is very skilled at this. But when he looked around, his expression became dull, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. I seem to have won a big prize. On this vast sea of laws, there are all kinds of illusory stars, whose light is slightly dimmer than his law stars. This means that in this big world, there is not a single high-level cultivator who can condense law stars. It is simply incredible. How did this big world survive until now? According to Yo Guang, even if it is a big world with the will of the heavenly Tao, as long as the heavenly Tao is weaker. Once it is encountered by Hidao Tianzuan, while traveling in the universe, he will have to call his friends and quickly make a dish. After all, the benefits of a big world are far beyond the comparison of a small world in a secret realm. So after eliminating all the impossibilities, there is only one answer left. This is a newly born big world. It is still so immature and so small that it has not had time to show its light in the void of the universe. The huge surprise overwhelmed Fang Chong's mind. Damn it, I'm going to make it. You are too happy too early. A childish voice, like a child, sounded in Fang Chong's mind. Huh? Fang Chong was shocked. The sea of stars was agitated for a moment. A huge wave of power swept across the stars, but no abnormality was found. Who are you? We have been working together for so long. How come you don't know who I am? In front of Fang Chong's vision, a small golden finger jumped out and turned into a fat baby with red lips and white teeth, wearing a big red belly band, which looked very festive. I am your golden finger. But if you don't like it, you can call me Tiandao's favorite kid. The fat baby put his hands behind his back, with his round belly sticking out, and looked like a little adult. I am a trace of will of Tiandao in this world. I have the ability to know everything, otherwise do you think a small appraisal technique can be so powerful? But you are not bad either. You can break through the realm of Dongxiu in such a short time, and successfully bring me back with the coordinates left by Tiandao. Hee hee. Fang Chong sneered, the surprise cooled, and reason returned to himself. So, you are the one who made me travel through time and reincarnate? That baby shook his head repeatedly. It's not me, it's my immediate superior, the heavenly Tao you mentioned. He paid a huge price to reverse time and space and send you back to the past, and he has fallen asleep. So if you want to trouble him, you have to wait until he wakes up. Fang Chong pondered for a moment and asked, why do you want me to go back to the past? That baby looked excited and raised his head and said, of course it's to save the world. You are the man chosen by the world. How about it? Do you feel a sense of passion? Fang Chong shook his head coldly and said, sorry, I'm past the age of middle school. Saving the world and so on, it doesn't quite fit my personality. But if you want to talk about betraying the world, I am still very interested in it personally. Fang Chong stared at Fat Baby with a faint gaze. If I sell the world coordinates of this big world to the heavenly Tao will of the immortal demon continent, what reward will he give me? Can I directly merge with the Tao, from then on share the same respect with the sky, and from then on travel the universe without any constraints? That baby's hands and feet were stiff, his face was pale, and cold sweat was pouring down. You won't do that, will you? Fang Chong showed a wolf grandmother's smile, staring at Fat Baby, as if he was looking at a dish. You said it, we have cooperated for so long, you don't know who I am? In terms of stabbing in the back and betraying my brothers, how am I worse? Now it's your turn to bid. See how I won't betray your father Tiandao, cute little cub. That baby looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. But he didn't give in. Instead, he took a deep breath and snorted. You are worthy of being the one chosen by Father Tiandao. You are really shameless and despicable. Only people like you can save the world. As long as you can save the world, you will benefit greatly. I often draw cakes too. Come up with something practical. Fang Chong held Fat Baby tightly. Fat Baby sighed, like a little adult. I'm so poor that I'm the only one left. How can I give you any benefit? Then there's no point in talking. Fang Chong made a move to leave. Hey, since I've helped you so much, can you give me some face? The Fat Baby started to play the favor card. If it weren't for me, would you have had the opportunity to change your fate? Maybe you would have been buried in the flood. I still have to avoid Fang Tiandao. It's not easy for me. How dare you say that? You're so shy even when you cheat, and the backlash is so great. Fang Chong snorted coldly. I've come this far because I'm bold and careful, and I've got a good thigh. Of course, you may have contributed a little to this. Fong Chong measured the extremely fine distance with 2 fingers. That's just a little bit. But for this little bit of kindness, I give you a chance to convince me to stop making empty promises. The empty promises I make for my subordinates can fill up this big world. The fat baby scratched his head angrily, walked around in the air with his chubby little feet, and finally said resignedly, "It seems that I can only use my ultimate move." He knelt down in front of Fong Chong, like a golden mountain being pushed down by a jade pillar. "Good man, please save the child." Fong Chong, I sacrificed several small worlds, and my army swept the 4 directions. The earth was filled with corpses. People, monsters, and hundreds of races, if not hundreds of millions. The lives lost because of me must be tens of millions. My heart is colder than ice and harder than iron. It seems that you gave up the last chance. But considering that our cooperation is pleasant, I will not sell out the coordinates of the big world. You should take care of yourself. Fong Chong shook his head lightly, as if he could not continue the conversation. The fat baby stood up quickly, and his face finally became serious. "Okay, you are really ruthless. This time I really use my ultimate move. Do you want the authority of heaven and earth? Do you want to become an immortal and live forever? As long as you can save this big world, you will be the master of heaven and earth in the future, and have the qualifications to become an immortal." "Oh! Tell me more." Fong Chong's eyes flashed, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Thinking that changing into a child can arouse his sympathy, it is better to change into a beautiful woman to arouse his lust. It is unreasonable to expect him to work for nothing without any benefits. Sure enough, as long as he can keep stable, the price will naturally rise. Fat baby cleared his throat and said, "Do you know that if a cultivator wants to become an immortal, he must endure the immortal tribulation of the universe's great will? After surviving the immortal tribulation, he can be called an immortal master and live as long as the heaven and earth. Please note that it is the same life as the heaven and earth. This heaven and earth is the big world you chose. Only if the big world keeps running, your immortal status will not disappear. Even if you are killed outside, as long as the big world exists, you can be resurrected from the long river of time in the big world. But once the big world is destroyed, your immortal status will be destroyed as well. You can't be considered a true immortal, but only a scattered immortal. Once you are killed, you can never be resurrected. But the size of the big world is limited, and the burden is also limited, so the number of immortals is also limited. So you can choose to become an immortal in the immortal demon continent, or you can choose to become an immortal in the big world we are in now. But which big world do you think you will have a higher success rate in?" Fat baby felt that he had finally regained the initiative, and his momentum was stronger. Hearing this, Fong Chong fell into silence. So this is why those Hadao Tianzuan are reluctant to leave this world. It turns out that there are such requirements for becoming an immortal, but what kind of immortal is this? Not free at all. But change your mind, immortals can live forever, but it does not mean that they will not be killed by others. You can be resurrected after death. This way, it can be regarded as an extra retreat. Change your mind again. If you become an immortal repeatedly in different big worlds, doesn't it mean that you will never die? All realms leave images, so the world will be destroyed, but I will not be destroyed. Fong Chong felt that he might be able to invest in this entrepreneurial project. But he was still very calm. Becoming an immortal is too far away from me, so you are still talking about cakes. Are there any benefits that I can see immediately? I think we are about to reach a consensus. The fat baby had a somewhat flattering smile on his face. There are benefits. As long as you can help this big world recover, you can get the merits of the Heavenly Tao, which will be credited to your account in real time. Although the Heavenly Tao Father is asleep, he has hidden a lot of good treasures. You can get whatever you want in exchange. But I recommend you to exchange for the authority of heaven and earth. The authority of heaven and earth is like company shares. As long as you have enough shares, the Heavenly Tao Father will also be your younger brother. Especially now that he is still asleep, it is impossible to refuse. And after the big world recovers in the future, the greater your authority, the higher the dividends, the more benefits. Even the Heavenly Tao Father can't do anything to you. Fong Chong looked at the fat baby meaningfully. According to what you mean, aren't you afraid that I will take away your Heavenly Tao Father's power and become the boss myself? Hey! The fat baby looked open-minded. What does it matter? It doesn't matter who you are the son to. Fong Chong stared at the fat baby and suddenly laughed. Good, you have a promising future. I don't know your name. The fat baby smiled harmlessly, not at all like the hot-blooded look just now. Father Tiandao calls me a little boy, but I gave myself a big name Chi-Tian. Chi-Tian, a good name. Fong Chong laughed and said, then let's start discussing how to save the world. Blue Star. Yen Country, Demon City. A quiet cafe at the corner of the street. In front of the clean glass window, a young man in casual clothes and a little kid in suspenders and jeans were sitting opposite each other. The man stirred the coffee cup but did not drink it. He looked through the window at the scenery outside, men and women, cars coming and going. There was a bit of sadness and relief in his eyes. Because just across the street, a man who looked 80% similar to him was sitting on a bench with a computer bag on his back. His hair was messy, sweat was wet on his temples, and his face was full of confusion. He had just graduated and had been in this big city for almost a month, but he still hadn't found a satisfactory job. He wanted to make do with it. Suddenly a call came in. The man took out his mobile phone, saw the name on the address book, rubbed his face, and forced a smile. Even without using his spiritual sense, Fong Chong still understood what the man said. I'm fine, don't worry. Then Fong Chong's appearance began to change, from being similar to the man, to becoming the Qishao City Lord of the Fairy Demon Continent, the Great Don't You. He was back, but he was redundant again. There was already a him here. Across the seat, the brat in overalls was still chattering. In the long river of time that Father Tiandao saw, in the future, the immortal and demon world will search the void of the universe to advance in status, and will inadvertently find the coordinates of this world. In the previous life, Father Tiandao spent his energy to intercept a corner of the future of the immortal and demon continent from the long river of time and projected it to create the immortal and demon game, attempting to cultivate strong enough players to cooperate with the subsequent spiritual energy revival. Let this big world have the power to resist the immortal and demon continent. Later, probably Father Tiandao saw our fate of failure. The game ended in vain, and consumed most of the energy to reverse time and space, and reincarnated you to the immortal and demon continent. Why choose me? Fong Chong retracted his gaze, and asked casually. Chi-Tian said helplessly, how do I know? Maybe Father Tiandao saw something through the long river of time. It would be great if I chose a passionate young man. I could just fool around a few times, let him do the dirty work, and take the benefits myself. Maybe he would have the opportunity to be promoted from the little boy of Tiandao to the second in Tiandao. It's a pity that he met Fong Chong. Fong Chong asked, can the will of Tiandao see the future? The four directions above and below are called you, and the past and present are called Zhou. The word universe encompasses time and space, and Father Tiandao happens to be good at the power of time. So although this big world is not strong, it can always avoid strong enemies. But it is probably because of this that this big world has never been able to grow, and all its energy has been used by Father Tiandao to spy on the future. But it's not important. What's important is what you are going to do next. Chi-Tian looked at Fong Chong eagerly. Fong Chong drank the coffee in one gulp, then shook his head and said, I still can't get used to it. Let's drink tea next time. He snapped his fingers, called the waitress in uniform, pointed at Chi-Tian and said, he pays the bill. The waitress's face suddenly changed from smiling to contemptuous. At such a young age, he actually asked a child to pay the bill. Fong Chong was calm and didn't care at all. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen and didn't use counterfeit money. Chi-Tian took out the money from the small pocket on his belly and asked, you haven't said what to do yet? Fong Chong thought for a while and said, then, continue playing games. Chapter 375. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? After staying up all night in the Black Star Internet Cafe, Xia Xiaofei, who was about to win the team battle and push down the opponent's crystal to win the promotion match, couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He stared blankly at the bright red webpage that suddenly popped up on the computer desktop, and heard the roar of his double-row teammates in the headset. Little Peter Pan, what the hell are you doing with the plane? Why don't you move? Output. I've been a dog for you for the whole game, and you played a fake game for me in my promotion match. Move for me, output, output. F***CK. The sound of the table's health value decreasing by 1 from the headset. The keyboard and the table groaned at the same time. Before Xia Xiaofei could explain, a panicked voice came from the headset. Fuck, you're yelling too loudly, my mom is here. Mom, I'm fine, I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that I didn't do well in the exam. So I was scared. I really didn't play games. You listened to my excuses. No, you listened to my explanation. I'm coming. I opened the door for you. I'm not turning off the computer. I'm putting on my pants. I'm coming right away. Little Peter Pan, I settle with you next time. The other side left a sentence and hurriedly logged off. And Xia Xiaofei finally reacted and shouted at the top of his voice, "Network Administrator, Network Administrator. Here I come! Calling my soul." The sleepy network administrator, who had also worked an overnight shift, walked over lazily in shorts and slippers. "Xiaofei, what are you doing again?" The network administrator recognized Xia Xiaofei and knew that Xia Xiaofei was a power leveler with good game skills, and often played orders in their internet cafe all night. "Brother Dajuan, didn't you say that your internet cafe hired an expert to build the best firewall? I was playing a game and a crappy game webpage popped up. I couldn't close it, so I lost the promotion match. My order is about to be settled. What do you think I should do? Let me take a look." The network administrator took a closer look and saw the crystal on the computer exploded, revealing the word failure. There was no such a crappy web page. "Xiaofei, are you under too much pressure? Where is the web page? I think you should stay up less all night in the future. I'm leaving. Don't yell next time and disturb people's sleep." The network administrator waved his hand and left without looking back. Xia Xiaofei looked back at the computer desktop. The bright red words stayed quietly on the desktop, as if they were about to bleed. "Brother Dajuan, don't joke with me." Xia Xiaofei pulled a passing student party over and pointed at the screen and asked, "Hey, can you see the words on it? The two big words failure, buddy. Even if you lose the promotion game, you don't have to be so exaggerated." The student party took a look, yawned and prepared to go back to school to catch up on a nap. Ciao. Xia Xiaofei felt creepy and wanted to escape from this place, but he remembered his girlfriend who had just kicked him. He gritted his teeth and clicked an X. Without a girlfriend, he still has his parents. If he were to die, his parents would have to practice their trumpet. How hard it would be. As he clicked on the screen, the blood-red webpage disappeared, replaced by a beautiful fairyland with misty clouds and two big characters, Fairy and Demon. Congratulations, player Xia Xiaofei, you have been selected as a beta player for the game Fairy and Demon. This is a holographic simulation developed by Tiandao Game Company, a 100% real game. Please don't panic, the game helmet will be delivered soon. I wish you a happy game. Xia Xiaofei, Which bastard sold my identity information again? There is not even a VR game on the market now. You think I am stupid? I hesitated for a long time in vain, and almost told my parents my last words. These days, game manufacturers are all so boastful. Xia Xiaofei paid the bill, got off the computer, and went back to the rental house to sleep. Xia Xiaofei slept from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, and when he woke up, he was thirsty and hungry. He got up and took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, gulped it down, and immediately his head and body became clear. Just as he was about to turn on the fire to cook instant noodles, Xia Xiaofei saw a package suddenly appear on the table. When did I buy anything? Xia Xiaofei opened the package, and saw the silver-white helmet full of metallic texture inside. He suddenly remembered what he had experienced during the day, and fell silent. Is there really a 100% real game? Hee, do you think I haven't read novels? Xia Xiaofei cooked the instant noodles absent-mindedly, and even forgot to add his favorite eggs. After breakfast and dinner, Xia Xiaofei sat on the bed, holding a helmet, just like Zizunbo holding the tied hoop curse in front of the Guanyin portrait. Let's die. Xia Xiaofei put on the helmet suddenly. He was not sure if this would be the only chance in his life to change his fate. During the day, he chose to click the cross, but this time, he chose to tick. It's not just Xia Xiaofei. People in Yin country receive this silver-white helmet at different times and places. Some people chose to wear the helmet and go to the unknown, while others threw away the helmet and called the police, saying that their door was pried open. The first question. On the top floor of a high-end office building, the little brat Chi Tian was wearing a handsome suit and combing his hair like an adult. He stood on the desk and asked Fang Chong, who was sitting in the boss chair. Why only choose people from Yin country? I looked at people from other countries, and found many good candidates. Fang Chong smiled faintly. Of course, because I am a narrow-minded person, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Okay, let's skip this question. The method he used to revive the world he named Zhoguang was very simple. It was also demonstrated to him by the heavenly Tao in his previous life. Since the energy of Zhoguang world is insufficient, just borrow some from other worlds. And the target is ready-made, the growing Xinmo continent. This is why Zhoguang Tiandao chose the Xinmo continent as the background of the game, learning from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. Although I don't know why it didn't work in the end, the idea is correct. Zhoguang world is called the Big World, but its actual size is very small. A little bit of it from the fingers of Xianma continent is enough for this big world to have a spiritual revival. With a spiritual revival, this big world has cultivators and vitality. How does this energy come from? Naturally, it is brought bit by bit by the cute little players. With his Law Star as a transit station and Chi Tian as a hard disk storage, the souls of each player are stored as seeds in Chi Tian's body. Then Chi Tian followed him through the Sea of Law back to Xianmo continent. Then released the souls of the players to practice in Xianmo continent. Here we have to mention another ability of Chi Tian. Although he is a scum in combat, his various auxiliary abilities are top-notch. One person can serve as the programmer working group of the entire Xianmo game. As the clone of Heavenly Tao, he can directly program the soul of this world, truly program it and mass-produce it. Although this directly limits the player's growth limit, the player's practice becomes simpler, and there is no bottleneck. And with the revival of Zhoguang Great Universe, Chi Tian's ability increases, and this limit can be raised again. Now, the upper limit is level 39, the peak of Jin Dan. When the player reaches the upper limit, he can return in the same way, because with Chi Tian's cover, the energy accumulated in the player's body will be quietly smuggled back. At that time, the energy accumulated in the player's soul will be transformed into the first energy for the revival of this world. And these players will also become the first batch of cultivators in this world. Fang Chan naturally chose the Yin country player, who was naturally favored. Okay. Although Chi Tian wanted to say that everyone lived on the same blue star, and was from the same world, he couldn't object to Fang Chang's decision. Then the second question. Why do you have to be so secretive? Let's just start a company and release the game. In less than 2 years, they will be able to accept the news that the first holographic game is online. Now that it's done like this, everyone knows that this is not a simple game. Fang Chang was still very polite to his partner, especially after knowing Chi Tian's ability. Since your father Tiandao failed to do this last time, why not try another way? Don't you think this gives you a feeling of being chosen by the Lord God? You know, game players have no reverence. So you have to give them some mystery and reverence in advance. The more they think about it, the more they will pay attention to the game tasks. And last time it was a projection intercepted by Tiandao from the long river of time. This time I personally sent them to the fairy demon continent. Can it be the same? If they don't do it well, they will also implicate me. So does your ban work? If not, I will be exposed at that time, and I will definitely be the first to betray you. The heavenly Tao is fair, and will not change because of individual emotions. He will not care whether Fang Chang has betrayed the fairy demon continent. He only cares about the result. So as long as Fang Chang is willing to hand over the coordinates of the Zhoguang world at that time, no matter how outrageous he has done before, his merits will outweigh his faults. The heavenly Tao's rewards are never ambiguous. This is also one of the important reasons why Fang Chang agreed to cooperate with Chi Tian. When talking about his own field, Chi Tian also became serious. Of course it works. You are the best example. You have faced the will of the heavenly Tao of the immortal and demon world several times. Has he discovered your soul from another world? How many times have I waved my golden finger in front of him, but he didn't discover it. After all, I am also a trace of the will of the local heavenly Tao. My status is there. Although my combat ability is not very good, it is not easy to cover up the cause and effect. Without this ability, I dare not agree to play games with you. Even if someone finds out that the player is wrong, the player will explode in a minute to show them. I have already programmed it in their soul program, so you can't be implicated. The immortal demon world is so big, let alone a few players. Even if the entire blue star is thrown in, it won't make much splash. They are both big worlds. Why is the gap so big? Chi Tian couldn't help but complain about his father Tiandao. The immortal demon continent was born with an unknown number of miles, and it is still growing all the time. Look at your side, it is just a remote place without spirits or demons, and people believe it is a small country world. The total population is not even as much as that of an affiliated secret world, and they still have the nerve to call themselves a big world. Fang Chang heard Chi Tian's complaints, and did not express any opinions. In his opinion, since this big world can become a big world, there must be something extraordinary. Perhaps this is why he is confident that he can survive the swallowing of the immortal demon continent. The trump card. For example, Chi Tian's powerful ability to save his life. Even Chi Tian, who was transformed by a trace of Tiandao's will, is like this, not to mention Tiandao of Zhoguang world. But Zhoguang Tiandao, who is so good at covering up the cause and effect to save his life, foresaw the fate of the future immortal demon continent to devour this world. Who knows what will happen in the future? Fong Chong had no intention of exploring the root cause. The reason he agreed to cooperate with Chi Tian was just to break through He Dao as soon as possible. As long as he can achieve He Dao, even if he really jumps from the inside of the chessboard to the outside of the chessboard. If Tian Dao makes him unhappy, he dares to turn the table and leave. You go through the beginner tutorial for them here, and I go over there to set up the on-site server. Well? Chi Tian nodded. Puppet Ancestral Realm. Because Fong Chong had broken through the Void Realm, his power was too strong. Even if he suppressed his own realm, he could not stay in the Puppet Ancestral Realm, so he could only create a puppet incarnation. This day, Fong Chong incarnation held a fire in one hand and a star-like stone in the other, with his brows furrowed into a shape. It still doesn't work. My way of cultivation is completely different from that of the creator of the Puppet Ancestral Realm. Even if there is a ready-made world for me to refer to, I can't create an identical world. He has been comprehending for several years, but he is still not sure that he can copy the Puppet Ancestral Realm to create an identical world. You must know that the help of the Puppet Ancestral Realm to him cannot be underestimated even after he enters the Void Realm. This is something that no other secret world can achieve. But because Fong Chong had forced the Supreme Committee to fish in a dry pond and overconsume the resources of this world in order to break through. In addition, the accelerated development in the past 2 years has caused the Puppet Ancestral Realm to enter the decline time ahead of time. Fong Chong estimated that in less than 100 years, the Puppet Ancestral Realm would probably be unable to resist the swallowing of the main world. So one is to prepare for a rainy day, and the other is that Fong Chong also needs to create a small world to repay his debts. So he came up with the idea of copying the Puppet Ancestral Realm. Obviously, Fong Chong did not succeed. Just as there are no 2 identical leaves in the world, there can't be 2 identical worlds in this world. The rules of each small world are different. Fong Chong can create a secret world that is suitable for physical training, but he cannot copy a Puppet Ancestral world. His sister has some chances. But it is not easy to achieve the 6th level. Even with his help and the fusion of the Law Crystal, it takes time, opportunity, and luck for Fong Taiju to break through the 6th level. After all, if he had not encountered the Puppet Ancestral world that fits his physique so well, if he wants to break through, he may have to wait for the spirit seeds he nurtured in his spirit veins. It seems that I can only settle for the second best and sacrifice to the heaven to become the new master of this world. Fong Chong sighed. He also asked his encyclopedia sister Yoguang about this problem. Then Yoguang gave him a feasible solution. That is to take the initiative to bear the debt of the Puppet Ancestral world and become the new master of the Puppet Ancestral world, so that the Puppet Ancestral world can rely on him to grow again and will not be swallowed by the big world. Of course, when he passes away, this Puppet Ancestral world will still be a big world. And if he has the opportunity to merge with the Tao, he will have to repay the karma of the 2 small worlds of the Heavenly Tao. As Yoguang said, the Heavenly Tao will not lose. Suddenly, Fong Chong's eyes became confused, and then a divine light flashed, looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Puppet Ancestral world. Now it seems that this place cannot be lost. He wants to use the Puppet Ancestral world as a novice village for players. After all, the players come here with only programmed souls, but no real bodies, and there is nothing more suitable for their bodies than puppets. Chapter 376. As the vast, ancient eyes in the sky closed, Fong Chong was burdened with another debt to the Heavenly Tao. When he became the new master of the Puppet Ancestral realm, the small world became particularly tolerant of him. The power that was once unaccommodating can now be squeezed in. In particular, the twilight that ordinary people cannot perceive in the Puppet Ancestral realm is slowly dissipating, and it has found new vitality. At the other end, the power that has always wanted to swallow the Puppet Ancestral realm has temporarily stopped. The Puppet Ancestral realm has grown again, the withered origin of the small world has begun to grow, and the power that was originally capped has begun to move towards a new stage step by step. After all, the Puppet Ancestral realm used to be able to accommodate the power of the Great Void. It turns out that the growth of a small world depends on the laws and stars. No wonder a cave cultivator usually only creates one small world. If there is one more, my own cultivation will become a problem, and I will really work for the Heavenly Tao for the rest of my life. But if I don't create a second secret world, I will not be able to repay the debt to the Heavenly Tao, and there is no way to achieve the Tao. No wonder the Heavenly Tao agreed to let me become the new master of the Puppet Ancestral realm so easily. Fortunately, I did not achieve the Tao in this world, otherwise, I would have been exploited to death. Fong Chong carefully sensed his own state, and had a clear understanding of the Puppet Ancestral realm and himself. If the Puppet Ancestral realm is compared to an airplane, The previous engine was scrapped because the creator of the puppet ancestral realm died. The plane lost power and fell along the gravity of the immortal demon continent. As he became the new master of the puppet ancestral realm, the plane had a new engine and could take off again and fly higher. Now, it's time to welcome the arrival of the first batch of players. I hope they can bring me some surprises, otherwise it would be a waste of time. This is an open-air hatchery built in the valley. In the hatchery, there are giant eggs as tall as an adult. The materials of the eggs are different. Some are made of stone, some are made of metal, and some are made of wood. But most of them are made of flesh and blood, and there are many tiny tentacles on the eggshells, which are constantly wriggling. Suddenly, one of the giant bloody eggs trembled. The eggshell cracked, and a young man, with a slightly confused look, walked out. He was naked, with long hair and egg-white like mucus on his body. I was born. What a unique way of birth. What a real touch, even the smell, or the smell of heather, the breath of life. What a bad taste. Xiao Xiaobai looked at the giant egg behind him that closed again, and couldn't help but touch his hands, his chest, and finally his lower body. Fuck, it's a game, can't it be bigger? Where is the Krypton Gold channel? I want to modify the character model. Ding, dear player Xiao Xiaofei, welcome to the Fairy and Demon Continent. The language pack has been issued, the character panel has been opened, and now you can go pick up your novice gift pack. Xiao Xiaofei looked behind him, following the game prompt sound in his head. He saw that there was actually a piece of cloth and a piece of gray paper next to the giant egg. A great gift pack for beginners, that's all? Xiao Xiaofei suppressed his burning soul of complaints, picked up the cloth clothes, and put them on, and flipped through the gray paper again. The art of drawing chi into the body, a top-grade ordinary level, an ordinary chi refining method. Practicing it can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. Xiao Xiaofei slapped the secret book for some reason, and the secret book turned into a stream of light, and entered his head. Ding, this secret book has been included in the system. You can learn it directly. Congratulations, you have learned the art of drawing chi into the body, and you can start practicing. Ding, you have started the only task of the game practice. Task content. As the son of heaven chosen by heaven, you are born extraordinary, and the purpose of coming to the fairy and demon continent is to practice. Please practice to the peak of the golden elixir within 10 years. Task reward, return. Task penalty, obliterate. Ding, the task has been issued, this service ends here, and now start transmitting. Hey! Xiao Xiaofei hair stood on end when he saw the word annihilate, and he wanted to explain. I want to log off, I want to go back. But there was no option to log off, and no one paid attention to him. A space vortex appeared in front of him, and a huge suction pulled him. The space closed, and Xiao Xiaofei had disappeared. The next moment, more and more giant eggs began to crack, and confused players walked out one by one. These players were not all human-shaped like Xiao Xiaofei. There were also various monsters and beasts, and a few turned into plants. They followed the game prompts to complete the novice guide, and then received the only task. Then, their reactions were different. Some were calm, some were panicked, and some even cried directly. But without exception, they were all teleported out by the space vortex, which was very simple and rough. 3 days later. In the hatchery, a giant egg of flesh and blood cracked. Xiao Xiaofei fell out of the egg, he covered his neck and gasped. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. This is a game, yes, this is a game. Xiao Xiaofei kept talking to himself, trying to hypnotize himself, but the feeling of being beheaded by a flying sword was too real, and he couldn't adapt to it for a long time. This game is too real, which is not good, even death is so real. Although Xiao Xiaofei no longer regards this game as a simple game. He regretted it a little. Why wear a helmet? Why test the danger? Obviously, being a small power player and playing orders can also make a living. But there is no regret medicine in the world. 3 days ago, he was teleported away by the space vortex and arrived in an unknown wilderness. He had no survival skills at all, so he ate grass roots, drank dew, and insisted on practicing. Because he felt that his hope of survival depended on this only game skill. No one knew if it was because of his extraordinary talent, but his practice went more and more smoothly. He quickly drew chi into his body and tempered his flesh, advancing several levels in a row. Finally, he was only a few levels away from the chi refining stage and could knock down a small tree with one punch. He was immediately full of confidence. Even if the boxing champion came, he would have to be slapped twice by him first. At the same time, he also met the first living person. It was an old guy with a strange laugh, and he looked like a villain. But he really wanted to communicate with him, thinking that if the person looked disgusting but was kind. As a result, the old guy's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he laughed strangely. What a strong blood food. Then the flying sword attacked, and his head flew backwards, and he could still see his stiff body. For a long time, Xia Xiafei finally calmed down and began to analyze his situation. I didn't die. Although this is an abnormal game, it can't be separated from the essence of the game anyway, that is, the player is immortal. Since I can't die, I don't have to be so afraid. The only thing I worry about is the punishment after the mission fails. What does it mean to be wiped out? Is it a simple death of the game character, or is the real body also wiped out? For the latter, I have no doubt that the producer of this game can do it. So the mission must be completed, and I don't want to try. The peak of the golden elixir is level 39. Although I am only level 8 now, if I take it step by step. Wait a minute. Xia Xiafei looked at his character panel, and the character level on it was cleared. He almost vomited blood. Death will clear and start over. This punishment is too severe. I also want to rely on early deaths to obtain more information. It would be great if there was a forum. Everyone can share information and avoid many detours. Ding, break through the Qi refining realm, you could open the game forum and turn on the paid archive function. The game prompt suddenly appeared, and Xia Xiafei's eyes lit up. Being able to communicate and save the files can help him reduce many of his worries. At this moment, a giant egg next to him cracked and a young girl fell out. Don't kill me! Huh? Why am I not dead? The girl was obviously a nervous person. Compared to Xia Xiafei, who took a long time to calm down from the fear of death, she had already shifted her focus from her own death to whether she was dead or not in just 2 sentences. No, you died, but you just resurrected. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at your character panel. As fellow players, living in this strange environment, I think we can cooperate. Xia Xiafei walked forward and stretched out his hand. Ah, why are you naked? The girl covered her eyes with her hands, but a gap of 2 fingers wide was revealed. She thought that boys' eyes in real life are not as big as those in action movies. Xia Xiafei, This game is sexist. Why can't a girl wear clothes after rebirth, but he has to walk naked? He looked around in a panic, but there were no novice cloth clothes left, so he had to pull a few straws to weave a rough apron. It seems that he has to prepare a few clothes next time, otherwise he will walk after death. Who can stand it? He has discovered that the egg after rebirth is fixed. The girl waited until Xia Xiafei put on her apron before she generously extended her hand and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, my name is Ring Yin Yin. You can call me Yinzi. Hello, Xia Xiafei. Please take care of me in the future. Seeing the players come back dead one by one. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Changhua was calm and not surprised at all. Death is the best teacher. He selected a total of 100,000 players in the first batch this time. The criteria were relatively random, but they were all over 18 years old, both male and female. Their bodies were also randomly generated according to their soul characteristics, so they were different. Some of them could have special talents, which was considered a natural luck. Of course, everyone's virginity was the same. But whether they can keep it in the future depends on themselves. Although Fang Chong thought about helping to remove the troubles directly at the beginning, after thinking about it, he still left the decision to them. This is also one of his few gentleness. 100,000 people were divided into 20 incubators, and the giant egg was a fully automatic incubator he had made that was specifically designed to suit the unique spirits of the players. In a sense, these players are puppets, who have signed a contract with him, so their rebirth is so simple. Because they have lost their freedom and right to choose since they were born. If half of the 100,000 players can complete the task, it will almost start a small-scale spiritual revival. Qi Tian's shadow appeared beside Fang Chong and said. Fang Chong looked at Qi Tian suspiciously. Aren't you afraid of being discovered when you come out like this? Players are a drop in the ocean. Just like people walking on the road, they will not pay attention to an ant crawling on the soil, but will never ignore the firefly flying in front of them. Qi Tian is that firefly. Qi Tian said indifferently, Before, I was sealed by Tiandao Daddy and had to become a golden finger, so I couldn't speak. In fact, Tiandao's will has no emotions. He is like a sleeping dragon. If you don't touch his reverse scale, he will not wake up at all. Not to mention that this is still a secret world, separated by 2 realms, there is no need to worry. Fang Chong did not comment. Since Qi Tian didn't care, he didn't care even more. As I said, if Tiandao really set his sights on Qi Tian, he wouldn't hesitate for a second and would dare to turn against him on the spot. 50,000 golden pills, is that enough? The cultivation of golden pills is not weak, but not strong either, not to mention that only the souls of players can follow Qi Tian back to the Zhuguang world, and the energy is further reduced. To be honest, 50,000 golden pills, with hands and feet tied together, are enough for him to use a big move. So why doesn't he personally serve as the porter? With his size, he can complete the workload of the players in minutes. Naturally, it's because he doesn't want Qi Tian to program his soul, and Qi Tian doesn't have the ability to transform his soul. Only the unique souls of players can smuggle energy. People like him will never fully trust someone, even if Qi Tian is his golden finger. Enough. Qi Tian looked at Fang Chang and asked, which came first, the aura or the monk? Fang Chang was stunned for a moment and replied, the aura. I think the aura has always existed like the sun, until one day, someone was able to use this energy, and then the first monk appeared. Qi Tian shook his head and said, wrong, the monk appeared first. No one knows how the first monk came, but it was because of the first monk that the world became mysterious and extraordinary, and there was the way of heaven. The way of heaven was never the creator of the world. For example, does this small world have the way of heaven? Then who created it? The monk. The monk is the seed that awakens the extraordinary and the aura. And the way of heaven is the fruit of the seed. Well, you can also understand that the heavenly Tao is the universal consciousness of all things in the world, all sentient and non-sentient things, so he is one in everything. When a cultivator appears, spiritual energy will naturally arise, and the heavenly Tao is just a manager that comes into being. So the heavenly Tao is fair. He cannot have emotions. Once even the heavenly Tao has emotions, then this world will either be detached or destroyed. Fang Chang looked thoughtful and asked Qi Tian, did you realize this yourself, or did your heavenly Tao father tell you? Qi Tian said confidently, of course, it is knowledge I know from birth. Then have you ever thought about why you have such rich emotions as the incarnation of a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao? Fang Chang keenly discovered the blind spot. Ah? Qi Tian was stunned. The next moment, white smoke came out of his head, as if he had crashed on the spot. Chapter 377. The time of struggle is always hurried. 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. Hatchery number 3. A giant egg of flesh and blood cracked, and Xia Xiafei walked out of the egg with a calm expression, not panicking at all after just dying once. He is no longer the boy he was 10 years ago. It has become commonplace to die once for no reason. After all, this crappy game does not have a return to the city function. If you want to come back, you can only kill yourself. At first, I was not used to killing myself, but later I just took it lightly. It's nothing else, just practice makes perfect. The system has been showing that the function is being repaired, and it is unknown how long it will take to launch the return to the city function. Fortunately, his personal belongings and magic tools have been deposited in Qishao Bank, which is the first bank with the background of Qishao Daozhu. No matter where they come from, or what their background is, as long as they dare to deposit, they dare to collect. And the entire Qishao Dao is accessible, not recognizing people but only passwords. The management fee is a bit high. The management fee is 0.5% to 1% per year based on the value of the deposited property. The higher the value, the higher the management fee. According to his property, the management fee is only 0.5%. If you don't take it for about 200 years, the property will belong to the bank. As we all know, fighting between cultivators is prevalent, and it is easy to lose your life if you are not careful. From this, we can know how much unclaimed property there is in the bank every year. Xia Xiafei envied the high-level cultivator named Qishao Daozhu more than once. He could count money every day by sitting at home. He was not like him, who worked hard every day to earn a little pitiful spirit stone. But he thought about it carefully, and it was not that hard. Since he broke through the Jindan cultivation 3 years ago, he really had the capital to make a living. Now he is a worshipper of the jackdaw business in the prefecture city called Qinshui. He can get a large amount of spirit stones every month without doing anything. If he is asked to do something, the price will be calculated separately. Moreover, he was not afraid of death, and the mission of reaching the peak of the Golden Core realm had always weighed heavily on him. Therefore, he never refused any dangerous and high-paying tasks. Not only did he not refuse, he also took the initiative to take them. He was privately known as a workaholic, and his reputation in the entire Jackdaw Trading Company has always been very good. In just a few years, everyone in the city knew him. Several agents had privately approached him, hoping that he would switch to other companies, and the price they offered was very high. In this regard, Jackdaw Trading Company was afraid that he would be poached, so his monthly salary was raised rapidly. After all, it is hard to find such a fearless and useful Jean Dangenrin. And he finally cultivated to the peak of Jean Dan a year ago. After all, he did not have a bottleneck. Theoretically, as long as there were enough resources, he could directly become an immortal. Unfortunately, after reaching the peak of Jean Dan, his future was cut off. No matter how he cultivated or what elixir he ate, his experience bar could not increase by a single bit. Not only him, but other players in the forum were also like this. It seems that the peak of Jean Dan is their limit. After seeing the charm of cultivation and mastering strength that he had never dared to think of before, this was undoubtedly a great blow. As far as he knew, some players with bad intentions were trying evil magic in private, but unfortunately, no one had been able to break through the nascent soul realm so far. He was fine, thinking. Xia Shifei sighed for a while, and then waved his hand, and a green robe condensed by magic power was put on. Now he no longer needs to worry about walking the bird. At this moment, he felt something in his heart, turned his head, and a bright woman smiled at him lightly. Brother Shifei. Yanzi, you are back too. After all, today is the day to settle the task. Brother Xiaofei, do you want to go back? Compared with 10 years ago, Renyanyan's appearance has not changed, and her smile is still generous, but her eyes can't hide the vicissitudes of life. 10 years of cultivation is a heavy experience for any player. After making mistakes again, and losing their lives, they were forced to mature quickly. Xianmo is called a game, but as far as Xia Xiaofei knows, there are fewer and fewer players discussing offline on the forum. It is only when the day of this task settlement is approaching that the topic of offline return on the forum has become lively again. Compared with returning, there are already quite a few players who want to stay here forever. If it weren't for his concern for his parents at home, Xia Xiaofei would occasionally think about staying in this so-called game. Here, he is not an unknown game leveler, but a golden elixir offering of jackdaw business, and everyone respectfully calls him a real person. As long as he looks at a woman at the banquet for a few more times, someone will take the initiative to send her to him at night. Not only is she outstanding in appearance, but she is also a clean virgin. He never dared to think of such a good thing before. However, for the 5% cultivation bonus of the virgin body, Xia Xiaofei endured it. He believes that the peak of the golden elixir is only temporary, and his cultivation will be able to improve again when the next game version is updated. When his cultivation is unable to improve in the future, there is no rush to enjoy it. The longer he lived here, the more he understood the importance of cultivation realm. Although he lived a happy life in the prefecture city, and was respected by everyone, in the county city, Jean Dangenren was very common. Not to mention the legendary Taoist city Qishao Taoist City. That was where the Taoist master Qishao lived, and it was the largest spiritual land in the entire Qishao Dao. It is said that every breath of air breathed in the city is full of spiritual energy, and it is wrapped and moisturized by spiritual energy every day, naturally tempering the body, and even a pig can become a demon king if it stays there for a long time. At the same time, it is also the safest place in Qishao Dao. After all, Qishao Dao is too big. Moreover, in a place where such personal power exists, if you are not careful, you will encounter a demon cultivator, and the whole city will be sacrificed. Or in order to advance to a higher realm, the demon beasts use the flesh and blood of the human race as food. He has heard of many of them, and he has experienced it once personally. That was when he was just building his foundation, and he met a wolf demon that was just one step away from becoming a great demon. In order to become a great demon, the wolf demon swallowed up an entire town of people. He was also one of them. Of course, after he broke through the Jean Dan, he took the official teleportation array to return to his hometown, found the wolf demon that broke through, fought a battle, and killed it at the cost of serious injuries. Anyway, he can be resurrected. Although the price of paid archive is high, he is happy in his heart. Brother Xiaofei, Brother Xiaofei. Renyanyan's call brought Xia Xiaofei back to his thoughts. Sorry, I suddenly thought of the past and was distracted. Xia Xiaofei smiled at Renyanyan apologetically and said with emotion, speaking of going back, I naturally want to go back. Although this place is nice, it is not my home. Renyanyan nodded and agreed, yes, although I have gotten used to my current life, I still want to go back to the snack street behind the school and see my parents who show their love to me all day long. But I will still come back. My past 10 years have been much richer and more exciting than my previous 20 years. I can't leave here anymore. Huh? Are you still studying? It was the first time that Xia Xiaofei heard Renyanyan talk about her identity. He and Renyanyan have always been a gentleman's friendship. Occasionally, They would talk about their own situations when they met, which was probably equivalent to a tree hole for each other. They all tacitly did not mention reality. Ren Yanyan smiled and said, "Yes, brother Xiaofei, I'm in Jinling University. I'm a junior this year. If you have a chance, you can come and visit me. I take you to eat delicious food then." Xia Xiaofei saw Ren Yanyan's bright smile, and his heart suddenly throbbed, and then smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely go to see you. TSK, I suddenly feel like meeting an online friend, and I'm looking forward to it." As the two talked, the surrounding giant eggs cracked more and more. 500 giant eggs are 500 players. The players' auras vary, but the lowest one has foundation building cultivation. After all, in addition to the upper limit, the players are too advantageous compared to the native cultivators. Even if the qualifications are poor and the bones are low, as long as there are resources, the cultivation can be piled up. The only difference is the amount of resources spent. Seeing this, Xia Xiaofei frowned and whispered, "What's wrong with these players who only have foundation building cultivation? Don't they care about mission failure?" Ren Yanyan looked at the dissolute aura and erratic eyes of many players, including the eyes she hated. Because of her outstanding appearance, she has experienced this kind of eyes more than once. Even in cultivation, women suffer much more malice than men. In order to escape the malice of some cultivators, she has died more than once. Ren Yanyan shook her head and said, "You will not live if you do evil. They probably have a fluke mentality and think that it's just a game and no one will die. It's a pity that when they were enjoying it, why didn't they think that this is just a game? How can it be so real?" The human heart is unpredictable. Since there are people like Xia Xiaofei who are planning for the future and don't want to give up even the 5% cultivation speed bonus, there are naturally people who drink and enjoy today. Qi refining is still common, but when you reach the foundation building stage, you can occupy a high position in a small city or a small town. Even if it is just a small city, there are tens of thousands of people. In such a position, the temptations you encounter will suddenly increase, and there are many people who indulge in enjoyment and give up cultivation. Xia Xiaofei sighed. He can kill decisively in the business, but when facing these fellow players, he still has a sense of fellow countrymanship. Unfortunately, his will cannot change anything. At this moment, a mechanical system voice came to his ears. Ding! The only task cultivation is now settled. After testing, your cultivation has reached the peak of the golden core, and the task is qualified. Ding! The task reward has been issued. Do you choose to return immediately? Xia Xiaofei couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard that the task was settled and qualified, and asked, "Can I come back?" But the system remained cold and did not answer. Xia Xiaofei hesitated. Ding! The choice has timed out, and it is regarded as automatically giving up the choice. You will return in 1 hour. Xia Xiaofei smiled bitterly and said, "What's the difference between this and having no choice?" When he didn't know how to complain, he heard another burst of crying. "No! Don't! Give me a little more time, I'm almost there. I want to complain to you. I'm a player, I have human rights. I want to see your person in charge. The game account is my private property, you can't just dispose of it. Please! I don't want to die. Woo, I was wrong, I shouldn't have been so playful." Most of the players collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly, but they still couldn't change the result of their mission failure. Some players wanted to resist, but just as they activated their magic power, their bodies began to melt, just like chocolate melted. Their flesh turned into a pool of blood mud and merged into the earth, and their resurrection eggs began to petrify and crack, and finally turned into a pool of powder. Everything was clean, only the grass on the ground seemed more alive. And the players who didn't resist were not much better, because they only had 1 last hour to live. "Hello you." A player rushed in front of Xia Xiaofei, his eyes were red, staring at Xia Xiaofei, and said, "I ask you to do me a favor." "Ah? I said I ask you to do me a favor." The player seemed to be about to collapse. He was obviously begging for help, but his tone was more furious than taking gunpowder. Seeing that Xia Xiaofei still did not respond, the player suddenly collapsed. He covered his face with his hands, tears flowed from his fingers, his legs fell softly, and he knelt in front of Xia Xiaofei and cried, "Please! Just treat it as me begging you. Promise me, okay? Just one thing, a very small thing will do. Tell me what it is first." Xia Xiaofei finally felt sorry for his fellow countrymen and a little sympathy for the dying man, so he asked. Seeing Xia Xiaofei let go, the player calmed down and said in a hurried tone, "My name is Lu Xing. I am 28 years old this year, from Ganzhou, and I have a pair of parents and a younger brother at home. I want to ask you, if I really die, I mean I will die in reality, please help me make a phone call and say sorry to my parents. They worked hard to raise me, but I can't repay them. There is a bank card under the bed in my room. The password is my birthday. It is my wife's savings. I haven't touched a penny. Just treat it as my last filial piety as a son. Xia Xiaofei didn't expect this player to ask for such a request. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I promise you. But I have a question. Why did you choose me among so many people? Seeing that Xia Xiaofei agreed, Lu Xing wiped his tears and put down the burden in his heart. I have seen your photos on the forum. You have helped answer many questions on the forum, and I have also received your help. And the practice diary you posted on the forum also inspired many people. But unfortunately, I couldn't stick to it like you. After breaking through the foundation, I slacked off and indulged in wine and sex all day long. I always thought there was still time, but I regretted it when the task was settled. I sold all my property and practiced hard, but I just barely broke through the golden elixir. Xia Xiaofei was silent for a moment and said, if I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Lu Xing sighed. Yes, if I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? But I am afraid of being poor. Once I get rich overnight, I don't know how much I have. Even if I finish the task first and then enjoy it. In fact, I have enjoyed more in the past few years than in my first half of my life. Even if this is a dream, I am satisfied. I am just sorry for my parents. I have enjoyed so much, but I didn't give them any. Inspired by Lu Xing, many players also came to Xia Xiaofei to help pass on messages. Xia Xiaofei agreed to all of them, and also received a lot of inheritance from players. But he was not a pushover, and even if he received inheritance, he would at most help pass on a message. What outrageous requests for helping to honor parents, buy a house, and take care of wife and children, he pretended not to have heard. An hour passed quickly. A beam of white light fell from the sky, covering every player. Xia Xiaofei felt that his consciousness had left his body, and was constantly floating upwards. He looked down, and saw that the players who failed the mission turned into ashes in the white light. Brother Xiaofei, remember to come find me when you go back. In the last will, Xia Xiaofei only heard Ren Yin calling him. Chapter 378. Zhouguang World. The Sea of Laws. The figures of Feng Chong and Qi Tian slowly condensed. I'm back again. Sure enough, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own doghouse. This is the breath of home. Qi Tian once again became a little boy in trendy overalls, and he put on sunglasses at some point. Feng Chong didn't say anything, but his face was thoughtful. Just now, he clearly felt that his law star was a little stronger, almost equivalent to his hard work for a year. You must know that the growth of the law star needs to refine the power of the law of chaos in the sea of laws, but once it is refined without limit, it is very likely to be polluted by the law of chaos, causing disorder of one's own law and going astray. So after reaching the realm of Dongqiu, the time of cultivation begins to be calculated in thousands of years. If you can make a small step forward within 1,000 years, it is considered to be hard work in cultivation. This is when he has the help of the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty. The names recorded in the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty provide experience points that can help resolve the pollution of the law of chaos. If it were an ordinary Dongqiu, this time would have to be calculated 10 times. Of course, after learning about the debt of the Heavenly Tao, Feng Chong sincerely terminated his relationship with the copy of the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty. He didn't want to owe more and more. Even if his cultivation was a little difficult now, he would never take advantage of this. He was afraid that he would have to work for others for nothing in the future. Then he let Dongdong become the owner of the copy of the Golden Book of the Tang Dynasty. Anyway, with Dongdong's qualifications, even if he had sufficient resources, it would be extremely difficult to practice successfully. Not to mention that Dongdong still practiced in the way of a lady from a noble family. So far, she has never fought with others in person, and her actual combat power is seriously inconsistent with her realm. Of course, there are ways. For example, the immortal phoenix fruit that allowed Chen Tiangang to break through the Dongxi realm with just one fruit, Dongdong. If he got 3 or 5 of them, he would have a chance. But even the old grandfather Cheng Kai, the first old minister of the dragon, couldn't get such a good thing, so how could she, a cheap niece, be qualified? So for Dongdong, the copy of the Tang Dynasty Golden Book is the best choice. At present, Dongdong can steadily break through the God Transformation realm in 100 years at most, relying on the support of the entire Qi Shao Dao people. As for the Dongxi realm, there is still a chance before the end of her life. If his husband continues to perform stably, Theoretically, he should be able to find a way or treasure for her to break through before her life ends. Well, getting back to the point, Fong Chong glanced at Chi Tian, who was playing tricks, and a guess emerged in his mind. Is it him, or the player? If it was Chi Tian, with his personality, he would have taken the initiative to take credit for such a benefit, so it was the player? But why can the player bring him a benefit in cultivation? Although the player's cultivation depends half on their digitized souls, and half on the immortal puppet body he gave them. But it's not that he looks down on people. The strongest of this group of players is only at the peak of the Golden Core, which is only a third-level puppet. For him who is now in the Dongxi realm, the benefits of a third-level puppet are almost the same as nothing, because his spirit has a limit to the benefits of each level of puppet. Unless the special situation of the player removes this restriction for him. If this is true, even if the players are bad, as long as there are enough of them, it will be a terrifying improvement for his gains. Hey! Chi Tian said with some dissatisfaction, I have performed for so long, at least give me an expression. Fong Chong glanced at Chi Tian and said lightly, I just want to know why my Tiandao merit has not been credited yet. Payment on delivery, where is the money? Hearing this, Chi Tian said a little embarrassedly, Ahem, that, we have to wait a while, I will put the players back first, and wait until they return to Blue Star to start a small-scale spiritual energy revival. Tiandao father will have a sense, and then he can give you Tiandao merit. Fong Chong hummed, and said in an indifferent attitude, Then why don't you get things done? Chi Tian sighed, thinking that Tiandao was not doing his job and chose such a partner for him. He felt pessimistic about Tiandao's future fate. So he thought, and the guiding power in the dark made him, and Fong Chong's soul returned to Blue Star. People of Blue Star, welcome your glorious future. Great Fog Mountain. On the satellite map, it is just an ordinary barren mountain. But in the top-secret archives of Yin Country, it is the number 3 research base, where the top scientific research team of Yin Country is stationed. One day, Professor Wu Gang, who had just worked all night without any results, was catching up on sleep, when suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. Wu Gang tossed around on the bed, then suddenly opened his red eyes, without even wearing shoes, and opened the door angrily. I hope you can give me a good reason. The assistant, who was responsible for taking care of his daily life, gave an apologetic smile and explained, Professor Wu, I don't want to disturb your rest, but you said that if there is any abnormal movement of the 626 research subject, you must be woken up. The other experts have already gone. Hearing this, Wu Gang was refreshed, took the assistant's hand, and hurried to the laboratory. Hey, Professor Wu, you haven't put on your shoes yet. No. Wu Gang understood what the 626 research subject represented. It was a large-scale mass vegetative event that occurred in Yin Country, and the time was exactly June 26th. According to statistics, on that day, 100,000 people in Yin Country fell into an unconscious vegetative state at the same time, and it was at different times and places on the same day. The wide distribution of personnel was appalling, and it directly alarmed the top management. Because at the beginning, many people suspected that this was a genetic virus event specifically targeting the Yin people. Otherwise, there is no reason why the Yin people are so unlucky. After all, according to the report of the intelligence department, this kind of incident only happened within the territory of Yin Country, and all the people involved were Yin people. But as the investigation and research deepened, they found more and more suspicious points. For example, when they were sleeping, they all wore a sci-fi helmet on their heads. For example, they seemed to have encountered a viral web page before putting on the helmet, which seemed to invite them to play a game. Fortunately, many people thought it was a prank before, and called the police when they encountered thieves. This brought them a lot of convenience in collecting information. But if it was just like this, it would not be enough for a top-secret research base to spend so much manpower and material resources on research. Because there was no repetitive incident afterwards, the most likely possibility of this mysterious incident was sealed in a secret file. After all, although 100,000 people are many, compared with the Yin Country with a population of more than 1 billion, it is just a drop in the ocean. At most, a special investigation team will be sent out. But the strange thing is the helmet. Because they found that as long as the sleeping people wore the helmet, their bodies seemed to be in a frozen state. Without eating or any assistance, their life form can actually remain in the most stable state. This is simply the top biotechnology. If they can crack the secret of the helmet, they may be able to unlock the code of life. So many people suspect that this is the first contact with alien technology, and it is not too important. Unfortunately, Wu Gang, as the top biologist in Yin Country, has been studying for a whole year, consuming countless manpower and material resources, but still has nothing to show for it. Of course, it is not just him. There are also top computer experts, material experts, etc. in the research base, but they have not researched anything. After all, that thing is not a creation of technology at all. For the first time, Wu Gang felt that the road to the research base was so long. He walked very fast and hurriedly, and his soles stepped on the cold floor, which kept his mind excited and clear. Soon, he arrived in front of a large laboratory. It is better to say that this is a super large dormitory than a laboratory. There was no decoration. 3 sides were white, and 1 side was transparent, and transparent crystal cabins were neatly arranged. Inside the cabins were people wearing helmets, both men and women. The most advanced biological instruments were connected to their bodies, monitoring their physical conditions every minute and every second. The previously stable data became extremely chaotic at this moment. Fuck, this shouldn't be human data. How can his heartbeat be so fast? Under normal circumstances, his heart should have exploded long ago. Wu Gang recognized that the person who was bursting out was his senior brother Xiaomeng. They had both studied under the same master. However, he majored in biological sciences, while senior brother Xia majored in genetic modification and was also the leader of their biological team. There were other biological experts standing in the monitoring room at this moment. Seeing Wu Gang coming, everyone nodded as a greeting, and then their eyes were fixed on the changes in everyone's data on the big screen. After looking at it for a while, Wu Gang suddenly asked, "Brother, have you asked other places?" "What do you mean?" "I think this is very likely another group change, not only in our laboratory, but also in other places. After all, the technology of the helmet is too profound, involving all aspects, not only their biological group, physics group, computer group, etc., but also our religious group. It can only be said that in order to produce some results, the above has begun to do everything possible." Wait a minute. After being reminded, Xiaomeng also shifted his attention from the body data and began to ask other groups about their conditions through internal communications. The next moment, Xiaomeng put down the phone with a serious expression. "Brother, you guessed right, changes have also occurred in other places, including those living in the sanatorium. In order to facilitate research and avoid leaking secrets, except for those who signed the voluntary research contract, all other vegetative people were uniformly arranged in a large sanatorium. The sanatorium was converted from a prison and is guarded by professional soldiers. No information will be leaked. Of course, this contract must be signed by the legal guardian, and a considerable research subsidy can be obtained every year. Being studied is also research." Bang! As he was talking, there was a bang in the laboratory. A helmet suddenly exploded and turned into a ray of light, leaving no powder behind. The researcher who lost the helmet suddenly smashed the crystal cabin and floated in the air with his body. He closed his eyes, but his whole body was glowing. "Brother, when did the laboratory have an anti-gravity setting?" Wu Gang felt that this scene shattered the 3 scientific views he had formed in the past 40 years, so he asked an extremely unprofessional question. Xiaomeng stared at the last remaining data on the screen and said to the assistant beside him, "Notify the higher-ups, evacuate the researchers, and let the army take over immediately. The data from that moment has already exceeded the human limit. This is not something that can be explained by simple biology, this must be explained by mysticism." As one helmet exploded, the remaining helmets exploded one after another. One body after another was suspended in the air, but most of them continued to sleep, and their vital signs dropped rapidly until they disappeared. Xia Xiafei slowly opened his eyes, and a prompt from the game system came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Xia Xiafei player, you have returned with the mission reward. As a hidden mission reward, you will retain 1% of your cultivation and bring it to the real world. See you next time in the game. I wish you a happy game in reality. At this moment, he felt extremely fragile and cramped, as if an elephant was stuffed into his pocket, and it seemed that a slight movement would break the pocket. But the next moment, a mysterious force flowed through his body, making that fragile feeling gradually disappear. It looked so familiar, that's my magic power. It actually came back with me. Xia Xiafei suddenly woke up, but more of his mana flowed out of his body. It had been an unknown period of time since the first ray of spiritual energy appeared in this world. A powerful aura burst out. The glass wall of the laboratory that could withstand machine gun fire first had cracks on the corners, and then suddenly, the glass shattered into slag and exploded. Xia Xiaofei looked at the unfamiliar environment and looked around cautiously. Where is this? Until a researcher stepped forward and greeted him. Hello. Are you saying I've only slept for a year? Xia Xiafei changed into casual clothes and leaned back in a chair casually, but he had the aura of a top predator. His 10 years of experience in the game, plus the cultivation he brought back, unconsciously made Wu Gang on the opposite side feel a little restrained. It felt like sitting face to face with a tiger, with a nervous feeling of being eaten at any time. Yes, to be exact, it is 1 year, 3 days, 4 hours and 28 minutes. Wu Gang recalled his mission and asked, "We want to know what you have experienced. What is the game called Xianmo? And what about those who have not woken up?" Xia Xiafei paused. Although there is no rule in the game that cannot be disclosed, he refused out of caution. There is nothing to say. As for those who have not woken up, they will probably never wake up. Also, I want to know when can I leave. My patience is limited. Please don't force me to use violence. He didn't know when he would leave this world again, so during his sober time, he hoped to finish all the unfinished things instead of staying here to chat with a group of people. Wu Gang said, "For people like you with superpowers, we don't have the authority to let you go before we have developed a suitable treatment method. During the waiting period, we hope you can cooperate with our research. Don't worry, it's just a physical examination, blood draw or something. We are very interested in your physical data." Xia Xiafei shook his head and said, "But I'm not interested." "Well, I originally wanted to leave in a legal way, but obviously you don't want to. So goodbye." He stood up and disappeared in front of Wu Gang. Chapter 379. Research Base Number 3. Duh. With the sound of machine gun shooting, the earth shield on a player was broken. Followed by a muffled sound. It was a large-caliber armor-piercing sniper rifle, and the bullet as thick as a baby's arm directly opened a big hole in the player's chest. The player looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief, blood gurgling from his mouth, unwillingly said, "I, Leng Yuzhenren, have dominated the world, but I didn't expect to be killed by a group of ordinary people today. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation was only 1% left, if it weren't for the thin spiritual energy here, if it weren't for my Ling Yu will still being there, a mere machine gun would also want to break my spiritual shield. I hate it." The player shouted in grief and anger, and fell to the ground. "Fuck dominating the world, people who don't know would think you are so awesome, I'm still working for others. You dare to be so arrogant even if you have no cultivation." It seems that he has been in Qi Shao Dao for too long, and is used to bossing around mortals. He has forgotten how powerful weapons the mortals of Blue Star hold in their hands. The nuclear warhead that can destroy the world may not be able to resist it directly even for the nascent soul cultivator. But then again, even if it is just a Jin Danjinren, it is not something that a group of mortals can deal with. Bailey Flying Sword is much faster than a nuclear warhead. Moreover, Jin Danjinren has spiritual perception to warn. With their speed of escape, as long as they are not trapped in the center of the explosion, the aftermath of the nuclear bomb explosion is nothing. Even if mortals hold magic weapons, how can they hurt the cultivators? Xia Xiafei, who has used invisibility, shook his head secretly. His mind has always been calm. When the system prompted that he only had 1% of his cultivation left, it was about the level of just entering the foundation building stage, and he was still a weak foundation building without magic weapons and enough mana. He never thought of confronting the government directly. If he hadn't seen that Professor Wu wanted him to be a guinea pig, he would never have left illegally. Seeing that a large number of Yen country troops were rushing to suppress the rebellion, he didn't stay for long and walked out of the base gate as if no one was around. Even though the base has various surveillance and thermal imaging infrared devices, they can't see any trace of him. Half a month later, Xia Xiafei slowly woke up in a rental house and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The spiritual energy in the air is too thin. The speed of cultivation is not even 1% of that in the immortal demon continent. I am afraid that even if I use a few more spiritual arts now, my magic power will not be able to continue. It seems that I can't expect to restore my Jin Dan cultivation in the real world. And with my current physical strength, I can withstand ordinary small caliber pistols, but I may be injured by a slightly more powerful rifle. If I am hit in the vitals, I will not survive. If I can refine a magic weapon, my survivability will be greatly improved, and I will be more confident. Xia Xiafei simply packed up, then opened his notebook and refreshed the latest social hot news. Sure enough, even with the government's public opinion monitoring, there are too many players, and the true and false news on the internet slowly began to stir up a lot of fun. As more and more people witnessed it, the official also started to play it bad, as if no matter how you ask, I will just play dead and not tell you. It's not that the official didn't try hard, it's just that the melon is too big to hide. After all, even if the players who failed the mission were eliminated, there are still 30,000 to 40,000 people left. These are 30,000 to 40,000 gened and peak cultivators. Even if only 1% of their cultivation is left, they are still supermen for ordinary people. Among them, there may be people as low-key as himself, and there are also players who tried to fight and were killed before. Naturally, there are also players who return home in glory and speak in a high-profile manner, and players of the magic path who try to restore their cultivation with mortal blood sacrifice. All kinds of confusion made public opinion ferment in a very short time. Yin country, immortals, flying swords, cultivation, immortality, and other keywords are even more popular all over the world. After all, in the legend of Yin country, immortals represent immortality. For the powerful class, the word immortality is a hot topic that will never go out of style. Xia Xiafei was waiting for the official response. He had never thought of going against the official. Apart from the invisible and unknowable company behind the Xianmao game, the official was the strongest force on Blue Star. And he had already determined the reality of the difficulty of practicing through the practice of half a month. So at this stage, even if the players can barely fight against the official through various spiritual means, as long as the official is not afraid of sacrifice, and shows the momentum of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting itself by 100,000, the players will definitely not be able to fight the official. But the official cannot think that the players are soft persimmons and let them study and manipulate them. So he needs those high-profile and suicidal players to show the official some means. Only when the official is sure that they have the strength to fight to the death can the two sides talk on an equal footing. Xia Xiafei believes that there are many players who share the same idea as him. Even now, many players who show off their saints in front of people and deliberately make trouble also have this idea, and they go a step further and kill and set fire to be recruited. After reading the recent hot news, Xia Xiafei didn't find the official attitude he wanted, so he changed his image and body shape and went out to eat. After all, Yin Country's Sky Eye system is quite powerful, and his files may have been thoroughly checked. It's better not to show his original appearance. He was not in a hurry and continued to wait. After eating noodles, he continued to practice. Although practicing now is twice as effective, every bit stronger is a bit better. Another half a month passed. It was mid-July, and the weather was obviously hotter. There were many more young ladies showing their long legs on the street. Xia Xiafei was holding a popsicle, flip-flops, big shorts, and a flowered shirt, squatting in the busiest pedestrian street square in the city, watching the handsome men and beautiful women coming and going, feeling very comfortable. Suddenly, snowflakes flashed across the advertisement screen in the square, and a serious-looking male host stood on the podium and said, "This is the press conference site. From today on, the National Player Countermeasures team has been established. If you are interested in joining the Player Countermeasures group, please call the following number XXXX. The advertising screen went black again, and then the beautiful legged lady jumped out of the screen, continued to jump, dance, and began to sing and dance in the advertisement. The crowd in the square suddenly became quiet, and then it was in an uproar. Player Countermeasures group, what is that? I know that esports events have entered the national games, but isn't the treatment of players a bit too exaggerated? My mother will never say that I have no future in playing games again. I play games, I am a player, I am a talent recognized by the country, haha. Why do I suddenly straighten my back? Don't make fun of me, open the giant software, and mute it. The news of the Player Countermeasures group has been exposed, and there are interpretations from professionals on it. What player? That's a god. Fuck. Pedestrians turned on their phones on the street and watched the games on the screen. They felt that the world was changing too fast. Xia Xiafei threw away the popsicle, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away leisurely. Star City. This is a small county town in the south. There are no special industries, no local minerals, and the population has never flowed out or in. It has always been unknown in the country. It is a small place that even epidemic viruses don't bother to come. And Xia Xiafei was born in such a small county town. He walked out of the train station with his travel bag on his back, bargained with the motorcycle driver in his fluent hometown dialect, and got on the motorcycle to go home. Dong dong. The wall of the house where he had lived for more than 20 years had turned yellow and cracked, and various wires were tied together on the door frame and were shaky, swaying with the knocks. Here I come. Xia Xiafei mother is a full-time woman. After Xia Xiafei entered junior high school, she came home to accompany him in his studies and take care of his life, while his father went out to work. Later, Xia Xiafei went to college, but his mother had lost her professional skills because she had not worked in society for too long, so she rented a small shop near the community and opened a small supermarket to barely earn a living. Xia Xiaofei's father had been in the army before, and later he retired and drove for a private company boss. He has been driving for more than 20 years, and his length of service is older than Xia Xiaofei's age. He is about to retire. Fortunately, the boss is good to Xia Xiaofei's father. The down payment for the house he bought when he got married was borrowed from the boss. In summary, it is the life of an ordinary family and an ordinary person. If it weren't for the emergence of the Xianmo game, Xia Xiaofei felt that he might work hard for another 2 years, save some money and open a small shop or something. For example, if he bought his mother's small shop, he would take over the family business, and occasionally he could take orders to earn extra money. If he is lucky, he will meet the right person and start a family. If he is unlucky, he will be happy to be single. He has never had any big ambitions, and he thinks it is good to live an ordinary life. But now, everything is different. The door opened, and there were not only his mother and father in the room, but also an official who was obviously in the system, who should be leading the way, because there was also a young man and woman. Xia Xiaofei took a look and quickly made a judgment in his mind. He was not surprised. The information of these players has long been on the official archives, so it is not difficult to find his home. And he deliberately revealed his true face, which was a signal. The rest depends on the sincerity of the official. It's you. It seems I don't need to find you. Xia Xiaofei looked normal and greeted him with a smile. The girl standing opposite him was the female college student Ren Yanyan, who had an appointment with him. Ren Yanyan was wearing a white dress, as bright and generous as before. Seeing Xia Xiaofei, she also happily replied, "That's right, I have to study at the youth university every day, but I am a college student who has been deeply educated in patriotism since childhood. I was the first to sign up when I saw your information this time. Now your parents have agreed, it depends on your opinion. You are talking like everyone is a college student. Tell me about my advantages." Xia Xiaofei put down his travel bag, and his attitude was very casual. "Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" "Yes, I know you're coming back, so I specially made chicken soup." Xia Xiaofei's mother was obviously a little excited. Her eyes were red, and the white hair on her temples was particularly obvious. You should know that Xia Xiaofei's mother is less than 50 years old this year. After receiving the news that her son had become a vegetable, Xia Xiaofei's mother had not slept well, and her hair gradually turned white. Xia Xiaofei's father sat aside. Although he looked old, he was thin and his back was straight. He had been retired for decades, but he still maintained his military habits. It was mainly for work needs. This makes it look professional, and the boss can use it with confidence. After all, the driver occasionally has to act as a bodyguard. "Dad, why are you at home? You will retire in 2 years. You can't let down at this time. The pension is not low." Xia Xiaofei's father is a straightforward person, and he doesn't know any scientific education. The way he educates his children is just one word: hit. In addition, they were apart for a long time, so Xia Xiaofei always feared his father more than respected him. Later, when he went to college, he chose to be a game power leveler, which was not without the intention of opposing his father. He just didn't like the path his father arranged for him. His father found him an easy civilian job with his boss. "If you got into trouble, how could I have the heart to drive? Seeing me like this, my boss arranged for me to retire early and gave me the full bonus." Seeing Xia Xiaofei's playful look, his father didn't educate him as before, but sighed and said, "I knew you were a tough kid. You were fine after being beaten so many times when you were a child. How could you not wake up? These people are all leaders of the government. You should be serious. The country needs you, and it is your honor to contribute to the country." "Uncle, it's okay. Brother Xiaofei and I are friends. We are used to it." Ren Yanyan looked gentle and gentle. Xia Xiaofei rolled his eyes and said, "I was wondering why I was being studied as soon as I woke up. It turns out that you, Dad, responded to the call of the country. They used the national justice to deceive you, and you even sold out your son." Okay, for the sake of my dad and Yanzi, I won't ask for anything extra. Money is just a piece of waste paper to people like you and me. So my request is very simple, just arrange a position for my parents. They have never eaten public food in their lives. When I graduated, they wanted me to take the position, and now they have fulfilled their wish." "No problem." Ren Yanyan nodded. This little thing was still within her authority. "Then, have fun working together in the future." "Have fun working together." Xia Xiaofei held Ren Yanyan's outstretched hand. "Wait a minute." A male colleague who came with Ren Yanyan suddenly interrupted. "What's wrong?" Ren Yanyan frowned and looked at the male colleague who had to come with her. She knew what he was thinking. The male colleague looked much more handsome than Xia Xiaofei. With a faint smile, he looked like a nobleman. I have heard of Brother Xia's name on the forum for a long time. Today, I saw that he is indeed worthy of his reputation, so I want to have a discussion with Brother Xia. Ren Yinyan's breath turned cold. Chao Quan, don't go too far. If you have anything, come to me. Don't involve Brother Xiaofei. Chao Quan looked at Xia Xiaofei and said, What do you think, Brother Xia? Xia Xiaofei was stunned for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then go out. No need. Xia Xiaofei stood behind Chao Quan without knowing when, and gently patted his shoulder with one hand, his voice light and floating. What have you been doing for so long since you came back? Your aura is so chaotic. How many women have you slept with during this period? Do you know what I was doing while you were having a good time? I was practicing hard, tempering my body, and matching my spiritual skills. Fuck. Bang. Xia Xiaofei pressed his palm. Chao Quan suddenly knelt down, and the floor cracked directly. Too polite. Xia Xiaofei said expressionlessly, Yinzi, you also saw that he was the first to provoke. Ren Yanyan also lost her smile on her face. Looking at Chao Quan, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and whose aura was constantly weakening, she had no intention of saving him. I saw it. Chapter 380. Chao Quan died on the spot, causing the government leaders, who led the way, and Xia Xiaofei's father to tremble. Xiaofei, did you kill someone? Father Xia swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling unconsciously. When he was in the army, Yin's state had been peaceful for a long time. Although he participated in a large-scale exercise, he had never killed anyone, and he had never seen anyone die in front of him. When he was a driver for his boss on weekdays, he just dealt with ordinary social thugs. If it really comes to killing and bloodshed, he has foreseen it countless times, but he never thought that the murderer was his own son. Just now, he was talking about the establishment, and the next second, he was talking and laughing about killing. Is this really his son? Having been studied for a year, did he transform his son into a killing machine? It must be said that although Father Xia is old, his thoughts are still very trendy. He usually watches a lot of science fiction movies and novels, and watches a lot of short videos. For a while, his mind was in a mess. Suddenly he thought of something, and Xia's father hurried into the bedroom, and soon came out with a bank card and urged, Xiaofei, here is Dad's retirement bonus and the research subsidy given to me by the state this year. A total of more than 400,000 yuan. You take it, don't come back in the future, and don't write or call home. Why are you so impulsive, kid? Can't you say anything nicely? He sighed, a little at a loss. Xia Xiaofei looked at his father's operation, was stunned at first, and then smiled faintly. Don't worry, Dad, I am a special talent, with a license to kill. If you don't believe me, ask Yanzi, right? He wanted to be a good baby in front of his parents. But who let Chao Quan jump out to die? In his 10-year gaming career, he has used his life to verify a truth many times. Since he has made an enemy, it is best not to kill overnight. Otherwise, who knows what kind of moth he can make in the end. He had neither the mood nor the interest to play any jealous games with Chao Quan. Kill someone first to establish his authority, so that no one will mess with him in the future. Ren Yanyan smiled bitterly and nodded to Father Xia. Uncle, don't worry, Brother Xiaofei will be fine. She pinched her fingers, and a burst of cold air came out, freezing Chao Quan's body. Then the frozen body shrank in midair, and was taken into her hands. After all, they are colleagues, so it is reasonable to help collect the body. But Xia Xiaofei was happy, and she would have a headache to deal with the aftermath. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Xiaofei, and complained about the dead Chao Quan. Why did he follow her here for no reason? Magic? God? Am I dreaming? Seeing Ren Yanyan stretching out her hand to freeze the body, Father Xia rubbed his eyebrows, and sat down on the sofa, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Brother Xiaofei, explained to Uncle and Auntie, I still have to clean up your mess. Ren Yanyan turned around, and her ponytail swung, shaking Xia Xiaofei's young body, with an inexplicable throbbing. Captain Liu, please lead us here. No trouble. Captain Liu, who led the way, wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed dryly. After the 2 people and the corpse left, Xiaofei, what's going on? Father Xia hurriedly asked, and Mother Xia, who had been standing in the kitchen and didn't go out to disturb him, also came out, her eyes full of worry. It's a long story. Xia Xiaofei didn't hide too much from his parents, but just concealed the dangers in the game, such as what mission failure would wipe out and so on. He just picked out some bizarre and interesting adventure stories, and made Father and Mother Xia, who were concentrating on telling them, exclaimed from time to time, looking strange. Xia Xiaofei smiled faintly, and then began to urge his parents to have a second child to respond to the national call. 2 months later. Kyoto, a national building. Xia Xiaofei woke up slowly in his own office. He yawned, then stood up and prepared to go to the cafeteria. Although at his level, his food needs are very light, but he is a 5-star chef specially found by the country, who is proficient in cuisines from all over the country. He has not eaten anything heavy this month. Every day is like opening a blind box, which brings a different kind of fun to his boring and tedious life. When he arrived at the canteen, he saw that it was Sichuan cuisine today. He sat down with a low-key boiled cabbage and began to enjoy the state banquet food that he had heard of, but had not tasted in person. Suddenly, a plate was placed in front of him, and Ren Yinyan's bright smile bloomed in front of him. You are back, not bad, not broken arms and legs, it seems that the mission is going well. Xia Xiaofei took a bite of cabbage and a sip of soup. The layered meat aroma was reflected on a cabbage, which made Xia Xiaofei sigh at the master chef's superb cooking skills. Ren Yinyan said unhappily, since you care about me, why don't you do the mission with me? Brother Xiaofei, you are too lazy. You have joined the countermeasures team for a month, but I heard that you haven't taken any mission. Now the outside world is in chaos. With your strength, the society will be more stable. Xia Xiaofei disagreed. You don't understand. What don't I understand? It seems that the long-lost real life has awakened Ren Yinyan's modern consciousness, and she has temporarily forgotten everything on the fairy demon continent. Her tone is more playful than before. Xia Xiaofei said seriously, if I don't take action, it will be the greatest stability for society. Ren Yinyan, Okay, you always interrupt me when I talk about this. Let me talk to you about business. Ren Yinyan changed the subject. The Academy of Sciences has recently developed an instrument to detect the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. After their recent tests, they found that spiritual energy seems to only appear within our Yin country. And the center of the spiritual energy is in the Great Fog Mountain area. That is the place where our physical bodies were sleeping before. Xia Xiaofei's expression became serious. Do you mean that the spiritual energy is brought by us? Ren Yinyan nodded and said, that's what the think tank of the countermeasures team meant. They speculated that if the next game starts, the spiritual energy is likely to increase further. Do you know what this means? Xia Xiaofei's eyes flashed, and he replied word by word. A group of demons are dancing wildly. Nowadays, players do not have much advantage at the official level of the country. One of the important reasons is the environment of heaven and earth. Otherwise, for ordinary people, a foundation building cultivator with a golden elixir peak soul can be called a dimensionality reduction attack. It is because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin, so players replenish their mana slowly. Facing the siege of ordinary people, once their mana is exhausted, they are easily hit by various weapons of mass destruction and killed head-on. But players are not fools. Most of the time, when facing the official siege, they will kill randomly first, and then escape decisively after their mana is mostly consumed. At this time, it depends on the official players. Fortunately, there are not many magic players. Even if most players do not want to be incorporated by the state and be restricted, they will not take revenge on society in an extreme way. They maintain an attitude of if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. Otherwise, today's society will be even more chaotic. Once the rebellious magic players emerge, they will be strongly suppressed by official players with public support. Most of Ren Yinyan's recent tasks are of this kind. And because of her neat moves and pretty appearance, Ren Yinyan has the nickname of Fairy Fian in the countermeasures team. There are many players and non-players who pursue her. Originally, Xia Xiaofei, who was close to Ren Yinyan, was definitely the target of revenge by the pursuers, but thanks to Chao Quan's unfriendly dedication, Xia Xiaofei's reputation was well known, so no one dared to provoke him. Everyone knows that this young man who likes to hide in the office and eat in the canteen is a ruthless person, the kind who will kill people with one move. After all, his punishment notice is still posted in the lobby. Hey. Hearing this, Ren Yinyan sighed and said a little dejectedly, I don't know whether this spiritual energy revival is good or bad. Are we going to become a world of the jungle like the immortal demon continent? Peace is hard won. Why can't we work together to build the country together? Xia Xiaofei smiled and said, this is simple. Well, you have a way. Ren Yinyan's eyes lit up. Xia Xiaofei said, as long as you can suppress all the players by yourself, you let them go west, they dare not go east, you let them build the country, they dare not destroy public property. Just like the Taoist master Qi Shao, who suppressed one path by himself, how majestic and domineering. The light in Ren Yinyan's eyes suddenly went out. You said that, but it's the same as saying nothing. If I had that ability, I would definitely find the company behind the game and beat them up. Xia Shifei shook his head and said, it seems that you still don't understand what I mean. You have been running around to complete tasks, and you haven't practiced for a long time. Your cultivation has been stagnant, but others will not wait for you. Especially those magic players, they have no taboos, and if they don't have enough spiritual energy, they will use blood as energy, and they still have the soul realm of the peak of the golden elixir. At least there is no bottleneck before reaching the golden elixir realm. At that time, will they still rely on ordinary people to pile up human lives? That would not be the sacrifice of a few or dozens of people now, but hundreds or thousands of people, and it is still not certain that they can be caught. By the way, I heard that the superiors recently asked you to capture them alive, right? Ren Yinyan said, they said they would conduct some inhumane research on those magic players, so they are making use of waste. But the more she talked about it, the less confident she became. Obviously, she also understood something, but she still chose to avoid it. She didn't want the career that she devoted her love and efforts to, and regarded as bright, to be tainted by filth. It seems that you also understand that cultivating for immortality is something that no one can refuse. Even if they can't achieve immortality, they probably can't ask for it even if they can extend their lifespan for a few decades. Research is research, but do you know why they are researching? Xia Shifei saw Ren Yinyan, who seemed to have found a new life goal recently, and was going to devote all her enthusiasm, so he had to remind her. Even in modern society, Yin country also has evil people, but their evil is hidden under the cloak of goodness and beauty. What do you mean? Ren Yinyan recently felt that she and Xia Shifei seemed to be getting farther and farther away. Although the distance was closer, the spiritual touch was getting less and less. Xia Shifei said, I just want you to practice well. I know you are a good girl with great ideals, and want to help more people. But don't forget that in this new era of practice, only your own strength is the only reliance. When the new era eliminates you, it will not say hello to you. The smile on Ren Yinyan's face faded, and she lowered her head and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she looked up and smiled at Xia Shifei. No matter what the future holds, I will persist in doing it and make this world what I want it to be. Even if I know it is difficult to do it with my ability, I have to try it, right? But brother Shifei, you are right. I will seize the time to practice in the future. At least I can't let those disgusting magic players surpass me. Xia Shifei pondered for a moment, looked at Ren Yinyan's clear and firm eyes, and slowly said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it really comes to that time, you still have me. Yeah. Ren Yinyan nodded heavily, and her face instantly lit up. At this moment, she suddenly realized that it was she who took the initiative to distance herself, and Xia Shifei just stood there, never retreated, never left. The changes in Yin country, and even the entire blue star, are just the natural arrival of spiritual energy. All this has nothing to do with Fang Chong. He sat in his boss chair, and streams of light flashed in front of his eyes. That was the merit of the heavenly way given by the heavenly way of the Zhoguang world. The heavenly Tao is still sleeping, but it has its own operating mechanism. Moreover, there are the little ones of the heavenly Tao around him to support him. Fang Chong brought the first small-scale spiritual energy recovery to this big world, which is of great benefit to the heavenly Tao. Until this moment, the spiritual energy recovery has stabilized, and the heavenly Tao's response has finally arrived. 5 heavenly Tao merit. What can I do with them? Qi Tian sat on his desk, with his short legs crossed, and smiled flatteringly. There are many things to do. Take the law crystal for example. 1 heavenly Tao merit can be exchanged for 1 law crystal. It can also let heavenly Tao give you a crown, draw the power of creation, and purify the chaotic laws of the sea of laws for you. 1 heavenly Tao merit can save you 200 or 300 years of practice time. And the most important function is to obtain heavenly Tao authority. 1 heavenly Tao merit can at least be exchanged for 100,000th of heavenly Tao authority, and this is the price when heavenly Tao is asleep. When heavenly Tao wakes up, it will not be this price. Fang Chong touched his chin and said, 5 law crystals, it's not too bad. After all, he once sacrificed a secret world, and only got this few law crystals. And now he has paid only a little time. Sure enough, illegal things are all huge profits. Then let's prepare for the second game update. When are you ready? The main reason why players can only upgrade to the peak of the Golden Core is that Qi Tian can only bear this level. So if players want to continue to upgrade, Qi Tian must upgrade first. Qi Tian estimated it will take another 2 years. By then, I should be able to digest the merits of Tian Dao Dad. Yes, this guy also has Tian Dao merit rewards. Then I will wait for you for another 2 years. Fong Chong nodded. Chapter 381. 2 years can be said to be fast or slow. If you don't pay attention, it will slip away from your hands. Xia Xiaofei has become accustomed to the current idle life. The treatment of the player countermeasures group is very good, especially since there is not much work. It is simply a paradise for idlers. Originally, the higher-ups had opinions. They thought that since the players joined the countermeasures group, they should contribute to the country, and should not use taxpayers' money to support idlers. But as several magic players became more and more unscrupulous, they escaped from the players of the countermeasures group several times. Only then did the higher-ups realize that idlers are better. People are afraid of comparison. Compared with those magic players, and wild players, who occasionally make some troubles, these salted fish players, who are kept in the countermeasures group, are really harmless. Every move is under surveillance, and there is no need to worry about them causing trouble. Just as Xia Xiaofei once said to Ren Yan, his inaction is the greatest stability for society. This sentence is suitable for every player. If possible, the countermeasures team now wants to support every player, even if it means eating free meals. Compared with the pensions and urban disaster reconstruction funds, the expenses of supporting players can be said to be a drop in the bucket. This day, Xia Xiaofei exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After such a long time back, I finally recovered to the middle stage of foundation building, and I also have my first magic weapon in this world. As his mind moved, a stream of white light circled around him like a fish, and finally stopped on his palm. It was a flying sword, or a flying needle. It's not that he didn't want to refine the genuine flying sword, but due to the limitation of materials, just this flying needle spent all his salary for more than 2 years. Fortunately, the player countermeasures team provided food and accommodation, otherwise he would have to sleep on the street. However, with such a flying needle, his combat power can be said to have jumped to another level. Just when he was feeling excited and in high spirits, that familiar voice rang in his ears again. Ding! Dear player Xia Xiaofei, the game CNMO has been updated. This time we have added more gameplay, so that you can have a more novel experience in the game world. Please protect your body, the game will be launched in 3 days. I wish you a happy game. Swish! Xia Xiaofei suddenly stood up, and walked quickly towards the office of the player countermeasures team. The game has been updated. This news spread throughout the entire player countermeasures team, and the top leaders of Yin Country in almost an instant. The core meeting room of the player countermeasures team. Ren Yan attended the meeting as one of the player representatives. As for marginal salted fish players, like Xia Xiaofei, as long as they don't make trouble and report their schedule every day, it doesn't matter whether they come to work or not, let alone attend such a critical meeting. First of all, do you have the ability to arrange new players? The leader looked at Ren Yan and others with eager eyes. After they learned about the game CNMO, they checked almost all the registered game manufacturers in Yin Country, but did not get any clues. So now that they heard that Shinmo was reopened, the first thing they cared about was to add new players, preferably their own people. Those uncontrolled players have caused them too much trouble in the past 2 years. If they can make all the players become their own people, then the various technologies of Yin Country will have explosive breakthroughs. After all, mysticism does not talk about science, at least not the current science. Let's take the simplest example. Some materials that can only exist and be imagined can be successfully created due to the participation of players. And the significance of breakthroughs in materials science for modern social science is self-evident. Hearing this, Ren Yan shook her head and smiled bitterly. We can't even control the online and offline, let alone arrange new people. It's not certain whether we can come back after this game. The only good news is that we have to enter the game, and those magic players have to enter the game. This is our chance. As long as we can find their sleeping bodies, and destroy them before they return, even if they have all kinds of magical powers, they will have nowhere to use them. Well, we will follow up on this matter, and nail those bastards to death. The leader nodded, but still added, after entering the game, I authorize you to contact the game manufacturer at all costs. This is your most important task. Ren Yan nodded slightly, but she didn't care in her heart. The existence that can create such a great game as Shinmo doesn't care about the demands of a group of mortals. Perhaps these players are just a good show that the person behind the scenes wants to watch when he is bored. Then they went back to their respective duties. After the players left, many affairs would come to a standstill. Fortunately, spiritual energy has appeared, and the players have brought a mature practice system. Yinhua has also initially cultivated its own practice talents, and can still handle some work after they leave. It's just that due to environmental restrictions, even with the guidance of players, and the support of national resources, the best batch of practice seeds can only barely refine Shi now. The small cafeteria of the countermeasures team. Xia Xiaofei sat opposite Ren Yan and made a bowl of black chicken and wolfberry soup for her, and smiled and teased, "You have been very busy recently. You, a foundation-building cultivator, actually have dark circles under your eyes. Come, drink a bowl of soup to replenish your energy." Ren Yan rolled her eyes. "Yeah, how can I be as leisurely as you, a big idler? I'm really dying of drought and flood. Then I have to be very emotional. You, a busy man, can still take time out of your busy schedule to see me. It's really an honor." Xia Shifei replied with a grin. Ren Yan was drinking soup, and was almost amused by Xia Shifei's words. "I'm dying." Ren Yan wiped her mouth unhappily and said, "Just say it, no one comes to see me for no reason. You must have something to come to me. What can I have? The game has been updated, so I naturally think of the organization, otherwise where would I put my body?" Xia Shifei didn't feel embarrassed at all. After his soul left, his body became a weakness, and the official was naturally the best shelter. This was also one of the reasons why he joined the player countermeasures team. Ren Yan couldn't help but complain. "I didn't think about the organization when I asked you to make contributions on weekdays, but now you think about the organization again when you have something to do. You treat the organization as toilet paper, and use it whenever you want." Xia Xiaofei said righteously, "You can't slander me. I treat the organization as my family. There is no need to be estranged as a family. And I sit in the countermeasures team every day, and I have also contributed to the stability and prosperity of the countermeasures team. Okay, the organization will make unified arrangements at that time, and you don't have to worry about not having a position." Ren Yan is now 3 or 4 floors higher than Xia Xiaofei, and has a say in the news of the organization. "No, I want to find a place close to you. If we don't come back, we can't sleep together in life, but we can die together." Xia Xiaofei said the worst consequence in a joking tone. They already knew that the success rate of the last player's mission was only a little over 30%. If they were unlucky, they would really die. And they had no means to resist the people behind the game. Ren Yan was stunned when she heard it, and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. She looked at Xia Xiaofei, and suddenly an impulse surged in her heart. "If we can come back alive together in this game, I will marry you, and you will marry me." Xia Xiaofei's smile gradually emerged on his face, and his voice was unusually gentle. "Okay." Just as the two people's hands were getting closer and closer, the communicator on Ren Yan's wrist suddenly vibrated. Ren Yan frowned and opened the message. "Who is so blind to disturb my good things? Do you know how much courage she has just paid to make this stuffy man speak?" But the next moment, her face changed. What happened? Xia Xiaofei's intuition told him that something big had happened. Just now, the player countermeasures team received news from all over the country that the game invitation letter appeared again. According to incomplete statistics, the number of new players who received invitations may reach hundreds of thousands, and the number is still increasing. Depending on the fermentation of public opinion, the people of Yin country all know that there is a mysterious game. Now those players, who are able to call the wind and rain, and go all the way are all returning from this game. And the official side is intentionally or unintentionally popularizing the benefits and treatment of game players. So once they receive the invitation, many players will take the initiative to expose themselves and contact the official without the official looking for them. There are even some people who want to be middlemen, openly selling online, hoping to sell the game qualifications for a good price. So many? Xia Shifei was stunned. He estimated that at most this time, the gap of 100,000 players would be filled, but he didn't expect that it would not only be filled, but also exceeded. After a little thought, he shook his head and said, "Now there is only 1 day left before the game starts, and there is not much we can do. But we still have to do it, right?" Ren Yan stood up and said, "Don't forget what you promised me just now, I'm leaving first." Looking at Ren Yan's fleeing back, Xia Xiaofei shook his head and laughed. "Weren't you very brave just now? You want to understand the meaning of life. Do you want to truly live?" On this day, a game invitation letter appeared in front of 968,436 people. This time, the number of game players, including old players, is 1 million. The familiar hatching valley, the familiar giant egg. Xia Xiaofei broke out of the shell, and his body and strength at the peak of the golden elixir made him feel that reality and illusion were intertwined. Ding! Dear player Xiaoxiaofei, welcome back. Ding! Xianma game update. Your level limit has been lifted. You can continue to upgrade. The cap level is 49. Ding! You received this series of tasks King. Task content. The Taoist master Qi Xiao is famous, and was named Qi Xiao Ho by the queen of the Tang dynasty to guard Qi Xiao. However, the Taoist master Qi Xiao is extraordinary, and is not satisfied with the title of Qi Xiao Ho. He wants to open up another path for the Tang dynasty, and be crowned king with military merit. And you have admired the Taoist master Qi Xiao for a long time, and are determined to use your greatest efforts to help the Taoist master Qi Xiao be crowned king. Ding! The first ring of the Calling the King task is join the Qi Xiao Legion. Task content. The Qi Xiao Legion will recruit soldiers every year to replenish its troops. Please join the Qi Xiao Legion within 3 years. Task reward. Join the Qi Xiao Legion and start the next round of tasks. Task penalty. Open the level limit, and you will not be able to continue to upgrade. Ding! The task has been sent, and this service ends here. Xiaoxiaofei was stunned on the spot, wanting to cry but not tears. Hey, when did I say that I admired the Taoist master Qi Xiao? I didn't. But the system naturally couldn't hear his voice. For a long while, Xiaoxiaofei had to accept the reality and comfort himself. The Taoist master Qi Xiao is the strongest cultivator in the Qi Xiao Dao. If I can join the Qi Xiao Legion, it would be a good way out. With my current cultivation level, it is difficult to obtain treasures and resources that can quickly improve my cultivation level in ordinary prefectures. Rather than continuing to accumulate and wait in the prefecture, it is better to go to the Qi Xiao Core to fight. Anyway, I am a player and will not die at all. Maybe I will have the opportunity to become a lackey under the seat of the Qi Xiao Taoist master, and then I will soar to the sky. It's just that this immortal talent is a bit difficult to explain, but the magical powers of cultivators are all kinds of strange. As long as I die less, I should be able to get away with it. Well, maybe I really admire the Qi Xiao Taoist master in my heart, and I don't know if the Qi Xiao Taoist master is a man or a woman. Xiaoxiaofei quickly convinced himself in 1 minute. The game is the biggest, what can he do? Fortunately, this time, the task was not immediately teleported after it was issued, so he waited with peace of mind. Sure enough, about 2 minutes later, a bloody giant egg not far from him cracked, and Ren Yanyan walked out gracefully. I don't know if it's because of the confirmation of the relationship, but Xiaoxiaofei always feels that Ren Yanyan is much more beautiful than before, and every point makes him feel moved. It doesn't matter if this virgin body is gone. A thought suddenly appeared in Xiaoxiaofei's mind. Sure enough, you have been hiding your true self, and you woke up earlier than me. As the number of deaths increases, the players also find out the experience. The higher the cultivation level, and the higher the realm, the faster they can adapt to the resurrected body. When Ren Yanyan saw Xiaoxiaofei, she just smiled, and the system tasks were issued all at once. The series of tasks become the king? You are doing this too? Ren Yanyan asked. Xiaoxiaofei nodded and said, not bad. It seems that we will be colleagues again in the future. After the teleportation, either you come to me, or I go to you. Ren Yanyan was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly something moved in her heart, but she shook her head and refused. Okay. Forget it. Emotions can affect our rationality and judgment. I think our current state is very good. When we return to the real world, we will. Her face turned slightly red. How could Xiaoxiaofei not read the meaning, and his heart was also moved. Just as you said, I was impulsive just now. I just resurrected and ate a mouthful of dog food. Xiaoxiaofei, you must treat us when you go back. We defeated the Fairy Fian in the countermeasures group, so quietly. A carefree voice came, and it was also a colleague in their player countermeasures group. Because they were born in the same hatching valley and had active personalities, they usually contacted each other more often. Yeah, I was hiding behind and listening to it just now, and I was so jealous. Damn, I don't know what Fairy Fian saw in you. Another player jumped out. Everyone's paper strength was only a hair's breadth apart, so the time of awakening was very close. Soon, all the more than 200 players in the hatching valley woke up. Among them, about 40 to 50 players were colleagues in the player countermeasures team, and they occasionally met and greeted each other. There were also a few intact eggs that did not move, and it was obvious that their souls in the real world had disappeared. It seems that players will not be replenished after failing a mission. It seems that old players and new players are completely separated. Xiaoxiaofei thought in his heart. Just as he was thinking, a suction force appeared, and a space vortex appeared in front of everyone, and all the players were pulled in. A new journey has begun. Chapter 382. The Tang Calendar, 112 Years of Longevity. Xia Shifei stood in this city called Chaolu, in the crowded streets, with a slightly dazed look. 24 years is enough for the real world to undergo tremendous changes, and for a generation to undergo tremendous changes. But in this fairy and demon continent, this little time is just a trivial embellishment on its long journey. It is the same as it was 24 years ago, with almost no changes. Yes, 10 years in the game, 1 year in reality, more than 2 years in reality, 24 years in the game. It is, the money I deposited in Qi Shao Bank was lost for nothing, which can be exchanged for me walking on the edge of a knife. The management fee of the bank is a human price. Xia Xiaofei did not hesitate anymore, and galloped to find the branch of Qi Shao Bank in this city. Qi Shao Bank recognizes the number, but not the person. After Xia Xiaofei said the account number and password, the shopkeeper in charge of reception, a very friendly old man, fiddled with a thin transparent jade page in his hand, and then asked with a smile, "That's right. On September 6th of the 88th year of the Changsheng calendar, the guest deposited 1 top-grade spirit stone, 126 high-grade spirit stones, and a total of 563,000 medium and low-grade spirit stones in the Qingshui Prefecture City branch of Fuyang County. There is also a medium-grade magic flying sword, estimated at 300 high-grade spirit stones, a storage spirit ring, estimated at 20 high-grade spirit stones, 3.2 gene of iron essence, estimated at 32 high-grade spirit stones, and 3 gold crystals, estimated at 60 high-grade spirit stones. The deposited goods are worth a total of 6.943 million spirit stones. Excuse me, guest, is there anything missing in the account? Xia Xiaofei nodded and said, yes. When the last mission was approaching, he exchanged all the treasures he could sell for the most practical spirit stones. Only iron essence and gold crystals were used as flying sword materials, which were usually difficult to find, so he kept them. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile and said, okay, since you agree, we can continue. It is now the 5th day of the 5th month of the 112th year of the Changsheng calendar. You have deposited your property in our bank for a total of 23 years and 8 months. Anything less than 1 year will be counted as 1 year. So you have deposited your property in our bank for a total of 24 years. According to the annual management fee of 0.5%, you should pay 833,160 spiritual stones. I wonder if you have any objections. Xia Shifei shook his head and said, no. The shopkeeper nodded and said, then would you like to withdraw cash or take out your property? Xia Shifei asked, is there any difference between the two? The shopkeeper explained, if you withdraw cash, this account can immediately pay the full amount of spiritual stones for you. If you want to take out your property, I have to contact the Qingshui City branch first, and they will send your property over. So you have to wait a few more days, and you have to bear the cost of sending the property. Well, let me take a look. The shopkeeper slid the page in his hand again, and pulled up the map of Qingshao Road. Qingshui City is more than 1.2 million miles away from our city. You don't have many items, so you can put them all in the storage ring and send them here. According to the minimum standard, 1 spirit stone per mile, so you only need to pay 12,000 spirit stones. Xia Xiaofei naturally wants his own magic weapon flying sword. In order to refine this flying sword, he worked so hard that he died once. Moreover, the flying sword has long been in harmony with his soul. If he changes to a magic weapon, I don't know how long it will take to adjust. So Xia Xiaofei chose the latter without hesitation. Seeing this, the shopkeeper immediately issued a receipt and attached his name, magic power mark, semicolon seal, and the time to pick up the goods. With this receipt, you can come to the small account to pick up your items in January. If January is not reached, the small account will have to pay for each day of delay, up to twice the original price of the item. Xia Xiaofei received the receipt and couldn't help but say, you guys are quite service-minded. At the same time, he was complaining in his heart, could it be that some player has sneaked into Qishao Daocheng now? Isn't this just logistics express delivery? Even delayed insurance has been introduced. The shopkeeper laughed and said with some pride, our Qishao Bank can gain a foothold in the entire Qishao Dao, not only because of the reputation of the Dao Master, but also because we strictly abide by the rules, keep customers absolutely confidential, and provide good services, so all immortals and demons have to give us some face. At this moment, a scream came from outside the house. Shopkeeper, our goods have been robbed. The shopkeeper's smile froze on his face, and his momentum burst out instantly, pressing Xia Xiaofei to a little breathless. He never thought that the shopkeeper in front of him, who looked harmless and smiling, was actually a Yuanian great monk. "Sir, there was an accident. I will go to deal with it." The shopkeeper's momentum flashed away, and then he bowed to Xia Xiaofei, opened the door, looked at the waiter, who came to report the news, and said, "What's going on? Who dares to attack our Qishao Bank people?" The waiter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking a little panicked. It was the Yin and Yang demons. I don't know what they were crazy about. They killed the escort on the way. When I received the letter, they had already run away. They can't run away. The shopkeeper snorted coldly. "You guys take good care of the money. I'll be back soon." He instantly flew up into the sky and disappeared into the distance. If it were normal days, he would have reported to his superiors and handed it over to the spiritual guards of Qishao Bank, who were specially responsible for such matters. After all, they robbed the bank's goods. He only got 20 high-quality spiritual stones a month. Why risk his life? But he just said that the immortals and demons gave him face, and the next moment someone told him that the goods were robbed. Is the goods robbed? He was slapped in the face. Robbing goods is a small matter, but slapping him in the face is intolerable. This must be redeemed. About 2 hours later, the shopkeeper fell from the sky with 2 muddy monks full of murderous aura. Take them to the county government office and have a thorough interrogation. 2 Jindan monks dared to rob our bank. The shopkeeper is so powerful. The shop assistants cheered and carried the 2 disabled monks to the county government office. The shopkeeper nodded with satisfaction, his anger subsided, and he looked at Xia Xiaofei, who was respectfully standing by, and said, "Huh? The guest hasn't left yet." Xia Xiaofei laughed dryly. "Didn't the senior ask me to wait? Although I haven't seen the Yin and Yang demons, they are Jindan cultivators after all. After robbing the goods, they fled everywhere. I originally thought that it would take a lot of time for the senior. But I never thought that the senior had such great magical powers that he could be so quick. I was just thinking of asking the waiter if there were any guest rooms." Ha ha. The shopkeeper was very happy with Xia Xiaofei's respect. Wei was very pleased and waved his hand and said, "Sir, you are a customer of the bank, that is, my guest. You don't have to be so polite. However, it's not that I have great magical powers, but that the Yin and Yang demons don't know how to live or die. Our bank dares to deliver goods throughout Qingshao Road, and we have already put our bank's restrictions on all the goods. Unless they are willing to abandon the goods, they will definitely be found by us. It is because these 2 demons come from a small place and have no experience, otherwise they would not dare to take the goods of our bank." "I see." Xia Xiaofei still maintained a humble attitude. "But it is also because of the senior's profound cultivation. If it were the junior, even if I found the 2 demons, I am afraid I would not be their opponent." "Sir, you are polite. I see that you are full of energy and vitality, and your body is full of vitality. I am afraid that you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps it won't be long before I will call you a Taoist friend. If it weren't for this, the shopkeeper would receive at least 8 guests a day, so there is no need to pay so much attention. It's just to make a good relationship." At this moment, the shopkeeper seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, the Yin Yang demons dared to rob the goods this time, perhaps because there was a nascent soul pill in the goods. This is the treasure entrusted to our bank by the auction house in the city. If you are interested, you can go to the auction house to buy this pill. With the help of the nascent soul pill, you can have a better chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage." "Thank you for your reminder, senior." Xia Xiaofei smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "The infant pill is extremely precious. I am short of money, and I am afraid I can't get it from others." "Is that so? That's a pity." The shopkeeper did not show contempt, but comforted him. "Given your age, it won't hurt to wait a few more years. As the saying goes, don't despise the poor young." In the world of cultivation, the definition of youth varies according to different realms. For a Jindan cultivator like Xia Xiaofei, there is no problem in calling him a youth before the age of 200. The shopkeeper's expression was vicious, and he could tell that Xia Xiaofei was definitely not more than 100 years old. Xia Xiaofei paused, but changed the subject and asked, "I heard that the Taoist master Qishao is behind Qishao Bank. As the shopkeeper, do you know the commander of the Qishao Corps?" The shopkeeper did not answer directly, but asked, "Sir, you want to find the commander of the Corps, but what is it?" Xia Xiaofei smiled bitterly and said, "I am of ordinary origin, and I am a little overwhelmed by my current realm. In fact, in order to break through this last realm, I have traveled 1,000,000 miles and wasted more than 20 years, but I have not found a breakthrough opportunity. So I thought about joining the Corps. I heard that the Qishao Corps is a holy place for civilian cultivators like me. If you are willing to work hard and make achievements, You don't need any background or origin to get the same treatment as those disciples of Big Sex. If you have enough military merits, you can even ask Qi Shao Daoist master to accept you as a disciple. The shopkeeper laughed again and nodded. No wonder you, a cultivator from Qingshui City, can actually come to our Chaolu city. It turns out that you want to practice hard and break through. However, the Jindan and Yuanying seem to be separated by a layer, but there is a world of difference. Among the Jindan cultivators, less than 10% can break through the Yuanying realm. This is still the case when the spiritual environment is getting better and better. In the past, less than 1% of the Jindan cultivators wanted to break through the Yuanying realm. It is reasonable that you cannot break through for the time being. As for your desire to join the Legion, you have found the right person. 20 years ago, I was the deputy captain of the 2nd 1,000-man team under the 4,000-man team of the 1st Legion of Qishao Daocheng. I was ordered by the Taoist master to retire from the Legion and join Qishao Bank. It's a pity that this bank has huge profits and too many people who are greedy for money. I couldn't stand the calculations of these bastards and offended a big shot, so I came to Chaolu City to be the shopkeeper of such a small branch. If you join the Legion through my relationship, you may offend some people, and they are big shots that even I can't afford to offend. The shopkeeper looked at Xia Xiufei with a playful look. I think you are quite pleasing to my eyes, so I can give you a choice now. Whether you agree or not, I won't blame you. Xia Xiufei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He didn't expect that his casual question would actually lead to a big fish. He originally just saw that the shopkeeper had a high level of cultivation and was an internal member of the Qishao system, so he might be able to get in touch with the Legion through the shopkeeper. After all, it's not so easy to join the Legion. In today's era, Qishao Daocheng has suppressed the Qishao Legion, and the Qishao Legion has become famous along with Qishao Daocheng. The names of several Legion commanders are enough to make the gods bow down. In the era when Qishao Daocheng rose, countless cultivators joined the Legion to change their fate, and the shopkeeper in front of him might be one of them. But now, the Legion does not care about the cultivation level when selecting people, but rather pays more attention to the innocence of the body. It doesn't matter if the cultivation level is low, it is easier to train. For someone like him, who has just joined the Legion, it is more difficult than ordinary low-level cultivators to join the Legion. And even if he joins, he may be a cannon fodder camp or a mercenary camp, and cannot enter the core of the Legion. His series of tasks is become the king. In order to complete the final task, according to Xia Xiufei guess, at least he must play a little role in the process of Qishao Daoist masters becoming the king and leave a name. Otherwise, if they just play a soy sauce role and complete the task, then the game is too gentle to these players. This is a death game, where the mortality rate of the first mission is nearly 70%. So, Xia Xiufei raised his head and said with a smile, "Thank you for your appreciation, senior. How can I not appreciate your kindness? If I can get your recommendation, I will definitely remember your kindness. As for if I suffer some malicious intent in the future, it is also my bad luck, and I can't blame you." Ha ha ha. The shopkeeper laughed, and looked at Xia Xiufei with a more satisfied look, and his words became more intimate. "No wonder I felt friendly to you when I saw you. Not bad, you are brave and knowledgeable. I didn't want to use my previous relationship, but I've already said it, so I make an exception. But I didn't lie to you just now. I did offend a big shot, a god-transforming master. But he is dead. After I reported him, the commander of the Blue Guard, Lord Fang, personally nailed him to the wall of Daocheng. So I was feared by the senior executives of the bank, and they didn't dare to take action against me openly, so they demoted me to such a small place." His. Xia Xiufei took a breath. Good guy, the friendly shopkeeper in front of him actually killed a god-transforming master. According to the game level, he is at least a big shot above level 60. Senior is so powerful. Even the god of transformation couldn't do anything to you. The shopkeeper waved his hand and said indifferently, "You think too highly of me. I was once the personal guard of the commander of the First Army for a period of time, so I have some connections in the army now. You know the commander of the First Army, not the bald guy now, but Commander Li, who is also the sworn brother of our Taoist master." His. Xia Xiufei inhaled until the room became warmer, and felt a sudden light in front of his eyes. How come the old man suddenly glowed with golden light? Chapter 383. 1 month later. The spirit stones and items that Xia Xiufei deposited in Qishao Bank arrived, mainly flying swords and materials, and things like spirit stones could be paid on the spot. This made Xia Xiufei sigh at the horror of Qishao Dao again. In such a short time, His things were sent from Qinshui City, a million miles away, to a small city like Chaolu. This means that as long as the wartime state is entered, the people and materials of the entire Qishao Dao can be mobilized in the shortest time. After all, it is well known that the gap between military and civilian use is not a little bit. At the same time, he also had a deep respect for the person who was high up in Qishao Dao City and was called Qishao Daozhu. Qishao Daozhu was able to control such a huge territory, and how terrifying the resources he could mobilize must be, not to mention his own peerless cultivation that dominated the Dao. No wonder he would seek to be crowned king. With a little bit of admiration for the Taoist master Qin Shao, Xia Shifei took all his savings from playing games for 10 years and followed the relationship of the shopkeeper to enter Fufeng, a county city that was higher than Chaolu. Fufeng City. There was an inn. The shopkeeper said that he was going to contact his comrades, and Xia Shifei stayed in the inn and began to contact Ren Yan through the game forum. As a player, he had more advantages than the native monks. In addition to his immortality, and no bottleneck in upgrading, the other advantage was that he could contact each other no matter how far away he was. On the forum, each player had one and only one real name authenticated game account, which was logged in through spiritual power. So the atmosphere of the forum was relatively friendly, and the players were more reserved. After all, there was no permission to open a second account. If you were to have a bad reputation, you would be really bad, and if you were to die, you would be really dead. Xia Xiaofei glanced over and found that most of the hot posts on the forum were posts by new players asking for help or seeking help. The task for new players is the same as the first task for old players, which is to practice and reach the peak of the golden core within 10 years. If the mission fails, it means being wiped out. However, compared to the first batch of players, who have no one to rely on, new players only need to hold on to their big brother and upgrade at a low speed. The resources in the hands of old players may be just the wealth of ordinary golden elixir for themselves, but for the new chi refining players, it is not too easy to send them to the foundation building stage. If they are willing to bleed a lot, it is not impossible to send them directly to the golden elixir. Of course, the old players are not so stupid. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the cost of saving. And the new players do not know the preciousness of life, and they want to self-destruct at any time. Once they cannot pay the cost of saving, they will be directly beaten back to their original form, and all the previous hard work will be in vain. Looking at the lively appearance of the forum, Xia Xiaofei did not pay much attention to it. After reading a few private messages, he blacklisted all of them. His practice diary was also well known among the first batch of old players, and many people drew strength to persist from it. And he was also willing to share some of his practice experience, communicate with others, and make progress together. So some new players went to the forum and dug up his old posts, and labeled him as a good person who is eager to help others. Then, since he is so enthusiastic, as an old player, it is only right for him to help new players. So those who asked to become teachers and friends in private messages were considered polite. There were also those who asked to borrow money directly, and some simply ignored the word borrow and asked for 100,000 spirit stones directly, and sent them to a certain account of Qishao Bank, as if they were weak but right, and if you don't help me, I will ruin you. Xia Xiaofei was calm and didn't intend to argue with a group of dead people. Such people could not complete the first task at all. He clicked on Ren Yan's name and started sending messages. It's a pity that we can't video chat, otherwise we can see Yan Zi. Xia Xiaofei thought with some dissatisfaction. Then he laughed at himself. It seems that Yan Zi is right. Emotions can easily affect our reason and judgment. At this time, I just want to see her. Soon, Ren Yan replied. What are you doing? Xia Xiaofei, I have found a way to join the Qishao Corps, and the first round of tasks is about to be completed. What about you? Ren Yan, great, you found a way so quickly, and I am still training new people. Xia Xiaofei, training new people? This is the task given to you by the emergency meeting of the countermeasures team. No wonder you didn't want me to join you before. Were you afraid that I would stop you? Ren Yan, haha, you are really smart. You guessed everything in the time it took me to say a word. Xia Xiaofei, Ren Yan, are you angry now? Xia Xiaofei, if I say I am angry, will you listen to me? Ren Yan, no. Xia Xiaofei, I suddenly feel a little pessimistic about our future, but don't worry, when I go back, your parents are my parents, and I will take good care of them. Ren Yan, you are going to die, you can't just hope for me to get better. Xia Xiaofei, it's hard for me to see what's good about you when you're like this. As your current boyfriend, I have to remind you that the first round of tasks is only 3 years long. Ren Yin Yin, okay, I get it. After all, I'm the deputy leader of the countermeasures team. After I lead these newcomers, when they break through to the foundation building stage and have the ability to protect themselves, I go and complete my own tasks. It will take at most 2 months, so it won't take too long. Xia Shifei, I hope so. Otherwise, Ren Yin Yin, what if I don't? You tell me. Otherwise, when he returns to reality, none of the high-level people in the countermeasures team will be able to escape. A trace of tyrannical thought flashed through Xia Shifei's mind. But on the surface, he replied, otherwise, I start looking for another one. Ren Yin Yin, get lost. Xia Shifei, okay, get lost right away. After mentally exiting the forum, Xia Shifei unconsciously exerted force on his hands, and the teacup in his hand turned into a pool of powder and flowed out from between his fingers. He had a strong feeling that Ren Yin Yin was going to die. With the burden of the newcomer, not only was Ren Yin Yin's own mission delayed and unable to be completed, but she was also likely to be implicated by the newcomer. After all, there were many funny players, and they had an inexplicable sense of justice. There were probably quite a few who didn't know how to provoke the big guys. And those players who joined the countermeasures team urgently before the game started were even more mixed. There was no guarantee that there were not 2 around Ren Yin Yin. One of these players was enough to wipe them out. He also came from the rookie stage, and he was educated in the modern era and couldn't stand the various phenomena of this era. At the beginning, he could still speak up for justice and help, but after many deaths, he became indifferent and used to it. This was not his fault, but this era where great power was concentrated in one person, and the weak were powerless to groan was like this. All he could do was to save his own life, and then become as strong as possible to complete the system's tasks. Bang bang. Xia Shifei was thinking, and the voice of the shopkeeper came from outside the door. Shifei, it's me. The spirit isolating array in the upper room of an inn is quite good. Even the nascent soul cultivator cannot spy on the situation in the room. Of course, the price is also very expensive. I'm here. Xia Shifei opened the door, and saw the shopkeeper with a middle-aged man wearing a green Confucian shirt, with 2 small mustaches, and looking very gentle. Junior Xia Shifei greets the 2 seniors, please come in. Xia Shifei hurriedly greeted him. This middle-aged man could walk side by side with the shopkeeper. Even if he was not a senior, he was still a senior. The middle-aged man walked into the room, and sat down without hesitation. Senior. Xia Shifei signaled with his eyes. The shopkeeper's name is Chen Fei, and he has a special fate with Xia Shifei. He took the initiative to introduce Xia Shifei. Xiaofei, this is Wang Yiming, the director of the Qishao Corps Recruitment Department of Fufeng City. You can just call him Uncle Wang. Xia Xiaofei greeted again. Junior greets Uncle Wang. Wang Yiming stroked his mustache and said with a smile, Brother Chen rarely contacts me. Since he recommended you, let's not be polite. It stands to reason that a monk like you has an unknown identity. I have a thanka. Xia Shifei quickly took out his name card to prove that he was not an illegal resident. Wang Yiming shook his head and said, everyone knows that thanka is a thing. Anyone can get one from the Jin's mansion. It doesn't prove anything. As the director of the conscription department, I am directly responsible for the recruitment of new members of the army. If someone with ulterior motives is recruited into the army, it will have a major impact, and even I will be in trouble. But you don't need to worry. Since Brother Chen came to me, I will naturally give him face. But even if you go through a special channel and are recruited into the army, you will have to join the cannon fodder camp or the mercenary camp first. You must fight a few battles and make enough military merits before you can officially join the army. But I still say that you were recommended by Brother Chen, so I have another way for you. What? Have you heard of the Qingyi guards, who are directly under the Taoist master? Xia Shifei nodded. He heard from the shopkeeper that he reported to the Qingyi guards at the beginning, and then the commander of the Qingyi guards personally took action to nail a money bank system's god-transforming venerable to the wall of Qishao Daocheng. This shows how powerful this organization is. In Xia Shifei's understanding, this is the Jinyu at its peak, holding the power of life and death over almost all systems under Daocheng. Uncle Wang, is there a way for me to join the Qingyi Way? But I just want to join the Legion. If it weren't for the mission restrictions, Xia Shifei would think being a Qingyi Way would be good, even better than the Legion. Wang Yiming looked at Xia Shifei with amusement. I didn't expect you to have such a deep affection for the Legion. Xia Shifei laughed dryly. Since I started practicing, I have been hearing about the Qishao Legion's battles in all directions, and countless civilian cultivators have risen, so I have longed for it for a long time. Wang Yiming said, Oh, then you know that the commander of the 3rd Corps, Fang, is also the commander of the Qingyi Guard. Speaking of which, the Qingyi Guard and our Corps are also inseparable. Let's get back to the point. Now the Qingyi Guard and our Corps have jointly established a pioneering camp, and they need to recruit talents. I can recommend you to join. If you perform well, you could even let your name appear in front of the Taoist master. I wonder what this pioneering camp is for. Xia Shifei instinctively felt something was wrong. This good thing can be his turn? Then the face of the shopkeeper Chen is too big. Seeing Xia Shifei resistance, Wang Yiming explained gently and patiently, this pioneer camp is naturally responsible for the development. Our Taoist master is a man of great talent and ambition, and has the ambition to expand the territory for the country, so this pioneer camp is used to expand the territory for Qi Shao Dao. But Uncle Wang will not lie to you. The pioneer camp does not keep idle people. Once you enter the pioneer camp, you have to go outside Qi Shao Dao, and have the responsibility to expand the territory for Qi Shao Dao. Therefore, there is a little danger in this pioneer camp. Xia Shifei was relieved immediately. That's right. If there really was a pie in the sky, he would have to think about how to escape now. As for the little dangers mentioned by Uncle Wang, it is enough to guess how high the casualty rate of the pioneer camp is. But it's good to have danger. High risk and high return, he is not afraid of death. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xia Shifei immediately bowed his hands in thanks, and suddenly changed his tone in front of Wang Yiming's surprised eyes. But I have another question. What? Wang Yiming's tone unconsciously hurried a little. That is, whether the pioneer camp belongs to the Qingyi Guard or the army, I still want to become a member of the army. Xia Shifei smiled a little embarrassedly. Wang Yiming swept his 2 mustaches with his thumbs and smiled. Of course, it belongs to both the Qingyi Guard and the army, and it is directly under the Taoist master. As long as you can make enough contributions in the pioneer camp, you can join the Qingyi if you want to, and you can join the Corps if you want to. Maybe I will call you a commander at that time. Xia Shifei hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. Then I trouble Uncle Wang to recommend a junior. Okay. As expected of someone recommended by Brother Chen, he is as courageous and brave as Brother Chen. Wang Yiming stood up suddenly, and clapped his hands happily. I pick you up tomorrow. I see you off. Shopkeeper Chen sent him out. Old Wang, you're cheating me. You can't kill my people for your own mission. Shopkeeper Chen pulled Wang Yiming's collar, his face unsightly. Wang Yiming didn't care at all, and smiled. Old Chen, I didn't force him, he chose it himself. Well, do we have to hurt the feelings of our brothers for an outsider? Besides, I'm not harming him. How can cultivators, like me who come from ordinary backgrounds have a chance to reach the great Tao, if we don't risk our lives? If the pioneer camp was not really short of people this time, that kid would not have had this opportunity even if he begged me. Shopkeeper Chen let go of Wang Yiming, and said with a wry smile, but the pioneer camp is too dangerous. I heard that only 1 in 100 survives. Even the survival rate of the cannon fodder camp is higher than theirs. Wang Yiming said, but the pioneer camp has already produced 2 gods, right? If there was no pioneer camp, how could they break through the gods so quickly with their qualifications? And I heard that the Taoist master has come out of retreat. This pioneer camp was personally ordered to be established before he went into retreat. If the Taoist master comes out of retreat, then the resources that the pioneer camp will get next will probably increase terribly. Don't worry, Lao Chun, that kid will thank you. If you really feel bad, I won't come tomorrow. I still have a few backup candidates. Shopkeeper Chen was stunned for a moment and sighed. Yes, there is no chance if you don't fight. I will make it clear with that kid. If he is still willing, I will personally send him there tomorrow. He will be willing. I see ambition in his eyes, just like us back then. Wang Yiming said confidently. Humph. Manager Chen snorted coldly. Okay, I will come to have a drink with you in a few days. Wang Yiming shrugged. Chapter 384. Wang Yiming and Xia Xiaofei were toasting each other, while Chen, the shopkeeper, was sitting on the side, looking somewhat dull. Old Chen, this is Xiaofei farewell wine. You can't be so rude. Wang Yiming said with a smile. Chen, the shopkeeper, glanced at Wang Yiming, raised his glass towards Xia Xiaofei and said, Xiaofei, since you have made up your mind, it's up to you to decide from now on. He had explained the pros and cons to Xia Xiaofei, but Xia Xiaofei was determined to leave, and he was naturally not afraid because he was a player with an immortal body. Xia Xiaofei stood up quickly and bowed to Chen, saying, Senior and I met by chance, and you helped me to get to where I am now. I am already grateful. I will remember your kindness, and will never forget it. Even if I fall on the road of cultivation in the future, it is because I am not good enough, and I will not blame others at all. This cup of wine should be a toast to you. Qin took the wine glass from Xia Xiufei and drank it all. I just saw that you had some affinity with me, and then I pushed you. It didn't take much effort, so don't worry too much. Besides, I don't know whether this trip will be a blessing or a disaster. I hope you don't blame me. As he said, he couldn't help but glare at Wang Yiming again. He treated Wang Yiming as a brother, and Wang Yiming treated him as a club. Knowing that it was his favor, he pushed his people into danger in order to complete his mission. He didn't believe that Wang Yiming, who had been operating in the county city for many years, would not have other good opportunities. In this regard, he could only feel the indifference of the world. Although he had the cultivation of Yuaning, he could only be regarded as an unknown person in the current system of Qishao City. What Xia Xiufei said before was right. In the process of the Qishao army's conquests, too many civilian cultivators rose up, and he was just a small character who reaped the dividends of the times. If he had not joined the army at the beginning, I am afraid that until today, he might have been just a small cultivator who had just established his foundation or entered the Jindan realm. But his qualifications are there. His current nascent soul cultivation is already his limit. There is no room for improvement, so naturally Wang Yiming will not value him. If he was still the big shopkeeper who was in charge of the money bank resources in a county, Wang Yiming would not dare to say anything about letting Xia Xiufei join the pioneer camp. Perhaps he should have gone along with the crowd at the beginning, then he would still be the big shopkeeper with high power, instead of the Qinglu shopkeeper who is now excluded by the entire money bank system and has an empty name. For a while, shopkeeper Chen's emotions fluctuated. Wang Yiming saw the dissatisfaction of shopkeeper Chen, but he didn't care. He laughed and said, "Today is a happy day, drink, come drink." He knew that what he did was a bit unkind. But he had no choice but to do the tasks imposed by the superiors. He had quota requirements every year. The mortality rate of the pioneer camp was frighteningly high. At the beginning, others wanted to get in because of the title of Taoist Master, and they had to go through his connections and give him gifts. Later, he was the one who begged others. But Jindan cultivators are not cabbages and radishes, which can be cut one crop after another in the field. Jindan cultivators with a little background in the county city are still unwilling to join the pioneer camp. So he can only deceive those Jindan cultivators who have risen from the independent cultivators. As for forcing, he really dare not force it. After all, the mortality rate in the pioneer camp is high, but not all of them are dead. If there is an immortal, he and his relatives behind him will all be implicated. It just so happened that Qin, the shopkeeper, found him again and recommended an independent cultivator at the peak of the Jindan level. Isn't this a perfect match? He didn't force anyone to join. As for the military relationship with Qin, one thing is one thing. If his position is not stable, any brotherhood will not count. The three raised their glasses again, but their emotions were different. 3 days later, as the light of the teleportation array in Fufeng City flashed, Xia Xiufei followed Wang Yiming and left the county city where he had stayed for a short time and had not yet understood the local customs and customs. Changle City. This was originally a small city. The first city lord was only at the foundation building level, and he was also a cultivator who practiced the magic way. In theory, if such a small city is lucky, it can be granted by Qishao City, and officials can be sent to the city, and thus incorporated into the ruling system of Qishao City. If it is unlucky, a natural disaster or a man-made disaster may destroy the city and kill people, and it will become a ruin on the earth. Such things are too common in the vast land of Qishao. But Changle City has an excellent geographical location, and it is only 1,000 miles away from Qishao City. So it became the first city to submit to Qishao City. As Qishao City dominates the road, the reputation of Qishao Lord spreads far and wide, and Changle City also rises with the tide, becoming the gateway and wings of Qishao City. Now the cultivators sitting in Changle City are at the level of transformation, and a household registration in the city is hard to find. And outside Changle City is the camp of new soldiers in the pioneer camp. Xia Xiufei stood at the entrance of the camp, looking eastward, and vaguely saw a giant tree that connected the sky and covered the sky with its shade, like the shadow of the legendary Jinmu tree. That is the Qishao Divine Tree, which existed on the first day when Qishao Daocheng was established. Later, Qishao Daocheng became larger and larger, and the tree became taller and taller. Until now, few people know how tall the tree is. Being able to see the Qishao Divine Tree means that Daocheng is not far away. Wang Yiming explained a few words, and then sighed. Originally, I had the opportunity to live in it. Legend has it that living in Qishao Daocheng is like being in a paradise, and practicing makes rapid progress. Why would Uncle Wang want to give up? Xia Shifei was stunned, quite curious. Wang Yiming did not explain any more, but just shook his head and said, "It's all over. You all follow me in." This time, in addition to Xia Shifei, there were 2 other people who followed him to join the pioneer camp. They were all from Fufeng County. Their cultivation was slightly lower than Xia Shifei. One was in the middle stage of the golden elixir, and the other was in the late stage of the golden elixir. Soon, Wang Yiming led the 3 people to report to the camp. There was no obstruction or setbacks along the way, and it was very smooth. Seeing the 3 people's name cards being entered into the roster of the pioneer camp, Wang Yiming was obviously relieved. "Okay, I can only send you here. I wish you a bright future and a promising future." Wang Yiming bowed his hands in blessing, his face radiant. With these 3 places, he doesn't have to worry about the higher-ups nagging him for trouble in the next 3 to 5 years, saying that he is not doing his job well. Xia Shifei and others hurriedly returned the greeting. Then another sergeant from the recruit camp came to lead them to their respective barracks. It's better to say that it's a practice room or a separate room than a barracks. After all, they are Jindan cultivators, not real novices in cultivation. It's a bit insulting to let them live in a large bunk bed. Your room is here. Remember your number. Here is the recruit manual. And your thanka has been replaced with a standard military name card. Take it. This is your identity certificate from now on. This is the welfare of new recruits. There is a special military seal, one for each person. The sergeant led Xia Xiafei to the barracks and took out a storage bag, a jade slip, and a name card. Xia Xiafei quickly accepted the thanks, threw a small bag of spirit stones, and asked what he should do next. The leading sergeant weighed the spirit stones in his hand, and a smile appeared on his stern face. "Senior, you are too polite. Although this is a recruit camp, you are free to do whatever you want as long as you don't leave the camp. As for the taboos in the camp, your future duties are all in the recruit manual. I am just a soldier in the army, and don't know much. It's just that every month, the superiors come here to select people. Once someone is selected, he must complete the recruit mission. When the mission is completed, you will leave the recruit camp. As for where to go, it is not for me to know. Thank you." Xia Shifei did not look down on the leading sergeant, because he only had the foundation building cultivation. Instead, he was very polite. He knew very well that it was easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. He was a newcomer who had just arrived, so it was okay to build a good relationship and give some spirit stones. The leading sergeant was very satisfied with Xia Shifei's attitude, and his tone became more polite again. "Senior, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me." As he was talking, a new recruit in the barracks next to him got into trouble. Bold. Bang. With a roar, a leading sergeant was knocked out, half of his body exploded directly, and he fell heavily to the ground, and he was already dead. Xiao Wu. The leading sergeant standing next to Xia Xiafei recognized the soldier who was knocked out. "What's wrong?" Xia Xiafei asked. "Do you need help?" "Thank you, senior, but no thanks." The leading soldier smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "I have advised him before. Although these new monks are called recruits, they have high cultivation and unstable personalities. Soldiers like us should just follow the rules. He likes gambling, and must have lost all his spiritual stones. He couldn't help asking for a reward just now. Maybe he even said something unpleasant." Xia Xiafei was silent for a moment, pointed at the monk who had just injured someone and asked, "What will happen to him?" The leading soldier said, "The recruit killed someone when he entered the camp. Although there was a reason, and he won't be killed, he still has to pay a price. The value of people is not equal after all." The next moment, the law enforcement team in the camp arrived. "I don't accept it. He blackmailed me and committed a crime. What's wrong with me killing him?" The recruit still wanted to resist, but it was not common for a monk to serve as a law enforcement team in this recruit camp. Killing someone in front of you and daring to resist is aggravated. The law enforcement team worked together and easily subdued the recruit without making much noise. "Senior, I take my leave now." The leading sergeant said goodbye to Xia Xiafei, and then collected the bodies of the soldiers who had just been killed with the other leading sergeants. Xia Xiafei stood at the door of the barracks, looking at the indifferent expressions and eyes of the recruits around him, and was stunned for a moment, then turned back to the room. As soon as he entered the room, Xia Xiafei noticed something different. It was an extremely rich aura that almost made him drunk. What is this? His spiritual sense swept across the room, and he saw the formation carved in a hidden place in the room, and the spiritual energy flowing out from the center of the formation. His spiritual sense continued to explore downwards, and he felt a burning pain like the scorching sun, which seemed to burn his spiritual sense. That was a spiritual source beyond his imagination. Xia Xiaofei couldn't help but take a breath, and finally felt the luxury of Qi Shaodao's city. With the size of that spiritual source, if he could refine it, it would not be a luxury to rise 10 levels in a row. If it weren't for the level limit, he suspected that it would be easy for him to break through the 60th level directly. That was the realm of transformation. Once you enter the realm of transformation, you can be considered to have entered the upper level in Qi Shaodao's city. After all, he has no bottleneck. What a pity! Xia Xiaofei resisted the temptation to refine the spiritual source under the camp, knowing that even if he got it, he would not have time to refine it. Even if he refined it, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the Legion. Not to mention that the Legion mission might not be completed. But what if he changed his identity? A dangerous idea popped up in Xia Xiaofei's mind. With his immortality as a player, he could find an opportunity to refine the spiritual source, then save the file and die, and then change his appearance and join the Legion again to complete the mission. This was a very tempting idea, and once it was formed, it lingered in Xia Xiaofei's mind. Calm down. Calm down. Xia Xiaofei once again resisted the temptation with great willpower. First of all, not to mention whether he would have the opportunity to encounter the spiritual source, and secondly, he was not sure of a real change of appearance. It seems that this pioneer camp is really the right place. Xia Xiaofei murmured to himself, looking forward to the life in the pioneer camp. At this moment, ding! The first mission of Become the King Join the Qishao Legion has been completed, and your upgrade will no longer be restricted. Ding! The second mission of Become the King Test Your Ability is started. Mission content: you join the pioneer camp and are unwilling to be lonely. You decide to find a way to get the attention of the leader of the pioneer camp. Please break through the nascent soul realm within 1 year. Task reward: 1 Dao level technique. Task failure: 50% upgrade experience. Ding! This task is completed. Xia Xiaofei, I don't want anyone to notice me at all. Keep a low profile, don't you understand? But the system ignored him as usual. In this regard, Xia Xiaofei could only accept it in a friendly manner, and then greeted the game company behind the system 100 times in his heart. From the perspective of the task, after the first round of tasks join the Legion, the second round of tasks will change according to the different situations of the players. The subsequent development should be more and more different. But one thing is certain, that is, the subsequent requirements of the task will become stronger and stronger, and then walk in front of the Taoist Qishao, otherwise you will not be qualified to participate in the task of becoming the king. The reward for this task is good, 1 Dao level technique, even if you practice it to the state of transformation of the spirit, is enough. And the punishment for failing the task is not painful. This is not in line with common sense. Xia Xiaofei was a little confused, and finally thought for a long time, and could only attribute it to his good luck. Then Xia Xiaofei opened the storage bag for the new recruit's benefits, and saw several high-grade spirit stones, several bottles of elixirs suitable for Jin Dan cultivators, a standard high-grade magic weapon, and 2 standard military uniforms. Well, it's better than nothing. Xia Xiaofei didn't expect any surprises from the new recruit's benefits. He put these things into his storage ring, and then sat in the center of the camp's formation holding the jade slip of the new recruit's manual, meditating and practicing. To be honest, he had never tried such a high-level practice room. Chapter 385. The next morning, as a low bell sounded outside the house, Xia Xiaofei slowly woke up from his deep practice, and his practice was not affected. This is the soothing bell of the recruit camp, which has the function of awakening the monks and cleansing their hearts. It is also the morning bell for the recruits. The recruit manual said that once the bell rings, it means that the recruits will assemble. If they fail to arrive within the deadline, it will be a violation of military regulations, and they will be whipped. The so-called whipping means that in public, they will be stripped down to their underwear, and then whipped on their backs and buttocks with a whip of the best grade of magic weapon. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Especially for female monks, the whip does not recognize men and women. Xia Xiaofei stood up with some reluctance. The practice effect of this recruit barracks exceeded his imagination, almost twice his normal practice speed. This made him think that the spirit gathering array recorded in the previous practice room was all fake and inferior. If combined with the spiritual stones and elixirs in his hand, Xia Xiaofei is confident that he can complete the accumulation of experience points within a year and break through the nascent soul realm. This second round of tasks is not stressful at all for him. However, Xia Xiaofei does not think that he can stay in the recruit camp forever. He cast a dust removal spell on himself, walked out of the barracks, and walked towards the playground. Other recruits also arrive one after another, about 700 or 800 people. What Qi Xiaodao lacks the most is monks. Even though they know that the death rate of the pioneer camp is frighteningly high, there are still many monks who are willing to fly into the fire. Xia Xiaofei stood silently in the crowd, looking ordinary. On the rostrum, a monk wearing silver leather armor held a whip and looked down at many recruits. Next to him was an iron pillar as thick as an adult, hanging a monk with a weak breath. His shoulder scapula was locked by a magic weapon, and then strung together with an iron chain, hanging in the air. This person was the new soldier who killed the leading soldier yesterday. Some people did not know this person, but after some discussion, they knew his identity, and then understood the reason why the morning bell rang. It's going to be a public execution. The monk holding the whip said casually, "My name is Li Xian, with a military rank of 1,000 men. I used to work in the 3rd Legion. Now I am the captain of the law enforcement team of the new recruit camp of the Pioneer Camp, and also the deputy battalion commander of the new recruit camp. Some people know me, some people don't know me. But now you should all know me." He swung the whip in his hand, and the whip with dragon bone barbs hit the hanging monk fiercely. A blood mark appeared instantly, and the monk groaned, and even the corner of his mouth was bitten and bleeding. This guy is a new recruit, and he is also a new recruit who has committed a crime. He killed someone, and the person he killed was a sergeant in the new recruit camp. It is a taboo in the army to attack a fellow soldier, and he should be executed directly. However, considering that he has just arrived at the camp, and there are reasons for the crime, the death penalty has been changed to 30 lashes. In addition, he must take the Devil Heart Pill, and start the new recruit mission in 3 days. I asked everyone to come here today to tell you that the army is not your original sect family, and you will not be allowed to be presumptuous. Since you have joined the Pioneer Camp, you must abide by the rules of the army. Read the new recruit manual in your hands carefully, and don't make mistakes, otherwise the dignified Jin Danjinren will be executed in public, and I don't think you will like to see it. Hearing this, Xia Xiaofei's eyes jumped, and he looked at the new recruit who committed the crime with sympathy. He didn't know what the degree of 30 lashes was, but the Devil Heart Pill alone was a must-have for the Legion's death camp. It is said that the Death Battalion is full of extremely evil monks, all of whom are fierce and ferocious. They are used by the army to recycle waste, and are even lower than the cannon fodder camp. In order to prevent these monks from the Death Battalion from defecting during their missions, the Devil Heart Pill is a must for them. Legend has it that the Devil Heart Pill was refined by the Taoist master Qi Shao in his early years, and made great contributions to the early development of Qi Shao Taoist city. I don't know how many evil monks were controlled by this Devil Heart Pill, unable to live or die, and finally burned themselves in the Death Battalion until they died. As for the new recruit's mission, although it is something that every new recruit needs to do, they do have 3 months of training time. And this man was whipped, and he only had 3 days of recuperation time, but he had to go on the mission, which was almost a life and death struggle. And he took the Devil Heart Pill, which killed even the possibility of desertion. Snap! Li Xian didn't care about the new recruit's reactions. He swung the whip in his hand, and a ray of light passed through the body of the offending new recruit. Just one whip seemed to tear the body of the new recruit apart. Ah! The offending new recruit couldn't bear it anymore, screaming in pain, but he was so awake that he couldn't even fall asleep. And he had to endure another 29 whips. Snap, snap, snap. Li Xian used great strength, and each whip was stuck at the offending new recruit's endurance limit, but it wouldn't make him die of pain. When the 30 whips were over, the offending new recruit's robes had already burst open, revealing a series of bright red whip marks on his skin like branding. No one present was weak, and they could tell at a glance that the whip marks were the key. There seemed to be some secret method on them that could continuously bring pain to the person being punished. Otherwise, with the recovery ability of the Jin Dan cultivators themselves, no matter how severe the injuries were, as long as the Jin Dan was not broken and the soul was not gone, they would only be minor injuries. If it was normal times, they could slowly recuperate and use their own magic power to remove the whip marks, but this recruit only had 3 days of recuperation time. This meant that he had to drag this painful body to perform the mission. Everyone was startled, and they had a little awe for the rules in the camp. But they had entered the Pioneer Camp, and there was no way to escape from the rules. Okay, I hope everyone will not waste everyone's time for unnecessary things. After all, there is not much time left for you. Li Xian threw his hand, and the hung recruit fell heavily to the ground, and then left without looking back. Many recruits followed. Xia Xiafei originally left with the crowd. But his heart suddenly moved, and when he turned around, he saw the new recruit who had committed the crime struggling to stand up on the stage. Passers-by ignored him. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, this recruit was no different from a dead person. And for a worthless dead person, it was not worth their attention. Xia Xiafei stopped and walked up to the stage against the flow of people. Although we have never met, we are still comrades in arms. Xia Xiafei stretched out his hand. Let me help you. The offending recruit glanced at Xia Xiafei, ignored him, stood up by himself, and even sneered at him. Get lost. Although this real person is down and out for a while, you can't buy him. Xia Xiafei, eh? He touched his nose awkwardly, but in his heart, he greeted the man's family. With this character, how can he cultivate to the Golden Core realm without being beaten to death? He looked at the back of the offending recruit, wondering whether to curse this guy. After all, he has learned a lot, including spells. But after thinking about it, considering that there might be some big shots paying attention to him, Xia Xiafei gave up this dangerous idea. Anyway, he has already earned the impression points. 3 months later, Xia Xiafei ended his short but fulfilling career as a recruit. He looked at the formation center that was still emitting spiritual energy, and felt very reluctant. No wonder the Qi Shao Core can suppress the Qi Shao Daocheng. Everyone yearns for it. I would do it for this treatment. It's a pity that these 3 months have passed too quickly. Xia Xiafei looked at the experience bar on his panel that was filled with 1/3 of it, and he wished he could stay here forever. But this idea is obviously unrealistic. Another reason is that he had spent most of the spiritual stone resources he had accumulated in the 3 months of his recruit career. There are various special military training resources in the recruit camp, which are good things that can't be bought with spiritual stones in the outside world. Xia Xiafei was moved and placed an order impulsively. The price was that his previous savings were less than 1 million spirit stones. If not for this, his experience bar would not have increased so quickly. Then he made a hand gesture, and the flying sword that had been nurtured in the center of the formation flew out. It was a silver-white flying sword, made of iron essence as the main material, with a little bit of tiny real gold. It has the advantages of being strong and wear-resistant. There is no need to worry about the flying sword being cut off in a fight. It is very cost-effective, and is the best choice for the poor. Not bad, not bad. In these 3 months, at least, I have saved hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones in material costs, and several years of nurturing. If I save some materials, it will be much easier to upgrade the top-grade magic weapon in the future. Xia Xiafei looked at the overflowing spiritual light of the flying sword and couldn't stop smiling. He pushed open the door, and the sergeant who had led him before was waiting. In these 3 months, Xia Xiafei and him became familiar with each other. The sergeant's name is Shou Guang. He is not very old, only about 40 years old, with the cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation building. He has an uncle who is a centurion of the Legion. He once followed the Taoist master to fight in the early days of the construction of Qishaodao City. Although his cultivation level is not high, his qualifications are old enough. So he asked his uncle to help him enter the pioneer camp and take charge of logistics. A small logistics soldier like him did not need to perform tasks like Xia Xiafei. He was only responsible for reception, distribution of resources, and statistics of some simple affairs. After 2 years in the pioneer camp, his cultivation level was improved by a small realm. It can only be said that the pioneer camp, which is a special camp, is lucrative. Brother Xia. Zhou Guang greeted Xia Xiafei and said, I have inquired about it. This time your new recruit's mission should be the mission of pioneering outside the realm. It is a relatively simple mission. You only need to fight. The new recruits' missions in the pioneer camp are divided into the mission of pioneering outside the Dao, and the mission of pioneering outside the realm. The former is to pioneer and fight outside the Qi Shao Dao, and the latter is to fight in some secret worlds that have been discovered. Both are extremely dangerous, so the realm requirements for new recruits are extremely high, starting with the Jindan cultivation. But relatively speaking, the mission of pioneering outside the realm is simpler. Because the former needs to go outside Qi Shao Dao, where there are various powerful cultivators. They do not recognize Qi Shao Dao, and will be wiped out if they are not careful. As the latter is a secret world, the upper limit of the world has been determined, the highest is the spirit transformation realm, and the number is extremely rare. In such a small world, Jindan cultivation is not considered weak. Thank you. Xia Xiafei threw out a small bag of spirit stones, not much, only 5 or 6 medium-grade spirit stones. Zhou Guang naturally put the spirit stones into his pocket. You're welcome, Brother Xia, you think highly of me, so I naturally can't live up to your trust. By the way, the battalion commander is still waiting for you. Yes. Xia Xiaofei followed Zhou Guang to a tent, where new recruits of the same period as him were waiting. They didn't wait long, and were soon called in. There were 3 officers waiting in the tent, the battalion commander of the new recruits Camp Su Liang, the captain and deputy battalion commander of the law enforcement team Li Xian, and a big bearded man who he didn't know. Let's not waste any more time. These are your respected tasks. Someone will take you away later. Each recruit received a jade slip with their tasks written on it, except Xia Xiaofei. Xia Xiaofei looked eagerly at the battalion commander, who was issuing the tasks, and wanted to say something to him. Okay, you can go out, Xia Xiaofei stays. Yes. As the group left the tent, Xia Xiaofei suddenly felt a pressure in the space. Xia Xiaofei. I'm here. Xia Xiaofei stood straight. Not bad, very energetic. The battalion commander looked at Xia Xiaofei with a smile and said, after the consistent inspection by Captain Li and I, we are very satisfied with your character and cultivation, so your new recruit task is different from others. Let me introduce you. This is Zheng Yongquan, the captain of the 1,000-man army, formerly a member of the Qingyi Guard, and now the leader of the Jingzi group in the 24-section group in the Pioneer Camp. This time he came to the new recruit camp to select new recruits, and we recommended you to him. And your new recruit task is to work with team leader Zheng. Xia Xiaofei face froze. I have just joined the army, and I am afraid I can't handle such a heavy responsibility. He just wants to complete the task step by step, and then upgrade. He hates such accidents. Haha, you are so modest. Battalion Commander Su Liang nodded and said, I really didn't misjudge you. Before Li Huai was tortured, everyone was indifferent, only you could lend a hand, which shows that you have good intentions in your heart. In mid-March, everyone gathered privately, formed groups, and formed factions, but only you were not impatient, and you could practice consistently, live the life of an ascetic monk, and not worry about the next task. It shows that you have a calm mind and firm beliefs when facing major events. And you are still so young, less than 100 years old, full of vitality, and have the confidence to start over. So who else can take on this mission but you? Xia Xiaofei, If you want me to die, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush to praise me. After all, when your boss praises you for no reason, it is probably not a good thing. The bearded team leader Zheng patted Xia Xiaofei on the shoulder, and said, I won't let you suffer any loss. After following me, you will be a formal member of the Pioneer Camp, with a military rank of Deputy Centurion. After completing the task, you will be directly promoted to Centurion, plus a Xian-level military merit. There are 4 levels of military merit in the Legion: Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. Even the lowest yellow-level military merit is enough to exchange for a nascent soul pill. No one has ever obtained the Heaven-level military merit. It is said that the Heaven-level military merit can even persuade the Taoist master to agree to something. Hearing this, Xia Xiaofei was no longer sleepy. A Xian-level military merit is enough for him to advance 1 or 2 levels in the nascent soul realm. Anyway, the worst that can happen is death, and the military merit must be his. Please give your orders, sir, and I will definitely die. Chapter 386. Outside Qingshao Road. This is a nearby ravine called Shaojun Mountain. Under the silent sky, Xia Xiaofei rested his head on his arm, leaning on the lawn, counting the clouds expressionlessly, 1, 2, 3, and many. Suddenly, his mind moved, and his mind connected to the game forum. Under his account, there were a lot of private messages as usual. Especially after the game forum recently created a level ranking list, it ignited the passion in the hearts of many players. As we all know, players have an inexplicable obsession with the ranking list, even if this game is very dangerous. And Xia Xiaofei happened to be at the tail end of the top 100, so the private messages exploded again. Fortunately, Xia Xiaofei had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and he found Ren Yanyan's name very smoothly and clicked it. Ren Yanyan, I'm dead. Xia Xiaofei, don't do that. If you call me like that, I'm likely to misunderstand. Ren Yanyan, Ren Yanyan, what are you thinking about? Xia Xiaofei, of course it's you. Ren Yanyan, I'm not kidding. When I die, even the magic weapon on my body will explode. That's the magic weapon I just upgraded with all my savings. Ren Yanyan, I don't even have a spiritual stone on me now. Xia Xiaofei, what happened? Ren Yanyan, to put it simply, one of my hot-blooded young men was horny, and couldn't bear to see the beauty suffer, so he robbed the concubine of the Yuaning master at the concubine-taking meeting. Ren Yan, the key is that he didn't rob her, and he also misled us. Ren Yan, then, we all died. Ren Yan, damn it, don't let me meet that bastard again. If I meet him again, I will kill him to pieces. Ren Yan, I worked hard to help him level up and treated him as a comrade, but this is how he treats me. It can be seen that Ren Yan is a little emotional at this time. Xia Shifei thought about it, and the comfort of words seemed pale and powerless at this time, so he decisively set a string of mysterious numbers. Xia Shifei, ###### Ren Yan. What is this? Xia Shifei, my account and password at Qishao Bank. There should be about 2 million spiritual stones in it. You can use it first. Ren Yan, who do you think I am? I won't accept charity. Xia Shifei, just tell me whether you want it or not. Ren Yan, yes. Xia Shifei, TSK. I like the way you can ask for money while standing. Ren Yan, where are you now? Xia Shifei, Ren Yan, I miss you. Xia Shifei, but I remember someone said that feelings are a taboo in cultivation, so. Ren Yan, where are you? Xia Shifei, Shaojun Mountain. Ren Yan, where is that? Xia Shifei, outside Qishao Road, west of the Tang Dynasty, a corner of the territory of a huge organization called the Immortal Alliance. Xia Shifei, according to our superiors, it is about 36 million miles away from Qishao Dao City. Ren Yan, Xia Shifei, the first task after joining the Legion is to go on a long journey. Just tell me if there is a future for you. Ren Yan, why do I feel like you've been cheated? Xia Shifei, we are still friends even if we see through it. Xia Shifei, stop talking nonsense. Don't let your sense of justice run wild in the future. Those newcomers can go to hell. I just want you to be fine. Xia Shifei, remember to complete the first round of tasks quickly. I have a feeling that the sooner you join the Legion, the more chances you have to complete the final task. Ren Yan, okay, I listen to you. I feel much better now after talking to you. Ren Yan, I'm going to get the money. Ren Yan, this is the first time I've spent money on a man other than my dad. You're getting a bargain. Xia Shifei, haha, then I really, thank you. Xia Shifei exited the forum, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he felt inexplicably happy. He had expected what happened to Ren Yan, but he didn't expect it to be so tragic. Once she died, she was beaten to nothing. The magic weapon she had built with all her savings was exploded before she could even warm it up. The great monk who killed her might even complain that she was poor. At the same time, if she lost the magic weapon, her subsequent combat power would be affected. If she was slow in one step, she would be slow in every step. Although players are immortal, death must be valuable. If this kind of unforeseen disaster happens a few more times, she may even fall out of the first echelon. However, I believe that after this lesson, Ren Yan's mentality will probably change. She is not a nanny. What does she have to do with the newcomers in the countermeasures team? Besides, it is not certain whether those people can survive the first mission. Xia Shifei looked around. At this moment, there were more than a dozen monks waiting quietly like him. They were all Jindan cultivators, obeying orders and having a deep aura. These are all members of the Jingja team. Their mission on this trip was to kill a sect leader who passed by here. It was said that his father was a god-transforming master and served in the Immortal Alliance. His father had killed many cultivators in the pioneer camp over the years, so this was a revenge assassination. His mission was to save this person and use this opportunity to infiltrate the Immortal Alliance and become an undercover agent. That was why his superiors had to go to the recruit camp to select people. Only the new recruits did not have such a strong army aura and had not practiced the army's skills. Xia Shifei didn't know why, and the voice of 3 years and 3 years rang in his mind. Since ancient times, being an undercover agent has never ended well. But you can't get off the pirate ship casually. Boom! Just as he was distracted, a loud noise came. I saw a sailing building ship in the sky being hit by the sky fire, and a big fire came out of the tail, and it fell to the ground with its head heavy. A sharp shout came from the building ship, and the momentum of the Yuanian great cultivator was overwhelming. Who are you? But the fierce Jindan cultivators rose into the air, their magic weapons and spiritual arts flying, and were not frightened by the Yuanian cultivator. It was just a moment. The two sides started fighting fiercely. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Xia Shifei no longer had any luck in his heart, and he retreated to the rear with skillful movements. After walking hundreds of miles, Xia Shifei saw a low mountain with a small courtyard on it. Not far from the courtyard, 2 acres of spiritual fields were opened up, growing high-quality spiritual rice. Xia Shifei landed on the mountain and suddenly became a secluded cultivator on the mountain. It was too deliberate to take the initiative to save people, so according to the original plan, the young master would be forced to come here under heavy siege. And he, the mountain cultivator, would suffer an unexpected disaster. Xia Shifei waited at ease, hoping that someone would fall from the sky, but not too much hoping that the plan would succeed. If there was a choice, who would be willing to be an undercover agent? The credit belongs to the boss, and no one would know if he died, and he would always be tempted by the outside world. Time passed little by little. When it was dark, Xia Shifei started cooking, skillfully scooped out 2 spoonfuls of spiritual rice from the rice jar, added mountain spiritual spring water, and used spiritual wood as firewood. Excellent ingredients only need the simplest cooking. Xia Shifei practiced for 10 years, starting from the lowest level. These odd jobs can be said to be his old trade, and there is no trace of performance at all. So when Xia Shifei held a bowl of rice with a fragrant aroma, he couldn't help but show satisfaction. To be honest, although the boss is not a human, he handles details very well. The grade of this spiritual rice is at least the upper grade of the spiritual grade. This bowl of rice is equivalent to a spiritual pill, and there is no pill poison. It is indeed suitable for me, a Jin Danjinren. Xia Shifei had just taken 2 mouthfuls of rice, when he heard a strange sound in the sky. Whoosh! A beautiful figure fell, and the fragrant wind arrived before the person. Xia Shifei quickly avoided it. It smells so good, what if it is poisonous? So, bang! The dust in the courtyard splashed, and the beauty fell into the dust, with her dress in disarray. The corners of her mouth were stained with blood, and her fair face showed 3 parts of panic, 3 parts of weakness, and 4 parts of surprise. She was so pitiful that I felt sorry for her. Xia Shifei held the bowl tightly, but the flying sword in his sleeve slid out like a swimming fish. The sword light flickered and pointed directly at the beauty, and there was no need to fake the surprise on his face. Who are you? Didn't you say the young master? How did you become a beauty? No, who said the young master can't be a beauty? A man on top of a man is obviously not as good as a hero saving a beauty. Although the plot is old-fashioned, it does work. The boss has put a lot of thought into it. I am Yunji, the young master of Zixia sect on Shaojun Mountain. I am being chased by the villains at the moment. Please let me hide. When I escape from danger, I will definitely reward you generously. Yunji spoke very fast, and the blood under her body could not be stopped at all, flowing all over the ground. Obviously, she was injured somewhere under her dress. No, I am just an honest cultivator. Can you not look for me for revenge? Xia Shifei objected. Sorry, they're here. Yunji's face changed, and she made a hand gesture, and a colorful handkerchief flew up, covering her and a corner of the courtyard. Then the handkerchief disappeared, and Yunji's breath was gone. Xia Shifei was stunned for a while, and then stamped his feet. What's going on? He first cast a dust removal spell, and the blood stains on the ground, and the dust quickly condensed, turning into a small mud ball and falling on his hand. Then he threw the mud ball into the pond outside the courtyard, quickly destroying the body. Finally, he took a deep breath, picked up the spiritual rice he had not finished eating, and chewed it with small pickles. Soon, 2 black shadows fell, and the tyrannical spiritual consciousness swept across the entire courtyard unscrupulously, but found nothing. Hey, who are you? Get it straight, this is my home. Xia Shifei felt that it was a pity that he didn't take the Best Actor award. But the 2 black monks were unmoved and asked Xia Shifei in a stern tone, Did you see a wounded woman just now? Xia Shifei rolled his eyes and said, Just tell me if you want me to. You haven't apologized yet. As he spoke, Xia Shifei's flying sword appeared again, and the aura of the peak of the golden elixir poured out without any scruples. The black monk's face changed slightly, and then he thought of something, and a top-grade spirit stone appeared when he flipped his palm. Sorry for disturbing you just now. This is our apology, as long as you can tell us where the injured woman went. His. Xia Shifei took a breath. Top-grade spirit stone? I know. That woman is. Xia Shifei pointed his finger, and Yunji, who was hiding in the corner, changed her face drastically, and a determination flashed in her eyes. She secretly pinched her fingers, and was about to activate the last trump card. As a daughter of the god, how could she not have a way to protect herself? It's just that this group of black monks seemed to know her very well. The several life-saving methods activated before were all cracked, and even the Yuanian great monk who was protecting her was seriously injured and separated from her. But she must not be caught. Judging from the previous battle, the reason why this group of black monks attacked her was entirely to capture her to threaten her father. So, Yunji was about to fight when she saw the man in front of her raise his finger. Over there, it flew over there. How about it? Can you give me the spirit stone? The black monk threw the top-grade spirit stone and threatened coldly, "You'd better not deceive us, otherwise you can't afford the consequences." "Don't worry, even for the sake of the spirit stone, I won't lie to you. You can go out and ask around. Everyone knows that I, Xia from Bozi Mountain, spit and nail." Xia Xiafei blew a breath at the top-grade spirit stone and wiped it with his hand, looking like a stingy landlord. "Let's go!" The two quickly chased in the direction Xia Xiafei pointed. Seeing the two people walking away, Xia Xiafei shouted to the corner, "Don't come out yet." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Yunji put away the colorful handkerchief and bowed slightly to Xia Xiafei, but was interrupted rudely by Xia Xiafei. "What are you talking about? Do you think they are fools? Hurry up and leave. I will pretend that I have never seen you today." After saying that, Xia Xiafei ignored Yunji and quickly walked into the house, storing all the spiritual rice, spiritual springs and spiritual wood in the house into the storage ring. Then he rushed out of the courtyard, and with a flying sword, he began to harvest the 2 acres of spiritual fields that were growing vigorously. In just a dozen breaths, the 2 acres of spiritual fields were harvested. Yunji was stunned. Xia Xiafei packed up the harvested spiritual rice, and with a flying sword, he turned into a sword light and fled away. Yunji opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. "I haven't asked your name yet." Then the next moment, a sword flew back, revealing Xia Xiafei's true face. "Why are you back?" Yunji was inexplicably happy. Xia Xiafei didn't stop, leaving only one word. "Run!" "What?" Before Yunji could react, a lifelike fire dragon roared in, and the air suddenly became much hotter. "Asshole, you dare to lie to us!" More black-clothed men surrounded and killed them. Behind the fire dragon was a bronze bell. When it clanged, Yunji felt a splitting headache, and the magic power that had just been condensed suddenly dispersed. Is it the leading Yuanian cultivator? It stands to reason that he should have been held back by his protector, so how could he come here? Could it be? Yunji looked panicked. As the young master who had always been blessed by his father, Yunji had very little experience in fighting. He was not even a match for the Jindan cultivator of the same realm, let alone the Yuanian cultivator who was 1 realm higher. "Are you going to die?" Yunji gritted her teeth and spit out a fiery red bead from her mouth. The fire bead grew in the wind, and when it was about the height of an adult, it exploded with a bang, and a shadow appeared, which was the shadow of the spirit of her father left in her body. This soul fragment was refined from a strand of his father's soul power, and it has the strength of the peak of the nascent soul, which is very precious. Even she would not dare to waste it unless it was absolutely necessary. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." The leading nascent soul cultivator smiled coldly. "If the real God transformation venerable comes in person, I will retreat immediately." "It's just a spirit. Let me deal with it. You take her down. Don't hurt her life. I want to live." "Yes." When the spirit transforming shadow moved his sleeves, there was wind and thunder, and the strange phenomenon suddenly rose, and the heavy pressure stopped everyone. But the leading Yuanian did not dodge. Facing the spirit transforming shadow, he just took out a purple-red bead and detonated it in the air. Boom! The huge sound seemed to make the void tremble, and the spirit transforming shadow was blown up with almost no resistance, leaving only a trace of afterimage, like a candle in the wind, which seemed to disappear at any time. Thunder Tribulation Fire Bead. "You are from Qingzong. Aren't you afraid of my father? Is it revenge for my relatives?" Seeing the Thunder Tribulation Fire Pearl, Yunji finally recognized the identity of this group of people. This is a force that appeared near Shaojun Mountain about 20 years ago. It has a mysterious origin and strong strength. It has no fixed base, and has had many conflicts with local sections. Her father once killed 3 Yuanian masters of Qing sect with his own hands, but later he stopped attacking them. It is said that there are also masters of the transformation of the god among them, so their conflicts with local sects have always been limited to those below the transformation of the god. "I won't be afraid if I catch you." The leading nascent soul cultivator was suppressing the phantom of the spiritualization, whose power was only 1/10 of its original strength, and he still had time to answer. "I am really impressed by you. You still have time to talk nonsense now." Suddenly, a sword light came, revealing Xia Xiafei. He grabbed Yunji's hand and wrapped it with powerful magic power. "Don't resist, follow me." "Want to run?" "Buzz, A bronze bell hummed, bringing a whistling sound, and hit the sword light heavily. The light suddenly turned blood red and moved faster. I don't know how long it took. The light suddenly dimmed, and 2 figures fell down. What's wrong with you? Yoonji hugged the weak Xia Xiafei, her eyes panicked, and she was a little at a loss. She never thought that the person who saved her in the end was actually a stranger. You could have run away. I'm sorry. I hurt you. Xia Xiafei coughed twice, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices, making his face look as scary as a demon. That guy was so strong that my dantian seemed to be cracked. He groaned in pain, but cursed his boss in his heart. This was just him. If it were someone else, he would have rebelled on the spot. With this injury, he might as well cut his neck and start over. I'm sorry. Yoonji apologized repeatedly, and quickly found a bunch of healing pills from her storage magic weapon. Take a look and see if these are useful. I'm sorry. 5-turn resurrection pill, heart-clearing pill, great resurrection pill. Xia Xiafei saw a pile of elixirs and pulled the corner of his mouth. You turned out to be a little rich woman. Yoonji blushed, but didn't care. Her fingers carefully wiped the blood off Xia Xiafei's face. Stop talking, heal your wounds first. Xia Xiafei shook his head and said, it's useless. He opened his mouth and spit out a bright golden pill, but he saw cracks all over the golden pill, and it looked like it would shatter at any time. My golden pill is broken, and medicine is useless. The only solution now is to rebuild it. At this moment, he also understood why the commander of the recruit camp praised him for being young and energetic, and having the courage to start over. Love is waiting for him here. But it's true, if it wasn't such a serious injury, there would be no chance to stay with Yoonji. If she still had a conscience, she wouldn't have the heart to drive him away. I'm just a mortal, and I've experienced life and death several times before I finally cultivated to my current level. Today, my cultivation is gone, and it will be very difficult to pursue the Great Way again. Xia Xiafei propped himself up from Yoonji's arms, and his voice suddenly became firm. But as long as there is a chance, I will not give up. The golden elixir suspended in the air suddenly shattered, and golden light fell down. Xia Xiafei's skin seemed to be stained with a layer of golden paint, and at the same time his breath quickly recovered. He was using the essence of the golden elixir to recover from his injuries. However, once the golden elixir was broken, his realm suddenly fell, and his lifespan was also reduced. His face suddenly became much more mature, and his temples were also stained with a trace of gray. Yoonji, who was standing by, saw this scene, and suddenly showed a trace of heartache and curiosity in her eyes. This man she met for the first time, the man who suddenly broke into her life. He looked stingy, but he didn't betray her for the spirit stone. He clearly showed great disgust for her, but in the end, he was willing to risk his life to save her. So contradictory, novel, and interesting. In her short life of more than 40 years, she followed her mother in the first 20 years, and suffered the cold eyes of having a child out of wedlock. Everyone regarded her as a disaster. In the next 20 years, the man who abandoned his wife and daughter came back and transformed himself into a god-transforming venerable. As the only daughter of the god-transforming venerable, she has enjoyed all the glory since then, but no one dares to approach her. Her life is lonely, and she can only practice again and again to maintain the glory of the daughter of the god-transforming venerable. She stared at Xia Xiafei for a long time. She was awakened suddenly when a jade token on her waist became hot. Annie Jun! A blue-white light fell from the horizon, revealing the image of a tall and beautiful woman. This was her father's former cauldron, later concubine, and now Yuaning great monk. Thank God, Xiaoji, you are okay, otherwise I don't know how to explain to my husband. The beautiful woman glanced at Yoonji and saw that her breath was calm, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yoonji said, thanks to this young master, he saved me, otherwise I would have become a prisoner of those people. A foundation-building monk can save you. Yoonji's suspicious eyes swept over Xia Xiafei, who was healing. Xiaoji, you are often in the mountains, and you don't know that people down there are sinister. This kid's appearance is too suspicious. I suspect he deliberately approached you. Hearing this, Yoonji became emotional. Impossible. He even had his golden elixir shattered for me, and I took the initiative to find him. He would have been fine, but I was the one who hurt him. Anshin, you can doubt anyone, but you can't doubt him. On the contrary, Anshin, the leading cultivator, was a Qingzong Yuaning, holding the Thunder Tribulation Fire Pearl, and even his father's incarnation phantom was shattered by him. How did you escape? Yoonji's eyes turned cold, and she touched her waist, as if she was going to attack if she didn't agree with him. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, I used a magic weapon your father gave me to escape. That's it, I won't be a bad person. Let's go back to the mountain first, wait for your father to come back, and wait for him to decide. Yunji agreed, okay. But we have to wait for him to wake up first. The beautiful woman wanted to say something but stopped, but seeing Yunji's eyes, she had to nod. It's up to you. Chapter 387. The gentle wind caressed his cheeks, and the soft touch like cotton made Xia Xiaofei a little reluctant to leave. He squinted his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his sleeping mouth. He squeezed back unconsciously, wanting to pursue greater tenderness. Then a moan came from his side, with a little shyness. Xia Xiaofei woke up suddenly as if from a dream, and looked around. You're awake. The voice was gentle, and the person was gentle. Yunji looked at Xia Xiaofei with a faint smile in her eyes. Xia Xiaofei quickly recalled everything. In order to complete the undercover mission arranged by his boss, he had to be involved and risk his life to get close to the young master. Then his golden elixir was broken, and he had to make a decisive decision to choose to rebuild. Later, after finally recovering a little, another female cultivator, who disliked him, came over. Then, he fainted decisively. At first, he pretended to faint, but later, he really fainted. Anyone who suffered the injuries he had before would be lucky to be alive. Thinking about it, Xia Xiaofei couldn't help but greet his boss's family again. Where is this? On my spaceship. We will soon reach Xixia sect. Yunji answered every question. She showed a little worry on her face and said, Anjin saw your injuries, and said that you were seriously injured. Although you decisively broke the golden elixir, and used the essence of the elixir to repair the injuries, and avoid the end of the golden elixir's self-destruction. But the golden elixir is a thing for cultivators to cultivate both their body and life, and the foundation of their cultivation. Once the golden elixir is broken, your cultivation will become lower and lower in the future, until you become immortal. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xia Xiaofei's face suddenly became ugly, but he still said, You don't need to blame yourself, I don't blame you, this is all my own fault. He held the suicide refresh status method in his hand, and the golden elixir was broken. The second round of the mission was about to be completed, but I didn't expect to fail here. Fortunately, the mission penalty is not severe, 50% experience penalty, only 400 to 500 million. That's all. Shua. 4 or 500 million. Xia Xiaofei's eyes were red with anger. He spent half his life savings, plus the unique environment of the recruit camp and the benefits of new soldiers in the army, and practiced hard for several months. It can be said that 10 years of savings, once it flourished, it was not easy to increase his experience bar by less than 1/3, that is, less than 300 million. I worked diligently, but my dream was shattered in one day. Bastard boss, what can you pay back? Seeing that Xia Xiaofei was so sad that he couldn't control his tears, but he was still comforting himself, Yunji was even more moved. She suddenly thought of something, her face flushed, and her voice slowly lowered. You could have run away at that time. Why did you come back to save me? Xia Xiaofei, who was angry about the failure of the mission, looked at Yunji's expression. His heart suddenly jumped, and he had a bad association. This development is a bit wrong. I said I was just an undercover agent. I already have a wife I'm going to spend my life with. I'm not going to sell my body but my art. So he thought for a moment, and said in a rational manner, there were so many people surrounding me at that time, I could run away, but I could run away for a while, but not forever. That group of people mobilized such a powerful force to catch you, and they would most likely not let me, a fish that slipped through the net, go. So at that time, I seemed to have many choices, but in fact, there was only one, which was to take a gamble. Go back and save you. Since they value you so much, it means you have the power to fight against them. Saving you may give me a better chance of survival than escaping alone. So if I don't want to be hunted down by them afterwards, coming back is a good choice. Since you fell into my yard, our fates have been tied together in a sense. As for my cultivation, if you really feel bad, just give me more spirit stones. I think you are not short of money. To be honest, the fate of casual cultivators is unfortunate and uncertain. I have not saved many spirit stones since I started practicing. So if I want to get resources for rebuilding, I can only ask for it shamelessly. In short, no matter what method I use, I will definitely come back. Let me give you 20 years, you protect me for 20 years, and after that, whether I come back or not, I will not bother you again. With these 20 years, I will consider it as your repayment. Yunji was inexplicably disappointed when she heard Xia Xiaofei's cold analysis, but she also knew that this was the real reason. If Xia Xiaofei said something like love at first sight, and couldn't bear the withering of famous flowers, and the aging of beauties, she might be happy for a while, but the illusion would eventually be shattered. Being honest with each other is a good start. No matter what, it was he who saved her, and this was something that really happened. She took a deep breath, and the previous agitated emotions slowly calmed down, turning into another kind of appreciation and unwillingness to admit defeat. Is she so bad and so looked down upon? Okay, I promise you. But 20 years is too short. As long as you are willing, you can stay in Zixia sect forever. As long as I am here, Zixia sect will protect you. Seeing Yunji's clear eyes, without the fanciful feeling just now, Xia Xiaofei breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little worried. Then he spat at himself in his heart. Bitch is just hypocritical. After all, with such a beautiful woman like Yunji by his side, how could a man not be moved? It was just that his reason restrained his impulse. Xia Xiaofei turned over from the bed and walked to the window of the room. He could see the white clouds outside, and he didn't know what formation was used on the spaceship. Only a slight breeze blew in, which was very comfortable. Sorry, I want to be alone. Yunji looked at Xia Xiaofei leaning against the window, inexplicably bleak, lonely back, with guilty eyes. If it weren't for her, he would be a self-reliant and independent cultivator, living his own leisurely life. He is still so young, and he may have the opportunity to become a great cultivator in the future, or even have a chance to become a rare god-transforming venerable among the cultivators. But because of her, this promising young cultivator is about to become a useless person step by step. The word rebuilding is simple to say, but it is so difficult to really do it. She nodded slowly and said, Okay, if there is anything, shake the bell in front of the bed, I will hear it. Xia Xiaofei heard the door closing, looked at the clouds floating outside the window, and tears flowed down his face. Swallow, swallow, you will never know what I gave up for you. Shaojun Mountain, Zixia Sect. Zixia Sect has a long history, and the verifiable records are as far as 10,000 years ago, but they have actually been in this world for less than 50 years. Changes in the sky never only happen in the territory of the Tang dynasty. Outside the Tang dynasty, these thousands of sects and forces also come from different secret worlds. Zixia Sect is one of them. And because of the restrictions of the environment of the small world, Zixia Sect has never had a god-transforming venerable, and they have only seen this realm of god-transforming in the classics. Until they came to the main world. Their supreme elder Yunemo used great perseverance and wisdom to cast the secret art of transformation on himself, a supreme method of forgetting emotions. So the great cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage hid his cultivation, lost his memory, and became immortal in the world. He met and fell in love with a woman in the mortal world, and broke through the blockade of the secret art with the power of love between men and women, gradually recovered his memory, until he recovered his cultivation, returned to the mountain gate, and broke through the transformation of the spirit. Then in order to consolidate the transformation of the spirit, he retreated for 20 years. After all, Zixia Sect has never had a transformation of the spirit cultivator, so it is not too cautious. This also led to the lack of the role of father in Yunji's memory in the first 20 years of her life, and she and her mother, who got pregnant before marriage, suffered 20 years of criticism. If it weren't for her mother's means, it would be a question whether she could live in this world. Until later, Yunemo came out of retreat, and took them back to Zixia Sect to enjoy all the glory. After she joined the Immortal Alliance, he found a marrow-cleansing spiritual object for her, allowing her to cultivate to the Golden Core realm in just over 20 years, making her the well-deserved young master of the Zixia Sect, and the future successor to the sect. My father treats me very well. In order to compensate my mother and me, he will find us whatever we want. But I always respect and fear him. Probably from childhood to adulthood, my father has always been a symbol in my heart. After I came to Zixia Sect, he was so sacred and tall that I dared not get close to him. Near the mountain gate, Yunji and Xia Xiaofei talked about their inner thoughts. In response, Xia Xiaofei remained silent, but he didn't know whether to feel happy or afraid. He said it so clearly, why didn't this woman listen to his advice? When a girl is willing to tell you about her unfortunate childhood, she either wants to empty your pockets or wants to empty your heart. Obviously, Xia Xiaofei is just a pauper. A little bit of money from his hands is enough for him to practice for several years. Xia Xiaofei thought of the pile of spiritual stones in his storage ring, the spiritual fruits that you can't forget after eating a bite, dozens of different types of spiritual pills for cultivation, and the magic cushion for assisting cultivation. He really can't stand it anymore. A real man won't bow down for a few pieces of silver, but this woman gave too much. Suddenly, the clouds in front of him dispersed, and a purple cloud rose, reflecting half of the void, and turned into a rainbow bridge to connect to the spaceship. Yunji smiled at Xia Xiaofei. This is the rainbow bridge that our Zixia sect uses to welcome distinguished guests. Usually, only those famous monks are qualified to step on it. It seems that my father has already known the news that you saved me. You made the Zixia sect break the precedent. Xia Xiaofei sorted out his mood, forced a smile on his face, and flattered the big boss first. It seems that your father is really good to you. I am such a nobody, but because I helped you once, he can make the whole sect make an exception. But if I do this, if I want to stay in Zixia sect in the future, I am afraid I will become the target of public criticism. He couldn't help but sighed. Yunji snorted. I have said that as long as I am here, you don't need to be afraid of anyone in Zixia sect. Are you looking down on me by saying this now? Xia Xiaofei shook his head quickly. No, let's go quickly. Don't let the seniors wait anxiously. The two walked onto the rainbow bridge one after the other. In the Zixia hall, the elders of the Zixia sect were actually very dissatisfied with the fact that the entire sect made a big fuss just to welcome a useless person who was said to have lost all his cultivation. But considering that this was the order of Yunzun, the only master of the transformation of the spirit in the sect, they could only keep their dissatisfaction in their hearts, and they didn't even dare to say a word. In the Zixia sect, Yunzun is the god who commands everything. So when they saw the young cultivator, who was accompanied by the young sect master into the hall, whose breath was so weak that it seemed that a gust of wind could blow him away, they all showed enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Oh, this must be the hero who saved our young master. He is indeed extraordinary and extraordinary. The hero seems to have an injury. This is the snow flower pill I made from the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. It has a miraculous effect on healing. If the hero doesn't mind, please accept it. I also have 100 flowers fairy dew pill from the flower fairy valley. It has the effect of whitening bones and resurrecting people. Please accept it as well. A casual cultivator dares to confront a behemoth like the Qin sect. Who says that casual cultivators are all servile and unscrupulous? The word hero is well deserved. Xia Xiaofei was a little panicked when he saw a group of Jin Dan Yuanyin cultivators surrounding him, but when they were praising him, he was overwhelmed with gifts. His nervousness disappeared immediately, and he showed a shy smile. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome. That's very thoughtful. Xia Xiaofei was polite as he accepted the elders' gifts one by one. Now he has the resources to rebuild to the Golden Core realm. He already has the experience of practicing at the peak of the Golden Core realm, and he has the player panel, so the speed of rebuilding will be faster than anyone could imagine. Maybe there is still hope for his second ring mission. Ahem. Only a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a thin face coughed twice on the main seat, and the elders scattered like birds and beasts, and returned to their seats, looking serious and solemn, as if nothing had happened just now. Xia Xiaofei was about to step forward to greet him. Seeing this man standing in the main seat, and everyone being so afraid of him, he must be Yunji's father. This is our sect master, Master Zixia. Yunji seemed to know what Xia Xiaofei was thinking, and quickly pulled him to introduce him in a low voice, but she couldn't stop smiling. She was still a little surprised that Xia Xiaofei was so popular with the elders. But it was good this way. With the care of these elders, Xia Xiaofei's life in the sect would be much better in the future. Hello, master. Xia Xiaofei stepped forward to greet him. The master of Zixia sect passed down the name of the ancestor from generation to generation, Master Zixia, and many sects have this habit. True man Zixia was very reserved. He looked up at Xia Xiaofei and said slowly, You lost all your cultivation in order to save our young master. Our sect will be responsible for this matter. You can stay in Zixia sect from now on, and receive the same treatment as a true disciple of the sect. Yunji, do you think this is a good solution? Yunji nodded and said, I will follow the sect master's orders. What's your name? True man Zixia looked at Xia Xiaofei. Xia Xiaofei. True man Zixia nodded slightly, and swept his eyes over the elders of the sect, with a sense of authority without anger. Xia Xiaofei will be treated as a true disciple of Zixia sect from today on. When you meet him in the sect in the future, you must not treat him as an outsider. If this sect master hears some bad news, you will bear the consequences yourself. I will follow the sect master's orders. The elders saluted one after another, and when they looked up again, true man Zixia had disappeared. Without even looking at Xia Xiaofei, they each used their own methods to leave the Zixia hall, leaving Xia Xiaofei, who thought he would receive many more invitations, with a frozen smile on his face. Then from now on, you will live on my Yuji Peak. Yunji hesitated for a long time, and finally said it, and then left in a hurry, not giving Xia Xiaofei a chance to refuse. Xia Shifei was left alone in the empty hall, wanting to cry, but not being able to. Well, I don't know the way. Chapter 388. Spring goes and autumn comes, time turns cherries red and bananas green. Zixia sect, Yuji Peak. Xia Shifei, dressed in a green shirt, stood on the top of the mountain, clouds rose under his feet, cranes circled around him, and the aura of a big boss was vividly displayed on the paper. He suddenly lowered his head slightly, and a helpless look flashed in his eyes. Because this is the 9th year since he came to Zixia sect. 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, it turns out that the boss's words about promotion when I go back are all lies. How can I go back like this now? He turned his head to look at Yunji and asked, "Are you done?" Yunji is still as beautiful as she was 9 years ago, but her former girl's dress has matured a lot, and she has tied her hair into a bun like a newlywed young woman. In front of her was a long table, with a 3-foot-long rice paper lying horizontally. On the paper, a handsome young man was looking down at the mountain scenery, with an indescribable gentleness in his expression, and a sense of loneliness that transcended the world and lived in seclusion, which made people want to explore. She was painting Xia Shifei. When you like someone, even the brush seems extra gentle. This man who caught her off guard when they first met 9 years ago is finally hers now. "Okay, come and take a look." Xia Shifei said helplessly, "No need, I believe in your craftsmanship." Yunji pretended to be angry and said, "Come and take a look, I have been painting for a long time, and you are getting more and more perfunctory to me now. It was not like this before." Xia Shifei had no choice but to walk over, looking at herself on the drawing paper, who was obviously much more beautiful, secretly sighing that the lover's eyes are full of beauty, and nodded with satisfaction. "As expected of me." Yunji crossed the desk, hugged Xia Shifei's arms with both hands, leaned her head on his shoulder, and said happily, "Daddy has already said that at most 3 years, when the affairs of the Immortal Alliance are over, he can come back to host the dual cultivation ceremony for us." Xia Shifei's body stiffened. 3 years? You don't seem very happy? Yunji held Xia Shifei's face and pouted slightly. "Are you tired of me, and don't want to marry me?" Xia Shifei smiled stiffly. "No, I am a real man, Xia Shifei, and I will take responsibility for you. When Yunzu returns, I will propose to him in person, and I will never let you feel wronged." As he spoke, his eyes were dazed, and the scenes of the past 9 years flashed through his mind. 9 years ago, in order to succeed as an undercover, he lost all his cultivation and entered the Zixia sect. Although he was nominally treated as a true disciple, no one took him seriously, and secretly laughed at him for eating the soft rice of Miss Yun. Of course, he didn't care. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? The more he was despised as an undercover, the better. Besides, anyone can eat soft rice. As for the slight slander, it was just the impotent rage of a group of guys who couldn't eat grapes and said grapes were sour. It's just that the more he lay, the farther he got. Originally, he wanted to use Yunji's relationship to get close to Yunimo and enter the Immortal Alliance. But after he came, he couldn't get out. Especially with Yunji's support, his cultivation broke through again, and he was directly tied to Zixia sect. First, he refined qi at the 10th level, 1 level a day, and after 10 days, he built the foundation of the Heavenly Tao, and drew the qi of Zixia into his body, which shocked Zixia sect a little. Even in Zixia sect, there are only a handful of cultivators in each generation who can build the foundation of the Heavenly Tao and draw the qi of Zixia into their bodies. One is that the qualifications are limited, and the other is that the spiritual objects required for the foundation of the Heavenly Tao are precious, and not everyone can afford them. And he has a rich woman to repay his kindness behind him, and the spiritual objects for the foundation of the Heavenly Tao are just at his fingertips, as long as he is willing to give up his face. As we all know, players have no face. After the foundation of the Heavenly Tao, he steadily improved at the speed of 1 small realm per month, re-entered the Golden Core realm in March, and achieved the 3rd grade Golden Core. Later, it was reported that Yunzun asserted that if he was not too impatient, he would have a chance to enter the 1st grade Golden Core after another 10 years of polishing. Of course, if that were all, he would be nothing more than a casual cultivator who had once reached the peak of the Golden Core stage and had returned to the Golden Core stage, and by chance had cultivated a high-quality Golden Core. This is nothing. No matter how strong the golden elixir is, it is just a golden elixir. It is nothing to Zixia sect. The key point is that he later reached a small realm every 3 months. After being stuck at the peak of the golden elixir for half a year, he triggered the 3-9 Thunder Tribulation, shattered the elixir and became an infant, and could be called a great cultivator. Since then, he has become famous in the entire Zixia sect. There are only a handful of cultivators in the Zixia sect who are worthy of fighting him. The disciples who once slandered him could only bow their heads in front of him and call him a junior. There is no need to elaborate on the pretentious and face-slapping things in this. After all, he is not the protagonist. After he broke through the nascent soul, he was promoted at a speed of one small realm every 3 years, which alarmed Yun Zun to come back to investigate. Although nothing was found in the end, it could only vaguely indicate that the shattering of the elixir and the recultivation opened up a certain physique of his, so that he had a smooth journey before the transformation of the spirit. Then Yun Zun supplemented his daughter with a large wave of cultivation resources. Because this silly daughter fed all the good things to a certain newly promoted nascent soul great cultivator. Now he has reached the peak of Yuaning, and his strength ranks second in the entire Zixia sect. He is also the cultivator with the most hope of breaking through to the god of transformation in Zixia sect. Who dares to say that Xia Shifei is not a disciple of Zixia sect now? Even Zixia Zhenren has to come out and fight with him. He was the one he personally named and introduced into the sect as a true disciple. Those who were afraid that Xia Xiaofei would kidnap the pearl of Zixia sect before are now eager for him to marry the young master as soon as possible. After all, the family is the most reliable. 2 gods in one family, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. And the young master did not disappoint everyone and successfully took Xia Xiaofei on a drunken night. Drunkenness makes things worse. Drunkenness makes things worse. Xia Xiaofei was full of emotion in his heart, and once again thought of the moonlit night a year ago, when he turned into a werewolf and howled all night. However, any man facing the attack of Yunji, a beautiful woman like water, is really hard to resist. Therefore, even he couldn't tell whether he was drunk that night or was drunk, or if he was just making up an excuse for himself. Long-distance relationships kill people. Not to mention that he and Yan Zi are 36 million miles apart. In short, he got himself into trouble while he was undercover. Why do I feel that you are worried? Can't you even tell me? Yunji pulled Xia Xiaofei's side back. Xia Xiaofei sighed faintly. I heard that a war is coming, so I am a little worried about our marriage. According to the information from his bastard boss, the monks of the Immortal Alliance have been frequently transferred recently, and they are very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Pioneer Camp to occupy the trump card openly and secretly. So the Pioneer Camp and the Immortal Alliance will eventually fight. Of course, it is only a battle with a very small part of the monks of the Immortal Alliance. After all, the scope of the Immortal Alliance is very large, even wider than the entire Tang dynasty. The Loose Alliance organization can always attract many people. In name, everyone is in the same group, but in fact, the internal fighting is fiercer than anyone else. Let's not talk about the distant past. On Shaojun Mountain, other sects either became vassals of Zixia sect or were driven to other places to fend for themselves. Yunji said indifferently, what does that have to do with us? Can anyone attack Zixia sect? Besides, we still have our father. Soon after the words fell, Xia Xiaofei's face changed, and he looked up at the sky. The sky changed, and a huge and terrifying face appeared in the void. They were obviously far apart, but the distance seemed to have lost its effect. The heavy pressure was like a mountain, and even he, a great cultivator of the nascent soul, felt suffocated. Then the giant face opened its mouth, and the sound was like thunder. Qi Xiaoho of the great Tang dynasty, don't go too far. Boom, a dark divine light cut through the distance of tens of millions of miles, and exploded on the giant face, and purple-red blood dripped into the void. How many times have I said it? Call me dying god outside. The cursing voice came afterwards. A drizzle of blood-red rain fell on Shaojun Mountain, which covers an area of tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 389. The wind was sobbing in the sky, and the rain was dripping in my ears. This battle between the unknown leader of the Immortal Alliance and the Qi Xiaoho of the Tang dynasty ended with a light rain. But the people who witnessed it all knew that this was just foreplay. On Yuji Peak, Xia Xiaofei raised his head and let the bloody rain hit his face. Suddenly, he felt the impermanence of fate. In the world, he was just a floating duckweed. He had no choice at all. Although he was a player, it was always the game that played him, not him playing the game. The system prompt sound that had been silent since the failure of the second ring mission suddenly sounded. Ding! The third ring mission war of the series Mission King is open. Mission content. You witnessed the fight between the Taoist Qi Xiao and the mysterious powerful behind the enemy's back, and your heart was surging. You were determined to contribute all your strength to the Taoist Qi Xiao. Please try your best to gain an advantage for the Qi Xiao Corps in the next territorial expansion war. Your every contribution will not be forgotten. Task reward, depends on contribution. Task penalty, none. Yunji. I'm here. Xia Xiaofei looked at this woman with a happy smile on her lips and full of trust in him, and suddenly asked, if one day I want to leave, are you willing to follow me? He is willing to give up the third ring mission for this woman and stay away from the vortex of war here until the mission is over. Even if he may bear some unknown costs for this. It seems that the cost of mission failure is nothing, but the more so, the more people dare not be careless. After all, this is a game that can wipe out players at any time. Yinzi is right, emotions will affect their reason and judgment, but he has already fallen. Yunji asked back, what are you talking about? Why do you want to leave? Don't you like Zixia sect? If you stay for a long time and feel bored, I can of course accompany you for a walk, but we still have to come back here in the end. This is our home after all. Hearing this, Xia Xiaofei smiled bitterly, and his tone was even more difficult. Yunji, actually there are some things I have always wanted to say to you. Yunji looked at Xia Xiaofei's struggling eyes, and seemed to understand something. She stopped Xia Xiaofei and asked, will your words make me unhappy? Xia Xiaofei was stunned for a moment, and nodded honestly, probably. Then don't say it. Yunji gently leaned her head on Xia Xiaofei's shoulder and whispered, I don't care about your past. I just want you to be mine now. Even if you are lying to me, please keep lying, because no matter what you say, I am willing to believe you. At this moment, Xia Xiaofei was completely stunned. His mind was blank, and then there was an explosion, and light and fire filled his mind. Yunji, I won't let anything happen to you, I won't. Xia Xiaofei held Yunji's shoulders tightly, his tone more serious than ever before. At this moment, he could no longer distinguish the difference between the game and reality. This is no longer a game, but his second world, his second life. The light in Yunji's eyes also bloomed at the same time, and she hugged Xia Xiaofei with her backhand. Well, we will all be fine. The war came suddenly, catching everyone off guard. The war was initiated by Qi Xiaodao, and the main force was the Qi Xiao Corps that suppressed Qi Xiaodao. Xiaojun Mountain, as the border between the Immortal Alliance and Qi Xiaodao, was the first to bear the brunt. Because the excuse of the Qi Xiao Corps was that a small group of monks in the Corps disappeared in Xiaojun Mountain, so they wanted to send troops into Xiaojun Mountain to search for the missing monks. This was a poor excuse. The Qi Xiao Corps knew, the Immortal Alliance knew, Xiaojun Mountain knew, everyone knew, but no one stood up to oppose the Qi Xiao Corps. So the Qi Xiao Corps crossed the border of the Tang dynasty, and entered Xiaojun Mountain in a fair and just manner. Although the Immortal Alliance made concessions, it only gave up the area of Xiaojun Mountain, and did not intend to let the people of the Corps go any further. In the area bordering Xiaojun Mountain, the monks of those big sects continued to march toward Xiaojun Mountain under the order of the Immortal Alliance. So for a while, Xiaojun Mountain became a powder keg, ready to explode. However, compared with the regiment monks who followed orders, the Immortal Alliance monks were obviously much more relaxed. At the same time, the Immortal Alliance monks showed a strong desire to avoid war, and no one wanted to consume the power of their own sect. There were even monks who wanted to plot against the former hostile sects, and wanted to use the Legion to get rid of their old opponents without bloodshed. Or they took the excuse of reinforcements to plunder the resources of Xiaojun Mountain, and took the opportunity to blackmail their allies. The chaos can only be described as a group of demons dancing wildly. As the once dominant sect of Xiaojun Mountain, Zixia sect was naturally not immune to the harm. Zixia Hall. Several sects who came to help were blackmailing Zixia Zhenren. Well, blackmail is not appropriate. After all, they are allies. They are here to ask for living supplies. Zixia Zhenren, we have come from 1,000,000 miles away. On the way, just to maintain the speed of the flying boat, we have consumed no less than 100 top-grade spirit stones. I will not bother with you about this. After all, we are allies. But now we just want you to support some necessary living supplies, and you are making excuses. Isn't it too cold for us allies? If you do this, how can we fight for you? It's better to go back early. A Yuanian great cultivator, with a slightly weaker aura than Zixia Zhenren, was aggressive at the moment, and it looked like he would give up if he didn't agree with him. Zixia Zhenren cursed these bastards at his heart for being greedy, but he still had to greet them with a smile. Don't be angry, friend Mo. It's not that my sect is unwilling to support you, but the supplies you want are really difficult to get at the moment. Please give us some more time. Zixia Zhenren is well versed in the art of procrastination. It's just a few spiritual stones, a few spiritual pills, and a few magic tools. Zixia sect occupies Xiaojun Mountain, and it's a big family. Can't it take out these things? Zixia Zhenren, is this how you treat your allies? the local sect is really too insincere. The monk who spoke shook his head and sighed. It seems that our group of people have been annoying for too long. Well, let's withdraw. As for the blame from the venerable in the future, it's not our fault. Zixia Zhenren's face sank. Looking at the other party's shameless appearance, he had the urge to kill him on the spot. Mo Dao, you are too polite. Let's do this. Tomorrow, before tomorrow, we will provide all the materials that Mo Dao needs. Okay, Zixia Zhenren is worthy of being the helmsman of Zixia sect. I believe you. The monk surnamed Mo was happy. What they wanted was not a small number. Sure enough, this sect with a venerable of the divine incarnation in charge has a deep foundation. They can hold on even after being slaughtered so many times. As long as this war doesn't end, they will only get stronger. There is no such opportunity on weekdays. Let's go! The monk surnamed Mo led a group of people away. Asshole! True man Zixia slapped the table with one palm, turning the tea table and the floor into powder. Then the next moment, Dao's friend Mo, who had just blackmailed him, flew backwards into the hall. His buttocks fell heavily on the ground, and then a long and round gully was pulled out like a rotten wood. Chapter 390. Dao Mo. What's wrong with you? Although Zixia Zhenren was very unhappy with this bastard, he hated his several blackmails to Zixia sect. But he was a reinforcement sent by the Immortal Alliance after all. If something happened in Zixia sect, not only would Zixia sect be blamed by the Immortal Alliance, but Yunzun would also be implicated. Even if Yunzun was a divine transformation venerable, his words were the final word in Zixia sect, but in the huge Immortal Alliance, he was not a powerful figure. For example, the Xianling sect where Dao Mo came from was a divine transformation force that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It had 2 divine transformation venerables, one of whom was in the late stage of divine transformation. This was the reason why Zixia Zhenren endured it again and again. Dao Mo stood up, holding his chest, with purple air rising all over his body, like a poisoned eggplant. Zixia Zhenren, you Zixia sect are so bold. This matter is not over yet. I must report to the Immortal Alliance and stab the reinforcements in the back. You Zixia sect is finished. Yunzun can't protect you. Zixia Qi? Zixia Zhenren was about to explain a few words, but when he saw Dao Mo's strange appearance, he was immediately shocked. The injury suffered by Dao Mo turned out to be the unique magic power of Zixia sect. It was the special magic power that could only be cultivated by building the foundation of the heavenly Tao with the spirit of the great sun Zixia, and then practicing the Zixia secret classic, the inherited technique of Zixia sect. And the cultivators with this kind of magic power in the entire Zixia sect can be counted on one hand. At the same time, this person has the strength to injure Dao Mo, and Zhenren Zixia already has the answer in his heart. Want to complain? Haha, can you get out? Only a leisurely voice came from outside the hall, and then a layer of purple divine light on Xia Shifei's palm disappeared, and he walked slowly into the hall. Seeing the newcomers, Zixia Zhenren released her spiritual consciousness outside the hall, and saw that all the cultivators brought by Daoist Mo were captured, locked up with spiritual arts, and thrown on the ground, like dogs waiting to be slaughtered. Xia Shifei, you are in big trouble. Zixia Zhenren looked unhappy. Xia Shifei smiled at Master Zixia. Instead of letting them exploit us endlessly, we might as well rebel against them. Master, you only have 2 choices now. The first is to work with me, and the second is to apologize to this bastard and beg for his forgiveness. Then kill me. That's right, kill me, the seed of the Zixia sect, the husband of Yunzun's only daughter, and the person who can bring vitality to the Zixia sect. Master, how do you choose? This is the win-win strategy that Xia Shifei came up with after thinking for a long time. Why would he definitely be an enemy of the Zixia sect? Is it more meritorious to stab the Zixia sect in the back or to rebel against the Zixia sect? Xia Shifei thinks it's the latter. It has to be either way. He doesn't want to sell his wife for glory. So when this idiot in the palace repeatedly blackmailed Zixia sect, regarded Zixia sect as fat meat, and made the entire Zixia sect angry and resentful, he just gave a little guidance, and aroused a small group of passionate people to follow him to do this earth-shaking event. After all, he, the son-in-law of Zixia sect, still had a little reputation in Zixia sect. No matter how they made up stories about him behind his back, when he broke through the nascent soul and reached the peak of the nascent soul, he was rated by Yunzun as having a chance to become a god. His reputation in Zixia sect reached its peak. It is human nature to always worship the strong. Does Yunzun know about this? Zixia Zhenren did not attack Xia Shifei, but asked coldly. Xia Shifei spread his hands and said, "We probably know soon, master. you don't have much time left. This guy is not honest. It turned out that when Master Zixiao was talking to Xia Xiaofei, Dao Yumo secretly performed a secret technique, leaving a shadow behind to confuse people, and his real body was about to escape. Dao Yumo, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Master Zixiao stomped his feet, and the air shook. With the Zixiao Hall as the center, a huge formation rose slowly. As the leader of Zixiao sect, True Man Zixiao controls the entire Zixiao sect's protective formation. In the formation, he is equivalent to half a god-transforming master. Ordinary 10 or 8 Yuaning masters can't defeat him in the formation. At this moment, as he activated the formation, Dao Yumo, who was sneaking into the ground with the earth escape technique, felt the surrounding soil tighten, turning into fine steel, and forcibly squeezed him out. True Man Zixiao, don't make a mistake. Dao Yumo looked at the expressionless True Man Zixiao and threatened without confidence. As long as you let me go, I can treat what happened today as if it never happened, and I can return all the supplies I asked for before. True Man Zixiao took a deep breath and sighed. Dao Yumo, it would have been great if you had had this attitude earlier. I'm letting you go now, can you still not care? No, absolutely not. Dao Yumo swore to the sky, if I, Mo Shuyo, dare to have a vengeful heart for what happened today, I will let the devil enter my body, and my future life will be worse than death, and there will be no hope for the path of Taoism. But I care. Zixiao Zhenren clenched his palm, and saw the purple air filling the hall, and the many formations were activated. He didn't need to do anything himself, and there were purple snake-like smoke spreading towards Dao Yumo, wrapping him into a purple ball. Dao Yumo's cries and begging for mercy came from the ball. But Zixiao Zhenren was completely unmoved. He knew he had no way out, otherwise today would be the day when Zixiao sect split. Xia Xiaofei only said that he would kill him, but never said that he would surrender. Once he made a move on Xia Xiaofei, Yunji would definitely make a move. But when Yunji took action, the nature of the matter changed. Because regardless of whether Yunzun knew about this matter or not, Yunji represented Yunzun's will. At that time, Zixiao sect would definitely be torn apart. Xia Xiaofei seemed to have given him two choices, but in fact there was only one. Xia Xiaofei, I hope you can really bring a way out for Zixiao sect, otherwise I will make you pay the price even if I risk my life. True Man Zixiao could only make extremely weak threats. Xia Xiaofei nodded to True Man Zixiao and said, Please rest assured, master. I, Xia Xiaofei, have been deeply indebted to the sect and will never harm the sect. If that time comes, master, you don't have to risk your life. I am willing to commit suicide to thank the sect. You won't succeed. I be waiting for you underground. Dao Yumo's body was quickly refined by the great array to protect the sect, leaving only a Yuaning holding a red-skinned gourd wailing in the purple air. That gourd was Dao Yumo's life magic weapon. Unfortunately, he was first ambushed by Xia Xiaofei, and then encountered a great array to protect the sect controlled by a great cultivator at the peak of the Yuaning stage, True Man Zixiao, which trapped his body, and even the Yuaning could not escape. He suffered a tragic fate before he could use 80% of his skills. Don't worry about that, Your Excellency. Xia Xiaofei spit out a flying sword from his mouth, and the cold light flashed into space, directly piercing Dao Yumo's Yuaning. A red gourd rolled to the ground, and the spiritual light on it suddenly dimmed. Zixiao Zhenren did not stop Xia Xiaofei action, but frowned slightly and asked, What should we do next? The future of Zixiao sect now depends on you. Xia Xiaofei coughed twice, and cleared his throat. Master, let me introduce myself again. I am Xia Xiaofei, the current captain of the Qi Shao Corps pioneering camp, codenamed Qiu Luo, and a winner of Xin-level military merit. Well, the only advantage of being an undercover is that you can get promoted quickly without delay. Hearing this, Zixiao Zhenren's face changed. He knew that this time, even if Zixiao sect had 1,000 mouths, it would not be clear. Yunzun's son-in-law was actually a member of the Qi Shao Corps. If anyone said that Zixiao sect had no relationship with Qi Shao Dao, I am afraid that even they themselves would not believe it. Now Zixiao sect can only accompany this guy in front of them to the end. Chapter 391. The situation in Shaojun Mountain became increasingly serious. The forces mobilized by the Immortal Alliance and the Qi Shao Corps reached a critical point. Like a gunpowder barrel, a spark would explode. The people of the Immortal Alliance were anxiously waiting for the movement of the Qi Shao Corps, so that few people cared about the disappearance of a small number of cultivators in Zixiao sect except for the Xianling sect where Mo Daoyu came from. As for why the Immortal Alliance did not take the initiative to attack, it was naturally because their immediate superior, Taishu Daojun, who was an elder of the Immortal Alliance, did not defeat the Qi Shao Daojun, who called himself Dian Shinjun in the first fight. If Taishu Daojun could have gained the upper hand that day, the Qi Shao Corps would have no chance to enter Shaojun Mountain. In the final analysis, it was still a question of strength. If you are weaker than others, you can only passively take a beating. On this day, Hu Su, one of the supreme elders of the Xianling sect, descended on Zixia sect with a gloomy face, accompanied by Yun Mo, the Yunzuan from Zixia sect. In the entire Immortal Alliance, the disappearance of Dao Mo and his group seemed insignificant. After all, in the daily probing and friction with the Qi Shao Legion, a Jin Den Yuanying would die one day. The Yuanying great monk, who was once the backbone of the sect and could make a medium-sized sect stand for hundreds or even thousands of years, was now like a high-level consumable. But for the Xianling sect, Dao Mo was still an elder of their sect and had served the sect for nearly 1,000 years. Since he disappeared in Zixia sect, he naturally had to ask for an explanation. So Hu Su came and brought Yun Mo with him. Old Hu, there must be a misunderstanding about this matter. I have already told the sect to treat the envoys of the Xianling sect with courtesy. You have come from the Xianling sect for millions of miles. We are grateful to you, so how dare we murder you? Yun Mo no longer had any mystery and majesty in the Zixia sect at this time, and his face was full of bitter smiles. He is like a miserable middle-aged social animal who is ostracized and oppressed by his colleagues in the workplace. Because he has elderly parents and young children to take care of, no matter what injustice he encounters, he not only dares not complain, but also has to take the initiative to submit and beg for forgiveness from others. Humph. Hu Su looked old, with white hair and a youthful face, and he had the bearing of a senior master. But at this moment, his eyes were sinister, piercing Yun Mo like a knife, and even the wind stopped around him. I will definitely find out about this matter, and you'd better pray that this matter has nothing to do with your Zixia sect. Otherwise, Xianling sect has no precedent of repaying evil with kindness. Yes, yes. Yun Mo nodded repeatedly and said, this matter must be a misunderstanding, and I still have confidence in my own sect. Old Hu, just let go and investigate. I will make sure that the whole sect will fully cooperate and give Old Hu a satisfactory answer. The two quickly fell into the mountain gate. Zixia Zhenren had received the message from Yunzuan a long time ago, and was now respectfully waiting outside the Zixia Hall. Junior, on behalf of Zixia sect, respectfully welcomes the Xianling sect's venerable to come. But Hu Su didn't even look at Zixia Zhenren, and walked into the Zixia Hall with a flick of his sleeves. Seeing that the hall was empty, his face sank. What's going on? Didn't I ask all the cultivators above the Jin Dan realm of your Zixia sect to wait for me here? Where are the people? Yun Mo. He was not interested in really investigating bit by bit. He asked Zixia sect to gather all the cultivators above the Jin Dan realm, and he would search their souls one by one, and he would always find clues. Of course, if the soul search could not find any problems, then it probably had nothing to do with Zixia sect. And he was worthy of Elder Mo's service for so many years. Hearing Hu Su's question, Yun Mo walked into the hall, still with a wry smile on his face. Calm down, Master Hu. Sect Master, please explain to me. Zixia Zhenren bowed to Hu Su and said, Your Excellency, I have found the reason why Elder Mo and his group disappeared. Oh! Hu Su looked at Zixia Zhenren and asked, What happened? Zixia Zhenren said loudly, It was here that day that Elder Mo asked me for aid materials, and the amount was extremely huge. I was angry for a while, so I killed Elder Mo here. Who would have thought that a mere Elder Mo would disturb the Venerable's visit? I couldn't sleep day and night, so I had to ask the Venerable to go on the road with Elder Mo. As he said this, True Man Zixia bowed to Hu Su. Hu Su didn't care, and even laughed out loud. Haha, just you guys? It's hard for Steward Yun to be humble, and say nice things to me all the way. How come Steward Yun also wants to keep me? If it weren't for the aggressiveness of Elder Hu, how could I dare to attack him? Yun Mo still smiled bitterly, and shook his head. In terms of age, I am a junior, so I can't compare with Elder Hu, so I have to borrow some outsiders. He pointed lightly in the air without any fireworks. The air rippled, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. The mountains in Zixia sect moved and evolved into a mysterious formation. When my Zixia sect's ancestors chose this place as the Zixia sect's mountain gate, they saw the natural formation here, which corresponds to the creation of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and has the power to change the world. The protective formation of my Zixia sect was transformed from this formation, but it can only use 1/10 or 1/12 of its power. Later, the Zixia sect fell into the main world, and was influenced by the rules of heaven and earth. The mountain gate formation was even more magical. Until I broke through the realm of transformation and retreated for 20 years, I finally merged with the formation of Zixia sect. Old Hu, thank you. At this moment, Yun Mo's figure seemed to merge with the world, becoming illusory and tall. The entire Zixia sect's mountain gate seemed to come alive, and the power of heaven and earth gathered in the Zixia hall, and everything was collapsing inch by inch, without exception. This power is incomparable even to the God transformation venerable. The technique that Yun Mo practiced was also the Zixia secret scripture, which was originally a high-grade spiritual technique. After he broke through the God transformation, he initially understood the rules of heaven and earth, and only then was he able to upgrade the secret scripture by half a grade. Of course, because it is in line with his own skills, it is equivalent to a Tao-level skill in his body. The divine power of the incarnation that Yun Mo comprehended is called Yun Xiang. Wind is invisible, and cloud is formless. Yun Xiang means thousands of forms, and it is indefinite, which means that his power can be used as he wishes, and can match any power to the maximum extent. For example, at this moment, the formation of the Zixia sect mountain gate is like the power he was born to control. When he uses it, it does not seem cumbersome, but rather has a sense of elegance and naturalness. Hu Su's face finally changed. He felt pressure from Yun Mo for the first time. You should know that the reason why he stepped into the gate of Zixia sect so hastily and boldly was not only because he had the trump card of confidence to overturn everything, but also because his own cultivation was one small realm higher than Yun Mo, who had only broken through for more than 20 years, and reached the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. But at this moment, Yun Mo, with the help of the heaven and earth formation, not only leveled the difference in this small realm, but also suppressed him. If he dared to be careless again, he would most likely be left behind. Yun Mo, you dare to attack the Alliance Deacon. When I report to the Taoist, the Immortal Alliance will not spare you. Hu Su did not intend to fight Yun Mo to death. Yun Mo's behavior today was no different from betraying the Immortal Alliance. He only needed to report it, and maybe he didn't even need to take action, and Yun Mo and Zixia sect would have been destroyed. As soon as the voice fell, Hu Su's body changed, and he saw his body suddenly changed, turning into a huge black fox with a height of 100 feet, with 6 tails, sharp teeth and sharp mouth, and a fierce look in his eyes. Chapter 392. The Immortal Spirit Sect has another name in their original small world, the Beast Spirit Sect. The cultivators of this sect will choose a spirit beast to cultivate personally from the day they start their practice. When the time is right, they will kill the spirit beast and take its soul and blood to integrate into themselves. This is a real devilish behavior. However, because they hurt the beast instead of the human, although they were criticized by some people, it did not affect their inclusion in the Immortal Alliance. After devouring the spirit of the spirit beast, not only can they improve their own qualifications, turning mediocre people into geniuses, and geniuses into monsters, but they can also have the ability to transform into a beast spirit. When Hu Su was young, he got a black fox juvenile with the blood of the sky fox. After cultivating its blood to 6 tails, he resolutely executed the black fox and devoured its blood and soul. From then on, he had the ability to transform into a black fox. And this blood ability also became extremely powerful as his cultivation increased. Roar! The black fox made a sharp cry, and the huge fox tail danced, supporting the pressure of heaven and earth, and wisps of black mist spread from under the fox tail. The fox tribe is not good at hand-to-hand combat, but they have an innate talent for confusing gods. When the black fog fills the world, this space will become its domain, and anyone who enters will be controlled by it. The reason why Hu Su summoned the black fog was just to cover his own departure. Yun Mo's face did not change. He raised his hand, and the 1,000-meter-high mountains behind him were instantly activated. The tops of the golden palaces on the peaks stimulated laser beams of different colors. The lasers met in the air, and a colorful vortex with a radius of several miles slowly formed in the air. The divine light flashed in the vortex, and the invisible strangling force blocked the world from top to bottom. Bang, bang, bang. The divine light as thick as thighs fell from the colorful vortex, breaking pieces of black fog, and the painful and suppressed roar of the black fox came from the black fog. In a moment, the black fog was dispelled by the divine light. The black fox's body was covered with hideous blood holes, with blood gushing out. There were also chains of divine light piercing through his skin and flesh, locking him in a limited space. The colorful vortex rotating in the sky exudes a dangerous aura, like a big mouth, trying to swallow the black fox. At this moment, the black fox screamed shrilly, and spit out a piece of glittering jade slip. "Brother, save me!" The jade slip broke, and a very powerful suction force was born in the air. A flat black hole was cracked in the void, like an eye opened. Then a baby-like rosy and delicate palm stretched out from behind the eye, crystal clear like white jade, not like a real person. At the same time, a warm voice sounded. "Brother, don't panic, brother is here." Then the palm tore open the space, and a handsome boy with his whole body bathed in white holy light walked out. He glanced at the black fox trapped by the divine light chain, shook his head and said, "The space jade slip is a magic weapon given by the Taoist. It is extremely precious. If you use it this time, you will not have a second chance." The black fox lowered his head, as if he was very afraid of the boy, and his voice trembled a little. "Brother, you are right. I will never make the same mistake again next time." "Yes." The boy stretched out his hand and gently pulled, and the chain wrapped around the black fox made a crackling sound. Then the divine light shattered, and the chain turned into dots of light and dispersed. He looked up at the colorful vortex in the sky with a slight smile on his face. It can actually trigger the natural formation of heaven and earth, and replace the will of heaven with human will. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that the master of the formation is not strong enough, and the power is still a little lacking. The boy pointed his sword, and behind him, there were phantoms of 10,000 swords. The sword pointed upward, and 10,000 swords were fired at the same time, merging into one, turning into a huge fairy sword that could pierce the sky. The colorful vortex was directly pierced, and countless divine lights dissipated. In Zixia sect, mountains collapsed one after another, making bursts of roars, and the earth cracked, and deep valleys appeared. The terrain of the entire Zixia sect was completely changed with this sword. As the terrain changed, the natural formation was also affected. Yunimo, who was integrated into the formation, was forced out directly, with blood on his mouth. Spirit Sword Master. The strongest god of the Xianling sect, titled Spirit Sword Master, the senior brother of Husu Taisheng, an old monster who was evaluated by Taishu Daojun as having a 10% chance of breaking through the Dongxi realm in the future. Spirit Sword Master looked at Yunimo and said lightly, "Deacon Yun, I remember that I was the one who received you when you joined the Xianling. I didn't expect that things have changed, and you and I are standing opposite each other today. For the sake of our past friendship, you should commit suicide. I can let Zixia sect leave a legacy of incense." Senior brother, Emoshuyo and others were killed by Zixia sect. He wanted to keep me just now. Yunimo and Zixia sect have betrayed the Xianling. The black fox turned into Husu's human form again, but his breath was a little weak. Yunimo had already scolded his son-in-law in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he only had one daughter, and if it weren't for the fact that Zixia sect was dragged into the water, he would still be the deacon of the Xianling, and there would be no need to fight desperately. He smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency came here in person. I am terrified. But I dared to take action today because I had anticipated the worst." He took a deep breath and shouted to a certain place, "Xia Xiaofei, if you don't come out, my daughter will be fatherless. Father-in-law, please calm down." Xia Xiaofei flew out from a hilltop to Yunmo's side, and said with an apologetic smile, "My son-in-law has brought reinforcements." Then he looked down at Ling Jianzuan on the opposite side, and said with disdain, "Do you know who you just hit? Yunzuan and Zixia sect are the first sect representatives in Shaojun Mountain to surrender to our Qi Shao Corps. If something happens to them, where's the face of our Qi Shao Corps? You hit him and hit our Qi Shao Corps in the face. You hit our Qi Shao Corps in the face. Don't even think about going back alive today. You are looking for death." Xia Xiaofei's words were full of sarcasm, and Ling Jianzuan felt like he was offended by an ant. He glared, and sword light shot out from his eyes. Although it was an illusion, it was sharper than a flying sword. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators would be injured if they touched it. But Xia Xiaofei did not dodge or avoid, because there was someone above him. Then a big sun descended from the sky, and the golden light shone on the earth. Through the golden light, a huge golden Buddha could be seen. Under the golden Buddha, there was a young monk with red lips and white teeth. Under the Buddha's light, the sword light was like white snow exposed to the scorching sun, and it quickly melted before it approached Xia Xiaofei. The space seemed to be stagnant by the Buddha's light, and everyone was like a mosquito trapped in amber, unable to move. The monk put his hands together, and bowed to Ling Jianzuan and Husu Taisheng, who were looking shocked. "Amiba, I am Wuxing. You may not have heard of this name, so you can also call me Deri Shinzuan, the current commander of the 1st Legion of the Qi Shao Legion. I came here to kill you too." Boom! Ling Jianzuan broke free from the golden light, and his body quickly changed into a white ape more than 5 meters tall. "I've heard of your great name for a long time, and I was just about to ask for your advice." The white ape was an unknown species, but it actually had the ability to travel through space. It just slashed its palms, and a crack appeared in the space. It actually wanted to escape. The great sun god had been at the peak of the transformation god for thousands of years. After entering the immortal demon continent, he was like a fish in water. With the void secret technique given by Feng Chang, he is now only half a step away from the void realm. Although he is not as good as the real void great power, he is also unique in the transformation god realm. The beast spirit in the body of the spirit sword master is a white ape of a different species, also known as the heart ape and the spirit ape. It has the ability to spy on people's hearts, and has the most acute perception. This white ape has a variant with a weak spatial talent. After thousands of years of practice, coupled with the blessing of the late stage of the transformation god, he has the ability to tear space and open up channels. So when he saw the great sun god for the first time, the spirit sword master knew that he was no match for him and fled first. "Brother, I haven't entered yet." Hu Su was anxious. But Ling Jianzuan had no time to care about him at this time. The moment he left, a pair of huge Buddha palm prints covered half of the sky, covering the entire Zixia sect. "Buzz, put your hands together," and everything disappeared. Amitabha. Ri Shinzuan looked at Hu Su, whose life and death were unknown in his palm, and frowned slightly, but he didn't expect that man to be so decisive. But soon, he shook his head, and put the matter behind his mind. "Next time we meet, just beat him to death." He took out a seal, and threw it to Yunimo, who was full of awe, and said, "This is the city building order. You can build a city here, and from now on you will be protected by my Qi Shao Daocheng." After a pause, Ri Shinzuan suddenly turned around, his voice a little erratic and reluctant. In addition, the Immortal Alliance cultivators actually dared to attack the forces under my Qi Shao Daocheng. It is a great provocation. From today on, the Qi Shao Legion and the Immortal Alliance will go to war. Chapter 393. Zixia sect turned against them, and Shaojun Mountain fell. These two events seemed to be a chain reaction, so fast that the people of the Immortal Alliance had almost no time to react. It was probably that the Spirit Sword Master of the Immortal Spirit sect had just returned and had time to contact Taishu Daojun, and the Qi Shao army on the other side came over. In the initial frontal battle, the miscellaneous troops on the side of the Immortal Alliance were defeated, and the speed of defeat was beyond imagination. The forces of the Immortal Alliance were independent, and the sect monks who came to support wanted to preserve their own strength, leaving the front battlefield to their teammates, and just paddling on the side to strengthen their momentum. As it happened, everyone thought so. So the door to the frontal confrontation was opened with everyone's tacit humility, and the vanguard of the Qi Shao army drove straight in, almost thinking that they had fallen into a trap to lure the enemy deep into their territory. So the speed at which Shaojun Mountain fell was beyond imagination. Moreover, if Zixia sect had an undercover like Xia Xiaofei, how could other sects in Shaojun Mountain not have internal responses? With strong enemies outside and undercover agents inside, the local sects of Shaojun Mountain surrendered quickly. The Immortal Alliance seemed to have suffered a great defeat, but in fact, the sects that came to support them retained most of their manpower, and took away many specialties of Shaojun Mountain when they retreated. This is also the reason why many local forces of Shaojun Mountain surrendered. The soft knives of these reinforcements cut flesh more ruthlessly than the enemy. They were seriously injured before the army arrived. In this situation, if they did not surrender, the Taoist tradition would be eaten up by the reinforcements. So the Qi Shao army seemed to have won a great victory, but in the end, only the chaotic and desolate Shaojun Mountain was left. How could the Qi Shao army tolerate this situation? Their army did not need money to set off, and marching and fighting were fought for money and food. This time, the military expenses of the vanguard army alone were an astronomical figure, and it was not just for a mess like Shaojun Mountain. The income of the entire Shaojun Mountain for 300 years could not cover this time's army's departure. Therefore, the Qi Shao Legion adhered to the shameless principle of the Taoist master. It was obvious that they were the first to send troops, but they insisted on saying that it was a just war to protect the forces under their command. Zixia sect was also portrayed as a tragic figure. They had to pretend to be submissive to the Immortal Alliance in order to survive. But who would have thought that the Immortal Alliance would shamelessly regard Shaojun Mountain as their own territory? In fact, they have always been members of Qi Shao Dao, and today they finally have the opportunity to trace their roots and lead Shaojun Mountain back to orthodoxy. The twists and turns in the story are really heartbreaking and tearful. No matter how many loopholes there are in this rhetoric, the Qi Shao army used this set of loopholes as the basis for compensation, asking the Immortal Alliance to compensate for the losses of occupying Shaojun Mountain for so many years. The Immortal Alliance naturally refused to agree. "You occupied my land, instigated my people to rebel, and now you still want us to compensate. Do you really think we are soft persimmons that are easy to bully? So, they sent out tough negotiators. The army's response was very direct and quick. What? If you don't want to pay, then fight. The army was afraid that the Immortal Alliance would really pay a huge amount of money, and then they would have to slow down their actions no matter how shameless they were. So they immediately slapped the envoys of the Immortal Alliance, who came to negotiate, and started the war vigorously. Shaojun Mountain was just an appetizer. They wanted much more than that. Under the powerful offensive of the Legion, with Shaojun Mountain as the outpost, the border of Qishao Dao was pushed forward by 1,000,000 miles within a year. It was not until the Taoist Ling Shao of Taishu sect led the strong reinforcements to arrive, and forced the sects that were driven away by the Qishao Legion to integrate with their strong hands, and initially formed the first line of defense to resist the army of the Legion, which barely blocked the offensive of the Qishao Legion. But everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the first line of defense was breached. This is not to say that the Immortal Alliance is not as strong as others. On the contrary, the Immortal Alliance is stronger than the Qishao Legion. But the Legion can ignore the sacrifices. They have a complete set of pension procedures, and the blood transfusion of the vast land and population of Qishao Dao behind them. As many as died, they can be replaced, and the price is just a huge military expenditure. But the Immortal Alliance cannot do that. Although the Taishu sect, where the Taoist Taishu came from, is nominally the main sect of other sects, it cannot directly interfere in the internal affairs of other sects, nor can it rudely send its subordinates to the front line to die. Otherwise, the Immortal Alliance would have collapsed before the Legion came to fight. This is the bottom-level rule of the Immortal Alliance's upper echelons to rule and unite many small and medium-sized sects, which cannot be changed by a Taishu sect. After all, the Legion only wants territory, not lives. If people are really pushed to the limit, they will just turn against them on the spot. Anyway, many sects have already set an example, and they live well under the rule of the Legion. Even within a short year, monks from the original Immortal Alliance sects joined the Legion and became the vanguard of this war. It's because the welfare provided by the Legion is too good. In particular, the pensions for soldiers who died were extremely generous, so many surrendered sects did not even need the Legion to greet them, and took the initiative to send their useless disciples to the Legion. The smart sects even aimed at this war opportunity, using their advantage as local leaders to take the initiative to turn their sects into the Legion's recruit training camp. The sects are responsible for recruiting a group of qualified mortals from the mortal world, training and brainwashing them, and then sending them to the Legion to participate in the war. It would be best if they could become talents under the training of the Legion, and they could give back to the sect in the future. If not, they could also earn a pension for the sect, which is much more than the cost of training them. Anyway, it is a big profit regardless of life or death. The Legion is also happy to recruit people on the spot. After all, even with the spiritual network transmission array, the cost of mobilizing personnel from the rear is not a small amount. So only those elite monks have the opportunity to go to the front line from the rear. As for the lower-level sergeants, they can be supplemented on the spot. With the sect taking the initiative to act as a broker, they can save trouble. In order to let those sects train new recruits with peace of mind, the Legion even signed contracts with them early and paid deposits. This war is destined to last for a long time. Just as the Taishu sect and the Legion were facing off and resting, a negotiation that would determine the direction of the war had just begun. Qishao Daocheng. The shadow of an old Taoist with a fairy-like appearance gathered above Daocheng. His eyes were like lightning and his divine power was like a prison, sweeping across the entire Daocheng. The person who came was Taishu Daojun. For the great Dongxiu, the distance of space had little restraint on them. Even though Taishu sect and Qishao Daocheng were hundreds of millions of miles apart, as long as he wanted, he could still cross this long distance in a very short time. His voice was low and majestic, like a god descending from heaven. Sheen, dying god, come out to see me. How to say it, the momentum collapsed all of a sudden. Haha, old Taoist, you have a good memory, but you are too rude. How can a guest force the host to see the guest? Fong Chong's voice rang in Taishu Daojun's ears, and then the shadow of the Qishao tree shook, and a door opened. Come in if you have the guts. If you want to talk to me, you have to show some sincerity. Once you enter Qishao Dao City, even if you are a shadow of Taishu Daojun, you will have to pay a heavy price to get out even if you come in person. This is the home advantage. Taishu Daojun looked at the door that opened in front of him, lowered his eyes, and stepped in. I dare not ask for your permission as I wish. Chapter 394. Taishu Daojun entered the spiritual realm covered by the Qishao tree and couldn't help but look sideways. This spiritual realm is full of Taoism, and the spiritual energy is so rich that it is about to turn into spiritual liquid. It is indeed a first-class place for cultivation in the world. Even his Taishu fairyland is far inferior. I have heard that the splendid mountain and river map of Her Majesty the Empress has the ability to command the spiritual veins of the world, and the mountain and river order has created 12 spiritual realms on the earth. You are actually the master of the mountain and river order. Taishu Daojun has a lot of knowledge. After just a brief contact, he knew the details of this place. The mountain and river order has the ability to improve the grade of spiritual veins. The small Qingyou spiritual vein is now the main spiritual vein connecting the entire Qi Shao Dao spiritual vein. It has long been promoted to the 6th level spiritual vein. It is still a long way from the 7th level, but it still lacks time and foundation. Fong Chong's shadow appeared under the tree and asked, "It seems that you are also a reincarnated old monster. Do you know Wanling God? I heard that he ran to your side. Did he also join the Immortal Alliance?" Taishu Daojun nodded and said, "Wanling God is free and unrestrained. We in the Immortal Alliance have never forced him." Fong Chong said, "It turns out that this guy has also broken through. Otherwise, there is no reason not to bow down when he comes to someone else's territory." He couldn't help but count on his fingers. It has been nearly 100 years since Wanling God had troubled him. According to Yao Guang's introduction to him later, Wanling God was a person who had confronted Hadao Tianzuan head-on. The higher the realm, the more you can understand the difficulty of practicing later. A small realm requires thousands of years of accumulation. Therefore, the gap between each realm is also greater. Wanling God has faced Hadao Tianzuan head-on. Even if he just saved his life under Hadao Tianzuan, it is an extremely powerful ability. It is not surprising that such a person broke through the void realm within 100 years. However, if he did not have the opportunity of the puppet ancestor realm, he would not know how long he would have to wait to break through the void realm. Fong Chong secretly spat. It was just relying on past achievements. It was not considered a skill. Unlike him, he has come this far by his own efforts. When Fong Chong was looking at him, Taishu Daojun was also looking at Fong Chong. It was a pity that Fong Chong did not see him in his true form, so he could not see the truth. Aren't you also like me, blessed by the way of heaven, and lucky enough to be reborn in this great world? Why do you have to belittle yourself? Fong Chong called himself the Lord of Dian, and as far as he knew, Lord of Dian was an ancient great power, a figure of the same era as Lord of all spirits, and even older than him. Later, Lord of Dian died because of a secret, and his natal puppet derived spirits and turned into living beings, and it is said that he became Lord of Dian's Taoist companion. Later, he broke through the realm of Dongxi with his puppet body, and was called the ancestor of the puppet clan. Since the great evolution god was reborn, his natal puppet was most likely reborn as well. It just so happened that Fong Chong had a puppet girl under his command, who was suspected to be the ancestor of the puppet clan. So the Taishu Daoist was very cautious about Fong Chong. Even though they were both great Dongxi masters, he, a new generation of Dongxi cultivators, was always a little weaker than them. After all, they had lived long enough and had many trump cards. He had suffered a loss when he tried his hand before. He couldn't beat any of them, and they were a couple 2 against 1, so how could he fight them? Hearing this, Fong Chong knew that Taoist Taishu had misunderstood his identity, but he did not explain, only said, "Taishu, Taoist, you can tell me your purpose now. If you are still talking nonsense like truths, there is no need to say more. Since you know your Majesty's splendid mountains and rivers map and mountains and rivers order, you should know the importance of the mountains and rivers in this world to me. That is my future path. If you block my path, we will fight to the death." Taishu Taoist's face suddenly turned black. How could he not know that the larger the coverage of the mountains and rivers order, the more powerful the Lord of the Mountains and Rivers order will be? When the 9 Phoenix Queen rose in the Big Dipper world and became a peak powerhouse in a world, the 12 Lords of the Mountains and Rivers order under her command also had a great reputation in the process. They helped the Empress regulate the spiritual veins of mountains and rivers, creating a spiritual vein network that Lianhe Dao Tianzuan could not break, which had caused great losses to the monks of these sects. But there are gains and losses. In their era, the 12 Lords of the Mountain and River order had changed many times. Although this was a secret of the Immortal Dynasty, it could not be hidden from the investigation of those who were interested. Although the strength of the Lord of the Mountain and River order was strong, their lifespan was generally lower than that of normal monks. The Mountain and River order has many flaws. For a strong man like you, why should you be trapped by an external object? You must know that it is even more difficult to seek the Great Tao. Taishu Daojun thought that Dian Shinjun died too early, and did not understand the pros and cons of the Lord of the Mountain and River Order. He explained it first, and then persuaded him earnestly. He practiced well in his own territory, and really didn't want to fight with others. The great Tao of immortality is not good, fighting and killing is so boring. Hearing the Taoist Taishu explain the pros and cons of the Mountain and River Order, Fang Chong was stunned. He really didn't know that the Lord of the Mountain and River Order had this flaw. But he quickly put the matter behind him. The Mountain and River Order has flaws, which has nothing to do with him. He doesn't really expect the Mountain and River Order to help him achieve enlightenment. He wants the territory for two reasons. One is to repay the cause and effect of the Queen. The importance of the Mountain and River spirit veins to the Mountain and River Order is self-evident. But except for the foreign lands that are still expanding, the world is counted, otherwise there would not be the 5-point division of the world sand table in the Mountain and River realm. But that was just a preliminary division, otherwise there would not be the later 12 paths of the Tang dynasty. The Queen would set up border troops on the border for this reason. The Tang dynasty can annex the territory of the Immortal Alliance demon sect and the monster clan, and naturally it can also be invaded by others. It depends on their own abilities. So if he lays a new path for the Queen, no matter what cause and effect there is between him and the Queen, it will be more than enough to repay. Although Fang Chong clung to the Queen's thigh, he did not intend to become her vassal. What he wanted was to achieve harmony with the Tao. Therefore, before achieving harmony with the Tao, he had to eliminate all external factors that might affect his harmony with the Tao. The cause and effect of the Queen was a knot in his heart. The second one is really his path. But his path is not Shan He Ling but players. Because of the second series of tasks he set, in this war, almost all the old players joined the war under the guidance of the tasks. Under the catalysis of the war, their progress and upgrades are extremely obvious. There are not a few players like Xia Shifei. They have reached the bottleneck of the level in advance, and only need an opportunity to break the bottleneck of the level. Of course, according to the words of Tian Dao, the transformation of the spirit is probably the limit of the players. Even if he can become Tian Dao's father in the future, he can't change this result. They can improve their realm in the player mode without bottlenecks, because their souls are transformed by Qi Tian with special rule power. In this way, their souls can no longer withstand the power of other laws. Once the power of the law is forcibly imprinted, it will only cause the soul to collapse and die. And without the power of the law that cannot be integrated, the realm of the void will never have a chance to achieve. But for him, it is enough for players to reach the transformation of the spirit. At the beginning, he only refined 7 or 8 5th level puppets and 20 or so super large puppet war beasts in the puppet ancestral world to help him break through the realm barrier and advance to the cave realm with force. Now, as long as there are 100,000 players who can achieve the transformation of the gods, with the help of the player's power, he will be sure to combine the power with the Tao. But the transformation of the gods is not so easy to achieve. Because the transformation of the gods already requires the initial understanding of the power of the law, and given the special situation of the player's souls, they must find a glimmer of possibility in the impossible. And this war is the test that Fang Chong prepared for the players. As long as the players cannot break through the transformation of the gods, this war will never stop. Even if he has to squeeze out the war potential of the entire Qi Shao Dao, even if many people will die because of it, Fang Chong will not hesitate. One general's success is the result of the death of thousands of people. If he wants to achieve enlightenment, he must build the foundation of his Taoism with millions of sentient beings. But I have made up my mind. You should go back and prepare as soon as possible. As long as you don't appear on the battlefield, I will not take action. If you dare to intervene, don't blame me for not following the rules. Thinking of this, Fang Chong's attitude became much tougher. Taishu Daojun said coldly, "You are recklessly starting a war. Aren't you afraid that my Immortal Alliance leader will take action? He only needs one finger to wipe out your entire Qi Shao Dao. If you stop here, I am willing to take the current border line as the standard, and then give you the 1,000,000 miles of land as a gift. How about it?" Fang Chong raised his hand and pointed upwards, and sneered, "I also have people above me. You can take action and I will take it. If you want to bully the weak, I will accompany you to the end." "Okay." Taishu Daojun left with a wave of his sleeves. "Then let's see for ourselves." What he feared was the alliance between the great evolution god and the puppet clan ancestor. Now that he was sure that the cave void realm could not take action, he was not really afraid. So although the negotiations seemed to have broken down, he also got the result he wanted. Chapter 395. The upper class chats and laughs, while the lower class lives and dies. The Taoist Master Qishao and Taoist Master Taishu are too far away from the lower-class cultivators, and their unrecorded negotiation has become a secret that others cannot explore. No one knows what they said. Everyone only knows that from that day on, a war that seems to never end has begun. The whole Qishao Dao can feel the solemn atmosphere. The war is too far away from ordinary cultivators, but the impact of the war is indeed real. For example, the taxes collected by the government are heavier. The resources and money consumed in a war are astronomical figures, and these money will naturally not be borne by Qishao Daocheng alone. And Daocheng cannot afford it. Obviously, it is impossible for Fang Chong, the Taoist Master Qishao, to use his own private treasury to supplement the war expenses. He is expanding the territory for the country, so what's wrong with collecting more taxes on the land? At the same time, this tax is mainly aimed at the cultivator group, and ordinary mortals don't have the opportunity to pay taxes even if they want to. To be honest, the Taoist master doesn't care about the little money that mortals have. In comparison, it is more important for them to have more children, and then send them to the city's lecture hall to test their cultivation qualifications and become the seeds of cultivators. After all, with a larger population, more people will practice and can better serve the Taoist master. So mortals are spared, but cultivators have to pay business taxes when opening shops, agricultural taxes when planting spiritual fields, tool taxes when refining tools, and pill taxes when refining pills. Unless they really live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, do not communicate with the outside world, and all resources are self-sufficient, no one can escape the tax stick set by Qishao Daocheng. However, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. For a time, the scale of the black market that appeared in Qishao Dao to avoid taxes suddenly expanded by hundreds of times. If there is no black market with a solid reputation in a city, it will be abandoned by all cultivators. Of course, it is not that there have been no cultivators who have confronted taxes head-on, and even killed tax officials who came to collect taxes in public. The result is that the master's family of the perpetrator will be implicated. It can be said that if one person resists taxation, the whole family will suffer. Under the absolute power of Qishao Dao City, no one can resist this kind of tyranny. The tax commissioner, who is separated from the Qingyi Guard, will become a fear-inducing existence for cultivators in the future. A speck of dust from the times that falls on ordinary people is an unshakable mountain. The relaxed cultivation environment in the past is no longer seen, and the competition among the lower-level cultivators is more intense. In the end, everyone found that for ordinary cultivators, the best way out is to join the army. One person resists taxation, the whole family suffers. One person joins the army, and the whole family is tax-free. Both have become a slogan that will be popular in Qishao Dao for many years in the future. Taishu Defense Line. This is the 10th year that Taishu Sect and Qishao Legion have officially fought. The first defense line originally built by Taishu Daozi, by integrating a group of stray dogs like sects, was declared broken 2 years ago. But all this was expected by Taishu Daozi. As early as the resistance on the front line, he ordered all the formation masters, weapon masters, rune masters, and other life professional masters in Taishu's sect and its vassal sects to plan a solid Great Wall defense line of 300,000 miles in the rear. In 8 years, Taishu's sect spent countless resources, plus dozens of transformation masters, thousands of nascent soul great monks, and countless ordinary monks as workers, and finally built the prototype of this Taishu defense line. 2 years ago, Taishu's sect retreated to the Taishu defense line and successfully blocked the Qishao army's offensive by taking advantage of the home advantage. The two sides have been deadlocked here for 2 years. As Taishu's sect continues to build a defense line, the possibility of Qishao army wanting to break through the Taishu defense line has become increasingly weak. It is not that the Qishao army has not thought about bypassing the Taishu defense line, but after actually implementing it, it found that there are many difficulties. Marching hundreds of thousands of miles is a small matter. But it was not without purpose that Taoist Taishu chose this place as the defense line. First of all, there is the limitation of terrain. On one side of the Taishu defense line is a vast swamp forest, called the Fierce Beast Swamp, which is nearly 1,000,000 miles long and wide. There live a group of ferocious beasts that have merged with some secret world. Just like the original food world, it is a small world opened up by a great man to raise ferocious beasts for food, and there are also peerless ferocious beasts, like Yingyin beasts that are comparable to the god of transformation. The ferocious beasts living in this swamp forest are even higher than the food world. Moreover, they have been integrated with the main world for many years. With the help of the unique environment of the main world, there are many 5th-level ferocious beasts promoted in the swamp forest. Although these ferocious beasts are ignorant and have lower IQ than ordinary people, and their strength is slightly lower than that of normal god of transformation, they can't stand the terrain advantage, and their skin is thick, so they will run away if they can't fight. Several military attendants of the Qishao Legion in the God of Transformation fought with the ferocious beasts in the swamp forest. Although they all won, they gained little, so they had to give up the idea of crossing the swamp. As for flying over, high-level cultivators still have some chances, but ordinary cultivators are targets in the air. On the other side of the Taishu defense line is the territory of Wanling God. This former ancient great power who was almost killed by Fang Chong left the Tang dynasty after his defeat and fled to the territory of the Immortal Alliance, but he did not join the Immortal Alliance. Instead, he occupied a piece of territory and became the boss after he broke through the Dongxu realm. The territory is not big, only a few 100,000 miles in radius, only 4 or 5 times larger than a small Jun mountain. So the Immortal Alliance unilaterally gave Wanling God the title of Honorary Elder, and then acquiesced to his behavior of occupying the land as the king. A Dongxu realm great power has this qualification. So it's better if the Qishao army doesn't fight over there. Once they go over to provoke, and dare to say that they want to borrow the road, there is no guarantee that the other party will not come down personally, and settle new and old grudges together. Now the Qishao army seems to be a fierce group, sweeping across the 8 wastelands and invincible, but in fact they are fighting in the territory of Taishu's sect and bullying the old man Taishu Daojun. Others were not within Fang Chong range of provocation. From the perspective of the entire immortal demon continent, this grand war that mobilized hundreds of millions of troops and cost a lot of money was actually just a one-on-one duel between 2 branches of the giant group to grab territory. Whoever wins or loses, it actually does not affect the strength of the group. So other branches naturally just watch the fire from the other side of the river, so as not to attract the fire. That's right. The Taishu defense line supervised by Taishu Daozi himself successfully gave Taishu's sect a big breath, allowing them to have a breathing space in this sudden all-out war. And this war is not without benefits for Taishu's sect. Because the organizational situation of the Immortal Alliance destined that Taishu's sect, the main sect, had weak control over the sects that were vassalized by him. After all, the concept of the Immortal Alliance is that all the immortal sects in the world are one family, everyone is an ally, the strong protect the weak, and the weak are vassals of the strong. This is also the way for the Immortal Alliance to survive and grow, to make friends more and enemies less. But under the strong pressure of the Legion, other sects that were unwilling to surrender to the Legion had to unite closely around Taishu's sect and accept their leadership, so that they could get a glimmer of hope under the offensive of the Qishao Legion. As a result, Taishu's sect has greatly strengthened its control over the entire sect area, and can more calmly dispatch resources. Resource points that were difficult to move before are now needed for war, so support is also necessary. The result of this is that the 2 sides fight back and forth, and Taishu's sect is not weak at all. On the contrary, most of the sect forces under his command have been weakened. Many ancestors of the sects died in the war, and the 10,000 years of Taoism were lost in one day. Only a few lucky ones got the support of Taishu's sect and soared to the sky, becoming the driving force for other sects to persist. Qishao Legion Camp. Opening up the camp. Xia Xiaofei is saying goodbye to the battalion commander. Battalion commander, thank you for your care over the years, and your subordinates will definitely remember it in their hearts. Xia Xiaofei's face is sincere. He is indeed very grateful to the battalion commander, not just because the battalion commander is a god-transforming cultivator. Haha, Captain Xia Qian, I didn't expect you to be an undead race. When I received the transfer order, I was still wondering if I made a mistake. The battalion commander was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. His name was Wei Qi. He was born in a secret world of a lower level, which was about the same level as the 100 Flowers world. When he first arrived at Qishao Dao, he accidentally heard the news that Qishao City was recruiting soldiers. He wanted to find a place to stay first, so he joined the Legion without knowing why. Unexpectedly, he was lucky. He followed Fang Taishu, the Legion leader, and charged all the way, and he survived every time. You should know that Fang Taishu relied on her immortal body and always fought without regard for her life, so the soldiers around her were replaced very quickly. But at the same time, those who survived also gained a lot. And Fang Taishu always acted fairly, and rewarded those who had made contributions. So Wei Qi broke through all the way, from a Yuaning cultivator to the realm of transformation in more than 100 years. He did not take the path of transformation, but swallowed the Qingling Chansheng pill to comprehend the power of the law by force, and the Yuanshan successfully pulled the Sea of Laws. The probability of breakthrough with this method is extremely low, But Wei Qi is obviously lucky. As Fong Taiyu direct descendant, Wei Qi naturally became the first battalion commander of the Kaichuo camp. He looked at Xia Xiafei with great admiration. No wonder you have always led by example, and never fallen behind in these years. I often worry about you. Where can I find such a useful subordinate in the future? But I don't have to worry now. Go ahead. This battalion commander is not the kind of person who blocks people's future. But I have only one request. When you go to the undead camp, don't embarrass us in the Kaichuo camp. The undead camp is a new number newly established by the Legion. The members of the camp are all a new blood race that has appeared in the Qi Shao Dao in recent decades, called the Undead Clan. The Undead Clan is not afraid of death, because their blood talent is resurrection, but the time and place of resurrection are not even certain for them. According to legend, the appearance of the Undead Clan is related to the Taoist Master, because the Third Legion swept across the world with an undead puppet army. In particular, the undead tribe agreed to join the Legion system, which further verified this statement. Now the Taishu defense line has been unbreakable for a long time. The Legion specially selected the undead tribe in the army to form the undead battalion, trying to use them as a spearhead to break through the defense line, disrupt the rear of the Taishu sect, and gain a chance to fight. Facing the praise from his superiors, Xia Xiafei was also modest. It's all because of the battalion commander's good leadership. I just did what I should do. 10 years ago, he successfully instigated the rebellion of the Zixia sect and made great contributions. The Legion commander specially approved and rewarded him with a ground-level military merit. With such a huge contribution, Xia Xiafei originally wanted to hide in the back and rest on his laurels. After all, he is now a family man. The front line is too dangerous, and his level has been raised to the maximum level. There is no way to go up, and he can only wait for the next game update. But who would have thought that the system would actually issue a second task for the first time when he had not completed a task? Ding! It is detected that the player's Xia Xiafei level has reached the system limit. The implicit requirement has been met. Now the level task breaking the limit is opened. Task content. A true warrior dares to face the impossibility in life. As a player, it is your nature to seek death. Please use all your lives learning to face the great terror between life and death, to surpass the limit, and become a player who breaks through the system limit. Task time limit, 100 years. Task reward. Enable the regular offline function, and you will have a chance to return to reality every 10 years. Task penalty. Obliterate. See obliterate again. Xia Xiafei can't forget the appearance of those players who were annihilated after the first task. Even though he is now a 59th level Yuaning peak monk, he still can't touch the edge of the system's power. In other words, after 100 years, if he doesn't break through, he will die. If he thought that he could live for 100 years and die, it would be a big profit, but now, he has a high level of cultivation, countless people admire him, and there is a woman who loves him and a father-in-law who trusts him. He has a home in this world. He doesn't want to die. In order to break through the limit, he, who has always been frugal, even used the Xian-level military merit to exchange a Dao-level Qingling longevity pill from the Legion. It is said that this Qingling longevity pill is made of the divine fruit of the Qi Shao divine tree and the Dao-level spiritual grass as the main materials, and is personally refined by the alchemy master. Each Qingling longevity pill can help the peak nascent soul cultivators comprehend the wonders of the law. The only difference is the length of time. Some people have thus begun to explore the power of the law and opened up a major hurdle on the road to the god of transformation. Some people also gain nothing. But as long as you eat the Qingling longevity pill, you will have the opportunity to be baptized by the power of the law, and the probability of breaking through the god of transformation will increase by at least 3 points in the future. Well, the total score is 100. However, compared with the gap between the god of transformation and the nascent soul, it is not an exaggeration to say that 1 out of 100 is enough. A Qingling longevity pill is enough to drive the nascent soul cultivator crazy. But obviously, he is not the lucky one. Moreover, Xia Xiafei had a hunch that even if he used a rare earth-level military merit on him, he would probably not be able to break through. He remembered the mission introduction, that he had to experience the great terror between life and death to break through the limit. So he decisively transferred back to the pioneer camp, and fought with the army for 10 years. There was a sentence that the battalion commander said wrongly. He had died, and more than once, but he returned in time every time. But even so, he still saw no hope of breaking through the limit. This time he was transferred to the undead camp, and he also wanted to experience the limit through player exchanges and more intense battles. After all, going deep into the rear is almost a certain death, and the pressure they are under can be imagined. Please take care of yourself, battalion commander. Xia Xiafei said goodbye again, then left the camp and walked towards the troop transport that came to pick him up. Chapter 396. The troop carrier is a tall ship that can provide food, clothing, shelter and transportation for tens of thousands of people at the same time. It is also equipped with various war instruments. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an aerial fortress. And this is just a transport ship, not good at frontal combat. The warship that is really responsible for fighting in the Legion is a warship called the patrol carrier. It is a refining blueprint provided by the Great Tang Dynasty, supervised by the Qishao Daocheng Instrument Department, and built by hundreds of thousands of professional monks specializing in instrument art for more than 40 years, costing hundreds of millions. The entire Qishao Legion has only built one ship so far, named Qingyu, which is said to be because the bow is decorated with a pair of huge bull horns. But it was just such a ship that defeated the Taishu sect. If it weren't for the existence of the Taishu defense line, which limited the performance of the patrol carrier, the Legion would have attacked long ago. Xia Xiafei stood on the deck, leaning against the railing to blow the wind. 10 years of fighting has filled his eyes with a lot of hostility, and his face seems to be stiff at all times, with a sense of power without anger. War is different from the fights between monks in daily life. The fights between monks are mostly disputes over interests, entangled with 3 or 5 friends, fellow disciples, calculating and fighting each other, fighting if they can win, and running away if they can't win. But there is no right or wrong in war, only enemies and friends. No matter what he thinks, he can only obey the order and fight if he can't win. Before the military order is completed, he can't run away even if he loses his life there. The Legion is not joking about giving such a high pension, that is to buy life. As for being a deserter, those with a family sect will bring trouble to the family sect, and those who are alone will also face the pursuit of the supervision team. The Qishao Legion does not force monks to join the army, but once they join the Legion, deserters are not allowed. So far, there has not been a case in the Legion where a deserter can escape safely. Without exception, all deserters were caught and executed in public. During the past 10 years, Xia Xiafei had traveled to many battlefields with the development camp. He had heard of dozens of cases of desertion, and had witnessed several executions. The Legion is an out-and-out violent organization. Facing such a team, how can the sect monks headed by Taishu sect be their opponents? That Taishu Daozi is also a powerful figure. He can plan ahead and build the Taishu defense line in advance, allowing each sect to be responsible for a section of the defense line and command independently. And Taishu sect only needs to send people to monitor and prevent the sects from colluding with the Legion, so that the biggest shortcoming of the Immortal Alliance's chaotic command is covered up. Otherwise, how can they stop the Legion's attack? Xia Xiafei recalled the experience bar that he had tried to break through several times in the past 10 years, but in the end it remained motionless, and sighed silently. How can this fucking limit be broken? What are you sighing for? Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice sounded behind him. Xia Xiafei's body suddenly stiffened, and he turned his head in astonishment. Swallow? Behind him was Ren Yanyan's familiar smiling face, generous, clean, as before. How is it? Are you surprised to see me? I specifically asked you about your presence on this troop transport ship, so I followed you. All players who completed the novice mission joined the Qishao Corps. And players in the first echelon, such as Xia Xiafei and Ren Yanyan, took the initiative to go to the front line. This war is obviously especially suitable for players who are not afraid of death. In other places, they cannot get a large number of cultivation resources in a short time. But like Xia Xiafei, all the first-tier players are stuck at level 59, which is the peak of the nascent soul. Not surprised, but almost scared. Xia Xiafei forced a smile. Since he was ordered to go undercover in Zixia sect, his contact with Ren Yanyan has gradually decreased. Especially since he confirmed his relationship with Yunji more than 10 years ago, he has hardly spoken to Ren Yanyan on the forum. One reason is that he didn't know how to face it, and chose to be a turtle. The other reason is that he wanted to let Yanzi understand his choice in this way. He couldn't do two-timing, but he couldn't take the initiative to say the word break up. Who said that if a boyfriend and girlfriend don't contact each other for 3 days, it's considered a breakup? At first, Ren Yanyan took the initiative to contact him, but as he responded less and less, Ren Yanyan seemed to understand something and didn't take the initiative to contact him again. They haven't contacted each other for a long time. Xia Xiafei thought Yanzi understood. Later, with the breaking limits mission hanging over his head, like a sword of Damocles, he gradually deliberately forgot about these things. I didn't expect Ren Yanyan to suddenly take the initiative to find him. Xia Xiafei didn't know how to face it for a while. It seems that my guess is right. Seeing Xia Shifei like this, Ren Yanyan walked to Xia Shifei on her own. She grabbed the fence, raised her head slightly, looked at the clouds floating in the distance, and let the wind blow her hair on her cheeks, so that her face was even more unclear. Even if we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, we are friends who have gone through hardships together. Can't we even say the word breakup? Love is love, no love is no love. This is not the Shifei brother I know. Her voice was always sunny and open-minded. As a result, Xia Shifei felt that he was more and more despicable. He wanted to be a scumbag, but he pretended not to know and dragged others. He was silent. For a long time. It seemed that even the wind became sad, and Xia Shifei slowly said, "I'm sorry." Ren Yanyan turned to Xia Shifei, and couldn't see her expression clearly, but her hand on the railing trembled slightly. "Before I came here, I had been lying to myself. Maybe you were just too busy, or too stressed, and the Breaking Limits mission was overwhelming all of us. We shouldn't be obsessed with love affairs at this time. I tried to understand you and not bother you, so I said a lot of things to you every time, but in the end I kept all these words to myself. Later, I finally figured it out. If we had to break up, it would be too hasty to say it on the forum. So I came. Now that the answer is as I expected, I have nothing to be sad about." But before she finished speaking, Ren Yanyan's tears slid down her cheeks like pearls that had broken off the string, and were blown up by the wind and hit Xia Shifei's face. "Swallow." Xia Shifei murmured in a low voice, feeling the coolness on his face, and felt that his heart was grasped by a big hand, and suddenly he felt a sense of despair of being on the verge of death. That feeling was like the time he was ordered to intercept a retreating sect team, but he didn't expect that there was a god-transforming venerable hidden in the other team, who had already passed away according to the intelligence. When the man's god-transforming divine will invaded his soul, the state of decay, ruin, and death almost made him forget his identity as a player, and he thought he was really dead. Later, after he was resurrected, he returned to the team and learned that the group he led that time was almost wiped out. In addition to him, only 2 Jindan monks returned to the camp with serious injuries because of the sentry in the distance. "I'm sorry," Xia Shifei repeated again. He was clearly ready to accept everything, but when this day really came, he found that he was not as open-minded as he imagined. He was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the realm of cultivation was no longer useful. He felt sick in his chest, his heart was pounding, like a puppy entering a washing machine, his whole body was shaking and twisting involuntarily. The anger he had accumulated in the past 10 years of fighting suddenly rushed to his soul, making his eyes red, as if he was going to release it at this moment. It was at this moment, in a place he could not see, a little light flashed in the depths of his soul that had been transformed by the system. Ren Yanyan could no longer bear it, turned around and threw herself into Xia Shifei's arms, no longer as strong as before, and cried loudly, "Brother Shifei, I am actually very easy to deceive. As long as you can lie to me, I can pretend that I know nothing. Why is this happening? I did nothing wrong, but why did I lose?" Xia Shifei's body suddenly froze, and he tried to suppress the pain in his heart. He held Ren Yanyan tightly and gently with his hands. He listened to her crying, and felt so close yet so far away. His soul was floating, and he had the illusion that he would leave his body at any time. The birth of the puppet clan lies in spirituality, and the spirituality appears in the emotions, history, and sensibility of the puppet itself. A new puppet creation cannot produce spirituality, and become a puppet clan. Even Feng Chang, who can be called the creator of the puppet clan and can give puppets spirituality, cannot open its spirituality in a newly created puppet. Only by letting the puppet experience and fight, there is a chance to reincarnate from death and gain a precious spirituality. That's why there is a special environment like the puppet ancestral world, and there is a unique profession like the puppet fighter who coexists with puppets. And only by giving birth to spirituality and becoming a puppet clan can we get rid of the shackles of dead things and have the possibility of breaking through the limit. In a sense, all players' bodies are new puppets. They should not have spirituality and wisdom, but the special data souls of players transformed by the hands of the little heavenly beings have given them this impossibility. The player's soul and the puppet body coexist and coexist harmoniously, and they also restrict each other. The puppet body is a puppet body after all, and it is impossible to truly merge with the player. There is an invisible barrier. And the transformation of the monk into a god is the unity of spirit, energy and spirit. With great perseverance and determination, they touch the power of the laws of heaven and earth and control the power of the laws. The power of heaven is unpredictable. If you don't have absolute faith, The road to transformation is doomed to be bumpy. That's why there is a way for monks to transform into mortals, to bloom miraculous flowers in the most ordinary soil. But no matter how well the players fit with the puppet body, they can't completely control the puppet body, not to mention that their own special data souls limit their limits. They can never become gods. However, just because one's own limits exist and cannot be broken by external forces, it does not mean that it is impossible. Because all they have to do is to raise their own limits by a little bit. So when the player can stimulate the puppet body will produce a trace of precious spirituality. This trace of spirituality is the product of the player's soul and the puppet. This is the player's own power, representing the complete fit between the player and the puppet, and representing the breakthrough of the player's limit. Xia Xiafei seemed to see something in the dark. Tears flowed from his eyes. Although he didn't know what it was, he still felt deeply moved. So this is the player's path to incarnation. Xia Xiafei's unusual movement immediately alarmed Fang Cheng. For the player's path to incarnation, he even directed such a huge battle, just to create a suitable cradle for players. Therefore, monitoring of players, especially the monitoring of the first-tier players, has always been the top priority. Xia Xiafei is one of the key lists. Fang Cheng followed the induction of the spiritual light in the sea of consciousness, cut through the space with his hand, and crossed thousands of miles in an instant. He stood at the top of the sky, and no one could find his trace. He looked at the man and woman embracing each other on the boat, especially the unique spirituality flashing on Xia Xiafei, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Human emotions are indeed a miraculous power. As long as he can continue to work hard, cultivate and strengthen the spirituality in his body, and then find the power of the law that fits himself, it won't take long for him to truly advance to the transformation of the spirit. Even if this process may take a lot of time. But whether it is 10 years, 100 years, or 500 years, I can wait. The players have opened the way forward, and I have achieved my goal. Fang Cheng looked through the space, and saw the Taishu defense line that spanned the earth, and his hand suddenly felt itchy. With such a great wall blocking the way, the intensity of the war in the past 2 years has obviously decreased, which is not good. But after thinking about it, Fang Cheng put down his hand. Forget it, now the first transformation of the spirit among the players is about to be born, which shows that the current training method is still effective. I don't know what kind of accident I will cause with this move. It's a bargain for you guys. Then he flicked his finger, and a black eyeball hit in the void, piercing an eye into Xia Xiafei, who was completely unaware, and started live broadcasting from then on. TSK, awakening spirituality after breaking up. How come it feels a bit like a joke? Maybe I should encourage players to fall in love, or let the kid work overtime, and start another Taoist couple mission. You can also let the players try the Monk Supreme Forgetfulness method. Well, it should be able to block the player's memory. If not, let the kid work overtime again. Brother Xiafei. Seeing Xia Xiafei crying more sadly than herself, this was the first time Ren Yanyan saw Xia Xiafei cry. In her heart, Xia Xiafei has always been very calm, with a hermit-like mentality of being detached from the world, and not being moved by external things. For a moment, Ren Yanyan forgot the fact that she was sad. A thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Could it be that Brother Xiafei has something to hide? Yes, that's it. If it wasn't for something to hide, Brother Xiafei wouldn't even say break up. He kept saying sorry. Does it mean that he didn't want to break up, but had to do it? Xia Xiafei is Ren Yanyan's first love. In her early days as a player, it was Xia Xiafei who gave her warmth and taught her to persevere. She read all of Xia Xiafei's practice diary without missing a single one, and even read it over and over again. When she couldn't hold on any longer, it was Xia Xiafei who gave her the strength to support her. So she would take the initiative to communicate with Xia Xiafei, make friends, and finally establish a relationship. There is no such thing as a natural outcome, it's just a deliberate plan. Otherwise, with Xia Xiafei's passive personality, it's unknown when this window paper will be broken. Xia Xiafei's position in her heart is different. When a glimmer of hope is in front of her, even if it may be false, Ren Yanyan chooses to deceive herself once. She doesn't want to experience the feeling of losing everything and the world being dark again. I'm sorry, Brother Xiafei, I shouldn't force you. Ah? Xia Xiafei's eyes were blurred with tears. Looking at Ren Yanyan in his arms, who seemed to understand something, he couldn't help wiping his eyes, looking confused. Chapter 397. Everything is the most difficult from 0 to 1, and from 1 to 10, and then to hundreds and thousands. It is just repetition, and the accumulation of time is enough. The 53rd year of the war between Qi Shao Dao and Taishu sect. For the first time, the players who are fighting in the Immortal Demon continent received a unified announcement from the system about a certain player. Ding! Player Xiaoxiaofei is determined, transforms from a mortal to a god, successfully breaks through the realm of transformation, breaks the player level limit, and becomes the first person in the entire server. This announcement is hereby made to encourage everyone. Ding! Player Xiaoxiaofei received a special reward from the game, and is permanently exempted from task erasure. Ding! Player Xiaoxiaofei chose to publish the process of transformation, and other players can choose to pay to watch it on the top of the forum. Today I know that I am me, my life. A series of system prompts sounded in my ears. Xiaoxiaofei, who had just initially integrated the law of gold and comprehended the divine will of gold transformation, had no time to be happy, and his feet stumbled. No, why did I choose to publish the process of transformation? No, that's not the question. When did I shoot such a film? Xiaoxiaofei opened the forum, and saw that the video function had been quietly launched on the game forum at some point. And the pinned video was exactly the whole process of Xiaoxiaofei transformation, and the fee only required 100 forum coins. Forum coins are one of the common currencies among players, and are also one of the functions launched more than 10 years ago. The ways to obtain them include but are not limited to forum sign-in, reward, gift, transfer, etc. But players are generally very cautious in using them. Although the forum coins have not shown any effect so far, given the nature of the system, every function cannot be ignored. Xiaoxiaofei chose to click to watch, and his account balance was actually deducted by 100 coins. Xiaoxiaofei, He saw that he actually had to charge? He didn't even ask the system for copyright fees. The beginning of the video was the scene of his spiritual awakening, and then the story of him following the undead camp deep into the Taishu defense line. Due to the length of the video, it is impossible to cut out all his scenes from decades. But every step of his spiritual strengthening process was faithfully recorded in the video, including some restricted shots. After all, when love is deep, it is really difficult to control oneself, and the fusion of lust and passion is also one of the ways of spiritual growth. Fortunately, the actual combat camera pulled a long shot, and it was also flashed and thickly coated, but Xiaoxiaofei was still sweating. With the strength of the players, what is the difference between that flashing shot and slow motion? The bad news is that he just saw his face. The good news is that he only saw his face. As for the person who fused with his lust, only a blurred back was left, giving people unlimited reverie. At this moment, he no longer had the high spirits of breaking through the god of transformation. He actually succeeded in becoming the first person in the game at the same time as the whole people died. As he watched, more and more players poured in. After all, 100 forum coins were not too much or too little. Players could save a lot of money as long as they appeared on the forum on time every day. So all kinds of comments began to appear on a large scale. Fire Tongs Lu Ming. This is the #1 player, awesome. I'm new here. Is this an official blatant act? It's censored. Has the cultural dregs of reality also spread to the game? We Zhang and the other two protest with our real names. Under the real name system, please be careful when speaking. The one standing in front of you now is the #1 player, the first level 60 god transforming master in the game, who can crush all of you with just one finger. I, Little Peppa from Huaihai Road, am afraid of no one. Even if the god transforming master comes over, I kill him. Anyway, I can be resurrected, so I'm a dog head. What about in reality? In such a tiny place like Blue Star, where can you hide with a divine sense? Fuck. Boss, I, Little Peppa from Huaihai Road, admit my mistake with my real name. Boss is willing to disclose his own god transforming process, even if it involves his own privacy. What kind of scientific research dedication is this? You only have color in your eyes, Ba. I am ashamed to be with you. Pure academic discussion. The boss has a great body and a lot of PowerPoints. Tactically wipe your mouth. Xiaoxiaofei fell into deep silence again, sweating in the hot weather, angry and anxious, trembling all over. Can he still have some privacy? What is wrong with this world, then? Ding! Congratulations. The balance of player Xiaoxiaofei forum has reached 1 million, meeting the hidden conditions, and opening the forum mall. I saw that his forum suddenly squeezed into a crudely made animation mall. There are not many products on the mall. To be precise, there are only 3. The first one is to exempt from the penalty of obliteration, and one exchange requires 1 million forum coins. The second is the number of offline times, and one exchange requires 100,000 forum coins. The other is to return to retain the cultivation level, and every 1% increase in cultivation level requires an additional 1 million forum coins on the basis of the previous one. Seeing the products in the mall, Xia Xiaofei's face turned from gloomy to bright, and he immediately bowed to the void to express his gratitude. System God, I was ignorant just now, and offended you in my heart. Please forgive me, forgive me. His video can actually have copyright fees. He didn't notice it just now, but after getting the system prompt, he found that his account was jumping almost every minute and every second, and it would increase by 10 every jump. In other words, his share of the copyright fee is 10%, but there are many people watching. Although the game players have been updated and iterated several times, the number has remained at 1 million each time. According to the number of forum coins given for every day of going online, almost all players now have more than 100 forum coins. And everyone usually saves money, and now that they can see the breakthrough video of the first person in the game, forum coins are naturally nothing. Almost every player chose to buy the video. 1 million times 10 is 10 million forum coins, enough for him to bring back a total of 4% of his cultivation when he returns. This is much more efficient than his hard practice on Blue Star. Theoretically, he only needs 550 million forum coins to bring all his cultivation to Blue Star. Xia Xiaofei quickly thought of the preciousness of forum coins for players. He suddenly felt less resentful about the system secretly editing his personal life. After all, the system is high above him, so what's the point of complaining? Who said that since you can't resist, you can only have fun in the midst of suffering and enjoy it? Xia Xiaofei exhaled a breath of turbid air, smiled bitterly, and pushed open the door. Outside the house, the heroine of the video, Ren Yanyan, was waiting for him, but no one knew. Ren Yanyan blushed. Obviously she had just watched the video. Although there was only a back view, she could still recognize herself. When did you take the video? Ren Yanyan stared at Xia Xiaofei with murderous eyes. Xia Xiaofei looked aggrieved. I do want to, but it's enough for me to appreciate it in private. Do I have to upload it? Besides, how can I upload it? I don't have any joy of breakthrough now. The whole forum is discussing my figure. I was just fantasized by at least 10,000 men and women. You don't comfort me, but you actually doubt me? Don't we even have such a little trust between us? Ren Yanyan was stunned and asked, who could it be? Xia Xiaofei sighed and said, except for the game system, I can't think of anyone else, but the system should not be intentional. Didn't you notice that every picture of me in the video is when my internal strength has increased? Obviously, the system wants to guide other players through my experience. As for those pictures, I can only say that I was unlucky. Who made my internal strength break through at that time? Fortunately, your body was not exposed, otherwise I would have lost a lot. Ren Yanyan sneered. But who else can be the man beside me besides you? People who are familiar with our relationship may have guessed it long ago. Just think of it as wearing a backless evening dress, even though the location is a bit awkward. Xia Xiaofei rubbed his brows and said helplessly, I just transferred 1 million forum coins to you, so that you could open the forum mall, where there is an exchange for exemption from annihilation. Even if the mission deadline is reached more than 40 years later, you can still be exempted from annihilation. By the way, you still can't sense the mysterious power in your body? Speaking of business, Ren Yanyan also shook her head and said, I have been looking for that mysterious power as you said, but I have no clue at all. Do we have to break up again? Xia Xiaofei touched his chin and murmured. At that time, he was in great pain after losing Yanzi, when the resentment hit his spirit, and when he was almost obsessed, he vaguely sensed that power. Even if this scene is replicated again, I am afraid it will not achieve the original effect. You wish. Ren Yanyan snorted coldly. Anyway, I have the exchange for exemption from punishment now, so this mission can be completed or not. You want to dump me? Absolutely impossible. Xia Xiaofei smiled bitterly. I don't really want to break up with you, you are too sensitive now. More than 40 years ago, on the troop transport ship, Ren Yanyan chose to lie to herself, and then pretended not to know his relationship with Yunji outside. Then this vague relationship was maintained inexplicably. He and Yunji did not break up, and Ren Yanyan did not break up either. Yunji, on the other hand, was unexpectedly reasonable. After learning that he had a lover outside, she actually invited Yanzi to stay in Zixia sect for a while to meet new sisters. Xia Xiaofei could only shout out that it was outrageous, but he still enjoyed it very much in his heart. Which man doesn't like the happiness of having two wives? He resisted and confessed, but the development of things always made him confused. It's just that Ren Yanyan's temper has become much worse, and her possessiveness has become much stronger. She is slightly different from the bright and generous Yanyan of the past. However, Xia Xiaofei knew that he was in the wrong, so he just followed Ren Yanyan's temper in some small matters. Hearing this, Ren Yanyan suddenly fell silent. Just when Xia Xiaofei was feeling anxious, Ren Yanyan suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm being unreasonable? You must not like me now." Without waiting for Xia Xiaofei to answer, Ren Yanyan asked herself, "I think so, because even I feel that I am not myself now. Especially as the mission deadline is getting closer, I have no idea. I can't help but think that 100 years is a long time in reality, but here, it is so short. I can only accompany you for 100 years. After I die, that woman can accompany you for the next 100 years and many 100 years. I was here first, but now I have to share you with another woman for my last 100 years. Every time I think of this, I become paranoid and crazy. I want to control myself, but I can't control myself. Sorry, Brother Xiaofei." Xia Xiaofei took a step forward and came to Ren Yanyan. He wanted to hug her and comfort her, but Ren Yanyan refused. She stepped back and said blankly, "I've thought it through, Brother Xiaofei, give me some time. If I still love you and can turn back into the original swallow, the free swallow, I will come to you and accept everything about you. If I don't come to you, please forgive me. Thank you for the gift you gave me, I like it very much, because I found that I still like the taste of being alive." In the deepest part of her soul and body, a ray of spiritual light shone brightly. Some people forget their feelings and are deeply affectionate, while others forget their feelings when they are in love. In the dark, Ren Yanyan seemed to see the power that Xia Xiaofei told her. She didn't deliberately pursue it anymore, but summoned a flying sword. Her body turned into a ray of sword light, and left in a dusty manner. Xia Xiaofei looked at the sword light that was going away, and suddenly felt that today's wind was particularly noisy. No matter how a sentence made his wife angry and run away. The power of role models is huge. After countless players watched the video of Xia Xiaofei, the number one player, over and over again, some players, who were already on the edge realized it. Some players realized the method of being ruthless and desireless from Xia Xiaofei breakup scene, and with great perseverance, they cut off the root of their troubles, and finally saw a ray of spiritual light in great pain. Some players realized the method of fighting from Xia Xiaofei battle scene, and challenged the god of transformation alone. Although they were killed to ashes countless times, they finally saw a ray of spiritual fire in the extreme despair. Some players realized from Xia Xiaofei fleeting action scene that male and female desire is great joy and great terror. He had sex with 3,000 women, and when he squeezed his body to the limit, he finally saw the deepest desire and pursuit in his heart. In this way, one after another, players awakened the spiritual light and opened their own path to becoming gods. Of course, those who learn from me live, and those who resemble me die. Below these successful players are countless players who imitated but failed to do so, and were on the verge of bankruptcy. After all, in order to prevent the stupid players from actively committing suicide, Fong Chong specially set up a paid resurrection mechanism for them. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the cost of resurrection. And once you can't pay, your cultivation level will regress a lot after resurrection. So you can often see players on the verge of bankruptcy, who have to live cautiously because they died once, and then they will boldly try to die again after saving enough money, and live cautiously again after resurrection. This is repeated, sometimes timid, sometimes bold. On the magnificent battlefield, the existence of players is always the most bizarre. And just when the players were desperately pursuing breakthroughs, Fong Chong, who was practicing in the sea of laws, had a great spiritual light in his sea of consciousness. He looked along the induction, and saw a beautiful face, white clothes whiter than snow, and under him were the remains of countless puppets, which seemed to have experienced countless years, and were ancient. Taiju. Fong Chong had a gentle smile on her face, because she was about to break through. Chapter 398. This is a giant mountain range made entirely of broken puppets, stretching for thousands of miles. I don't know if it's because of Fong Chang's blood, Fong Taiyu awakened a peculiar devouring ability when she was a second-level puppet. This ability allows her to devour some mysterious power in the body of the 5 elements puppet, thereby strengthening herself. However, except for the initial stage of cultivation, Fong Taiju never used this mysterious talent in her later cultivation. It's because the consumption is too great. As Fong Chang's caring sister, Fong Taiju naturally knows how big the stall of Qishao City is, and Qishao City also couldn't do without her help at that time, so she couldn't practice quietly, and could only hone her cultivation in battle. It wasn't until Fong Chong broke through the void, and the Qishao Dao was completely suppressed, that she began her own upward breakthrough. Fong Chong was naturally not stingy with his sister. The law crystals were fed to Fong Tai one by one, and the entire puppet ancestor realm was used as a logistics base to make various 5 elements puppets for Fong Taiju as cultivation resources. Nearly 100 years have passed, and Fong Taiju has been focused. The remains of the puppets she devoured covered the land and stretched into a huge mountain range. The value of these puppets alone is immeasurable. In addition, these puppets have no intelligence and cannot be considered as the same race, otherwise Fong Taiju would be a big devil. After all, from another perspective, Fong Taiju is a cultivator who devoured hundreds of millions of his own race to achieve his own path. Such a person is a well-deserved giant of the magic path, wherever he goes. Fong Chong figure gathered in front of Fong Taiju. Brother. Fong Taiju expression, which seemed to have not changed for thousands of years, suddenly stretched out, revealing a peaceful smile, just like when they first met hundreds of years ago. You are here. Today is your big day anyway, so I have to come. Fong Chong nodded slightly, and looked up at the sky, where dark clouds had gathered, and flashing lightning filled the void, dimming the light within a radius of thousands of miles. The tribulation of the void, the 69 Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation is fierce, and should not be underestimated. If you are still unsure, don't be willful. You are still young and there will be many opportunities later. Fong Chong pointed his finger, and a divine light escaped into Fong Taiju body. This is the method of replacing the tribulation that I have refined for you with your spiritual power over the years. It can allow you to revive once. If you revive more, your soul can't bear it. The rest depends on you. It has been said before that the higher the cultivation level of Fong Chong puppets, the greater the cost of resurrection. Especially for Fong Taiju, who is at the peak of the spiritualization realm and only half a step away from the void realm, resurrection once is also a big burden for Fong Chong now, not to mention that her own weakness cannot be compensated by a simple resurrection. After Fong Taiju completely broke through the 6th level, Fong Chong even doubted whether he could still help her revive. If he could, even if the price he paid was very high, it would be a bit too abnormal. After all, a fearless void great power would panic anyone who met it. Fong Taiju didn't say anything, just nodded quietly. Then pairs of light wings spread out behind him, 5 pairs of 5 colors, corresponding to the 5 elements of power controlled by Fong Taiju. And what she comprehended and integrated was the 5 elements of law. Wow, the light wings spread out instantly, turning into pairs of huge wings covering the sky and the earth, and the 5-color divine light fell from the sky. The thunder tribulations fell, and when they encountered the colorless divine light of the 5 elements, it was like a big stone falling from a high altitude into a lake. There was a lot of noise, but if we talk about the damage to the lake, it was probably just a series of splashes of water, and a big pit was smashed on the lake surface. But this big pit sank to the bottom as the boulder sank, and everything returned to calm again. Fong Taiju has a natural magical power called the 5 Elements Rotation Extinction Divine Light, which is infinitely powerful, and has helped her defeat the strong with the weak many times. When Wanling God was attacked by her with this trick, he had to use the method of death substitution, and use the 9-headed monster bird to bear the damage for him. Now Fong Taiju has gone a step further, using the extremely violent attack method in a defensive posture, and it is also easy to do, without any reluctance. Fong Chong watched from afar, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. His sister never stopped her steps, always moving forward, and then the state presented in front of him was only amazing. He seemed to have not been alone with Taiju for a long time. In recent years, he has been busy with cultivation and the player's business, and indeed ignored Taiju and the people around him. The thunder has never stopped. The power is so violent that it seems to destroy everything in the world. 69 Thunder Tribulations, a total of 6 rounds, 54 Thunder Tribulations, each round is stronger than the last. When the 3rd round of Thunder Tribulations came, Fong Taiju 5 Elements of Divine Light had some difficulty in defense, and the 10 light wings were even more broken and gray. But Fong Taiju was still not in a hurry. She looked at the calamity cloud still brewing in the sky, and her wings of light suddenly disintegrated, and then a huge wheel of light condensed behind her. The wheel of light slowly rotated, and countless small seal characters were engraved on it, which was the 8 diagrams and 5 elements diagram. Buzz Fong Taiju pointed his finger forward. The shape of the wheel of light suddenly expanded, and then shrank again. In the middle of the wheel, a huge column of light gushed out from bottom to top, welcoming the violent thunder calamity that fell from the sky. A gorgeous and grand fireworks bloomed in the sky. With the fall of the last thunder calamity, everything was settled. From then on, Fong Taiju breakthrough was halfway done. Next, she had to go to the Sea of Laws to find a suitable place to condense the prototype of the lost star, which was considered normal. If she could use the power of good fortune in the thunder calamity to condense the lost star in one go, just like he did last time, then even if Fang Taiju had just broken through, she would not be considered a weakling in the void realm. But after all, not everyone can cheat like him. Fang Chong didn't think Taiju could do the latter. Then, he greeted Chen Tiangang, the frontier army commander, who heard the noise again, and came to join in the fun. Because the army has pushed the border of Qishao Dao forward by more than 1 million miles, Chen Tiangang's border troops are the most idle on Qishao Dao. After all, the border troops are nominally independent of the Qishao army, and are directly controlled by the queen. And this idle life will probably continue, unless Chen Tiangang is willing to let the border troops join the frontline war. However, even if Fang Chong is sure that the border troops will join the war, he will not do such a thing, which would be a slap in the face of the queen. He casually pinched out a clone to protect Taiju's final breakthrough. Then Fang Chong's thoughts moved, and he appeared in Qishao Dao's city. After seeing Taiyu just now, Fang Chong suddenly realized that he seemed to have not had a serious gathering with his family for a long time. He only left a phantom clone in Qishao Dao City, and the real him stayed in the Sea of Laws and the puppet ancestor realm. After he broke through the void realm, decades and hundreds of years seemed to become a very short period of time in his eyes. But in fact, his real age is no more than 400 years old. In the Qishao Dao City, a pair of eyes opened faintly, and the eyes illuminated thousands of mountains and rivers, as if the entire Qishao Dao was in sight. Spiritual Pond. Bubble, who was sleeping foolishly under the water, seemed to have sensed it, and jumped 3 feet high. The golden carp leaped with water splashes, and turned into a cute little girl in the air. It was very fast, and hugged Fang Chong, who appeared like an octopus. Master! Bubble misses you so much. Bubble? Fang Chong looked down at the big bubble hanging on him like a koala, and couldn't help but weigh it. Why are you fat again? He held the fat ball-like bubble in one hand, and felt that the little guy was obviously rounder. But this was all caused by the accumulation of unrefined spiritual energy in her body. It can be said that this little fellow's fat is now comparable to the world's top elixir. Anyone who has taken a bite of it would probably need 3 to 5 years to refine it before he can digest it. The spiritual pool contains the purest spiritual energy under the Qishao tree, and the morning glory vine will drop a few spiritual flowers and spiritual fruits into the pool. It would be strange if Bubble didn't get fat while practicing in such an environment. Of course, it was also because she was too lazy. If she was more diligent, she wouldn't get so fat. She actually grew almost twice as big without changing her height. He pinched her round cheeks with his other hand and said, but her cultivation is still okay. She is the Demon King Bubble. That's right. Bubble's eyebrows danced with joy, and his head rubbed against Fang Chong's arms, as if he was very nostalgic for Fang Chong's breath. Bubble is amazing, right? Fang Chong secretly rolled his eyes. Just the fun things that Bubble enjoyed, a pig could become a demon king. But he still perfunctorily replied, great, but why are you still staying here? Why don't you go out and play? You are so powerful now, no one can bully you if you go out. Since many years ago, Bubble almost got cooked into braised carp because he ran out to play secretly. He has been very wary of the outside world. Bubble replied, of course I am waiting for the master. And that wooden master is also here, so Bubble knows that the master will come here first when he comes back. This way, Bubble can see the master first. And it is very comfortable to sleep here. Bubble was talking about the phantom left by Fang Chong. Because of his slow intelligence, it is naturally impossible for him to play with Bubble. But with Bubble's personality that can talk to the puppet Ada for decades without getting bored, he will not be lonely when talking to the wooden master. No wonder he doesn't want to leave. Hearing this, Fang Chong was not moved at all. I think the latter is your reason. No, the fish I raised cannot be so useless. Starting tomorrow, you will follow your sister Dong Dong. They are hundreds of years old. How can they still act like a child? Bubble was hit hard. Looking at Fang Chong, tears filled her big eyes, and she was about to cry. Master, you can't do this to Bubble. Bubble is loyal to you, but Bubble just wants to be a useless fish. You don't even let Bubble sleep? Hee hee. Fang Chong Pa moved forward, and the space in front of him seemed to open a pocket. Hello, Master Dao. In the meeting room, the big guys in the eyes of outsiders stood up hurriedly, and bowed to the young man, who suddenly appeared, with an extremely respectful attitude. Dong Dong, who was presiding over the meeting, was also stunned when he saw Fang Chong holding Bubble. He couldn't help but smile, and then immediately showed a sad look and said, you still remember to come back. Fang Chong only left a phantom in Dao Cheng. Although this is also him, it is almost like a puppet, and can only follow orders. This was specially set by Fang Chong. He was afraid that Dong Dong might make a mistake one day, and mistake the phantom for him. Wouldn't that be cheating on himself? Dong Dong didn't know what Fang Chong was doing when he didn't come home for decades. It was only from the intelligence organization under his command that a group of undead people appeared in Qishao Dao in recent decades. They possessed the gift of immortal blood and all joined the army. After they tracked them down, they found out that these people were from the puppet ancestral realm. As we all know, the puppet ancestral realm is the private land of the Taoist master, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to enter. You all go down. Fang Chong waved his hand, and the high-level officials in Dao Cheng who were standing uneasy immediately felt relieved and hurriedly bowed and left. Don't you know that I have a good wife? You see, when I was away, you handled everything very well. Otherwise, how could I dare to disappear for such a long time? Fang Chong deliberately showed a flattering look. Dong Dong was not really angry, and was amused all of a sudden. If people knew that the majestic and mysterious Qishao Daoist master was such a scoundrel in private, I don't know how many people would be sad. As she said this, she couldn't help but complain. With your ability, as long as you want to come to see me, will it take a long time? I don't want much, as long as you can take the time to accompany me. I am also a woman, a lonely woman. Fang Chong was silent. If it weren't for Taiju this time, he would still be practicing in the Sea of Laws, or he would be in the puppet ancestor realm and messing with the heavenly Dao cubs. Because he wanted too much, he had no time to care about the emotions of the people around him. He didn't say anything, just hugged Dong Dong in his arms. I won't do it next time. Pao Pao was sandwiched between the two people, his face flushed, and for the first time he deeply felt how broad-minded Sister Dong Dong was. Ahem. Pao Pao coughed twice, like a little adult, interrupting the two people who were getting emotional. Dong Dong's sharp eyes swept over Bubble, causing the little guy to shrink his neck and feel that Sister Dong Dong was really scary now. Master. Bubble couldn't help but want to find someone to rely on. Fang Chong finally remembered that he still had such a little guy in his hands, and he threw Bubble to Dong Dong. From today on, she will follow you. Teach her well. I think she still has great potential. Fang Chong showed Bubble a wolf grandmother's smile. Bubble, follow your sister Dong Dong well. She is very powerful. You will definitely learn a lot. By the way, don't think about escaping back to Qishao's spirit pool to sleep. I have blocked your authority. Dong Dong touched the back of Bubble's head and said with the same smile, Bubble, listen to your sister from now on. Wow! Bubble finally cried, and felt that the future was dark. Then the next moment, she was thrown out casually. The following scene is not suitable for children. Chapter 399. Fang Chong stayed in Qishaodao City for a long time after returning to it. He accompanied Dong Dong to visit many places, and of course Pao Pao, who served tea and water and did odd jobs, was indispensable. Under Fang Chong's supervision, Pao Pao lost fat very quickly, almost every day, and naturally her cultivation level also improved. In less than half a year, she advanced from Demon King Pao Pao to Demon King Peak Pao Pao. Although she was still timid in character, she was considered a small tyrant in the territory of Qishao Dao. It was at this time that Fang Taiju, who had completed the breakthrough, returned to Qishao Dao City. Her subsequent breakthrough was relatively smooth, but she did not condense the Law Stars in one go like Fang Chong. Fang Chong immediately decided to hold a grand Dongxiu ceremony for her. The 6th day of the 8th month in the 203rd year of Changsheng in the Tang Dynasty calendar, Qishao Dao City held a grand Dongxiu ceremony. Fang Taiju arrived in the air and invited the 318 Huashan masters of Huashan level forces, who came to congratulate to fight for the ceremony. Among them, 146 Huashan accepted the challenge and were suppressed by a single hand without any suspense. This was also the first time that the means of the Dongxiu power were displayed in public in Qishao Dao. After this battle, the undercurrent of Qishao Dao suddenly became quiet. The Qishao Dao cultivators, who had accumulated various dissatisfactions due to the tax oppression of Qishao Dao City for decades, suddenly felt that life was so beautiful and the world was so wonderful, and fighting and killing were really boring. It is better to go back to your own home and practice well. Isn't it just paying taxes? Pay, you must pay. Before, because the Qishao Legion fought against the Taishu sect, there was only a lack of military equipment in Qishao Dao, and the Qishao Dao master had not appeared for a long time. So under the instigation of the ambitious people, everyone felt that they could do it. After all, The mainstream forces of Qi Xiaodao now gather the best people from various small worlds, and they have to declare their surrender only under the dominance of Qi Xiaodao's city. But they will never be willing to be under someone else for a long time. In addition, Qi Xiaodao's city is aggressive, which makes the whole Dao full of complaints. It is time for everyone to show their skills. But at this moment, everyone had to put down their ambitions. Because the one who broke through the void realm this time was not someone else, but the sister of the Taoist master Qi Xiao, the commander of the 3rd Legion, the commander of the Qingyi Guard, and the immortal female warrior known as the mistress of the Qi Xiaodao. As we all know, the Taoist master Qi Xiao is like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. Ordinary people can't see it, so they can't provoke it. So everyone is more in awe and curiosity. But Fang Taiju, who is in charge of the Qingyi Guard, is famous as thunder. The number of sects, families, and cities destroyed under her hands can't be counted in 3 days and 3 nights. For this kind of killing god, everyone has only fear in their hearts. Others are just talking, but Commander Fang is really killing, not even letting chickens go. It is only in the last few decades that the female killing god suddenly disappeared, otherwise the ambitious people would not dare to jump. Who would have thought that this killing embryo actually broke through? Now, whoever dares to move around will probably be the best flag sacrificing object. After the ceremony, Qi Xiaodao will be quiet for at least 100 or 200 years. And after 200 years, everyone will probably get used to the current life, and even think that the rule of Qi Xiaodao's city is justified, and will no longer have the slightest desire to resist. With the help of the girl showing off her muscles to calm the potential civil strife in Qi Xiaodao, Fang Chong had a brief affection with Dong Dong, and asked the girl to take care of his sister-in-law. And he once again embarked on his own path of integration. The Sea of Laws. The Law Star condensed by Fang Chong is more than 1 circle larger than the first breakthrough. In familiar terms, he has upgraded more than 1 level, and is 1 step closer to the threshold of integration. This progress seems outrageous, but in fact it is the power of 1 Dao to support 1 person, plus the player's plug-in, and the sponsorship of the heavenly Dao of another big world. Everything seems to be justified. 1 law crystal is equivalent to 100 years of practice by a great Dongshu master, and the Legion's pioneering camp has conquered more than a dozen secret small worlds for Fang Chong over the years. On average, one can get 4 to 12 law crystals by sacrificing a small world. In the end, there were 86 law crystals that fell into Fang Chong's hands, which was equivalent to the cultivation of an ordinary cave cultivator for 8,600 years. Of course, Fang Chong gave most of these law crystals to Fang Taiju, otherwise Fang Taiyu would not have been able to break through the cave realm in such a short time. However, the will of the heavenly Dao in the immortal demon continent was stingy, and Fang Chong had obtained a lot of heavenly Dao merits in the Zhoguang Great World. The elimination and rotation of players again and again made the spiritual environment of Blue Star significantly improved every year. When the first batch of old players return in the future, Blue Star will usher in a super grand spiritual tide. After all, those who returned before were all Jindan players, and all of them together were barely equivalent to a Shenhua player. As for the heavenly Dao merits he obtained, Fang Chong did not listen to the words of the heavenly Dao kid and exchanged the heavenly Dao merits for the heavenly Dao authority of the Zhoguang Great World, but exchanged them all for law crystals. Compared with the illusory heavenly Dao shares, Fang Chong believed more in practical benefits. After all, that thing was issued by the heavenly Dao, and there was no supervision at all. It is very likely that he worked hard for a long time, and got most of the shares, but as soon as someone said that he would issue more shares, his authority became a piece of waste paper. So in recent years, he has obtained nearly 200 law crystals from the sleeping heavenly Dao of the Zhoguang Great World, which is far higher than the heavenly Dao reward obtained by sacrificing the small world. Adding these miscellaneous rewards together, Fang Chong has refined more than 230 law crystals in recent years, which has increased the cultivation of the Law Star by more than 20,000 years. In addition, there is the help of players. Tens of thousands of Jindan players used to help him practice for several years. Now millions of players have been rotating for decades, and when a group is eliminated, a group will be added from the Zhoguang Great World. Each round trip can add more than 10 years of cultivation to him. Although not much accumulated, there is also more than 100 years of cultivation increase. The most important thing is that the group of players who broke through the Yuaning realm have not returned to Blue Star so far, and they are the big guys. When the subsequent players return, especially the return of the players who have reached the God transformation stage, at least tens of thousands of years of cultivation will be added to his cultivation. But Fang Chong is ready to hold back. Now Fong Chong may be slightly inferior to those powerful cultivators who have reincarnated from ancient times, but in terms of strength, Fong Chong believes that he is not inferior to anyone. This is not a random shot, but with his current strength, he can already faintly sense the location of the lost stars of other cultivators. In the sea of stars corresponding to the immortal demon continent, his lost stars are not the strongest, but they are also in the first echelon. Except for the 4 stars that are as bright as the sun and are in the depths of the Law Sea. According to his previous life game memory, these 4 lost stars should be the 4 cultivators at the top of the immortal demon continent, the Empress of the Tang Dynasty, the Immortal Alliance Immortal Lord, the Demon Sect Demon Lord, and the ancestor of 10,000 demons. It is suspected that they are at the level of the Heavenly Lord of Hadao, or even above Hadao. After all, there are subordinates of the level of Hadao Tianzuan in this group of people, but that was the game world of the previous life. Now that the immortal demon continent has only been revived for more than 200 years, Fong Chong estimates that they can only recover to the Hadao realm at most. Of course, it may be higher. Before they have a head-on battle, even they may not know each other's strength. Fong Chong thought about it, and temporarily extinguished the idea of fighting with them. He followed the call from the dark, and put his thoughts into reality. Puppet Ancestor Realm. Xia Xiaofei followed the instructions of the task and first returned to the rear to rest under the pretext of a breakthrough in the Legion, and successfully took a 10-year-long vacation. Then it took nearly a month to return from the front line, and with the help of the spiritual network transmission array, he traveled through mountains and rivers, and finally arrived in front of the space channel of the Puppet Ancestor Realm. Looking at the military camp stationed in front of the space channel, Xia Xiaofei hesitated. I heard that this Puppet Ancestral World is the private garden of the Qi Shao Dao Master, and the space passage is guarded by the God Transformation Venerable all year round. If I break in privately, even if I can get in, I am afraid that there will be no place for me in the entire Qi Shao Dao in the future. Why is it so troublesome to log off? Xia Xiaofei dealt with his chores about 2 months ago, and then chose to log off. As a result, he had to complete the return mission before logging off. Ding! Player Xia Xiaofei chose to log off personally. Because you are the first player to become a god, your request to log off is allowed. Please complete the mission return. Task Introduction. Privately logging off is a behavior that consumes a lot of system power, but because you are the first player to become a god, this excessive request is allowed. Please go to the following coordinates, and wait for the task prompt. Task Reward. Return to reality. Task Penalty. None. Then Xia Xiaofei followed the coordinates, and found that the task coordinates were the space channel of the Puppet Ancestor Realm. Recalling some rumors in the army, these players are called the Undead Race, and they are a strange bloodline created by the Taoist Master Qi Shao. For the first time, Xia Xiaofei had the idea of meeting the Taoist Master Qi Shao. After all, the immortal demon continent is so big, but all players start from the novice. After leaving the village, they all appeared on Qi Shao Road. And how favored was the Taoist Master Qi Shao by the system that he could get all the players to help him. These phenomena made him wonder whether the Taoist Master Qi Shao was the mastermind behind their appearance in the immortal demon continent. For example, in order to be crowned king, the Taoist Master Qi Shao communicated with the legendary system will through some mysterious ritual, allowing these players to descend in a special form. For example, their blue star is a secret world, which was found by the Taoist Master Qi Shao, and then he discovered some special talents of the blue star race, and summoned them to fight for him in the form of a game. For example, the Taoist Master Qi Shao is the game system itself, trying to use the players to achieve some ulterior purposes. However, due to his strength before, he had to hold back even if he had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. But now, Xia Xiaofei felt that he might not be able to try it out. This is the confidence that his strength brings him. But the next moment, he found that his strength was far from enough. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and the front of his vision was dark. The whole person seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss, and there was no light. Endless fear suddenly hit his heart. Fong Chong figure appeared near the space channel of the Puppet Ancestor Realm, holding Xia Xiaofei's soul in his hand. And it was Xia Xiaofei's body that fell softly on the ground. Originally, it was a very simple thing for a player to go offline. Just wipe his neck, and he could return to the novice village immediately. But the resurrection of the God-transforming players was not something that Fong Chong could do easily. Even he could not revive too many God-transforming players at one time. Well, I have to rest for a while. So for God-transforming players, it's better to die less once. Otherwise, when there are really 100,000 God-transforming players in the future, and they all wipe their necks and go offline, then he, the behind-the-scenes game dealer, will have to declare bankruptcy. In addition, Fong Chong wants to initially reveal some information to the player group through Xia Xiaofei. He, the Taoist master Qi Xiao, has a very ambiguous relationship with the game system. This also laid the foundation for him to reveal his pseudonym in the future, such as the first player in the Immortal Demon Continent, the village chief of the Novice Village, etc. I'm back? Xia Xiaofei finally saw a beam of light in front of him. He opened his eyes suddenly, and saw the laboratory where his body was sleeping. There were 2 sleeping cabins in the room. One was him, and the other was Ren Yanyan. Originally, with their positions, the sleeping cabin must be a single room, but at Ren Yanyan's request, they still slept in the same room. At this moment, Ren Yanyan was sleeping quietly, with high confidence and a touch of heroism between her eyebrows, and there was no little woman's attitude and lingering sorrow that followed him later. Xia Xiaofei sighed in his heart, and lightly tapped his fingers, and the surging and gentle mana was injected into Ren Yanyan's body, sweeping away the stagnation of her sleeping years. At the same time, as he woke up, rich spiritual energy burst out and spread out from the laboratory, instantly alarming the staff of the entire player's sleeping base. What happened? The strength of the Divine Transformation Cultivator and the Nascent Soul Cultivator is already an insurmountable limit. Even if he can only retain 1% of his cultivation, Xia Xiaofei feels that he will not be afraid of the Great Cultivator at the peak of the Nascent Soul. In terms of mana, he is naturally not as good as the Great Cultivator at the peak of the Nascent Soul, but he is the essence of the Divine Transformation, and there is a trace of law power in his soul. It is common for the weak to defeat the strong. Dang! The door of the laboratory was hurriedly opened, and a series of white coats walked in, as well as several leaders of the sleeping base. Player Xia Xiaofei, why are you awake? A leader of the base came forward excitedly, and wanted to hold Xia Xiaofei's hand. Xia Xiaofei frowned, and the leader stopped involuntarily, feeling that the person in front of him suddenly became extremely terrifying. After a while, Xia Xiaofei's momentum slowly dissipated. Sorry, I'm not used to the environment here yet. The leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and laughed dryly. It's okay, I understand. On behalf of the organization, I welcome your return. Xia Xiaofei's file is registered in the entire base. After all, Xia Xiaofei and his group of old players have never been offline, but those new players have a chance to go offline, which can bring a lot of valuable information to the government. And Xia Xiaofei, a player at the top of the level ranking, is the top priority. The most important thing is that the power that Xia Xiaofei revealed just now directly squeezed the spiritual power tester invented by the organization. Obviously, the strength of Xia Xiaofei, who returned again, is already at a level that they cannot understand now. You know, their spiritual power tester can theoretically test the peak of the golden elixir. Chapter 400. Faced with the awe of the base leader, Xia Xiaofei didn't care. He just walked out of the laboratory slowly. With a wave of his hand, a spell condensed in the void, and then suddenly enlarged, sealing the entire laboratory. In the eyes of everyone, this laboratory seemed to disappear out of thin air. What is this? The base leader saw Xia Xiaofei wave his hand to form a spell, and the huge laboratory disappeared out of thin air, and his eyes were also curious. A little trick can prevent people from disturbing her. Xia Xiaofei didn't explain too much. What happened just now was just a trick. The real body of Ren Yanyan had been taken away by him. He didn't want someone to threaten him with Ren Yanyan's body. When he enters the game next time, his and Ren Yanyan's bodies will be stored in a place where no one can find them. Before, because of insufficient strength, he could only rely on the power of the country to protect his body. Now that he has the power to protect himself, he will naturally not hand over the handle. For players, the existence of real bodies is always a fatal weakness for them. With Xia Xiaofei's current strength, it is no problem to overthrow the entire Blue Star. This is the advantage of the pioneer. One step ahead can lead to all steps. If he is cruel enough, he can even destroy all the players' bodies at this moment, so that other players can never return. Then, he will be the king of Blue Star alone, and become the real governor of Blue Star. Of course, when he does this, he will most likely be gone. A certain big boss named Fong does not allow such a powerful person to exist on Blue Star. A group of people accompanied Xia Xiaofei outside. They had a lot of questions, but under some invisible momentum, no one dared to step forward to force Xia Xiaofei to do certain things or answer certain questions. Xia Xiaofei suddenly turned around and looked at the leader of the base and said, I need some cultivation resources. The list will be given to you later. Although his cultivation is invincible, resources will not be born out of thin air, and no one is better than the country in collecting resources. Ah? The leader said with embarrassment. Player Xia Xiaofei, now all resources that can be used for cultivation are precious national assets. Without special reasons, I have no right to use them. This needs to be reported to the superiors. Xia Xiaofei was quite reasonable and said, I won't make it difficult for you. In exchange, I will start a sermon in 3 days, which can be regarded as a reward for your protection of my body over the years. You can use these resources as admission tickets, and the number of people is limited to 200. This? The leader thought for a while and asked, I know this question is a bit abrupt, but please answer truthfully, otherwise I can't explain it to the superiors, and I can't let them recognize the value of this sermon. May I ask what realm you are in now? The explosion of the spiritual power tester proved that Xia Xiaofei was at least above the Jindan realm, but whether it was the peak of the Jindan or the Yuaning realm, this needed Xia Xiaofei to answer himself. Xia Xiaofei said 2 words lightly, nascent soul. His. Although the leader had expected it, he still couldn't help but take a breath. As the leader of the player's sleeping base, although he is so passive in front of Xia Xiaofei now, his level is still very high. He has the right to read a lot of information about the players. So he knows that after the players return from that mysterious game, they can only carry 1% of their cultivation. This is why the first batch of players has such powerful destructive power. Although their cultivation is not high, their realm has actually reached the peak of the Golden Core. And in the strength prediction of their Spiritual Energy Research Institution, the Golden Core realm is also called the Troubled Times level by them. That is to say, only 1 Golden Core cultivator is enough to cause chaos in a country, and the destructive power is even comparable to that of an intercontinental missile. Based on the existing technology, if you want to deal with a Golden Core cultivator, you could only use traps to lure them in advance and cover them completely with heavy firepower, otherwise there is no possibility of winning. But now Xia Xiaofei has reached the nascent soul stage with only 1% of his cultivation, so how terrifying is his stage in the game? He wanted to ask something else, but there was no trace of Xia Xiaofei in front of him. Where is he? The leader was intimidating without anger. Without Xia Xiaofei, he seemed to have become the powerful high-level base leader in front of his subordinates. Report, he just disappeared in a flash. We only saw a flash of light, and then it was gone. Leader, look, there seems to be words on the ground. The group of people answered in unison. The leader looked down, and saw that the ground was filled with words at some point, which was exactly the resource Xia Xiaofei needed. Old players return, it's a troubled time. The leader sighed. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Players like Xia Xiaofei are still good, at most they are just doing their own thing, and just go along with it. If those old players of the magic path return, what can Yin country do to resist? The country has been doing its best to train new monks, but the mysterious game exists, and they pull their outstanding students into the game at any time. The second is that they despairingly find that no matter how hard they practice in reality, they can't beat a game. Since the emergence of spiritual energy, the country has acted quickly, and has started to train monks at the first time, selecting cultivation seedlings from all over the country. As a result, 7 or 8 years have passed, and the best practice has just broken through the late stage of chi refining, and it is unknown how far away from the foundation building realm. And those players who came back from the game, even the latest batch of players, are not lower than the foundation building stage. Fortunately, these players can't stay in reality for long, and they are soon summoned by the game. Their physical bodies have to stay in reality, so they dare not offend the country too much, otherwise they don't know how much trouble they will cause. The leader thought, and rubbed his hands, and a small spiritual ball appeared. Practice is really too difficult. He is also a chi refining monk. On an uninhabited island in the Blue Star Ocean. Fong Chong retracted his gaze. After seeing Xia Xiaofei leave the base, he first secretly visited his parents, and then went to a sea area near Yin country alone, and then dived several thousand meters to dig a cave to protect his body. In this case, he didn't care too much. As long as there is no trouble, it's fine. After all, the entire Yin country is his league base, and the future player supplements will require Yin country to contribute population. If Yin country is in chaos, it will be detrimental to the cultivation of talents. If the magic monks really make trouble, a magic monk in the nascent soul realm is enough to destroy a country. Yin country has only more than 1 billion people, which is not enough to toss. As for outside Yin country, he doesn't want to care. With this thought in mind, Fong Chong told Chi Tian, by the way, little guy, remember to patch it later, and add another karma attribute to the player. Kill people for no reason in Yin country to increase my karma. Kill one person and increase a little. Kill him when it reaches 100. Chi Tian was wearing a handsome denim overalls, a baseball cap, and a pacifier. He waved his little hands, and struck a series of golden and mysterious runes in the void. That is, the runes contain the rules of the heavenly Tao, and have incredible power. That is, in the Zhoguang world, Chi Tian, as a little boy of the heavenly Tao, was blessed by nature, and could barely borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Chi Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Boss, please don't add more work to my workload all the time. And I can't add karma whenever I want. Karma is something that hinders the operation of the heavenly way and disrupts reincarnation. Players killing people is like wolves eating sheep. What does it have to do with karma? Use your smart little brain. Karma is just a name. Do I call them red-named players? If you are not satisfied with karma, you can just add a name like villain value, evil value, or sin. That's enough. In addition, the more capable, the more work. The boss lets you work overtime because he values you. You should learn to be grateful instead of complaining. This is your blessing." Fong Chong looked at Chi Tian, who was working, and he had no embarrassment for exploiting child labor. He was wearing beach pants and a large vest, lying on a folding chair under a parasol, holding a natural coconut with a straw, facing the sea, and feeling the warm spring breeze. "Work hard. This is the time to see whether your Tiandao father can revive." Chi Tian, who was recording the rune array in the void on the island, suddenly sucked on the pacifier and stopped. "Boss, what do you mean? My Tiandao father revived so quickly? Why didn't I feel it?" "Just work hard, don't ask so many questions." As a supervisor, Fong Chong instructed, "Remember, the space strength here must be so strong that even Hadao Tianzuan cannot break it. Use the authority given to you by your Tiandao father to reinforce it for me. I want this place to be not only a place of absolute spirits, but also a place of spiritual absorption. Anyone who comes here must first disperse their cultivation." But Chi Tian felt more and more that something was wrong, so he went on strike again. "Boss, please don't hurt me. I feel something is wrong." Fong Chong said earnestly, "You and I share the same interests. How could I hurt you?" Chi Tian shook his head and said, "No. Boss, if you don't explain clearly, I can't do anything. My intuition tells me that what you want me to do now is very dangerous." Fong Chong's face changed. "You don't trust me? We have been working together for such a long time, and you don't trust me at all. I regard you as my most dedicated employee, but you have such an attitude? It seems that we need to reconsider our relationship. Now I am very angry." Chi Tian smiled and walked behind Fong Chong, rubbing his back and shoulders. His small stature looked a little funny. "Boss, I don't know what I am doing and I am a little panicked. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. We are still the best partners of each other. I am your gold medal employee. I will do whatever you ask me to do. You take a good rest, don't get tired, I will start working immediately." Although he had cursed Tiandao father 10,000 times in his heart, why did he choose such a difficult master? He suspected that Fong Chong had already known his weakness. But Chi Tian was also a man who could bend and stretch. Whether he could become the second in the world depended on the man in front of him. Chi Tian started to work quickly. But he already had some guesses in his mind. This busy work lasted for 3 whole months. Chi Tian was so tired that he couldn't even move his fingers. He lay on the beach, letting the waves hit him, gasping with his mouth wide open. "Boss, what do you think?" "Not bad." Fong Chong nodded with satisfaction. Then he saw that the void within 100 miles of the island was covered with golden runes, one after another, as if cutting the entire island out of space. Even Fong Chong felt a strong pressure. The golden rules of heaven suppressed all the rules here, and this place can be called a forbidden land. Even if the great Dongshu came here, they did not need to rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they also had the law stars of the Sea of Laws to provide power, but their strength would be greatly reduced. Because the rules of heaven are the greatest rules. The power of their own laws can be exerted at 100%. One success is good. As for Hadao Tianzuan, Fong Chong has not understood their power, and cannot give a proper assessment. But it should have a certain impact on them, but the impact will never be too great. Because the will of the heavenly Tao of Zhoguang world is originally dormant, there is not much power to borrow. Moreover, Hadao Tianzuan himself is the same as Tiantanzan, and the essence of his power has reached an absolute height. However, Fong Chong is just taking precautions, and will not necessarily confront Hadao Tianzuan. "Now can I tell you what I want to do?" Fong Chong looked at Chi Tian with a smile and said, "Hunting, don't you?" Chi Tian's guess came true, and he jumped up in fear. "Boss, don't joke. Don't you monks are in touch with the stars above, and the heaven below, and have been noticed by the will of heaven. Not to mention the difficulty of killing Dongshu monks. Even if they can be killed, the death of every Dongshu master will attract the attention of heaven. It's okay for us to do things secretly now, but once we attack Dongshu monks, it will definitely attract the attention of the heaven of the immortal demon continent, and then we will all be exposed. With our current strength, they can easily kill us. It's you, not me, and you can cover up the cause and effect. It depends on the situation, boss. This is not a joke. Shi Tian is about to cry. Fang Chong said seriously, I am also thinking about your father Tian Dao. If we attract a Dongshu monk and kill him here, with his size, it will be enough to bring a grand spiritual wave to the entire blue star. One whale falls and everything comes to life, that's it. Shi Tian hurriedly shook his head. Boss, don't scare me. If that's the case, I will run away first. Fang Chong smiled with evil taste, and then said, don't worry, I know it's not time yet, just make some arrangements in advance, just in case. If you can't bear it, I certainly can't bear it either. What he thought was that if he broke through the Dao, he would attract the Tian Dao of the immortal demon continent to chase him for debts, and this land would be the best battlefield he prepared for the pursuers. Hearing this, Shi Tian finally collapsed and sat down. I know that the smart and powerful boss will never do such a stupid thing. If you want to scold me, just scold me. I am not the kind of unreasonable person. Really? Really? Then the boss guessed wrong. I, Shi Tian, only have admiration for the boss, just like the long river flowing eastward, and I have no intention of offending you at all. Shi Tian is well versed in licking, so he would not fall into the trap easily. Fang Chong then let Shi Tian go lightly, and swept his eyes across the entire blue star. Then go back.